Chapter 1. Transmigration into a book. Have I truly transmigrated into a book? Chu Jing sat before the vanity mirror, meticulously patting her face to confirm that this was not merely a dream. After all, such porcelain-like flawless skin, eyelashes curling like a feather fan, and eyes glistening with an amber hue could only be seen within the pages of a novel. Half a day prior, she had found herself immersed in her favorite novel, Eternal Frost Flower. The apocalypse approaches. This narrative featured a strong female protagonist who experienced profound growth, characterized by a powerful woman and a weaker man, alongside a pseudo-harem dynamic. The protagonist, Bai Ning, was Chu Jing's beloved female lead, beautiful, strong, and tragically resilient, with a decisive nature. With her parents having perished and her family fallen into ruin, Bai Ning's only solace lay in her unwavering friendship with Chu Jing. In stark contrast to Bai Ning, Chu Jing embodied the essence of a graceful and intelligent socialite, regarded as the ethereal moonlight in everyone's hearts, who aided Bai Ning through the darkest moments of her life. Naturally, such a cherished emotional anchor, serving as the catalyst for the protagonist's ascent, was destined to meet a tragic end. Thus, the Chu Jing within the narrative was bound to be his sacrificial pawn. The more tragic her demise, the stronger Bai Ning would become. Having witnessed Chu Jing's transformation from a pampered heiress untouched by hardship to a humbled figure seeking refuge, only to ultimately face betrayal, humiliation, and abandonment, being consumed by zombies, Bai Ning's darkness erupted into a fierce awakening of her ice-based combat abilities. From that point forward, she grew from nothing to become a formidable ice queen, instilling fear in all who crossed her path. Wherever Bai Ning tread, eternal frost flowers bloomed. Initially, this trajectory seemed perfect, however, whether due to the author's haste to conclude the tale or certain readers' complaints regarding the protagonist's cold-heartedness, a male lead suddenly emerged to redeem Bai Ning. This cunning male lead, through a series of audacious maneuvers, successfully thawed Bai Ning's frozen heart, and together they established an impregnable sanctuary, culminating in a tidy conclusion. Every time Chu Jing witnessed the male lead's interactions with Bai Ning, she felt an overwhelming urge to skip ahead, ultimately leaping to the end of the book. Just as Chu Jing lamented that such a splendid heroine had been squandered, she found herself transmigrated. Wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye, she inhaled deeply. As Bai Ning's cherished moonlight, her affection for her would surely run deep. Otherwise, the male lead would not have been drawn to Bai Ning's gentle demeanor, reminiscent of her own. The author truly understood the essence of surrogate literature. Chu Jing resolved to prolong her life, determined to protect her beloved Bai Ning personally. Glancing at the date on her phone, she noted that there were 30 days until the apocalypse. She possessed ample time to prepare for the impending disaster, ensuring that Bai Ning would experience unparalleled comfort during the early days of the apocalypse. By the later stages, she would be ready to let Bai Ning soar. Chu Jing crafted a meticulous plan, aiming to complete it all before the apocalypse struck. As the cherished moonlight of the female lead, she possessed every quality befitting her role. A wealthy heiress, strikingly beautiful, and importantly, her life was destined to be short-lived. Before executing her plan, Chu Jing initiated a video call to Bai Ning. "Dearest Ning Ning." In the video, Bai Ning, adorned with a towel around her neck, exuded a striking aura, her straight nose and sharp features softened by a smile upon seeing Chu Jing. "What brings our stunning beauty to video chat at this hour?" Gazing at Bai Ning's visage, Chu Jing couldn't help but smile affectionately. Indeed, her dear friend was both fierce and beautiful, though she had yet to succumb to darkness. Her icy elegance radiated even through the screen. "I missed you. It's been so long since we last met. Come give me a kiss." At that moment, Bai Ning was serving as a swimming instructor in a remote county. On the day the apocalypse erupted, she had driven against the tide of traffic for 5 hours to return to the city, ultimately locating the fleeing Chu Jing. With her exceptional skills, she had led Chu Jing to safety. Bai Ning smiled at the camera. "You must be bored without anyone to shop with. Ill visit as soon as I return." Before Chu Jing could respond, a male voice called out to Bai Ning, sending alarm bells ringing in her mind. "Ning, come here for a moment." Grinding her teeth, Chu Jing thought, "Here it comes, the first of the rotten peach blossoms." Having read the entire book, she had discerned a pattern. Any man addressing Bai Ning as a Ning, Xiao Ning, Bai, or Xiao Bai invariably turned out to be a rotten peach blossom without exception. Bai Ning replied, "Darling, I'm still working. I'll call you back when I have time." Upon hearing this, Chu Jing paused, her heart soaring with joy. She called me darling. She actually called me darling. With Bai Ning working so diligently, Chu Jing vowed to pamper her from now on. "All right, Ning, goodbye." As she hung up the video call, her resolve solidified, eliminating rotten peach blossoms, nurturing her beloved girl, and ascending to the pinnacle of life together. Chu Jing's persona was that of the wealthiest heiress in City A, with a fortune in the billions, an absolute epitome of beauty and affluence, surrounded by a butler, chefs, maids, tailors, and gardeners. Yet, with the apocalypse looming, all her wealth and servants would prove futile. Not only futile, but even her own home would be ransacked by former employees. As a mere pawn, Chu Jing was described sparingly, spending most of her time living in Bai Ning's memories. Unable to ascertain the loyalty of those around her in the aftermath of the apocalypse, she knew that the only reliable aid would come from her family's butler. Qin Shixiao, 7 years her elder, had grown up alongside her, serving as a protective older brother figure. His father had been the family's longtime butler, who had sadly passed away years earlier, leaving him as the sole caretaker of the Chu household. Qin Shixiao was undoubtedly trustworthy. As the apocalypse descended, power outages, water shortages, food scarcity, harsh winters, scorching summers, mutated flora and fauna, and the emergence of virus-infected zombies necessitated extensive preparations. Chu Jing worried that she might be overwhelmed. "Miss, how may I assist you?" Just as she dialed Qin Shixiao's number, he answered promptly, "I need to step out, gather some people, and prepare several vehicles to head to the mall." "Understood." Qin Shixiao immediately set to work. 20 luxury cars stood ready at the entrance of her estate, accompanied by drivers and bodyguards, creating an impressive display. With Qin Shixiao by her side, Chu Jing settled into the first vehicle. Her home was expansive, a renowned estate in City A. However, once the apocalypse erupted, it quickly became a target, attracting numerous refugees and subsequently becoming infected by the zombie virus, leading to a comprehensive assault by the authorities. The early days of the apocalypse were perilous, marked by chaos. A secure refuge had to be found promptly. To nurture her beloved girl, one refuge would undoubtedly be insufficient. With a fortune in the billions, if she didn't spend it now, there would be no opportunity to do so later. Using a map, Chu Jing swiftly identified several secure locations in nearby districts. All were chosen as standalone villas, secluded and secure, not easily noticed. Some belonged to her family, while others were under different names. Purchasing more distant properties would be ill-advised, as by then, people would be driven to madness, scrambling to seize secure shelters, rendering locks virtually useless. Chapter 2. Shopping Qin. Acquire all the properties in these locations, regardless of their price. The paperwork can be temporarily left incomplete, but I require the houses to be vacated by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Understood. Qin Shixiao glanced over the details, noting no significant issues. As long as the items requested by the young lady are lawful and compliant, he never obstructs. Arrangements for the houses were underway, and before the vehicle even reached the mall, Chu Jing had already received feedback. The efficiency of this operation is indeed remarkable. Miss, most of the properties have been arranged. They will soon be transferred to your name. Tomorrow, the belongings within the houses will be moved out. But the 2 properties at Huyang and Xinjiang are Lin family assets in a city. The Lin family is the only one that can rival the Chu family in terms of wealth, making them competitors, albeit not to the extent of being irreconcilable. These 2 houses will be challenging to acquire. Abandon? That is out of the question. To relinquish now would be tantamount to surrendering her refuge in the impending apocalypse. These houses are standalone, secluded villas, with no more suitable locations within a kilometer radius. She was unwilling to settle for anything less. Chu Jing directly dialed the number of the young master from the Lin family. Lin Duan was an acquaintance from her childhood, having attended the same school from a young age. Though not overly familiar, they were certainly on speaking terms. "Chu, miss?" Lin Duan expressed surprise at the unexpected call. Chu Jing got straight to the point. "Lin Duan, I wish to purchase the 2 villas your family owns at Huyang and Xinjiang. Name your price." Lin Duan glanced at his phone, confirming the number. "Indeed, It was the eldest daughter of the Chu family calling, but she seemed somewhat different from before. Chu Jing, having shed the guise of a delicate young lady in the wake of the apocalypse, had transformed into a second ice queen. I'm afraid, Miss Chu, I have no intention of selling those properties at present. Perhaps you should look elsewhere? The market value of your two properties is 25 million. I am offering 30 million. What do you think? Chu Jing boldly declared. Lin Duan, baffled, wondered if she had taken leave of her senses. Is that not sufficient? Then I shall raise it to 40 million. Seeing he remained silent, she continued to increase her offer. 60 million, 50 million, and I will take all the belongings within the houses as well. Qin Shixiao could not help but cast a sidelong glance at his young mistress. Her shopping fervor today seemed remarkably intense. However, it mattered little. For her, these were merely trifling sums. This was the most absurd situation Lin Duan had encountered this year, leaving him both exasperated and amused. Chu Jing, are you attempting to humiliate me with your wealth? Not at all. I genuinely desire those two properties, hence my willingness to pay a premium. I implore you, Lin Xiao, to part with them. Lin Duan felt as if he was seeing Chu Jing for the first time. Suddenly curious about the circumstances that had led her to such a frenzied decision. 50 million was akin to handing him cash. Very well, the houses can be transferred to you, but I have one condition. Speak. For Chu Jing, any problem resolvable with money was not a problem at all. There is a banquet next month, and I require a female companion. I would like to invite Miss Chu to attend. Lin Duan was eager to witness firsthand what had spurred this lavish expenditure from Chu Jing. Next month? Certainly. Chu Jing affirmed without hesitation. Not only was she willing to attend the banquet, but if she did not move swiftly enough, she could very well become a meal for the mutated creatures. By that time, she would have already escaped with her beloved goose. Lin Duan's survival in the apocalypse was uncertain. The book provided scant details about him. The subsequent contracts can be discussed with my secretary. The door lock code is 530827. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, contracts would be meaningless. Having secured her stronghold, Chu Jing continued to instruct Qin Shixiao. All external walls and fences of the houses must be heightened, installed with electrified fencing, and fitted with anti-theft windows. Waterproofing must be meticulously executed, and a coat of acid-resistant paint applied. A deluge lasting 3 months is expected upon the apocalypse's arrival. With high acidity in the rain accelerating structural corrosion and virus transmission, marking a peak period for outbreaks, it is advisable to remain indoors during this time. No flora should be planted in the courtyards. And at least 5 surveillance cameras should be installed to ensure there are no blind spots around the properties. Any vegetation in the courtyards could potentially mutate. Thus, it is safer to clear out any plants, while those outside may serve as a layer of camouflage. Every room must be equipped with blackout curtains, and at least one floor should be designated as a bedroom. All rooms, except for the kitchen, bathroom, and living room, should be empty to serve as storage. Additionally, each house should contain 2 generators, and the water supply system must be revamped to ensure electricity can be maintained even during outages. Most importantly, those tasked with renovating the houses must not be privy to their precise locations. This precaution is necessary in the event that someone learns of her safe haven and attempts to seize it. Qin Shixiao meticulously noted every instruction, assuring her that all would be executed as requested. The first stop in her shopping spree was to procure suitable clothing. Although Chu Jing was eager to begin stockpiling food, she had yet to find an appropriate warehouse for storage. Moreover, she needed to locate someone with spatial abilities. Purchasing excessive food at this stage, given her notoriety, would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, leading to suspicion. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, everyone would pounce on her like hungry wolves. She must not cause trouble for her beloved goose. If she were not buying food, a young lady indulging in a shopping spree for clothing would appear far more reasonable. Upon arriving at the mall, Chu Jing bypassed the high-end brand stores and opted for a clothing shop that offered greater comfort and quality. Casually entering a women's clothing store, she surveyed the offerings and selected a few pieces. I do not want these, but please pack up all the S and M sizes of the other styles. She relished the sensation of speaking so assertively. It was immensely gratifying. The S-sized garments were for her, while the M-sized ones were for Bai Ning. The two of them wearing matching outfits would undoubtedly exude a delightful best friend vibe. After finishing at one store, she proceeded to the next, employing the same strategy, acquiring a complete set of clothing without skipping a single shop. She swept through the mall from the ground floor to the top, then moved to another shopping center to continue her spree. Each store attendant bustled about, dutifully assisting with packing, and the items were personally transported to the vehicles one by one. Cars became filled to the brim with boxes of various sizes. However, under Qin Shixiao's management, for every car that returned laden, another would swiftly arrive to replenish the stock. Winter, summer, spring, and autumn attire, jackets, trousers, and dresses. She ensured that every type of clothing was purchased, so that across 365 days, she could wear something different each day without repetition. Chapter 3. Stockpiling. Particularly abundant were the intimate garments, as Chu Jing had a penchant for frequently changing into new ones. Due to the limited stock in the shops, the attendants could only negotiate with Chu Jing to have items sent over from other branches. Upon hearing about the need for stock transfers, Chu Jing internally recoiled. She could not bear the thought of her clothes being passed around among so many people. That won't be necessary. Within half a month, I will take all that you produce. Whatever quantity you have, I will buy it all. Chu Jing called out to Qin Shixiao. Qin, please take care of this. Qin Shixiao promptly moved into the store, though he dared not look around too freely, quickly leaving behind his business card. This is my card. Feel free to contact me for any related matters. It was precisely his somewhat reserved demeanor that prompted Chu Jing to realize she could not only purchase women's clothing, she also needed to stock up on men's apparel. Qin Shixiao would still be accompanying her, and if she did not buy now, he would have nothing to wear. It was essential that not only she and Bai Ning remained presentable and cheerful, but those around her should as well. It would be unacceptable for her to change outfits daily, appearing pristine and fragrant, while others went a year without a change, looking disheveled and unkempt to the point of attracting mosquitoes. Chu Jing immediately turned around, leading Qin Shixiao into a nearby men's clothing store. Using his height of 1.82 meters as a standard, she purchased a plethora of XXL-size garments for men, ensuring she had a complete range for every season. As for the future, if other sizes of men's clothing were needed, who cared? Chu Jing was solely concerned with her beloved goose. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Jing had spent the entire day wandering through the shopping mall, successfully completing her clothing acquisitions. With a combination of ready stock and pre-ordered garments, she had enough attire to last a lifetime. The dilemma, however, lay in where to store these clothes. Before the impending apocalypse, she planned to amass a considerable quantity of essential supplies, and the selection of a storage facility posed a significant challenge. It was imperative to avoid concentrating everything in a single warehouse. Akin to the adage of not placing all one's eggs in one basket, supplies must be stored separately for safety. Ideally, it would be advantageous to have a space manipulator on hand, in the original narrative. Abilities were categorized into elemental and non-elemental powers. Elemental abilities encompass the likes of Bai Ning, commanding the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, and thunder. Non-elemental powers, on the other hand, varied wildly, with some granting elongated limbs, others enlarged hands, and some even allowing transformations. Among these, particularly valuable were the space manipulation abilities, the most renowned of which belonged to Bai Ning. Chu Jing rested her chin on her hand, silently gazing at the delectable dishes laid out on the dining table. Yet she hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. The chef, standing nearby, waited in quiet trepidation, concerned that if the dishes did not meet the young lady's discerning taste, he might find himself dismissed. Where else could he find a job paying 20,000 a month? Qin, I wish to find a few individuals. Chu Jing finally responded, prompting the chef to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that his position was secure. He would be cooking for the young lady for the rest of his life. They should not be locals, perhaps not even from the same province, but regardless of the cost, she was determined to locate them. Within a week, she aimed to find at least one. Chu Jing sought to identify those rare space manipulators before the world descended into chaos. In the original text, she could recall the appearance of each space manipulator. Qin Shixiao soon received a lengthy list of information, detailing the descriptions of 9 individuals. These were the only 9 space manipulators remaining amidst millions of words in the original story. Some were mere cannon fodder, others villains, while a few were companions of Bai Ning. The members of the protagonist group might not be the strongest, but they would undoubtedly be the ones to survive the longest. In contrast, the antagonists, who initially possessed formidable strength, often ended up on self-destructive paths due to a myriad of peculiar circumstances, becoming stepping stones for others. Very well, young lady, Qin Shixiao assured her, never one to let Chu Jing down. With the countdown to the apocalypse at 29 days, Chu Jing needed to secure suitable warehouses for her supplies. Should she fail to find a space manipulator, these warehouses would become her treasure troves. After several hours of deliberation, she selected a few somewhat remote warehouses, including an underground one. She purchased them on the same day, and the ecstatic owner, having received a sum far exceeding the value of the warehouses, generously gifted her all the items stored inside. The warehouses were spacious, and since the items were already there, it seemed wasteful to discard them. They might prove useful. To ensure convenience, she had each warehouse's contents meticulously inventoried for future reference. The entrances to the warehouses needed fortification to eliminate any possibility of external tampering. Not even a fly was to be allowed entry. That evening, the newly acquired clothing was transported into the warehouses. And now she eagerly anticipated more shopping to fill them to the brim. Seated in a luxurious suite on the 50th floor of a restaurant, Chu Jing reveled in the unique nighttime cityscape outside. The lights twinkling, yet she knew that once the apocalypse struck, all would be obliterated. The author had frequently extolled the exquisite cuisine of this restaurant, prompting Chu Jing to visit for a taste. After savoring a small bite of beef and a sip of red wine, she squinted in disappointment. How could it be that the food here paled in comparison to her chef's offerings? Even in the face of impending doom, she was determined to bring her chef along. She had no desire to subsist on instant noodles and fast food. However, to enjoy fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats, proper preservation was vital. Fresh meat stored before the apocalypse had only a month's shelf life. To maintain its quality, supernatural abilities were necessary. Fortunately, Bai Ning possessed such a skill. Her freezing ability could perfectly preserve items in their original state. She could easily stockpile a vast quantity of fresh frozen meat before the world fell apart, ensuring a substantial supply under Bai Ning's influence. Yet, Chu Jing had an even better plan. Such a storage method would only lead to a depletion of food supplies. When the day of consumption arrived, it was likely that nothing would remain. A more sustainable approach was preferable: direct farming. With the countdown to the apocalypse now at 28 days, Qin Shixiao found Chu Jing's actions somewhat perplexing. The young lady, once enamored with beauty, shopping, and dining out, had now taken to a farm. Chickens, ducks, fish, cows, sheep, and pigs. She had outright leased the most prime sections of the farm, selecting the healthiest specimens for individual raising. Plans for farm renovations had even emerged. Each pigsty would be equipped with air conditioning, and every fish would have its own purification system. Although Qin Shixiao did not fully grasp her motives, he dutifully complied with Chu Jing's instructions. With the source of meat secured, the next priority was to procure various fruits and vegetables. After the apocalypse, the soil would deteriorate, making it challenging to grow healthy food. However, thanks to the presence of ability users, vegetables could still be carefully cultivated in greenhouses. The real scarcity lay in seeds. Chu Jing purchased a substantial quantity of vegetable seeds and fruit trees, even pre-selecting locations for future greenhouses and orchards. Recognizing that fruit trees take time to mature, she ordered a large supply of canned fruits and dried fruits to ensure access to fresh produce in the early days of the apocalypse. Chapter 4. News. With the countdown to the apocalypse at 27 days, stockpiling vast amounts of supplies at supermarkets seemed impractical. The best course of action was to contact manufacturers directly. Chu Jing tasked her associates with reaching out to meat processing factories, securing deals for dried meats, canned meats, and cured meats, and even pre-ordering supplies for the next 20 days. All factories in the city and neighboring regions were included in her plans. Such actions have, in fact, plunged the entire province into a situation of soaring meat prices. A single piece of pork leg has nearly reached the price of snowflake steak. With just 26 days remaining until the apocalypse, Chu Jing has directly acquired several bottled water manufacturers in the city. From today until the final day before the world ends, all stored drinking water will be her personal supplies. These pristine water resources are more than sufficient for 1,000 people to use for over a century. To ensure the sustainable use of water resources, Chu Jing has also arranged for a comprehensive water purification system. Although water resources will be contaminated in the post-apocalyptic world, natural rainwater, after undergoing repeated processing and purification, can still meet drinking standards. With 25 days left until the apocalypse, Chu Jing has not overlooked the snacks from various factories, including instant noodles, self-heating rice, mini hot pots, mixed noodles, spicy strips, canned beverages, alcoholic drinks, and even cigarettes. In an instant, Supermarkets have run out of supplies, leaving only a few unpalatable snack options. While Chu Jing has no need for cigarettes, they may prove to be of great significance at certain moments. Bai Ning has previously used a pack of cigarettes to recruit a formidable ability user. With 24 days remaining until the end, Chu Jing has secured all potential outdoor survival tools from hardware stores: ropes, binoculars, lighters, flashlights, solar batteries, compasses, flint, plastic gloves, fire axes, and more. This has led to the hardware store, usually quiet, selling out quantities not seen in years. With 23 days to go, everyday hygiene products such as wet wipes, sanitary napkins, disinfectant alcohol, toilet paper, compressed towels, and face towels have become indispensable in a world with deteriorating conditions. The rapid spread of various viruses necessitates strict hygiene. Most of these hygiene products have expiration dates, yet Chu Jing is unperturbed. As long as she can find a spatial ability user, expiration will no longer pose a limitation. With 22 days remaining, due to the unique nature of pharmaceuticals, Chu Jing faces challenges in purchasing large quantities from pharmacies, as buying too much could raise suspicions. However, she has connections and directly contacted a pharmaceutical factory to obtain all necessary medications: antipyretics, anti-inflammatories, hemostatics, analgesics, gastrointestinal medicines. These commonly used drugs have become hard to find resources in the post-apocalyptic world. Bandages, adhesive plasters, vitamins, and antibiotics, regardless of their immediate utility, have all been acquired. With 21 days left, Chu Jing has prioritized modifying 50 rugged off-road vehicles, known as the Kings of the Wild. The car dealership is one of her enterprises. A fortunate circumstance indeed. Normally, acquiring a vehicle could take months, but time is a luxury she cannot afford. All her vehicles are customized to her specifications, reinforced and with powerful drive capabilities, able to traverse terrains that even tanks can conquer. In the post-apocalyptic era, a sturdy vehicle will provide significant convenience. Her car dealership will not be abandoned but will cease external sales and focus solely on internal consumption. Additionally, she has prepared RVs as well. While off-road vehicles are excellent for traversing the wilderness, RVs offer superior comfort. With 20 days left until the apocalypse, fuel has also become a scarce resource, difficult to store and prone to explosion at the slightest spark. Chu Jing can only find separate locations to store her purchased fuel. To ensure her vehicles can still operate without fuel, some have been equipped with solar power systems, allowing them to run on electricity. Although they won't be as fast as fuel-powered vehicles, they can still function. With 19 days remaining, Chu Jing's frenzied shopping spree has significantly impacted the city, even making headlines. The once bustling entrance of the department store now sees more people entering and exiting. Though most leave empty-handed and with irritated expressions, muttering complaints, a reporter approaches an agitated woman. "Excuse me, ma'am, we are from watching TV, and we would like to know your thoughts on the recent shortage of supplies in supermarkets." The irate shopper responds, "What else can I say? Such a large supermarket can't even stock soy sauce. They might as well shut down." The reporter continues, "The reduction in products has undoubtedly affected the public's daily life. We urge everyone watching not to panic. We believe the supermarkets will replenish their stock soon." Chu Jing snaps her tablet shut. This situation is beneficial. It's time to create a sense of urgency for others. The astute among them may follow her lead and begin hoarding supplies. Whether they can manage to do so is another matter. She then looks up and asks, "Chin, show me this news. Do you have any questions?" Over the past few days, Chu Jing has been purchasing vast quantities of items she had never considered before, and her bank account reflects a noticeable decline. It is only natural for Qin Shixiao to have questions. Even if she reveals the truth, Chu Jing believes there should be no issues. He is utterly devoted to her. Even if zombies were about to pounce on her, Qin Shixiao would unhesitatingly shield her. In the original narrative, the relationship between Chu Jing and Qin Shixiao was described in a way that left a lasting impression. The lotus, as bright as the moon, has been trampled into the mire. How heartbroken would the gardener, who tenderly cared for her, be if he were still alive? In the post-apocalyptic world, the two individuals Chu Jing trusts most, aside from Bai Ning, are Qin Shixiao. He will stand by her side at all times, just as she will always support Bai Ning. Qin Shixiao patiently analyzes. Currently, there are speculations circulating online, with several studios analyzing the recent phenomena. According to their usual style, they will soon direct their attention toward you. "Miss, should we prepare in advance?" Marketing accounts can spin narratives, making the false appear true. If others discover that she has hoarded so many supplies, trouble is inevitable in the apocalypse. However, without a credible explanation that can convince the onlookers, they will continue to pry. You handle it. Just ensure no one knows I'm the one gathering supplies, and never reveal the storage locations, Chu Jing replies, reclining lazily on the sofa. Qin Shishao immediately formulates a plan. Rest assured. Miss, leave it to me. Chapter 5. Weapons. As long as these marketing accounts are provided with some enticing leads, they will associate the situation with someone else. In simpler terms, find a scapegoat to divert attention. Someone with a similar level of influence as the miss might be an excellent choice. Qin Shishao turns to leave, but upon noticing Chu Jing's lack of further questions, he blinks in curiosity and halts her. Aren't you curious? She herself has begun to wonder why Qin Shishao isn't intrigued. What do you mean, miss? Chu Jing props her chin up. Why have I been purchasing so many seemingly useless items these past few days? Qin Shishao understands perfectly, his mind clear as a bell. Whatever the miss intends to do, there is certainly her reasoning behind it. Moreover, the items she has procured are far from useless. Even if they cannot be utilized now, they will undoubtedly come in handy later. Everything Chu Jing has bought has been arranged through Qin Shishao, and for him, these are all useful living supplies, even if they are not immediately applicable. Chu Jing silently gives him a thumbs up in her mind. His reasoning is sound, and he is indeed a worthy protege. Following this, she recalls a significant matter, lightly tapping her nails against the sofa as she contemplates. Since she began gathering supplies, water and electricity have been fully prepared, as well as provisions for food, clothing, necessities, and shelter, all of which are in order, and she continues to stockpile resources. Even sustainable resource acquisition has been arranged. No matter when the apocalypse arrives, she and Bai Ning will have no worries regarding daily life. They could hide in the mountains and live safely for the rest of their lives. However, Chu Jing knows Bai Ning too well. As a career-driven protagonist, she is not one to stay in a corner. On the contrary, Bai Ning is quite industrious, always on the move. Just idling in a house. Waiting for death is something Bai Ning would never agree to. Her goal is to establish a secure base and protect those she cherishes, eventually rising to contribute to humanity as a whole. This is also why Chu Jing admires Bai Ning. She is eternally moved by milestone heroes. As the saying goes, the brave goose soars high, and the mother always follows to safeguard Bai Ning. Aside from amassing a vast array of living supplies, what more can she do? Qin Shishao is still waiting for Chu Jing's instructions and, noticing her silence as she fiddles with her nails, asks with concern, Miss, do you need me to contact a nail care specialist? Initial Jing was momentarily taken aback as she glanced at the exquisite, elongated French manicure adorning her fingers in the pre-apocalyptic world. She had been a pampered young lady, never having to toil with manual labor. Incapable of lifting a burden, she found herself relentlessly bullied and insulted in the aftermath of the cataclysm, utterly powerless to resist. Ultimately, she could not escape the fate of a beautiful woman with a tragic destiny, gloriously sacrificing herself to become the catalyst for Bai Ning's awakening of supernatural abilities. Setting aside whether she was indeed the key to Bai Ning's awakening, Initial Jing could no longer tolerate being oppressed. Formerly, she might have been a white lotus, but now she had transformed into a black lotus with a renewed core. She needed the requisite strength to survive in this new world. To grow stronger, she would begin with her fingertips. Qin Shishao arranged for a nail technician to shorten and reshape her nails to a more practical length, after which Initial Jing ventured to the shooting range. Uncertain if she possessed any latent supernatural potential, she recalled that in the novels, she had never awakened such abilities even in her final moments. For an ordinary person without supernatural powers, honing shooting skills and enhancing physical fitness were the greatest assurances for survival. Initial Jing declared, Coach, within 10 days, I aim to achieve perfection in marksmanship, hitting the target with every shot. The coach replied, You could simply state your desire to join the national team. He continued, Miss, marksmanship relies on talent. For an average person, mastering the basic shooting techniques in 10 days and achieving a 7 out of 10 success rate is already commendable. Your expectations are rather lofty. Initial Jing responded, I will pay you 10,000 for a day's training. I am determined to learn this. The coach was momentarily speechless, realizing the sum was far too generous. Even if he could not teach her, he felt compelled to do so. With the countdown to the apocalypse at 18 days, Initial Jing commenced her physical training, not only for herself but also dragging Qin Shishao along. Their goal was to enhance their survival chances in the impending disaster. As two potential ordinary individuals, yet to awaken their abilities. They could not afford to hinder one another. After 2 days of training, Initial Jing felt her body rebelling from head to toe. Her back ached, legs cramping, and she felt dizzy at the slightest closure of her eyes. Nevertheless, she begrudgingly managed to meet the minimum standards, developing a preliminary understanding of basic shooting techniques. Subsequently, she discreetly summoned Qin Shishao to a corner. What I am about to say may frighten you. But please remain calm, she prepared him psychologically. Once he nodded, she formed a gesture with her index and thumb. To ensure he comprehended, she even mimicked a shooting stance with her fingers. I need weapons. Many weapons. Qin Shishao was taken aback. With just a glance, he understood her meaning, especially with her unmistakable gestures. Noticing his silence, Initial Jing felt her request might be somewhat audacious. Even a year into the apocalypse, firearms were not completely legal. She recalled Bai Ning's first gun, which had been scavenged from a zombie. Thus, if Qin Shishao refused her, she would not take offense, as they still resided in a lawful society. However, he merely nodded gently. Miss, rest assured, leave it to me. Initial Jing's eyes widened. Had she underestimated Qin Shishao, or perhaps her own family's influence? His words, Miss, rest assured, leave it to me, resonated as the most delightful phrase in the world at that moment. With the countdown to the apocalypse at 17 days, although Qin Shishao assured her he could handle it, Initial Jing still felt a twinge of anxiety. To be safe, she needed a backup plan. She began stockpiling easily obtainable self-defense weapons, electric batons, fire axes, spiked clubs, chainsaws, and watermelon knives. As the countdown reached 16 days, Initial Jing was summoned to the precinct for a tea session. The proprietor of a shop had been watching Chainsaw Man and, upon noticing her substantial order of chainsaws amid recent unrest in the city, reported her out of concern. Consequently, Initial Jing was quickly invited for record-keeping. After clarifying the situation, with no further issues arising, she prepared to leave. Yet, before she could exit the precinct, she overheard a loud commotion from an office. Curiosity piqued, she slowed her pace, finally discerning the source of the uproar. The final words were laden with anger. Zheng Yi, you better go home and reflect. If you act alone again, it won't be as simple as just a suspension. Initial Jing froze. This familiar name was etched in her memory, one she could never forget. Zheng Yi was a principled character from the original story, and his memorable name had lingered in her mind even after finishing the book. He had met his demise even before she had, and with swiftness that surpassed her own. Chapter 6. Just as true to his name, Zheng Yi was a man of profound integrity. Freshly graduated from the police academy, he was filled with youthful zeal. Still carrying remnants of his idealistic beliefs, it was this fervent conviction that propelled him to uphold justice and combat evil, embodying righteousness. Even as the apocalypse descended, plunging society into chaos, he clung to his inner sense of justice, striving to protect everyone. Ultimately, he did not perish at the hands of the undead, but rather fell victim to betrayal from within, a tragic irony. Zheng Yi's demise heralded the arrival of true darkness in the apocalypse. More terrifying than natural disasters and viruses was the corruption of the human heart. During his tenure, Initial Jing had felt a pang of regret, for he was among the first to awaken supernatural abilities, an immensely practical combat-oriented non-elemental power. With perfect aim, he could manipulate bullet trajectories at will. A prodigious warrior, his future was bright. Seated in the vehicle, Initial Jing confirmed that this Zheng Yi was indeed the one she recognized. His dark eyes sparkled like stars, radiating determination. Initial Jing mused, those eyes are just as beautiful as described in the book. She nudged the car against him before making her escape. For a moment, Qin Shishao was taken aback, yet he complied with Initial Jing's directive. Zheng Yi, feeling dejected as he mounted his motorcycle and donned his helmet, suddenly sensed a collision. Had he not trained, he would have been humiliated by the impact. Turning his head, he discovered a sports car had backed into his beloved motorcycle. Before he could voice his complaint, the sports car sped away. Zheng Yi stood stunned, exclaiming, "What the hell? You dare to flee after causing an accident right under my nose. Don't think you can escape." Initial Jing glanced at the approaching motorcycle in the rearview mirror, chuckling softly. She had anticipated he would pursue her. Qin Shishao, at the wheel, also noticed the tailing figure. With a slight press of the accelerator, he could easily shake him off, yet initial Jing clearly had no intention of evading. Instead, she seemed intrigued by him. "Miss, would you like me to look into his information?" "No need. Just pull over to a secluded spot up ahead and let me out. Then you can leave." Initial Jing had no need to investigate Zheng Yi. Forging a connection with him would be beneficial. After all, building a network of contacts was a resource not to be overlooked. Qin Shishao harbored concerns for initial Jing's safety but adhered to her instructions, pulling over. "Miss, please be cautious." Initial Jing signaled him with an assuring gesture. The motorcycle stood no chance of catching up to the sports car. Zhang Yi saw the car halt in the distance, and a figure exited before swiftly vanishing from sight. "Well, that's that. I can't pursue any further." Resigned, Zhang Yi parked his motorcycle beside initial Jing. A series of frustrating events and his tumultuous mood compelled him to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet upon seeing initial Jing, he abruptly quelled his temper. Her presence was disarming, capable of overshadowing Bai Ning's infatuation with a certain literary character, and not merely her own. Anyone encountering initial Jing for the first time would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of admiration. At that moment, Zhang Yi's earlier anger dissipated, nearly causing him to forget his intentions. Initial Jing and Zhang Yi locked eyes through their helmets for a full minute before he finally reacted. Pushing his visor up to reveal half of his face, "I apologize, miss, but you are suspected of causing a traffic accident and fleeing the scene. Please accompany me for an investigation." Unfazed, initial Jing smiled lightly. "Shouldn't you first present your identification when making such an accusation?" Zhang Yi found himself at a loss for words. Due to his suspension, all his belongings had been confiscated, leaving him without his police badge. "The incident you mentioned must refer to the earlier collision, correct?" Initial Jing inquired while inspecting the back of Zhang Yi's motorcycle. There were no signs of damage whatsoever. This minor dispute should be resolved privately, don't you think? She then produced her phone. "Here's my QR code. Add me as a friend, and I'll transfer the compensation to you." Zhang Yi hesitated. Civil disputes could be settled with compensation, but he felt an inexplicable discomfort. "If you prefer, I could even gift you a car." Zhang Yi thought, "Damn, I've encountered a genuine heiress. This isn't merely about compensation, miss. You clearly intended to bump into me just now." Zhang Yi asserted with conviction. "Indeed, that was my intention." Zhang Yi was taken aback. Her bluntness left him momentarily speechless. "Moreover, I was intentionally waiting for you. I believe you understand the purpose of that." Chu Jing waved the QR code on her phone. Zhang Yi pressed his lips together and, with a sharp motion, set down his goggles, concealing his face, which had flushed crimson from embarrassment. "I have a strong will and do not rely on others. I am certainly not the type to wish for an easier 30 years. After declaring this, he hastily mounted his bicycle and rode away. However, after covering a distance of 100 meters, Zhang Yi regained his composure. A nagging intuition suggesting that something was amiss, he swiftly turned back and, upon seeing Chu Jing still standing there, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Pulling up beside her once more, this time he removed his helmet. Revealing his handsome visage, "Have you encountered some trouble? Although I cannot show you my credentials at the moment, you need not doubt my identity. My name is Zhang Yi. Should you feel threatened, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Zhang Yi proactively presented his business card. His damned sense of justice would not allow him to overlook any detail. Chu Jing was well aware that he would not have departed so decisively. "I am indeed facing a significant threat, a threat from the apocalypse. The countdown to the end of the world is 15 days, Mr. Zhang. This way, please." Qin Shishao personally guided Zhang Yi upon his arrival. Upon witnessing the opulent estate, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of discomfort. To be frank, relying on others seems rather appealing. He began to question his instincts. What kind of threat could such a young lady possibly face? With her chauffeur and bodyguards, did she truly require his assistance? Upon reaching the shooting range that had been prepared, Zhang Yi spotted Chu Jing diligently training alongside a coach, with a daily salary in the 5-figure range. The shooting instructor had closed his establishment to focus solely on training Chu Jing. Additionally, a training facility had been quickly erected at Chu Jing's home. Chu Jing glanced at Zhang Yi and said, "You've arrived quite swiftly. Would you like to join me for practice? This is my specially hired shooting coach. This gentleman also here to train in shooting. If you're a novice, I can teach you from the very beginning. Miss Chu learns very quickly." The coach felt that his salary might soon increase. Zheng Yi cast him a silent glance before stepping beside Chu Jing, shooting 5 consecutive rounds at the target, each shot hitting the bullseye. Back in school, I always ranked first in shooting. I may not need your instruction. The Shooting Coach. Chapter 7, Space. Chu Jing observed this scene, simultaneously confirming a fact. The awakening of one's abilities is closely tied to their inherent talents. The more proficient one is at a skill, the more likely they are to awaken powers in that area. It seems necessary to seek out talented individuals and nurture them into superhumans ahead of time. If Miss Chu is interested in shooting, you might as well consult me. I should have a better understanding of this than the club's coach. The coach's expression darkened. Who was this insolent brat trying to encroach on his territory? My apologies, coach, but Officer Zheng and I have matters to discuss. Let us conclude the training here. Coach, I take my leave. I cannot contend with you. What sort of threat has Miss Chu encountered? Has someone sent you a threatening letter? Or have you been intimidated in some manner? Or received something dangerous? Before Chu Jing could respond, Qin Shixiao's expression shifted. Miss, you have been threatened. Is this the reason behind your recent unusual shopping habits? To be frank, my life is still quite normal. However, in 2 weeks, there will be significant upheaval, and I wish to prepare in advance. Zheng Yi felt somewhat bewildered. Qin Shixiao's demeanor grew increasingly serious. Perhaps he had underestimated the situation. The countdown to the apocalypse is now 14 days. Qin Shixiao meticulously reviewed all the items prepared by the young lady over the past few days. After re-examining them, he finally understood Chu Jing's intentions. It was not merely impulsive stockpiling. She was preparing supplies for survival. But why would the young lady need to prepare for survival? Whatever Chu Jing undertakes, he would support unconditionally. Thus, Qin Shixiao was not curious about her reasons for stockpiling. But if it pertained to her safety, he had to approach it with utmost seriousness. He turned his gaze to Chu Jing, who was engaged in a video call with Bai Ning, her spirits evidently high. Why do you seem to have lost weight? Haven't you been eating well lately? Chu Jing touched her face. Really? I don't think so. Look at how sumptuous the meals Uncle Xiong prepares for me. I eat quite well every day. Next time we meet, I'll have him make your favorite buckwheat noodles. All right, I shall look forward to mooching off your meals. The other day, I saw a necklace that would suit you perfectly, so I sent it your way. It should have arrived by now. Put it on and let me admire your stunning beauty. A necklace. Chu Jing blinked and then turned to Qin Shixiao for confirmation. He quickly retrieved a delicate package. Chu Jing tapped her collarbone, urging him to adorn her with it. Aware of how much the young lady cherished gifts from Bai Ning, Qin Shixiao donned gloves before placing the necklace around her neck. It was a refined silver necklace adorned with a glistening blue sapphire, accentuating her fair and luminous skin. Compared to the ostentatious gemstone necklaces Chu Jing usually wore, this one was far more understated yet perfectly aligned with her taste. As it was lightweight and comfortable to wear. Most importantly, it was a gift from Bai Ning. I knew it would look beautiful on you. I haven't seen you wear jewelry lately. Are you facing some troubling matters? There's nothing troubling me. My only concern is that I cannot enjoy meals and drinks with you. In her heart, Chu Jing counted the days, eagerly awaiting the moment she could reunite with her dear friend. After ending the call, she carefully removed the necklace and placed it back in its box. Lately, she had been running about and needed to ensure it was safe in her room. Qin Shixiao seized this opportunity to delve deeper into Chu Jing's thoughts. Is there something that makes you feel uneasy? The items you prepared seem to be for disaster prevention. Chu Jing set down her spoon, gazing intently at him. If someone were to say that the apocalypse is imminent, would you believe it? I would not, Qin Shixiao replied decisively, as he placed greater faith in science. After a moment, he added, but if it were you saying so, I would believe it. The countdown to the apocalypse is now 13 days. Several weeks prior, Chu Jing had asked Qin Shixiao to find future space abilities users. Today, she finally received news. Moreover, she had unearthed 2 individuals in one go. With 2 space abilities users, if even one could accompany her through the trials of the apocalypse, the experience would be remarkably comfortable. For now, these 2 were located within the same province. No further information had emerged yet. Qin Shixiao was somewhat dissatisfied with this outcome, but seeing Chu Jing's urgency, he decided to report it promptly. As she opened the documents Qin Shixiao had compiled, Chu Jing's heart raced with excitement. Space abilities users were exceedingly rare. Although their powers varied, even a space the size of a room could offer immense convenience. She was curious about the identities of the 2 individuals found. The document detailed names, ages, current living situations, and even recent photographs. Upon seeing the faces of the two individuals, Chu Jing couldn't help but slam her hand on the table. Rising with exhilaration. Zhe Xiaomi and Ku. What does this mean? Qin Shixiao was left bewildered by her reaction. Was this fortunate or unfortunate? Perhaps it leaned more towards the fortunate side. Fortunately, these two were the most formidable space abilities users after the apocalypse. Unfortunately, they were sworn enemies, destined to clash upon meeting. One was a righteous figure, Bai Ning's adorable sidekick, while the other was a remorseless, cold-blooded antagonist. Zhe Xiaomi, whose real name was Xia Xiaomi, possessed the unique ability to steal, capable of pilfering items from others and storing them in her space, even from within the opponent's domain. Thanks to this power, she had aided Bai Ning on numerous occasions, and each time Chu Jing witnessed the fruits of the antagonist's labor being snatched away by Zhe Xiaomi, she felt a thrill of satisfaction. Zhe Xiaomi was audacious in her theft, and with Bai Ning's protection, she had become a beloved character in the narrative over time. The individual most frequently robbed by her was Ku. Ku, whose real name was Xie Chongqing, was humorously dubbed the Little Bank due to his space abilities. Items stored in his space would grow with time. Place a bottle of water inside, and it would become 2 bottles after a week. Each time Ku encountered Zhe Xiaomi, she would steal half of his supplies, rendering him her personal ATM. Thus, whenever Zhe Xiaomi made an appearance, the comments would swarm. Did Zhe Xiaomi go shopping at Ku's today? With these two space abilities users, there was no need to consider anyone else. Chu Jing could hardly contain her joy. Prepare yourselves, we shall set off today to meet them. If these two individuals could live their own lives. Chu Jing would smile in her dreams. Chapter 8. Sponsorship. The countdown to the apocalypse, 12 days. The driver drove through the night, taking Chu Jing out of the city to find someone. It was merely a few hours' journey on the highway. Xia Mi and Xie Chongqing were both students. The universal law remained the same. The more miserable the beginning, the stronger the outcome, a phenomenon commonly referred to as darkening. The space thief, Xiaomi, studied at a prestigious private school in the first year of middle school. Coming from a single-parent family with limited means, she was fortunate to attend this elite institution because her father worked as a janitor there. However, due to her background, she was frequently bullied and ostracized by her privileged classmates and faced abuse from her father at home, resulting in an exceedingly difficult life. Xie Chongqing's situation was even more dire. Both of his parents were long gone, and his guardian was an alcoholic uncle with violent tendencies. After helping his aunt and younger sister escape, he bore even greater suffering. It wasn't until high school, when he chose to board, distancing himself from his uncle, that life improved slightly. However, after his uncle cut off his allowance, he had to fend for himself financially. Chu Jing's first target was Xiaomi, not only because she was part of the main character group, but also due to the substantial investment Chu Jing had previously made in the school, making it easier to locate her. Upon learning of her arrival, the school even organized a welcoming event. Among the students, particularly the girls, Chu Jing was regarded as a radiant idol. "I want to become like her one day," was the most frequently heard remark after Chu Jing entered the campus. This elite school also practiced closed management with dormitory accommodations, 4 students per room, bunk beds with desks beneath, private bathrooms, and even a small lounge, providing ample recreational space. Chu Jing effortlessly found Xiaomi's dormitory, timing her visit during the afternoon nap when all the girls were present. "Miss Chu, please come in," exclaimed the girl who opened the door, clearly agitated, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on Chu Jing. Chu Jing scanned the surroundings but did not see Xiaomi. "Are there only the 3 of you?" "Yes, just us." One girl boldly chimed in, quickly introducing herself. "My mother runs a clothing company, and this brand I'm wearing. Miss Chu has even bought our winter collection." Chu Jing couldn't recall purchasing anything from them and paid little heed to the girl's words. Confirming the absence of any signs of a 4th person and glancing at the door marked with Xiaomi's name, she understood instantly. This was a common occurrence in every school. Chu Jing's demeanor towards the glamorous young girls was decidedly aloof. "Where does Xiaomi reside?" Upon mentioning Xiaomi, all the girls scoffed, as if encountering a plague. "She doesn't deserve to stay in our dorm. She's always filthy. Who knows if she carries some contagious disease? Just being within a meter of her makes it hard to breathe. Last time, I saw her rummaging through a trash can. It disgusted me. I'm genuinely afraid she'll bring back something unclean. The dorm supervisor insists she stay in that small room over there. She isn't one of us." Learning of Xiaomi's living situation, Chu Jing didn't waste time with these girls and proceeded directly to Xiaomi's room. Her room was merely a storage closet, typically filled with the supervisor's cleaning supplies. As Chu Jing arrived, the supervisor was berating Xiami. "You're still eating? The stench of instant noodles is overwhelming. Hurry up and air out that smell. Then clean the hallway before afternoon classes. Don't think about slacking off, or I'll inform your father and let him teach you a proper lesson." "Please don't tell my father," Xiami pleaded, quickly putting down her instant noodles, wiping her mouth, and grabbing a mop to head outside. Upon raising her head, she spotted Chu Jing standing at the door. The supervisor, clearly taken aback by the unexpected visitor, recognized Chu Jing and quickly approached with a smile, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiami. "Miss Chu, what brings you here? Are you here to tour the dorm? This is just a storage room. It's a mess. Let me take you somewhere else." Chu Jing ignored her and gestured towards the frail Xiami. "Xiaomi, I'm here for you." Before the apocalypse, Xiami had been under constant pressure from her father. Living in an elite school where even the most trivial items commanded high prices, many sought to exploit this, including the dorm supervisor, as long as they remained somewhat discreet. Xiami's father was aware of this crooked path and forced her to steal. If she failed to bring anything back, he would incessantly berate her. Xiami, unwilling to comply, resorted to scavenging through trash cans in hopes of finding something of value. Each time her father saw her return with a collection of scraps, he would scold her for her lack of discernment, claiming she never brought back anything valuable. Subsequently, the dorm supervisor threatened Xiami, stating that if she didn't help with chores, she would inform her father about her rummaging. Amidst the chaos of the post-apocalyptic world, Xiami wandered alone, and in that desperate situation, she awakened her space purloining abilities. During her first appearance, she used her powers to steal instant noodles from someone, only to be caught, and the person attempted to chop her hand off. Bai Ning saved her, recognizing in her eyes the same look Chu Jing had before her demise. Unable to save her then, Bai Ning was determined to rescue her this time, and thus she acquired a petite backpack, becoming one of the most cunning space manipulators. As her abilities evolved, she could retrieve anything, regardless of how many locks adorned a room. In the dining hall, Chu Jing ordered a meal for Xiami: 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, white rice, a fruit platter, and hot milk. The meals in the kitchen were exorbitantly priced, which was why Xiami often resorted to instant noodles. "No need to be polite, enjoy your meal." Xiami, somewhat apprehensive, sat across from her. Her stomach audibly protested, and only after receiving Chu Jing's permission did she begin to eat heartily. Though she didn't know Chu Jing, she stole glances at her. She had once thought such a person would never intersect with her life, yet here they sat so closely. "Miss, did you seek me for something?" she asked, wondering if this seemingly gentle older sister would treat her the same way others had. "I am Chu Jing. Xiaomi, I wish to become your benefactor." "Benefactor? What does that mean?" "I will provide you with all the assistance you need in your daily life, fulfilling all your requirements, academic support, living expenses, daily expenditures, even family matters can be discussed with me. I can help you solve any problem, and if you wish, you can consider me your older sister." "Why do you want to help me?" Xiami asked, nervously clutching the corner of her uniform. "Because I believe that in the future, you will be able to help me as well." Chapter 9, Tutoring. Countdown to the Apocalypse, 11 days. Xiami's mind was consumed with Chu Jing's words, which felt dreamlike, leaving her buoyant, as if she were floating on clouds. However, upon facing bullying from the supervisor again, being ostracized by CL, Chu Jing is currently unable to take Xiaomai directly away, as she has left behind a few individuals specifically tasked with assisting Xiaomai in resolving the trouble surrounding her, thereby fostering a bond of trust between them. All the classmates who had bullied her at school are required to publicly apologize. The sordid actions of the dormitory supervisor have also been exposed, leading to her immediate dismissal, making it difficult for her to find employment elsewhere. As for Xiaomai's father, upon learning that his daughter had caught the attention of a prominent young lady, he audaciously demanded 2 million from Chu Jing, insisting on this sum before he would relinquish his daughter. Chu Jing, without engaging in further debate, acquiesced to his demands, recognizing that while life may be valued, it does not guarantee the luxury of spending it freely. Meanwhile, someone inadvertently revealed this matter to Xiaomai, who, after a brief moment of sadness, resolved to strengthen her determination even further. With only 10 days remaining until the apocalypse, Chu Jing hurriedly arrived at the town where the library was located. It was a town that had not seen much development, yet he attended the finest high school there, ranking among the top in the city, facing the imminent challenge of the college entrance examination as a senior. With his exceptional grades, he could easily gain admission to a prestigious university. However, the coming apocalypse threatened to arrive even sooner than the exams. While waiting at the school gate, Chu Jing felt a twinge of anxiety. He was acutely aware that this individual was not to be trifled with, cold and unyielding, always wearing a smile that never reached his eyes, leaving a chill in its wake. Those squinted eyes were reminiscent of monsters, hinting at the numerous hardships he had endured, which had darkened his soul. At the school entrance, there was a roll of honor for the senior students, with Xia Chongqing firmly holding the top spot. After glancing at his smiling photograph, Chu Jing steeled himself. Xia Chongqing resided at the school, rarely leaving except on weekends. He juggled several part-time jobs, selling milk tea at a shop by the school during the day and organizing books at a bookstore in the evening. Truly working tirelessly. Indeed, the vigor of youth was palpable. Chu Jing could hardly fathom maintaining such a rigorous schedule of sleeping little and rising early. The milk tea shop was bustling with business, and all the employees wore masks, making it difficult for Chu Jing to discern which one was Xia Chongqing. Each young staff member radiated cheerfulness, completely contradicting Chu Jing's preconceived notion of a dark persona. After ordering a beverage, Chu Jing quietly settled into a corner of the shop, occasionally catching furtive glances from passing patrons. The bolder ones even approached her to ask for her contact information, but she politely declined each time. If someone proved particularly persistent, she would simply order them a cup of milk tea, implying, "Please, just be quiet." Her gaze remained fixed on the busy employees until the peak hours subsided and they prepared to change shifts. Only then did Chu Jing rise, brushing off her skirt, and approached one individual. Among all the employees, only Xia Chongqing bore faint scars on his arm, marking a past that was far from idyllic. Just as he removed his mask to end his shift, he found himself face-to-face with Chu Jing, uncertain whether to remove his apron. What followed was a revelation that shattered her previous perceptions. Xia Chongqing beamed at her, revealing two adorable little canine teeth, and even the small mole at the corner of his mouth exuded charm. "Would you like another drink, miss? I can make it for you." Chu Jing was momentarily speechless. Was this truly the cold-hearted individual she had envisioned? How could he possess such an endearing quality? It was said that one need not fear a villain's malice, but rather their good looks, especially when they appeared so innocent. Indeed, the apocalypse had wrought immeasurable suffering upon humanity, transforming a promising young man into something unrecognizable. "I won't have another drink. I have something to discuss with you," she stated. Amidst a chorus of teasing remarks, Xia Chongqing reluctantly followed her, his ears turning a shade of crimson. Once they reached a secluded alley away from prying eyes, he took the initiative to speak. "If you have something to say, feel free. I still need to head to the bookstore." Chu Jing looked up at him. "I came seeking you out." Xia Chongqing, she continued, has achieved perfect scores in 2 of the city's 3 joint examinations for science and has topped the humanities once. "I have a younger sister who is in the 1st year of junior high and is about to drop out to self-study at home. I am looking for a private tutor for all subjects. Would you be interested?" Xia Chongqing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she sought him for such a reason. Tutoring was indeed more appealing than his current part-time jobs. "What are the location, schedule, and pay?" he inquired. "Though the location is somewhat distant, I can arrange for your transportation. As for the timing, my sister can study at home whenever she likes, and online sessions are also an option. Regarding pay, I will offer you the same hourly rate as my previous teachers, 1,000 per hour. How does that sound? 1,000 per hour? Xia Chongqing repeated in disbelief. Chu Jing confirmed, indeed, 1,000 per hour. We can start with a trial lesson. With 9 days remaining until the apocalypse, Chu Jing opted to rest for a day at a hotel, video calling Xia Chongqing on her laptop. He was currently teaching the notoriously challenging topic of functions, utilizing equipment she had hastily provided, resulting in only half of his face being visible, as he explained. His little canine teeth occasionally peeked through, and his genuine smiles radiated warmth, revealing him to be a remarkably cheerful individual. Yet, life had subsequently worn him down, transforming him into a starkly different person. The literature detailing his unfortunate past could be summarized in a single line. The world had never shown him an ounce of kindness. Such sparse words encapsulated all his misfortunes. Chapter 10. The Taoist. With 8 days left until the apocalypse, Chu Jing had already finalized the arrangements for Xiaomai's tutoring with Xia Chongqing. Although the end times were upon them, Xiaomai could not afford to halt her education, as some foundational knowledge was crucial at her age. However, survival skills were even more paramount. Chu Jing diligently compiled all available learning materials. If cultural education were to be obliterated overnight, the knowledge amassed by previous generations would become the hope for future generations to rebuild their lives. Xiaomai had already left school and moved in beside Chu Jing, and witnessing Chu Jing's way of life inspired her to quietly hone her own skills. Hoping not to disappoint Chu Jing in the future, each evening, she would study alongside her new tutor, Xie Changqing, completing the assignments he assigned, then self-studying during the day and returning for explanations at night. Observing this scene, Chu Jing felt a sense of surrealism. Two individuals who would have never coexisted harmoniously were now united in such a peaceful manner, and it was indeed rather absurd. With 7 days remaining until the apocalypse, Chu Jing had completed an inventory of all her supplies, totaling over 100 billion in value, enough to sustain thousands for over a century. As the apocalypse approached, as long as either Xiaomai or Xie Changqing awakened their powers within their shared space, they could transfer resources there. However, until genuine trust was established, she was reluctant to entrust her possessions to them, for trust was a rare commodity in the aftermath of the end times. Fortunately, both Xiaomai and Xie Changqing were still untainted blossoms of the nation, untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse, and with proper guidance, they would not stray from the right path. In the final week, Chu Jing selected one of the residences for inspection. This would be the first home she shared with Bailing after the apocalypse. It was a standalone villa, surrounded by an electrified fence to deter intruders, and equipped with a body temperature monitoring system capable of detecting any viral infections instantly. The electrical and water supply systems had been modified to ensure that even in the event of outages outside, their home would remain unaffected. The hidden reserves within were abundant. The basement and a dedicated warehouse contained enough supplies to last them worry-free for a decade. Such locations numbered no fewer than 10. These 2 rooms are for me and Bailing. Qin, you may choose one for yourself. I will follow the young lady's arrangements. Then you shall reside next door to me. Your presence offers me peace of mind. The 2 rooms downstairs are designated for Xiaomai and Xie Changqing to facilitate their studies, while this room is reserved for Uncle Xiong. If Zheng Yi is also present, he may occupy that room. The rest, you can allocate as you see fit. Chu Jing, with an eye towards their future existence, was intentionally cultivating closer relationships with several individuals. Apart from the enigmatic Xie Changqing, both Xiaomai and Zheng Yi were trustworthy companions. For added security, Chu Jing selected several reliable bodyguards and drivers, with Qin Shishao secretly training them to provide additional protection post-apocalypse. After confirming that everything was in order at their future residence, Chu Jing returned the way she came, only to encounter an unexpected visitor along the way. Initially drowsy in the passenger seat, Chu Jing was jolted awake by a sudden jolt of the vehicle. "Are you all right, miss?" Qin Shishao quickly turned to assess her condition. "I'm fine. What is happening?" "Someone is blocking the car," he replied, casting a displeased glance at the woman obstructing their path. Her long hair was pinned up, and it was only when he looked up that he realized this was, in fact, a man. Chu Jing furrowed her brow, pondering who would dare to be so bold as to halt a vehicle on a busy road. Could this be a case of attempted fraud? Even if she were to feign an accident, she remained unperturbed, for within the vehicle lay a dashcam that would assign full responsibility to the other party. As the window rolled down, Chu Jing was about to lean out when a figure rushed towards her with great urgency. Before she could utter a word, he hastily leaned beside the window, his previously drowsy visage suddenly appearing alert. With merely 7 days remaining in this extraordinary period, Chu Jing found herself particularly attuned to numbers. Counting the days with her fingers, upon hearing 7 days, she felt a tension grip her body, her expression turning grave. "What do you mean by 7 days? Fortunately, I have found you," he replied, and abruptly tilted his head. Resting against the car window, drifting into slumber, Chu Jing mused, "Is it possible to sleep in such a manner? Miss, should we call the police?" "No need. Just pull him inside the car and take him back." With a resigned sigh, Qin Shishao exited the vehicle, hoisting the man inside and carelessly depositing him onto the seat. Chu Jing glanced back at the man sprawled in the rear, that moment. A thought struck her. "Qin, check if he has a peachwood talisman hanging around his neck." Qin Shishao inspected. There is indeed a wooden token suspended by a red cord, as expected. Chu Jing chuckled softly. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to observe him once more. It truly was him. In the original text, there had been a Taoist character who, prior to the apocalypse, had predicted its arrival and sought out Bai Ning to offer a warning. This foresight was a primary reason for her swift adaptation to the new world. Later, this Taoist made a grand reappearance, capable of controlling zombies with mere talismans, which was nothing short of astonishing. Regrettably, during a crackdown on online literature, all characters associated with superstitions were mandated to be removed. The author, with a heavy heart, deleted a staggering 100,000 words of content featuring him, causing the character to gradually fade from memory. Yet, being forgotten does not imply non-existence. What was his name again? It seems to be Xinyu Jushi. With 6 days remaining until the end, the unknown Taoist had finally caught up on much-needed rest after sleeping for 18 hours. Awake. Chu Jing stirred her coffee milk, gazing at the freshly awakened man on the bed with a smile in her eyes. I am Chu Jing. After you blocked my car yesterday, you fell asleep on it. It would not have been right to leave you on the street, so I brought you to my home. Yunqi, a humble Taoist, you may also call me Xinyu Jushi, whichever you prefer. Taoist Xinyu. What did you mean by 7 days yesterday? Yunqi's lips twitched at this unconventional address. There was a hint of respect, though not excessive. He found his peachwood hairpin, expertly arranged his hair, and looked solemnly at Chu Jing as he replied, There are 6 days remaining. He glanced at Chu Jing. He suddenly appeared startled. Something was amiss. He quickly sat at the edge of the bed, scrutinizing her with intense focus. Something felt profoundly wrong. It was as if he had mistaken her for someone else. The features of the person before him resembled those of a short-lived soul. Before Chu Jing could react, he seized her right hand, laying it flat to examine the palm lines. Yunqi was utterly astonished. How could a person's hand and face bear no resemblance to one another? Chu Jing exerted some effort to withdraw her hand. What is it, Taoist? Have you seen a ghost? Yunqi remained silent. Finding it even more terrifying than encountering a ghost, he closed his eyes and calculated, confirming he had not mistaken her. Rather, he had discovered someone even more significant. Chapter 11. The conclusion with 5 days left until the end. It was undeniable that Yunqi possessed genuine abilities. Chu Jing posed several inquiries, and his demeanor suggested he truly could divine the future. However, when it came to discussing what lay ahead, he revealed little. Perhaps out of caution, fearing to divulge too much, he merely cautioned Chu Jing repeatedly, a great calamity will strike in 5 days. Miss Chu should prepare more food, I understand. Miss Chu should gather additional necessities. I comprehend. Miss Chu should acquire some self-defense items. I grasp that. Could you lend me some money? Chu Jing regarded him with confusion. Yunqi felt somewhat flustered under her gaze, yet he found himself without alternatives. He had discovered that navigating this world without funds was nearly impossible. The sum he required was rather considerable, but rest assured, even if I cannot repay you now, I will surely repay you with blood and sweat in the future. How much? Chu Jing speculated he was preparing to gather supplies, though she was unsure of his intentions. Recently, she had preemptively acquired all available provisions in the city, and the supply chain had yet to return to its former pace, making it difficult for others to purchase even if they had the funds. Yunqi timidly extended a single finger. 10,000? Yunqi quickly shook his head. 100,000? Yunqi paused, then shook his head again. 1 million? Yunqi remained silent, completely frozen. Could it be 10 million? Such a large sum would require a bank, tell Qin, and he will take you there. No. Yunqi managed to utter, just 1,000, 1,000 will suffice. 1,000 would allow him to purchase numerous talismans. Had prices really escalated so dramatically outside after such a long period of seclusion? Chu Jing acknowledged. For days remain until the apocalypse. She began to disband her household staff, most of whom were reluctant to leave, pleading with her to allow them to stay. Not wishing to complicate matters or maintain such a large number of people, she provided each with a severance of 200,000 yuan. Upon receiving their compensation, they expressed no grievances. For those who had worked in her household for an extended period, she additionally sent several packages of essential supplies to their families, not much, but in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It would sustain them for a month. After that, they would need to fend for themselves. Chu Jing offered no further words, leaving them with a simple farewell. Until we meet again. The changes wrought by the apocalypse were profound, and none could predict what future encounters might hold. The likelihood remained that they may never see each other again. In the once bustling estate, only a few individuals remained. After wandering about her home, Chu Jing realized that upon her departure, it would be challenging to return. This place would soon transform into a refuge, though though who would manage it remained uncertain. Having lived here herself, she hoped for someone capable to oversee it. So she left some messages in discreet locations within the estate, along with hidden supplies. As she passed through the garden, she stumbled upon a pure black puppy nestled in the grass. Chu Jing had never owned a dog. Her childhood companion had passed away, leaving her devastated and necessitating a 2-month hospital stay to recuperate. Since then, they had not taken in another pet. This little puppy was likely abandoned by the staff during their departure. At 3 months old, survival in the post-apocalyptic world would be arduous. Having spotted it, she deemed it fate and decided to adopt the puppy, as she could easily provide for it. She even bestowed upon it a name, Xiaomo. 3 days until the apocalypse. The previously scheduled robust animals were now in place, and experienced caretakers had been selected to remain. They had been sent to the newly constructed site, unaware of the luxury of this farm. The animals enjoyed accommodations superior to those of humans, complete with air conditioning, individual rooms, and pre-arranged meals, truly a treatment befitting national treasures. Though the environment felt somewhat stifling due to the closed management. The high wages and all-inclusive benefits left little room for complaint. Wise individuals understood that some questions were best left unasked. 2 days until the apocalypse. Chu Jing ceased her extensive procurement of supplies, storing all provisions in various hidden warehouses, preparing for what lay ahead. Supermarkets began to restore their supplies, and while people rejoiced, they remained oblivious to the encroaching danger. Nonetheless, this recent scarcity of food had instilled in them the wisdom of stockpiling. 1 day until the apocalypse. Chu Jing welcomed Xia Chongqing into her fold and contacted Zhang Yi in advance, inviting everyone to a pre-arranged gathering at a prepared residence. Qin Shixiao, Zhang Yi, Xia Xiaomi, Xia Chongqing, Yun Qi, Chef Xiong Shu, along with several bodyguards and maids, all took refuge within the house. With all preparations complete, Chu Jing dialed Bai Ning's number. After a month of planning, she could finally bring her precious girl to enjoy the comforts she had arranged. Ning, are you still busy today? Just finished. The competition wrapped up today, and I'll be back tomorrow. I'll make it a priority to find you. Tomorrow feels too far away. I wish to see you now. Luckily, I am not far from you. Shall I drive over to fetch you? A sparkle lit up Chu Jing's eyes, her excitement radiating through the screen to Bai Ning. There's no need for such trouble. Rest at home, and I assure you I will be there to wake you up first thing in the morning. Not troublesome at all. I am truly very close. Just over an hour's drive. And I'll arrive. Bai Ning, unable to resist Chu Jing's insistence, ultimately acquiesced to having Chu Jing come to fetch her. She believed that Qin Shixiao would certainly not allow Chu Jing to embark on this journey alone, so she harbored no great concerns. Even Qin Shixiao himself assumed he would accompany Chu Jing, and thus, when she turned him down, he felt a profound sadness that he could not articulate. I can manage on my own. You all should refrain from venturing outside and wait for me here. Miss, please allow me to accompany you, Qin Shixiao implored, unwilling to let Chu Jing depart alone. No need for that. Today is a significant day. I wish to spend it alone with Ning. It's akin to New Year's Eve. Tomorrow marks the dawn of a new era in this apocalyptic world. Such a momentous occasion must be shared with Bai Ning. Qin Shixiao lowered his gaze, his expression dimming, as he found himself somewhat envious of Bai Xiaojia. Although there are many people around, I trust only you. Please wait for me at home. Having conveyed his instructions, Chu Jing swiftly entered the vehicle. Qin Shixiao watched her leave, casting a heavy glance at the house behind him before retreating into the room. He passed by Xia Chongqing, who was engrossed in his studies, Xia Xiaomi diligently working on her assignments, and Zhang Yi, who was throwing darts, before finally reaching Yun Qi, who was playing with a dog. What will transpire tomorrow? Yun Qi gently patted Xiaomo's head and replied, It is both an end and a beginning. Chapter 12. The dawn of a new era in the apocalypse. Upon receiving word from Chu Jing, Bai Ning had already prepared her belongings and arrived at a recognizable location to await her. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the wind tonight felt unusually cold, instilling a sense of foreboding. It was only as she saw Chu Jing drawing nearer that this unease somewhat subsided, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Chu Jing was the sole person she truly cared about. Suddenly, an unexpected weight settled upon her shoulders, causing Bai Ning's smile to falter as she cast an annoyed glance at the extra coat draped over her. I detest those who lack a sense of boundaries. Why are you in such a hurry, Ning? It's already past 10, and it's pitch dark. Can't you wait until tomorrow morning? Traveling in the morning would be much more convenient, and no need. Bai Ning shed the coat and disdainfully tossed it back to him. Take your coat. I'm not cold and I see you've been standing here for a while. Who's coming to fetch you? Bai Ning remained silent. It was of no concern to him. For a girl to be left waiting outside? That person likely hasn't considered your well-being. My car is just ahead. Why not wait in it? It will be warmer inside, which is certainly better than standing out here in the cold wind. He reached out to drape the coat over her shoulders once more, attempting to guide Bai Ning along with him. This time, Bai Ning did not resist, as a distant SUV came barreling toward them. The sudden screech of brakes startled him, causing him to stumble back a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. Bai Ning, however, remained perfectly composed, even looking forward to it. Chu Jing exited the vehicle and hurried over. Throwing herself into Bai Ning's embrace, I missed you so much. Whose coat is this? Chu Jing noticed the coat on Bai Ning and immediately comprehended the situation upon glancing at the man beside her. She promptly grasped the coat and tossed it aside. It smells like cedar. I dislike it. Get it away from me. Throw it out. Bai Ning understood her meaning and chuckled. The man beside them sniffed his coat in confusion. Where is the cedar smell? Chu Jing innocently blinked and earnestly explained. The cedar smell is akin to that of a 2B pencil. Haven't you smelled it before? I see. Perhaps I've been exposed to it too often to notice. After a moment's contemplation, he realized Chu Jing was indirectly criticizing him. You? What of it? What status do you have to dare flirt with our Ning Ning? Chu Jing shot him a disdainful glance and quickly took Bai Ning's hand, urging, let's hurry. Thus, she successfully thwarted an unwanted suitor. On the return journey, Bai Ning took the wheel, surprised that Chu Jing had come alone. Ning Ning, if we were to reside in a grand house, without a care for food or drink, simply lounging at home forever without stepping outside, would you find that acceptable? I would certainly enjoy living with you, but remaining indoors indefinitely seems unlikely. You know me. I cannot stay cooped up at home. Bai Ning smiled lightly. Chu Jing understood. Bai Ning was dedicated to her career, and even a single idle day made her feel restless. I could take care of you. This was indeed not an empty promise. With ample food, drink, and all her needs met, Bai Ning could live without a worry. Then I must work even harder, or I won't be worthy of my precious Bai Ning. Chu Jing sighed silently. She knew she could not persuade Bai Ning to remain idle. Perhaps it was an immutable fate. Yet, Bai Ning was the protagonist, blessed with a powerful aura, so Chu Jing need not overly concern herself with her safety. Qin Shi Shao, having not seen Chu Jing return, remained at the door, and as the clock struck midnight, he finally spotted the returning vehicle. His anxious heart eased. As he opened the door, he noticed that a light drizzle had begun to fall. Qin Shi Shao, deep in thought, retrieved the special umbrella he had prepared a fortnight in advance and stepped outside to greet Chu Jing. Acid rain, following the sweltering heat, heralds the spread of viruses and the impending onslaught of zombies. The apocalypse has truly arrived. As they neared the vehicle, Chu Jing firmly grasped Bai Ning's hand and declared with conviction, Ning Ning, I will always be by your side from now on. Very well. It's a promise. Bai Ning could not envision what her life would be like without Chu Jing. Would she revert to her former dreary existence? Or perhaps face an even darker fate? Qin Shi Shao held an umbrella over Chu Jing as they swiftly entered the house, where the lights in the hall still shone brightly. Zheng Yi had long since retired to his room, while Xia Xiaomi, at an age of growth, had also gone to rest early in the hall. Only the wide-awake Yun Qi and the studious Xie Chongqing remained. Bai Ning was taken aback to find so many unfamiliar faces in the house, and judging by their demeanor, it seemed their relationships with Chu Jing were far from simple, especially that of the young man. Upon seeing Chu Jing return, Xie Chongqing immediately donned a cheerful expression. Sister, you have finally returned. Who is this young lady? Bai Ning's brows twitched. The distinction between sister and young lady was stark, suggesting a closer bond than one might expect. Such possessiveness was unmistakable. Bai Ning, she introduced herself willingly. Treat her the same way you treat me, Chu Jing interjected. This is Xie Chongqing, my underage little brother. And Yun Qi, the slacker Taoist. Xie Chongqing emphasized, Sister, I am not a child. I will reach the legal age in 2 months. Yun Qi helplessly corrected, he is Xian Yu, the scholard. He observed Bai Ning's features closely, arriving at a conclusion that brought him great comfort. As he relaxed, the fatigue that had long been suppressed suddenly overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the floor, sleeping soundly. Bai Ning. What is this? Chu Jing seemed unperturbed, explaining that Yunqi had a tendency to fall asleep anywhere. He's just asleep. There are still 2 more people you haven't met, 1 younger sister and 1 police officer. You'll meet them tomorrow morning. Let's head upstairs. Qin Shishao, noticing that Chu Jing had much to say, promptly called for Xie Chongqing to assist with Yunqi, so as not to disturb her conversation with Bai Ning. As they ascended the stairs, Bai Ning glanced back at Xie Chongqing. Where did you find this brother? He excels academically. I specifically sought him out as a tutor for my sister. What's wrong? Don't you like him? Chu Jing asked, slightly hesitating. Undoubtedly, Xie Chongqing's abilities were formidable post-awakening, yet he was a villain. If Bai Ning found him disagreeable and they were incompatible, Chu Jing would not force him to stay. Everything revolved around Bai Ning's feelings. No, it's just the way he looks at you. It seems as if he can't help but cling to you. I worry he might steal you away. Chu Jing laughed. How could that be? He simply lacks a sense of security. Beep, system binding him. I am the World Maintenance System number 010. You may summon me by my code. 010. The apocalypse has descended. Your current identity is that of a somewhat attractive cannon fodder. And you have 103 days remaining until your demise. Your main task is to assist the world's chosen one, Bai Ning, in successfully establishing a safe base. A deviation of 5 has been detected in the world line. Please correct it to complete your main task. In order to aid you in successfully fulfilling your main task, you will receive an item, an ability experience card. What on earth is this? Why should I listen to you? If you tell me to complete it, what if I refuse? Failure of the main task will result in your erasure. Recently, our city has witnessed a surge in patients afflicted by strong acid injuries. Residents in areas experiencing heavy rainfall are urged to exercise caution. Should you sustain any corrosive wounds, please rinse them immediately with clean water. The Huaqing Public Security Bureau has advised citizens not to panic. Chu Jing glanced at her phone. The reality was far more severe than reported. It was not only our city, but the entire world grappling with various harsh conditions. News had spread like wildfire. With chaotic images circulating across the internet, vast chasms opening in the ground, outdoor temperatures soaring to 50 degrees, sudden hailstorms of spherical ice, and buildings eroded by acid rain. Let us eat first. You need not worry about the news online. My house is sturdy. It can withstand both acid rain and hailstorms, and we have food stored in the cellar, Chu Jing reassured everyone. Today's breakfast consisted of milk toast accompanied by omelets and ham. Uncle Xiong had risen early to prepare breakfast for everyone, even for Xiaomo present. Apart from Chu Jing and Qin Shishao, were individuals who seldom had the opportunity to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Bai Ning's meals were irregular. She often skipped breakfast, and at times even lunch and dinner, yet her physical health remained robust. Such resilience was indeed befitting of a leading lady in an apocalyptic narrative, able to thrive even after missing a meal or 2. Xiaomai and Xie Chongqing experienced a feast or famine existence, stemming from their less-than-ideal family circumstances, which had deprived them of the luxury of a proper meal. Both were slender and needed to nourish themselves well. Yunqi, who practiced in the mountains, adhered to the principle of intermittent fasting, eating only when he felt the urge. He was oblivious to the concept of breakfast. Zheng Yi, on the other hand, had a routine of buns and soy milk every morning, occasionally varying the fillings. No one had ever prepared a special breakfast for him. Thus, as they savored this warm meal, even with the news flashing on the internet, they could not fully grasp the gravity of the situation. Xiaomai whispered to Xie Chongqing, and upon noticing Chu Jing's curious gaze, she shyly reiterated her previous remark. Sister, is it true that Mr. Xie can't return to school? Although he was not a school teacher, Xiaomai held a certain trepidation towards Xie Chongqing. He was particularly stern during classes, with high expectations, completely unlike his usual demeanor. Living under the same roof as a teacher always made her a bit anxious. Although the school is temporarily closed, I can still go home, Xie Chongqing replied with a light-hearted smile, as if the menacing uncle at home didn't exist at all. Had Chu Jing not been aware of his troubled past, she too might have been deceived by that radiant smile. There was no way Chu Jing could allow him to leave. Ever since their paths had crossed, she had never contemplated sending them back into the abyss, neither the bullied Xiaomai, the despairing Xie Chongqing, nor Zheng Yi, who had fallen victim to underhanded schemes. Just stay here with me. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. We do not know how long this rain will last. Indeed, Bai Ning concurred with Chu Jing. From the information circulating, it appeared that recent injuries in the hospital were all caused by corrosive wounds. The rain outside might be more severe than we anticipated. and it seemed there were no suitable medications for treating such injuries. The current precipitation had far exceeded the drainage capacity. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the city's drainage system would collapse. Fortunately, being in the suburbs, the impact on them would be less severe. Bai Ning analyzed the situation meticulously. The authorities would likely manage this, as such circumstances could easily incite chaos. For safety reasons, it would be prudent for us to refrain from venturing outdoors for some time and observe the situation. Chu Jing listened intently. Although she was already aware of these matters, hearing Bai Ning articulate them gave her an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Truly, she was the remarkable woman Chu Jing admired, her aura powerful enough to overshadow everything else. Bauer, is there anything missing at home? If so, while the situation is still manageable, I shall go out to buy it now. With everyone staying indoors, daily life will surely be affected. It's best to prepare in advance for any unforeseen events. Do not worry. I have everything ready. If you need anything, just let me know. Since I've brought you here, I will ensure your safety, Chu Jing assured, scanning the faces of the group. Zhang Yi, glancing at the news on his phone, abruptly stood up. That it seems I must go out. Duty calls. Chu Jing had anticipated Zhang Yi's restlessness, yet she remained unperturbed, and no matter how much he yearned to venture outside, the current timing rendered it impossible for him to return to the team. The plot demanded a lone officer unable to reunite with his comrades. Officer Zhang, do you have an urgent task? Due to the emergency, it appears the team is short-handed. Miss Chu, could I borrow your vehicle? He had not even arrived on his motorcycle, and in such weather, riding one was out of the question. What was more exasperating was that, despite the severity of the situation, his superior still forbade him from rejoining the team. Before Chu Jing could respond, Yunqi quietly raised his head. Give up? You cannot go out today. Why can't I go out? That's absurd, Zhang Yi exclaimed. Don't use your mystical reasoning on me. I believe in science. Very well, then come and see, Yunqi said, pulling out a piece of yellow paper and leading Zhang Yi to the window. He opened the window just a crack and tossed the yellow paper outside. Upon contact with the rain, it immediately turned red. Just because it feels safe inside doesn't mean it is outside. If you truly believe in science, venturing out in such conditions will yield no results. Zhang Yi stood there stunned. Isn't that a talisman? How does it resemble pH test paper? Yunqi replied. It just happens to serve that purpose, but that's not the point. Look at the cup I placed in the yard. That was put there at 2 in the morning. You woke up to do this. He was adept at grasping the essentials. I just happened to be awake at that time. If you drive out, even if Miss Chu's vehicle is reinforced, it would still be dangerous. After seeing this, do you still wish to go out? Chapter 14. Chaos reigns. I choose to laze at home. Zhang Yi, without further contemplation, resolutely expressed his intentions. But I am a police officer. Since becoming an official member, I have dedicated my life to serving the people. In times of crisis, how can I easily retreat? His words drew the attention of everyone present. Chu Jing believed in him. Even in a future devoid of rules, he would uphold his sense of justice. Yunqi rubbed his temples, fearing such forthrightness. Though I may be slightly detached from society, I still consider myself a member of the populace. Officer, you wouldn't abandon us, would you? Zhang Yi, his fists clenched audibly. Who was this uncle? Just barely over 20. How could he be called uncle? This was intolerable. He must retort. If you call me uncle, then I shall refer to you as lazy priest. I cannot accept being called uncle. Very well, young officer, heed my advice. Your fortune this year is lacking. You must consider everything carefully. Yunqi squinted, his tone serious. Ignoring his counsel could lead to dire consequences. Zhang Yi regained his composure. What Yunqi said was quite reasonable. He couldn't simply abandon Chu Jing. What gnawed at Zhang Yi's mind was that upon their first meeting, Chu Jing had repeatedly emphasized the threat to his life, which was why he often sought her out, just to ensure her safety. What if he stepped out and danger befell her? He might regret it for a lifetime. In this dilemma, Chu Jing offered him a solution. Officer Zhang, why not call and inquire about the situation at the station? If it's truly urgent, you can drive out. Don't worry about us. My bodyguards are not to be trifled with. Is it really all right? Bai Ning's gaze pierced through the air, striking at the heart of the matter. Your presence or absence won't change anything. If trouble arises, I will act. Zhang Yi, while that may be true, voicing it makes me seem inept. After all, I graduated top of my class in combat and marksmanship at the police academy. Feeling somewhat dejected, Zhang Yi dialed his superior's number. only to receive a stern reprimand. You think you can return from so far out of the city? The station doesn't need you. Just stay put. What? You have others with you? Then you are responsible for their safety. Goodbye. The voice on the other end, though not loud, was heard by everyone present. Zhang Yi felt embarrassed and flustered, his face burning with shame. Chu Jing chuckled. It seems our safety is entrusted to Officer Zhang. Zhang Yi pounded his chest with a fist. Rest assured, as long as I am breathing, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with determination. Upon witnessing his resolute expression, Chu Jing was left with but one thought. Awaken your powers quickly. Young man, all else is but an illusion. The awakening of extraordinary abilities is the only reality. The information circulating online continues to ferment, albeit somewhat diminished, as certain areas remain without power and others without signal. Following the torrential rains, the aftermath is a prolonged cessation of water and electricity, which has yet to be restored. A devastating blow for many. However, for Chu Jing, this is hardly an issue. She is a woman who has once managed a water supply plant. In fact, her home is equipped with several generators. The disruption of water and power has dramatically diminished the quality of life. Let alone maintaining daily cleanliness, even acquiring clean, pure water has become a luxury. Some have found it unbearable and resorted to collecting rainwater from outside. There are even tutorials online for processing it. Although filtered and boiled, the outcome has been excruciating abdominal pain, making it impossible to secure a hospital appointment. Not to mention medications. Painkillers have long been sold out. Under such circumstances, the human psyche is pushed to its limits, necessitating an outlet for released. It is during this time that the eruption of astonishing news naturally serves as that outlet. The scarcity of essential supplies is attributed to a certain conglomerate, which, a fortnight ago, had engaged in extensive procurement of various necessities valued at billions. To be candid, upon reading this news, Chu Jing felt her breath catch in her throat. Could it be that she has been exposed? Yet, she should trust Qin Shixiao's handling of the situation. She had anticipated this and taken precautions. As expected, upon delving into the details, the revelations did not pertain to her enterprises but rather to those of the Lin family, which stood on equal footing with her own. Chu Jing silently exhaled in relief. This should be enough to give Lin Duan a headache. Although she felt slightly guilty, there was no alternative. Either he faced misfortune or she did. In the narrative, Lin Duan is a character even more inconsequential than Chu Jing. Her name has appeared 432 times, each instance accompanied by the protagonist. By Ning. In stark contrast, Lin Duan's name has only surfaced thrice, rendering him nothing more than a passerby. Observing the plethora of keyboard warriors online, Lin Duan remarkably refrained from retorting. He truly possesses remarkable composure. After Chu Jing finished speaking, she suddenly considered another possibility. Perhaps he was too preoccupied to engage with the online critics. While the ordinary populace vents their frustrations, the astute are already analyzing the situation and seizing every opportunity to prepare. Miss, the impact of this incident is greater than I had anticipated. If the Lin family publicly issues a clarification, the blame will swiftly shift towards us, leaving Qin Shixiao feeling somewhat culpable. The unfolding of events had surpassed his expectations. Do not worry. Regardless of what transpires, we need only focus on one task at hand. What is it? Chu Jing inquired slowly, vanish without a trace. She understood clearly that it would not be long before these gossip-laden headlines faded into obscurity. The initial 2 months following the onset of the apocalypse are the most chaotic. You may create your own disorder. I shall remain at home in my idleness. However, there is one particularly crucial matter that Chu Jing needs to confirm. Now she no longer needs to be discreet. She can boldly inquire of Qin Shixiao. Qin, have you found the firearms I asked you to locate? Qin Shixiao lifted his gaze. He did not endorse such behavior that danced on the fringes of legality. The young lady's life must remain unblemished. Yet, whatever she desires, Qin Shixiao will ensure she obtains it. I have arranged for an underground warehouse. All the items are secured within. You may access it at any time. Miss, Chu Jing pressed on the crucial point. Who is guarding the warehouse? The bodyguards we hired previously. Chu Jing narrowed her eyes. It was not her paranoia but rather an understanding of the depravity that the apocalypse has wrought upon humanity. She could not easily trust anyone. Even those currently residing in her home, apart from Bai Ning and Qin Shixiao, she could not claim to trust entirely. Soon, violence will become the new norm. Those with stronger fists will ascend to higher ranks and enjoy better lives. Such weaponry will undoubtedly become highly coveted. Would those guarding the warehouse withstand temptation? A swift relocation is imperative. Once the downpour eases, it will be time to transfer the arms. Preparation cannot wait until the outbreak of the zombie virus. It will then be too late. Chapter 15. Do not come any closer. As the acid rain began to lessen, Chu Jing resolved to set off. If she delayed any longer, the heat would exacerbate the viral spread, which would be dire. Although Bai Ning was unaware of the impending virus, she too made a decision mirroring Chu Jing's. I wish to seize the opportunity while the rain has ceased to purchase some supplies and tidy up at home. Chu Jing was taken aback. This plot point existed in the original narrative, and she never anticipated its timing would align with her own outing. Yet, it was indeed the perfect moment. Bai Ning possessed a keen sense of crisis. At the onset of the apocalypse, she had ventured out to procure supplies, during which she noticed some unusual occurrences. Some individuals bore wounds corroded by rainwater, their mental states in disarray, far exceeding the bounds of normalcy. This was the onset of the zombie virus. Bai Ning's awareness of these anomalies heightened her vigilance towards the changing environment, enabling her to react swiftly when the zombies emerged, then return promptly. I shall await you. Bai Ning gestured an okay sign towards her. Do you require anything else? I can bring it for you. No. Not really, Chu Jing replied, when suddenly an idea struck her. Oh, do take Xiaomi and Zhengyi with you, and a few bodyguards as well. Xiaomi would harmonize better with Bai Ning, hopefully awakening her extraordinary abilities sooner. As for Zhengyi, regardless of his current status or strength, his presence would significantly enhance Bai Ning's safety. Bai Ning chuckled. I am merely going out for a short while. Do I really need such a large entourage? It would be more convenient alone. No. It's utter chaos outside. You must have someone accompany you. Or it will just be you and me. Bai Ning interrupted her. Take Xiaomai. The little girl seems a bit unsettled lately. Let her go out to clear her mind. Precisely because it was chaotic outside, Chu Jing was adamant that Bai Ning should not venture out alone. Xiaomai appeared obedient and unlikely to wander off, thus providing peace of mind. All right, then you and Xiaomai can go. Chu Jing noted that there were no less than 5 vehicles parked around this building, alleviating any concerns about transportation. Sister, we're off. Summer Xiaomi waved goodbye to Chu Jing from the car window. Be safe. Chu Jing smiled gently, her face adorned with a warm, spring-like expression. Just seeing that smile lifted Xiaomi's spirits, and she turned sweetly to Bai Ning. Sister Bai, let us set off. Once the car window closed, Bai Ning replied coldly, I do not relish babysitting. Do not wander around or cause trouble outside, or do not blame me for abandoning you. Xiaomi immediately sat up straighter, closing her mouth and daring not to utter another word. The two sisters were indeed entirely different types of individuals. Sister Bai, you're a bit frightening. Qin, let us depart as well. After seeing the two leave, Chu Jing lingered no longer in matters of such discretion. She preferred to be accompanied only by Qin Shixiao, perhaps bringing along a few bodyguards and a couple of vehicles. With outsiders present, she felt uneasy. Sister, can I go with you? As Bai Ning departed, Xie Chongqing had been silent, but upon noticing Chu Jing was leaving, he grew anxious. Could you stay at home and look after Xiaomo? He is quite clingy. Chu Jing hesitated to bring Xie Chongqing along, fearing the scene might be too overwhelming for him. Witnessing her stockpiling weapons might frighten him. Xiaomo, while fond of Chu Jing, also adored the salted fish Taoist. He hardly required Xie Chongqing's companionship. Understanding this was Chu Jing's polite refusal, Xie Chongqing felt a twinge of disappointment yet displayed a radiant smile, revealing his little tiger teeth. All right, I'll wait for you to return. Sister. Xie Chongqing was not naturally a cheerful person, but having worked part-time in a service-oriented environment, he had cultivated a very natural semblance of a smile. The first time he faced Chu Jing, she seemed to quite like his tiger teeth, so he decided to smile more. Hey, what are you up to? Why not take me along? Zhengyi suddenly appeared, sensing that matters were not as simple as they seemed and feeling the need to intervene. Chu Jing and Qin Shixiao exchanged glances. Are you joking? They are going to relocate firearms and ammunition. Would you really bring a police officer along? What purpose would that serve, voluntarily walking into a trap? Officer Zheng, Chongqing is still at home. He might need your supervision since I've taken all the bodyguards with me. That is true. Xie Chongqing is still a minor, a budding flower, and indeed requires attention. Then I shall not go, he began. But before the words escaped his lips, Yun Qi had already approached silently. Zheng Yi instantly felt a chill beside him. despite the unrelenting rain over the past several days. The temperature had been steadily rising when the rain finally ceased, making the outside quite hot, and Zhang Yi was clad only in a short-sleeved shirt. Yet, there was a peculiar chill emanating from Yunqi. "Why are you so cold?" "I brought a few items." "What kind of items could generate such coldness?" Yunqi regarded him nonchalantly, his deep voice further chilling the atmosphere around them. "You really wouldn't want to know." Upon recalling Yunqi's identity, Zhang Yi was suddenly beset by unsettling thoughts. He feared nothing in this world, save for the ghost stories he had heard in his youth, which had left an indelible mark upon his psyche. "I believe in science. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight?" Zhang Yi maintained a stoic expression, yet his body instinctively retreated 2 paces. "I said nothing," Yunqi replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Before adopting a serious demeanor, "Miss Chu, it would be prudent to take him along this time." Taking Zhang Yi along, without a moment's hesitation, Chu Jing made her decision. "Officer Zhang, please get in the car." Zhang Yi was taken aback. What has he done to cause such a sudden shift in your perspective? One moment he was allowed to go, and the next he was not. Zhang Yi was not someone to be summoned at will. In the next instant, he found himself seated in the vehicle, slamming the door shut in frustration. What era are we living in? Technology has advanced rapidly. Every phenomenon can be explained. Do you truly believe in the words of that Taoist priest? I refuse to place my faith in matters that are unrelated to science. Chu Jing, seated in the passenger seat, turned to look at Zhang Yi in the back. Officer Zhang, are you perhaps being overly sensitive? Sensitive? I possess only a keen intuition. Zhang Yi stubbornly denied it. A bit too much. Chu Jing raised an eyebrow, the truth evident in her gaze. Under normal circumstances, as someone who had studied for 20 years, Chu Jing would not subscribe to the belief in metaphysics. However, this world was clearly beyond the bounds of normalcy. Furthermore, taking Zhang Yi along was not solely due to her faith in Yunqi. She had 2 objectives. First, to ascertain whether Yunqi truly possessed an inexplicable gift for divination. Before the apocalypse, it was a matter of metaphysical arts, and after, it was a matter of precognition. Second, to gain a deeper understanding of Zhang Yi's character. To see if he truly adhered to his persona, steadfastly upholding justice regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 16. Those hurrying to rebirth in the city center, after a protracted bout of acid rain had finally ceased. The rare sunny day drew an unusually large crowd. The supermarket was teeming with people, and the air was punctuated by sporadic coughs. Whether from the recent cold or other ailments remained uncertain. Discarded tissues littered the ground, and some individuals even spat indiscriminately. Products were incessantly touched and fought over, an utterly pitiful scene. Amidst the scuffles, minor abrasions were unavoidable, yet no one paid them any heed. Bai Ning merely glanced at the chaos before frowning and distancing herself from the marketplace. Sister Bai, if you don't wish to enter, you can tell me what you want to purchase and I can buy it for you. Xia Xiaomi suggested, attempting to forge a closer bond. She had often run errands for others before, and now sought to do the same outside of school. Bai Ning observed Xia Xiaomi's somewhat sycophantic demeanor. Feeling a twinge of sympathy. Like herself, the girl had not been raised in a complete family, which explained her cautious approach to relationships. Thus, Bai Ning's tone softened. No need, let us buy from another place. Turning the car around, Bai Ning drove Xia Xiaomi to a rather remote corner. Here stood a row of old houses, the only area in the city that had not been demolished. Due to its poor environment, many residents had moved away, leaving only the elderly behind. When her family had first gone bankrupt, Bai Ning had quietly taken refuge here, as it boasted the lowest housing prices. Later, it was here that Chu Jing had found her. This place represented Bai Ning's most familiar childhood memories, housing a small supermarket she knew well. Though modest, it was well stocked. The proprietors were an elderly couple. But this time, Bai Ning only saw the old woman, who sat lost in thought in a rocking chair. Grandma, why haven't I seen Grandpa today? The old woman finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Bai Ning's voice. Looking towards her and Xia Xiaomi, he has passed on. Bai Ning was taken aback. The couple had always been in good health. Perhaps the recent weather had taken a toll on the elderly, as the poorly constructed houses could not withstand the acid rain or the heat. News reports had highlighted the rising mortality rate, attributing it to the inability of many elderly individuals to adapt to the changing weather. Just a few days ago, Lilu had delivered supplies, saying it would be his last visit for a while. It's impossible to find anything to buy outside now. These were procured with great difficulty. Little Ning, since you were close to him, why not take everything from the store? If it's empty, I'll have to leave too. The old woman sighed heavily, returning to her reverie. Bai Ning's emotions were tumultuous. Ultimately, she acquiesced to the old woman's wishes, taking the items away. This would likely be her final encounter with her. After bidding a solemn farewell, Bai Ning gradually regained her composure. Farewells are an inevitable part of life, and cherishing those present is of utmost importance. She deliberately took a longer route, arriving at a bustling specialty snack shop. The establishment was packed, with not only the interior filled to capacity but also a line snaking out the door. Not to mention those waiting for their orders inside. After assessing the crowd, Bai Ning pulled out 2 masks, handing one to Xia Xiaomi before joining the queue. Stay close to me, and don't wander off. Xia Xiaomi nodded obediently, closely following Bai Ning into the shop. When it was Bai Ning's turn, she expertly ordered a few of her usual snacks. Even the staff recognized her. After inquiring about Xia Xiaomi's preferences, she selected a suitable children's meal for her. Sister Bai, do you come to this shop often? Occasionally. I quite enjoy their signature snacks. Though Uncle Xiong's replicas are quite similar, different cooks inevitably yield different results. So I drop by from time to time. Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaomi understood she was referring to Chu Jing. She couldn't help but glance at the menu again, silently committing Chu Jing's tastes to memory. Sister Bai, there are quite a few people here. I'm small, so it's easier for me to go get the food. Let me pick it up later. Although she was aware of the shop's usual popularity, today's crowd was particularly overwhelming. Bai Ning's gaze swept over the patrons, ultimately landing on a disheveled individual swaying unsteadily. He appeared unwell, bumping into others without any response, merely keeping his head down. Nearby individuals were unable to discern his expression. The foul odor emanating from him caused those around to recoil in distaste. Eventually, he collided with a burly man. Others were reluctant to engage with him, merely parting to give way, but this time, he had met his match. Already irked by the throng of patrons, he was further provoked by the unexpected contact, igniting the latent frustration within him. Can't you take it easy? Are you in a rush to be reborn? The burly man shoved him aside with a bit of force, sending him crashing to the ground. The fallen man made no attempt to retaliate. Curling up quietly on the floor, his utter stillness and lack of response only heightened the burly man's anxiety. Just say you're sorry or something, he thought. What kind of weakling collapses from a mere bump? As the crowd's attention began to converge, the burly man grew increasingly perplexed. Is he trying to pull a fast one on me? I barely touched him, he explained to the onlookers. They regarded him with suspicion but kept their distance. As the stench from the collapsed man was utterly unbearable, after a prolonged period of confinement at home due to water shortages, hygiene had undoubtedly suffered, but the decaying odor emanating from him was indescribably foul. Are you all right, sir? In the end, only a staff member approached, quietly inquiring about the fallen man's condition. Receiving no response, the staff member could only consult with the burly man about whether to summon an ambulance. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the burly man clicked his tongue in annoyance. I barely pushed him. How did it escalate to this? Reluctantly, he crouched down to check on the man's condition. Hey, what is wrong with you? If you're fine, get up already and stop pretending. Chapter 17. The emergence of abilities. He reached out and slapped the man's face, thinking that if he were faking, a reaction would surely follow. Indeed, the man on the ground stirred at his touch, prompting the burly man to exhale in relief, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen figure. See? Just playing dead for attention. What a nuisance! As he prepared to distance himself further, the man on the ground suddenly began to convulse violently, even foaming at the mouth in a startling turn. He sprang up from the floor and sank his teeth into the burly man's arm. Ah! The piercing screams cut through the eardrums of the onlookers, startling everyone nearby. What the hell? Are you a dog or something? Get the hell out of here! The burly man lunged forward, tugging at the disheveled hair of the assailant, even clenching his fist to strike at his head in a desperate attempt to break free. Someone, pull him away! The bystanders, gripped by fear, recoiled as blood dripped from the bitten arm, leaving a trail on the floor. It was as if the assailant aimed to take a chunk out of his flesh. The store attendant, witnessing the chaos, merely made a token effort to intervene. Sir, please release him. We can discuss this calmly. If you continue like this, we will have to call the police. The burly man, growing frantic, retorted, "Don't just stand there talking. Do something." However, the attendant had his own reservations. It was merely a dispute between two customers, and he preferred to remain uninvolved, lest he entangle the store in the mess. Xiaomai, observing the scene, instinctively grasped the hem of Bai Ning's clothing, seeking some semblance of security. The aggressor bore no resemblance to a rational being. Xiaomai had encountered rabid dogs before, yet none had appeared as terrifying as this lunatic. She reached out, but her hand met only air. Bai Ning seized a mop from a nearby cleaning station, swiftly approaching and striking the man forcefully on the back of the head. Any normal individual would have fainted from such a blow, or at least Chu Qing subtly reminded Zhang Yi, prompting him to withdraw from his keyboard duel. Oh, may I inquire why you are here?" Zhang Yi observed the surrounding environment, astonished by its remoteness. Chu Qing refrained from disclosing the full truth, merely stating, "There are individuals within that I need to meet. Then let us proceed inside. Would you kindly keep an eye on our vehicle?" Zhang Yi replied, sure that it turned out he was summoned merely to assist with the car. After Chu Qing whispered a few words to Qin Shao, she and her bodyguards departed, leaving Zhang Yi leaning silently against the car, gazing at the distant scenery. This place was indeed secluded. Even with navigation, an ordinary person might struggle to find it, and there were no buildings in sight. Bored by the wait, Zhang Yi began to amuse himself, estimating the distance to the nearest tree. He formed his hand into a gun shape, aiming at the trunk to simulate firing. Bayu, bang. The deafening sound caused Zhang Yi to stiffen. That was a genuine gunshot. He could discern from the sound that it was a tactical handgun. The noise emanated from an underground warehouse. Chu Qing? Without hesitation, he dashed towards the underground warehouse, passing by a discarded metal sheet. He swiftly lifted it to shield himself as he rushed inside. The situation within was far from optimistic. An armed individual was aiming a pistol at Chu Qing while the bodyguards stood aside. Hands raised in surrender, and even Qin Shao was restrained. It was clear that any movement would result in the gunman shooting at Chu Qing. Zhang Yi quickly assessed the opposition's numbers, 5 against their 7. However, Chu Qing and Qin Shao had to be excluded from the count, leaving him with himself and 4 capable bodyguards. This made the odds seem almost even, yet the adversary possessed a handgun, with at least 6 rounds remaining. "What do you desire? I can provide it at money, 5 million or 10 million? The assailant remained silent, prompting Chu Qing to continue. "Or perhaps you seek something else, reputation? Assistance in life?" At last, the gunman's gaze flickered, and he responded, "Miss Chu, what I want is beyond your means. Until we meet again." With that, his finger tightened on the trigger. Zhang Yi's pupils constricted as he shouted, "Get down!" Qin Shao immediately shielded Chu Qing, crouching down to protect her closely. Zhang Yi's nerves were taut. This was a real firearm. His dark pupils were fixed on the bullet as it was fired, appearing to move in slow motion, its trajectory becoming starkly visible. Ultimately, just 20 meters away from Chu Qing, the bullet suddenly veered off course, striking the wall beside her. Chu Qing was momentarily stunned. Zhang Yi, not preoccupied with the errant bullet, confirmed no one was injured before picking up a brick and accurately hurling it at the gunman's wrist. The gunman lost his grip, and the weapon fell to the ground. "Police." Zhang Yi seized the moment to reveal his identity. "Drop your weapon. You are surrounded." Indeed, he was the sole one surrounding them. Though outnumbered, his presence exuded authority. Hearing the word police, the assailant abandoned the gun, fleeing in haste. Zhang Yi, discarding the metal sheet, pursued him. Without a firearm, could he not outpace his adversaries? Yet, the fleeing group vanished in an instant. Glancing at the bodyguards beside him, Zhang Yi wished for them to accompany him in the chase. However, they were civilians, and he could not involve them in the fray. Thus, he opted to search alone. Capturing one individual in such a firearms-related incident could lead to unraveling the entire network. Chu Qing directed the bodyguards, "Quickly assist." Zhang Yi cast a grateful glance at her. Once these criminals were apprehended, he would certainly advocate for Chu Qing to receive a commendation for her bravery. When only Qin Shao remained beside her, Chu Qing finally chuckled softly. The unfolding events had mirrored her expectations perfectly. No, it could even be said that they exceeded her predictions. She patted Qin Shao's arm. "All right, they've all left. You can let go of me now." Qin Shao tightened his embrace, refusing to release her. "Miss, this situation was far too perilous. The bullet's trajectory was predetermined. You confirmed it repeatedly. It posed no threat to me. It was merely a performance, devoid of real danger. Chu Qing extricated herself from Qin Shao's grasp. He lowered his head, acknowledging her words, yet the sight of the gunman aiming at Chu Qing had sparked a flicker of panic in him. What if something had gone awry? Chu Qing stood, approaching the bullet marks on the wall. Everything that had transpired was part of a meticulously arranged act, with only Zheng Yi remaining oblivious to the truth. 30 minutes prior. The malevolence of human nature is magnified in a post-apocalyptic world, prompting Chu Qing to arrive early to relocate the weapons. The guards here were not driven by greed. They merely sought a greater reward than initially agreed upon. I will increase your compensation by 500,000 each and provide some practical supplies, but you must assist me in staging a performance. Those unwilling to participate could leave now, with the lead role's reward doubled. The purpose of this performance was to ascertain Zheng Yi's trustworthiness. The evidence confirmed that Zheng Yi was indeed a person of great integrity. Faced with such a multitude, he chose to pursue alone. Unwilling to involve innocent civilians, even if they were trained bodyguards, he consistently placed himself in front of others, confronting danger alone. He was a man capable of remaining unaffected by external influences, in a future darkened by despair. Individuals like him were essential to illuminate the path ahead. What surprised Chu Qing was the bullet that had altered its course. Without a doubt, Zheng Yi had awakened his extraordinary ability, a universal aim, allowing him to strike his target regardless of the angle, even altering the trajectory of bullets fired by others. "Qing, you saw that, didn't you?" Chu Qing exclaimed, excitement illuminating her features as she pointed at the bullet lodged in the wall. "I did indeed. It defies logic," Qin Shao replied. This world was subtly transforming. Chu Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the essence of extraordinary abilities. Those skills showcased online that could conjure water or emit electricity were all manifestations of such powers. Extraordinary abilities equated to the new normal. This world would inevitably be governed by such powers. No wonder Xinyu Daoist had urged Zheng Yi to accompany her. Today was a fortuitous opportunity for him to awaken his abilities. A rare occurrence. Naturally, Zheng Yi did not catch up with the fleeing group. When Chu Qing called for assistance, it was not for the bodyguards to aid Zheng Yi, but rather to ensure the actor's safe exit. Zheng Yi believed he was facing a 5-on-5 scenario, convinced he could capture at least one individual, unaware that 4 traitors were among them. He was truly 1 against 9. It was remarkable that he managed to return at all, for not a single shadow of them remained. Feeling somewhat dejected, Zheng Yi returned, first inquiring about the two's condition. Many individuals might experience lingering effects from the gunfire shock, but Chu Qing, having practiced shooting, should be minimally affected. "You both weren't harmed, were you? Chu Qing, was this the threat you mentioned earlier?" Zheng Yi felt he had hit the nail on the head. The reality aligned perfectly with his suspicions. Chu Qing refrained from denying it, allowing him to indulge in his own deductions. Zheng Yi, with his somewhat juvenile imagination, conjured various scenarios, piecing together a grand narrative without needing much input from Hucking. As he approached the abandoned firearm, his gaze froze upon noticing an opened crate nearby. Guns. An abundance of guns. Handguns, submachine guns, sniper rifles. This was undoubtedly a major case. Perhaps he could leverage this incident for a promotion, or even a commendation. Zheng Yi's eyes shifted immediately to Chu Qing. "Chu Qing, Qin Shao, you both should clarify your connection to this matter." They anticipated Zheng Yi's suspicions. Under normal circumstances, he had every right to escort them directly to the police station. However, this was evidently not a standard situation. The police might not have the time to address them, and Chu Qing merely needed to engage in verbal sparring with Zheng Yi to navigate this period. "Rest assured, Officer Zheng, I will fully cooperate in providing a statement and disclose everything I know," Chu Qing responded with calm assurance. Qin Shao chimed in, "Miss has just experienced a shock. Officer Zheng, please wait until she has calmed down before discussing anything further." Finally, with an expression as composed as ever, they stated, "We are merely victims." Zheng Yi considered that since he lived with them, there was little chance of them causing trouble, and thus he tacitly accepted their narrative, agreeing to take their statements later. Regarding the weapons, he promptly called his superior to report, "Master, why are you calling me now? I'm swamped and have no time for you. Then let me return to the team and assist." "No way, you little rascal. You'll only create chaos. Stay put at home." "What do you want? Speak." The character of Zheng Yi is such that if he were to rejoin the team now, He could very well meet a heroic demise by tomorrow. Moreover, his master possesses a hint of selfishness. Zhang Yi's parents both perished during a mission, and his master's sole demand of him is to remain safe and alive. Master, I have discovered a location harboring firearms, which is suspected to be linked to a smuggling operation. Zhang Yi reiterated the gist of the matter, causing his master to feel a headache. At present, there is simply no manpower available to address this issue. Just yesterday, there were 86 reported cases of malicious injury, among which 21 resulted in fatalities and 14 left individuals critically injured. The ICU in the hospital is overwhelmed, and the nearby precincts are equally burdened, with every police station inundated with work, leaving everyone physically and mentally exhausted. Ultimately, they decided to have Zhang Yi find a temporary place to secure the weapons, assuring him that they would arrange for personnel to take over as soon as possible. As Zhang Yi gazed at the multitude of firearms, he fell into deep contemplation. Officer Zhang, why not store these in my family's warehouse? It would be more convenient for you to keep watch. And if they remain in such a remote location, the arrival of acid rain in a few days could make things rather troublesome. A warehouse? Can it accommodate them? Is that even a question? The storage area for firearms has long been prepared. Chu Jing calmly replied, it can fit. My family's warehouse is exceptionally spacious. She harbored no concern that Zhang Yi might confiscate the weapons, for by tomorrow, at the latest the day after, the zombie virus would erupt. At that point, the world would descend into true chaos. The hospital is teeming with patients. During this period, numerous individuals have been admitted, and regardless of the medications applied, their wounds are difficult to heal. Some with stronger immune systems can only prevent their injuries from worsening, while those with weaker resistance face a singular fate. Recently, the mortality rate among patients has skyrocketed, and the morgue is filled with bodies whose relatives have not yet been contacted. Unable to reach the family members, and with cremation procedures stalled, all the corpses must be neatly arranged in order. Even piling up in the corridors, a closed door swung open, and yet another body was wheeled in. How many is this today? 20th Chapter 21. Transformed into a zombie at last, at 5 o'clock in the morning, the World Security Organization issued a message to the globe. The news currently being repeated on television is this very announcement. Herein, we regret to inform you of unfortunate news. 34 days ago, unusual changes occurred worldwide. Scorching heat, bitter cold, a deadly virus, and acid rain. These transformations are beyond our prediction and control. Calculations indicate that these changes will gradually lead the world towards an apocalypse. After discussions among various nations, we have designated this day as the commencement of a new era of the apocalypse, marking the remaining years of humanity. Humanity, please survive. At the moment this news was broadcasted, humanity was effectively sentenced to death. Some could not accept this grim reality and chose to end their lives prematurely. The Huaching Public Security Bureau stated, we urge all residents to take care of themselves. We will establish safe bases as soon as possible. In the event of encountering zombies, please ensure that you do not sustain injuries, as it has been determined that individuals with wounds are more susceptible to the zombie virus. The zombie virus had been lurking for quite some time before it erupted. Many had already been infected, with some turning into zombies even while asleep. It was for this reason that Qin Shixiao quickly confirmed the safety of those around her. Fortunately, none of the individuals recruited by Miss Chu had transformed into zombies. Do not panic, Chu Jing reassured, having perused numerous reports. As long as we remain indoors, we will be safe. Indeed, Zhang Yi affirmed, rising calmly. Police forces across the country were working diligently. His priority now was to protect those nearby. The chaos outside rendered it prudent not to venture out. Following directives was the best safeguard, and the police would undoubtedly devise secure strategies. Miss Chu, we appreciate your assistance during this time. Zhang Yi bowed deeply toward Chu Jing. He noticed the ample supplies she had stockpiled. It was not merely a matter of staying indoors for a few days. They could comfortably remain there for months. Without Chu Jing, they would have truly struggled to confront the current predicament. There's no need for formalities. You all can stay at ease, Chu Jing replied lightly, her words imbued with a profound sense of security that enveloped everyone present. Yet, even with Chu Jing's assurances, the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on their hearts, leaving them feeling somewhat constrained. Not even a lavish lunch could fully alleviate their tension. The 8 dishes and soup, prepared by the renowned chef Xiong, in this serene setting, evoked a sense of unreality. Had the world truly descended into an apocalypse? Thus, when the doorbell rang, Everyone instinctively tensed and glanced toward the surveillance monitor at the entrance. A zombie? However, the specialized monitoring device displayed normal results. It was indeed a living person. Should they open the door or not? No one spoke, for the decision rested with Chu Jing. The person outside incessantly pressed the doorbell. He had parked his vehicle nearby, clad entirely in black despite the sweltering heat, wearing gloves and a helmet that concealed any trace of skin. Upon noticing the surveillance camera, he hastily removed his helmet, revealing a flushed face, drenched in sweat from the heat, looking quite disheveled. If he waited any longer, he might succumb to heat stroke. Chu Jing, open the door, the newcomer shouted at the camera. Chu Jing paused, spoon in hand. She recognized that voice. How did he know her? How had he managed to get here? How did he know she was inside? Qin Shishao glanced at the monitor and instantly recognized the individual. Miss, it's young Master Lin Duan. Chu Jing realized, understanding at last. The house they were currently residing in had once belonged to Lin Duan. It was only natural he could find his way here and know who lived within. Chu Jing hesitated, still undecided about opening the door. Lin Duan clearly came from the city, an area rife with chaos, and might unknowingly carry some virus. Chu Jing, I took the blame for you. You wouldn't really heartlessly leave me outside, would you? Last month, you promised to go out with me. You still owe me a meal. Based on our long-standing friendship since kindergarten, let me in, and I assure you, you won't regret it. I have no wounds on me. You needn't worry about me turning into a zombie if you don't open the door. Our friendship ends here. I will definitely reveal your childhood crush. This statement drew everyone's attention to Chu Jing, their gazes ablaze with curiosity. A childhood crush? Who? Chu Jing rubbed her forehead, feeling a surge of mixed emotions as she asked Qin Shishao. Has he always been like this? Her interactions with Lin Duan had been brief, and she hardly knew him well, especially since he had very few scenes in the past. Their encounters had always occurred in very formal settings. And Lin Duan had always projected the image of a cold, domineering CEO. Yes, young Master Lin is quite approachable in private, Qin Shishao replied. Chu Jing's lips twitched. This was hardly the definition of approachable. Given his current state, it seemed he possessed a rather humorous side. After confirming the monitor showed no injuries on him, she finally opened the gate. Lin Duan rushed in and, upon seeing the door close behind him, collapsed breathlessly at the entrance. The moment the small door opened, the comfortable cool air of the living room wafted out, prompting Lin Duan to exclaim, "Ah, this feels so refreshing. It's 50 degrees outside. One cannot survive without air conditioning." Before he could fully enter, Chu Jing brandished a stick, pressing it against his chest to keep him at the threshold. Are you certain you have no wounds? Absolutely, I swear. He promptly removed his tightly sealed outer coat, revealing a tank top beneath, twirling in place to display his arms, which appeared unscathed. Just as she was about to let him in, a figure staggered towards them from a distance. Young master, help me, save me. The individual limped to the courtyard gate, clawing at the iron gate, which rattled under his frantic attempts to enter. Lin Duan gritted his teeth. Xiao Wang, I'm not a deity. I can't save you. Don't blame me for being heartless. Our friendship ends here, but I will remember to burn paper for you. Young master, I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. Please save me. Lin Duan shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Before Chu Jing could grasp the situation, she watched as the man's body began to stiffen and convulse, ultimately transforming within half a minute into a mindless, shambling corpse. The stark transition from a sentient being to a zombie unfolded before their eyes, leaving them all in shock. Chapter 22. Unable to bear the suffering, Bai Ning immediately recalled a person she had seen in a snack shop, whose condition mirrored the current situation. Xiaomai took a few steps back in terror, casting a glance at Bai Ning, clearly reminded of that scene. After witnessing Bai Ning's calm demeanor, she forced herself to regain her composure. Xia Chongqing observed the transformation of the zombie with a detached expression, showing no sign of emotion. Yun Qi sighed, seemingly resigned to the inevitability of such outcomes. What was destined to happen would eventually come to pass. Only Zhang Yi appeared nearly breathless. Lin Duan, gazing at the distant zombie, felt moisture welling in his eyes. Xiao Wang, I'm sorry. Let me send you off one last time that I end the next life. I'll be your assistant. He raised his firearm, aiming at the zombie, but hesitated as he tightened his grip on the trigger. Forget it. I can't bear to inflict that suffering in the next life. Let us not be assistants. Let us be brothers. Farewell. With several gunshots, the zombie's head exploded, collapsing to the ground. The others in the room awakened from their stupor. Zhang Yi's first instinct was to rush forward, seizing Lin Duan's wrist and pinning him against the door. Lin Duan, already on the verge of fainting from the heat, was no match for Zhang Yi's superior condition, and his gun was knocked from his grasp. You're illegally carrying a firearm. And you've committed murder. Is that even considered murder? Lin Duan retorted. Do you think that thing is still human? Zhang Yi was momentarily speechless. He had witnessed firsthand that it was no longer human. Officer Zhang, please remain calm. The situation is quite extraordinary. You saw the news. The world has changed, and the deadly virus is far more terrifying than we imagined. Chu Jing interjected to mediate. Zhang Yi gradually relaxed his grip. Lin Duan huffed, shaking off Zhang Yi's hand, wanting to enter the house but was blocked by Chu Jing. My clothes are ruined. I need to shower now. You think you can just take a shower? You can't come in unless you wash up. I find you quite distasteful, Chu Jing retorted, stepping back with a look of disdain. I'll wash. I promise not to scrub off 3 layers of skin before I come out. Lin Duan's old clothes were tossed onto the corpse outside by the bodyguard. Chu Jing instructed them to move the zombie at the entrance a bit further away for disposal, ensuring it was thoroughly incinerated and the area disinfected. This series of efficient actions left Bai Ning utterly astounded. She resolved to adapt to this society as swiftly as possible. Unbeknownst to Lin Duan, there were so many people inside the house. Upon entering, he glanced at everyone and greeted them warmly. Regrettably, apart from Yun Qi, no one paid him any attention, not even the little black dog, which refused to come near him. Lin Duan shrugged it off. Feeling indifferent, arriving here, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. After all, this had once been his home. As he stepped into the bathroom and removed his clothes, he turned to find Qin Shi Shao standing at the bathroom door. What the heck? He quickly wrapped a towel around his important parts. What are you doing? Chu Jing was appalled to discover that her steward had a habit of peeping on others while they bathed. Qin Shi Shao, with a calm demeanor and a heart like dead ashes, replied, The young lady instructed me to check if young Master Lin is hiding any injuries. During this critical period, I hope for your understanding. Lin Duan's lips twitched. Now that you've seen me, I assure you there are no injuries, not even a scraped patch of skin. You may leave now. Qin Shi Shao stood motionless, his gaze unwavering. If it weren't for the young lady's orders, he would not have intruded. You aren't leaving? Lin Duan was taken aback. Young Master Lin, you should hurry and wash up. Just pretend I'm not here. Lin Duan chuckled lightly, steadying his nerves. Suit yourself. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's you who should feel awkward. If you want to watch, feel free. I have nothing to be ashamed of. With that, he truly began to treat Qin Shi Shao as if he were invisible, tossing aside the towel and sinking comfortably into the bath. After a considerable time, Qin Shi Shao could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked Lin Duan, Young Master Lin, may I inquire about the identity of the young lady's crush? Lin Duan raised an eyebrow. Are you interested? I've never heard the young lady mention it. As her steward, failing to understand her thoughts would be my dereliction of duty. Enough with the formalities. Just admit you want to know. Realizing that bringing up this topic with Lin Duan might have been a mistake, Qin Shi Shao promptly ceased speaking. Lin Duan chuckled softly, even if you want to know, I won't divulge it. I'm afraid that if I do, Chu Jing will kick me out. He had gone through great lengths to arrive, unwilling to leave in disgrace. Since you have nothing to do, how about giving me a back scrub? Lin Duan tossed the bath towel to Qin Shi Shao. I'm afraid I cannot assist you. Qin Shi Shao replied with a darkened expression, placing the towel aside and leaving the room. Is that all? Just like that? Lin Duan began to scrub his arms leisurely. Once Qin Shi Shao exited, he quickly reported to Chu Jing. Miss, you can rest assured. He bears no injuries or signs of having been hurt. That is good to hear, Chu Jing replied, relieved. She had genuinely worried that Lin Duan might suddenly undergo a transformation, potentially making a mess of the house. Have him come see me once he has finished bathing. Qin Shi Shao froze, his mind racing through countless possibilities, all of which were decidedly unfavorable. Young miss? Seeing his complex expression, Chu Jing was puzzled. I merely wanted to ask him about the situation with the person outside. What are you thinking? Qin Shi Shao felt somewhat embarrassed, his ears flushing red. Upon exiting the bathroom, Lin Duan felt refreshed. It was the most relaxed he had been since the emergence of that peculiar system. He emerged to find a boy glaring at him intently. Though he wore a smile, there was no warmth in his eyes. What's with the stare? Did you come from the city? Are there many zombies there? To receive such a question caught Lin Duan off guard, compelling him to regard the boy seriously. Yes, have you seen the tourist spots during the May Day holiday? There were more heads than people. Zhang Chongqing lowered his gaze. If you came from the city, you must have encountered many zombies. Those who have lost their lives, I wish to know how you handle them. His words were particularly resolute. He was eager to learn. Lin Duan stroked his chin, struggling to reconcile the calmness of these words coming from a young boy. Even if the limbs are gone, they can still move. A head missing half of it doesn't hinder them either. Their only weakness is the head. Sever it or strike it down to render them immobile. Just grab a watermelon knife. Lin Duan, Qin Shi Xiao, unusually agitated, interrupted loudly. Young master, he is still a minor. Minor? Zombies don't care whether you're a child or not. During this visit, I've even encountered zombies so short they barely reached my thigh. Lin Duan gestured with his hand, emphasizing the height. Avoidance is futile. One must learn self-defense. Qin Shi Xiao fell silent, despite the short time that had passed since the new era of the apocalypse began. It felt as if they and Lin Duan belonged to different worlds. Was Lin Duan adapting too quickly, or were they adapting too slowly? Yet, one eternal truth remained unchanged: survival of the fittest. Chapter 23. She was right. Lin Duan found Chu Jing and, without waiting for her to ask, recounted the entire story. Xiao Wang is my secretary. I had intended to bring him along, but halfway through, I realized he had been scratched by a zombie. So, I left him behind. Lin Duan's tone was devoid of compassion. At such a moment, even the slightest hesitation could lead to his own demise. Upon learning he could only live for 100 days, Lin Duan altered his philosophy of life. Your choice was correct. I would have done the same in your place. When one is uncertain if the other can awaken their abilities, they must be treated as if they will turn into zombies. Better safe than sorry. Choices are made only once, leaving no room for regret. Lin Duan was taken aback by Chu Jing's unexpected reply. You said you wouldn't regret letting me in. What is the reason behind that? I didn't come empty-handed. My car outside is laden with supplies sufficient for 10 to 15 days. I just didn't expect so many people to be living here. Hearing that he had the foresight to gather supplies, Chu Jing regarded Lin Duan with newfound respect. He seemed to be a clever individual, one who wouldn't drag his feet. If he could awaken his powers, that would be even better. However, as things stood, he was unlikely to develop any abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met an early demise in the original storyline. You may reside here, and everything else is negotiable. But one thing, if you dare to disturb Ning Ning, don't blame me for throwing you out. By Ning. Lin Duan raised the corners of his mouth. All right, if it weren't for that inexplicable system, he would never have come into contact with Bai Ning. The binding system marked the location of the world's child, Bai Ning, and he had come to approach her, only to find himself back in his own home. Realizing that his house had been purchased by Chu Jing, he naturally knew who was inside. According to the information, Chu Jing and Bai Ning were close friends, yet at this time, they should have been wandering the streets with a survivor group. Now, residing in his villa, what was the situation? Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as the main storyline progressed, he could deviate from the side quests. His responsibility was merely to ensure the critical points proceeded smoothly. The first critical point: witnessing a horde of zombies, experiencing the darkness of this world. Lin Duan felt a headache coming on. This villa was constructed so securely that he couldn't even catch a glimpse of a single zombie, let alone witness a horde. Could it be that some people actually preferred to step away from such a comfortable environment to toughen themselves outside? Lin Duan had no intention of leading the charge. He had never enjoyed the feeling of being controlled. He was inherently rebellious. If the system wanted him to act a certain way, he would do the opposite, in order to ensure the safety of the populace. The police were organizing evacuations, but the speed of zombie transmission was uncontrollable. Major transportation hubs had already fallen, and the only way out was to drive oneself. Meanwhile, the streets were teeming with wandering zombies. At the slightest sound, they would immediately lunge at you, rendering vehicles inoperable. The situation in the city was dire. Survivors could only form small teams under police protection to evacuate on foot. Zhang Yi had been closely monitoring the police station's updates and finally received a response from his master. Zhang Yi, pay close attention to what I'm about to say. We are now in the true apocalypse. The rules of the past have become history. If you encounter zombies, you must attack their heads to bring them down. Remember to dispose of them with fire. Otherwise, the zombie virus will spread. Protect yourself and do not return. Master, are you telling me to watch you charge into battle while I can do nothing? Zhang Yi's emotions were somewhat agitated. Recently, he had received numerous distressing news about the sacrifices made by his colleagues. The more he encountered these reports, the heavier his heart felt. To protect the public. He had to ensure the safety of those who were injured by zombies, even if it meant escorting them away in the final moments before their transformation. Those who bought time for others to escape were willing to expose their own positions to divert the attention of the zombies, willingly succumbing to the tide of corpses. Furthermore, there were those who, infected by the virus and unwilling to bring hardship upon others, chose to take their own lives. He despised his own impotence in the face of such circumstances. The other party fell silent for a moment before offering a helpless smile. I knew you couldn't sit still at home. Even if you don't want to act now, you must, upon receiving the notification. All officers who had yet to return to their posts were to issue warning signals to the public nearby, assisting in their safe evacuation. During the evacuation, safety was paramount. Civilians were permitted to carry weapons for self-defense. In the event of encountering a mutated individual, there was no need for hesitation. Immediate execution was advised. You have a gun now, so I need not worry about your lack of means for self-protection. The mention of firearms triggered a flood of memories in Zhang Yi's mind. The scene from that day in the underground warehouse with Chu Jing replayed vividly. Upon closer examination, it seemed that there were many discrepancies that he had overlooked due to his shock. Reviewing the entire sequence of events from the moment he encountered Chu Jing, Zhang Yi appeared to have come closest to an answer. Received. The mission will be accomplished. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yi felt compelled to have a thorough discussion with Chu Jing. He had numerous questions he wished to confirm with her. Why had Chu Jing gone to the underground warehouse that day? If those individuals truly intended to threaten her, why meet in such a location? If he traced back further, he could even ponder why Chu Jing practiced shooting and frequently invited him to gatherings. He had many inquiries, but upon arriving at the door of Chu Jing's room, the answers seemed to lose their significance. Chu Jing appeared to possess foreknowledge of everything that transpired post-apocalypse, having prepared extensively in advance. Undoubtedly, these preparations afforded her a distinct advantage. Had he not encountered Chu Jing, Zhang Yi could easily envision himself still lingering in the city, perpetually surrounded by peril, perhaps even having sacrificed himself by now. Chu Jing was currently engaged in a discussion with Bai Ning regarding the textual materials displayed on the tablet. Upon noticing Zhang Yi's arrival, she promptly turned off the content with a snap. Secrets must not be divulged. Zhang Yi, aware of their close relationship, did not shy away from Bai Ning's presence. The firearms in the warehouse, they belong to you, don't they? Chu Jing first glanced at Bai Ning's expression, then nodded. Indeed, they are mine, as expected. Zhang Yi clenched his fist, ultimately feeling deflated. Returning to a state of calm, he had been led around in circles. I thought you would want to arrest me immediately. Chu Jing even extended both hands forward. Bai Ning pressed her hands back down. If this were before the apocalypse, I certainly would have, but not now. What you did was right. Chapter 24. Sister Jing pulls up the willow. I have an unreasonable request. Zhang Yi was at a loss for how to articulate it. The notion of firearms being openly utilized was something he had never contemplated before. Such weapons would typically undermine societal safety, yet now they had transformed into a means of enhancing security. Perhaps in the future, everyone would possess a firearm. For those terrifying mutated zombies, long-range shooting was undoubtedly the safest option. If this trend continued, firearms would eventually become commonplace. You need a gun. That can be arranged. I can provide one for you. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, his surprise evident. I've seen the news online. The most contentious issue pertains to the use of firearms. There have even been instances of ordinary citizens attempting to seize police weapons. Recent reports indicate that if civilians find discarded firearms, they may use them for self-defense. There were even guides circulating on how to create makeshift small firearms and crossbows, as long-range weapons were deemed the most effective means of ensuring one's safety. If you wish to use a gun, feel free to take one. After all, safety comes first. Zhang Yi felt a stirring within. I represent the people. Chu Jing raised her hand to halt him. Why offering you a firearm has nothing to do with your identity. It is solely because I trust you. Chu Jing continued. So please don't give up too soon. Your future still holds great potential, and I am eager to see how your abilities develop. Zhang Yi felt a surge of emotion, the weight of her trust striking deep within him, reigniting his fervor. Chu Jing, regardless of when or where you encounter difficulties, as long as you call upon me, I will be there to assist you immediately. This was his vow. It's a promise. Chu Jing clenched her fist, raising it before her. Zhang Yi mirrored her gesture, their fists colliding. It's a promise. Zhang Yi stepped out, requiring only a modest arsenal. 2 handguns, 2 rifles, and a submachine gun were more than sufficient. You can use the car and you can return at any time. However, upon your return, you'll have to undergo the same treatment as Lin Duan last time. Burn your clothes and take a shower. Qin Shixiao, recalling unpleasant memories, wondered if he would have to check for injuries again. That is necessary. The transmission rate of the death virus is exceedingly high. If I am unfortunate enough to be injured, I will not return to burden you. Chu Jing remained silent, though Zhang Yi had already awakened his abilities. He simply lacked the strength and familiarity to wield them effectively. Perhaps this outing would unveil his powers. And those with abilities possessed a certain degree of immunity to the virus. A minor injury would not easily lead to infection or transformation. I will go too. Bai Ning picked up a rifle from the box. What? Why? Chu Jing's astonishment turned into a flurry of incoherence. She did not wish to see Bai Ning suffer unnecessarily outside. Even though she knew Bai Ning was strong and would not be easily harmed, she was still apprehensive. One must adapt to the changing external environment. The sooner one engages with the outside world, the more readily one can discern its transformations, thereby avoiding being caught off guard by disasters. Therefore, I must go. Bai Ning's tone was resolute. Then I shall accompany you. Chu Jing gritted her teeth. The sun blazed outside, and she thought of it as accompanying Ning Ning for a sauna. You should stay home. It's dangerous outside. With me by your side, you need not change anything. In her heart, Chu Jing silently acknowledged the maternal love of a mother, touched by Bai Ning's heartfelt words. Do not underestimate my strength. Ning Ning, I am perfectly capable of protecting myself. Bai Ning remained skeptical. Even when exercising, Chu Jing opted for leisurely activities like golf or yoga. Can she really wield a golf club to smash a zombie's head? Or perform a complex yoga routine in front of zombies, attempting to blend in? In Bai Ning's eyes, Chu Jing resembled a delicate maiden, her slender limbs and gentle demeanor ill-suited for combat. Chu Jing discerned Bai Ning's thoughts immediately. I can now uproot willows. If you don't believe me, ask Officer Zhang. My marksmanship is quite commendable. If zombies were to appear, they would not escape my hail of bullets. Even if a single shot could not fell a zombie, the sheer volume of her ammunition would overwhelm them. Zhang Yi responded honestly. Uprooting willows may be a stretch, but your shooting skills are indeed commendable. I personally trained you. Ultimately, they reached a compromise and decided to venture out together. However, one stipulation was firmly established. Zhang Yi would always lead the charge. Bai Ning would cover the rear, and Chu Jing would be sandwiched between them for double protection. Qin Shixiao, upon learning of Chu Jing's departure, insisted on accompanying her, remaining by her side for her safety. Just before they were set to leave, they encountered Lin Duan in situations that could potentially touch upon critical mission points. He felt compelled to follow. What had initially been Zhang Yi's intention to go alone transformed into a group of 5, with additional bodyguards, filling both vehicles to capacity. Thus, when Xie Chongqing expressed a desire to join them, the group unanimously rejected his request to venture outside. No. They all spoke in unison, leaving him momentarily stunned before he sadly hung his head. The expression on his face resembled that of a wounded puppy, which tugged at Chu Jing's heartstrings. He was still just a child. She could only offer consolation. When you come of age, I will take you out. You and Xiaomi should stay home and study diligently. If anything arises, seek out Xinyu Daolang. Yunqi was reluctantly thrust into the role of a caretaker, remaining at home to tend to the 2 children and a little puppy. He bore no resentment towards this arrangement. Instead, he cheerfully sketched a few talismans, distributing one to each person. If you encounter misfortune, remember to toss out the talismans. I want to see which one proves most effective in adherence to the principle of proximity. The group drove to the nearest residential area, guided by Lin Duan. This locale was a shopping center adjacent to a villa district, where the family's former maid frequently visited to procure groceries. Before even reaching the shopping center, they noticed conspicuous bloodstains along the roadside. Under the relentless sun, the blood had long since dried, presenting a gruesome sight. Lin Duan rolled down the window and immediately tossed out the talisman paper given by Yun Qi. Zhang Yi, seated in the back, observed his actions and let out a scornful laugh. Do you really believe in a piece of paper? It is better to believe in the possibility than dismiss it entirely. In a world like this, what is there that is truly unbelievable? Systems, zombies. If time travel were to occur right now, Lin Duan would accept it as truth. Zhang Yi found himself at a loss for words. He touched the talisman in his left hand and then his gun in his right, ultimately finding solace in the latter. The once bustling shopping center now lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. With no indication of what had transpired, yet no zombies were in sight. Chapter 25. The counting beads emerge. A few hurried individuals, dragging large suitcases, dashed past. Zhang Yi intended to warn them to evacuate swiftly. But before he could approach, they fled without a backward glance. Clearly, the urgency of the situation had not eluded their notice. The circumstances here appeared less dire than in the urban areas. Chu Jing, donning sunglasses and a sun hat to shield herself from the scorching sun, noted that if this were the city, such a sizable shopping center would have long been overrun by zombies. It was astonishing how empty it remained, with people still daring to venture outside. The distance from crowded areas had minimized infections and slowed transmission, yet the nearby Moon Bay Villa district housed numerous residents, raising the likelihood of encountering zombies. You all should prepare yourselves mentally, Lin Duan advised. Amongst the crowd, he was the only one who had personally eradicated zombies. Taking the first step is always the most daunting. He wondered how they would react in the presence of the undead. Now that they had the courage to wield their weapons, he hoped they wouldn't be paralyzed by fear if confronted by zombies. Zhang Yi asserted, according to police tests and assessments, aiming for the forehead is the most effective method. If we encounter zombies, aim for that area. As a vague silhouette appeared ahead, anxiety gripped the hearts of the group. Could it be a zombie? As they drew closer, they discerned several figures encircling another. The sight was disconcerting. Were they witnessing a zombie feasting on a human? Their confusion dissipated as they approached. The figures were not zombies, but living individuals. 3 young men were menacingly cornering one, brandishing a gleaming knife close to his face. Hand over the keys. Spare yourself the suffering. The captive cautiously cradled his head, evidently attempting to shield his face. Please, gentlemen, I truly have nothing at home. I'm just out here searching for supplies. My house is completely empty. Enough with the nonsense. I saw you making a deal for a metal object 2 nights ago. I've been waiting for 2 days to catch you. Hold him down and search him. We must find those keys. The other 2 lunged to restrain his arms. More despicable than zombies are those who take advantage of the chaos. Stop, police, Zhang Yi declared as he exited the vehicle, revealing his identity. Police? The knife wielder scoffed, pressing the blade against the hostage's throat. In this day and age, what good is a police officer? My life is on the line. What? Are you brave enough to approach? If you do, I will kill him on the spot. The sharp blade grazed the hostage's neck, drawing blood. Please, don't be rash. This is a real knife. The hostage was on the verge of tears. Zhang Yi ground his teeth in frustration. Their audacity was infuriating. In this post-apocalyptic world, criminals had become more wicked, seemingly unrestrained by any moral compass. Lin Duan let out a derisive laugh. Go ahead and kill him. We don't know him anyway. Has anyone died less recently? 1 more dead is no loss. If you don't kill him today, he might turn into a zombie tomorrow. By killing him, you effectively eliminate tomorrow's zombie threat. The 3 assailants paused in disbelief. How could there be someone with such a perspective? They merely sought to rob and intimidate, at least treating the hostage as a human being, yet this individual regarded him as if he were already a zombie. Bai Ning frowned at the hostage. Zhang Yi was equally taken aback by Lin Duan's words. He had initially thought Lin Duan was merely ruthless towards zombies, but he had underestimated his indifference towards a living person. Only Chu Jing, after assessing the situation, silently drew her gun. Do you dare make a move? When your knife descends, my bullet will be fired simultaneously. You cannot evade it. Should the knife fall, you become the criminal, and I will shoot to protect the innocent. What could this person possibly possess that is worth sacrificing a life over? The trio exchanged glances, seemingly strategizing, if they could find cover while searching for a firearm. Perhaps they still had a fighting chance. They gestured towards a dispersal of routes. Lin Duan toyed with his gun. What are you thinking? Did you believe we only had 1 firearm? the three men replied in unison. You re not mistaken. That's exactly what we thought in this tense atmosphere. Even Zheng Yi, despite his disbelief, understood their intent. Those with nothing to lose are the most fearless. The more reservations you have, the more reckless they become. Thus, he too picked up his weapon. I will give you one last chance. Drop the knife, or I will lose control of my hand. The three men exchanged glances. The one with the weakest willpower was the first to abandon the thought of confrontation, attempting to persuade the others. Perhaps we should let this go. It's not worth risking our lives. Indeed, possessing a weapon equated to having strength. After a brief huddle, they threw the hostage forward and promptly retreated to their vehicle, turning to flee. If they couldn't fight, they could at least hide. The man who had been held captive, still trembling from fear, finally regained his composure and locked eyes with Bai Ning, whose expression was as cold as ice. He disregarded the fresh wound on his neck and excitedly stepped forward. Ning, is it really you? Chu Jing's heart raced with alarm. How could he address her so intimately? Ning, don't you remember me? I'm your brother, Sun Chuanxiao. You used to follow me around when you were little. Bai Ning hesitantly uttered his name. I remember you, Sun Chuanxiao. Chu Jing quickly recalled this individual. Sun Chuanxiao had once been Bai Ning's neighbor, and they had essentially grown up together, with their families having business dealings. However, after Bai Ning's family fell on hard times, Sun Chuanxiao ceased to maintain contact. Their next encounter was when Bai Ning was attending school with Chu Jing. Sun Chuanxiao had become infatuated with Bai Ning, making several gestures to assist her. Eventually, as Bai Ning became independent, their communication waned. Sun Chuanxiao, a notorious flirt, had gradually forgotten Bai Ning while being surrounded by other women. Their reunion had come sooner than expected. Yet his true nature seemed unchanged. Ning, where are you all staying now? The outside world is far too perilous. We should form a team for our mutual benefit. The audacity of his proposition was almost comical to Chu Jing. Chapter 26. Is it absolutely necessary? He spoke of mutual benefit, but it was clear that only he would benefit. Sun Chuanxiao, is it? Chu Jing stepped forward, putting a safe distance between him and Bai Ning. Given the current hardships of life, please refrain from complicating our situation. We saved you. But that does not entitle you to repay kindness with enmity. If you wish to join us, what do you have to offer? Sun Chuanxiao, having never heard such words directed at him, bristled. Who are you to say that? I'm discussing matters with Ning. Besides, I have assets and good looks. Don't think you're the only one with a gun. I have weapons at home too. Chu Jing removed her sunglasses and adjusted her hat, revealing her fair, exquisite features, untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse, appearing just as she did in pre-apocalyptic photos. Sun Chuanxiao immediately recognized her. Chu Jing? In the presence of this young lady, boasting about his assets seemed utterly ludicrous. What use were pre-apocalyptic riches now? If you truly possess supplies of equal value, I might reconsider my opinion of you. And as for your looks, you'd need to be reborn to have a face like his to survive on beauty alone. She gestured toward Lin Duan, who, despite his somewhat attractive appearance, was unfortunately also endowed with a sharp tongue. As for weaponry, do you think we need it? Can your strength compare to that of this officer? Or perhaps you'd like to challenge my bodyguard behind me? Though I may not measure up to others, I too possess the ability to contribute in meaningful ways, and I shall certainly not be rendered useless. Who would believe such nonsense? Chu Jing is acutely aware of this person's true nature. From the moment he made his entrance until his untimely demise, he was nothing but a burden. Having coexisted with the butler for over 2 decades, he has managed every detail with exceptional skill. Do we truly require your intervention? You, who are utterly inept, dare to suggest accompanying us? It seems you have grown soft and wish to live off others' efforts. Sun Chuanxiao, incensed, retorted. Do not undermine me simply because you are Chu Jing. I am fully capable of leading an independent life. You'd best do so, came the reply. Get in the car. We are leaving. Chu Jing was the first to board, and the others paid little heed to Sun Chuanxiao, promptly following suit. Only Lin Duan chuckled softly, not out of mockery towards Sun Chuanxiao, but rather due to the sudden influx of task points that had just been credited to him. A trivial task node, driving away the freeloader, had been unexpectedly completed. It was undoubtedly Chu Jing who facilitated such ease in task completion. To assist Jing in effectively conducting his perilous outreach efforts, Chu Jing resolved to sponsor him a loudspeaker, high decibel, capable of recording and looping playback, and those who have used it commend its efficacy. Let me be clear, I shall not accompany you. Given the precariousness of my own existence, I am keenly aware of the necessity of safeguarding my safety. Lest I meet an untimely end, to ensure my survival, I must remain vigilant, so that I may witness the perfect conclusion for Bai Ning. Zombies are particularly sensitive to sound. Should you activate this loudspeaker? Danger will surely follow. If you refrain from doing so, you will have to knock on each door, which is even more perilous. Must you undertake this task? Even if you choose not to, fear alone will keep them from venturing outside. I doubt anyone will rush out in search of rebirth. Zhang Yi fell silent for a moment. You are correct. Most people indeed possess a heightened sense of crisis. They can prepare without reminders. However, there remain a few who do not. Additionally, with the recent water and power outages, many have become completely disconnected from the outside world. Even if just one person is unaware of the situation, I cannot easily abandon them. If even one life can be saved as a result of my efforts, then all that I do is worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing pressed the high-volume, looping loudspeaker into his arms. You drive ahead. We shall do our utmost to provide cover from behind. Stay safe. Always remember, only by surviving can you assist more people. I dread the thought of him falling heroically in the line of duty. I will be cautious, Zhang Yi replied, accepting the loudspeaker, as if he were preparing to step onto a battlefield, resolutely taking his place in the front vehicle. Originally, there were 2 cars, but now Zhang Yi drove alone, while the other felt exceedingly cramped. Bai Ning was at the wheel, with Chu Jing in the passenger seat, and the number of people crammed in the back mattered not to Chu Jing. Miss Chu, she heard the bodyguard, whose speech seemed somewhat halting, call out. The back was filled with robust individuals, making the seating arrangement quite uncomfortable. It appeared they felt cramped sitting together. Chu Jing promptly offered a suggestion. You could lift the seats and sit. Or 2 of you could lie in the trunk. There's ample space. The vehicle Chu Jing had prepared for transporting supplies had a remarkably spacious trunk, capable of accommodating 4 individuals with a bit of squeezing. News reports had previously shown that even a small van could hold dozens of people. Thus, with fewer than 10 individuals now, there was still plenty of room. The bodyguard interjected, No, Miss Chu, I wanted to ask your permission to accompany Officer Zhang. Chu Jing was taken aback. These bodyguards had been meticulously selected by Qin Shishao, primarily characterized by their solitude. No elders above them, no children below, and not even married. They lacked relatives or friends, which in the apocalypse alleviated many ties that could complicate matters. In any situation, these bodyguards bore no concerns beyond their singular duty of protecting Chu Jing. She had never considered them mere cannon fodder, nor requested them to risk their lives for her. As long as they followed her, their needs would be met, with their sole task being her protection. Thus, she found it hard to comprehend their willingness to enter danger. Why? Is there a compelling reason? There is no particular reason. I simply admire Officer Zhang. He is a good police officer. It seemed he was moved by Zhang Yi's actions. Should he not be permitted to accompany him and Zhang Yi were to fall? He would likely bear the guilt for a lifetime. Such rare, heartfelt loyalty. What is your name? He Quan. A name one might never encounter in literature, likely belonging to an inconspicuous minor character. Yet, Chu Jing found herself remembering him for his remarkable courage. You may go, but should you encounter an irrevocable danger, I will not assist in retrieving your remains. Chu Jing inquired earnestly, Have you thought this through? I have. Should such a time come, I hope Miss Chu will grant me a pyre. When dealing with a zombie, everyone had experienced the visceral horror up close. To become such a creature, one might as well turn to ASH, no problem. What about the rest of you? Do you wish to join? Chu Jing asked the others. Chapter 27. Are you here to amuse me? Let me go. This car is far too cramped. Lin Duan leapt from the vehicle. I've brought a few guns. He collected several firearms and surveyed the faces of those present. His handsome features adorned with a relaxed expression. If danger arises, feel free to shout. I may just swoop in like a deity to rescue you. Bai Ning was speechless. Qin Shishao remained taciturn. Chu Jing cast a cool glance his way. You should focus on your own safety. She had no expectation that Lin Duan would come to her aid. The life of a cannon fodder is not easily altered. Thank you for your concern, Miss, Lin Duan replied, seemingly boasting as he glanced towards Qin Shishao. Chu Jing, from where does this concern spring? Qin Shishao wore a standard smile, yet his palms were tightly clenched around his knees. Ultimately, the bodyguard nervously drove the vehicle forward, a stark contrast to the leisurely demeanor of Lin Duan in the passenger seat. Zhang Yi poked his head through the sunroof, recording audio and securing the high-decibel, looping loudspeaker, while vigilantly keeping watch with his firearm. Chu Jing maintained a distance of 100 meters behind their vehicle. The car was shrouded in darkness, the windows covered with special anti-peeping film, rendering the interior invisible from the outside. As long as one refrained from recklessness, such as opening windows or making noise, they could effectively insulate themselves from zombie incursions. Even from 100 meters away, Chu Jing could clearly hear the loudspeaker's message. Attention residents, there is an outbreak of a mysterious biological death virus. Please take precautions. Though uncertain if any survivors could hear it, it was evident that some unfortunate souls had turned into zombies. In the distance, a cluster of figures began to sway and stagger towards the source of the sound. Upon seeing these indistinct silhouettes, Chu Jing promptly grasped Bai Ning's arm. Wait, let us not draw too close. Bai Ning subsequently pressed the brake pedal, having also noticed the staggering figures ahead, and their numbers were increasing rapidly. They were all zombies drawn in by the sound, and the quantity far exceeded their expectations. For Chu Jing's safety, she chose to turn off the engine and pretend the vehicle was unoccupied. This number was significant. The ammunition they carried would likely prove insufficient. Chu Jing narrowed her eyes. It will be fine. At that moment, Zhang Yi had awakened his powers. It was merely a training opportunity. Bai Ning considered the necessity of maintaining a margin for error. Based on Lin Duan's shooting accuracy, if one zombie could be dispatched with an average of 5 shots, then for the current number, their ammunition would undoubtedly be inadequate. Moreover, they could not guarantee other zombies would not be lured by the noise. The consequences of running out of ammunition were too dire to contemplate. With a gunshot, Lin Duan initiated the clearing operation. Although equipped with a silencer, its effectiveness was limited. Why did you fire? Zhang Yi's body tensed, as if startled by an unexpected jolt. Should we wait for them to be upon us before firing? Lin Duan scoffed, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. There are numerous zombies here, and we do not have enough bullets. Ideally, we should aim to take down one with 3 shots. This is somewhat challenging for me, so I will rely on you. Officer Zhang, if we cannot kill them, it will be our demise. Lin Duan's casual tone stood in stark contrast to the gravity of their predicament. Zhang Yi retorted, "Are you here to amuse me?" Originally, he had intended to observe a while longer, waiting for the opportune moment to devise a simple strategy before launching an attack. However, hearing that Lin Duan had already fired, he realized that the circumstances no longer permitted hesitation. He immediately switched to a focused combat mode. "Do not waste bullets. Leave the rest to me." The moving zombie served as his target. If he could strike it precisely in the forehead, the creature would collapse. Although Zhang Yi did not fully grasp the underlying principle, he understood that this knowledge would prove immensely convenient. As gunfire echoed around them, the number of zombies in the vicinity increased. Some were rigid, struggling to walk, while others were remarkably agile, sprinting directly towards the source of the sound. The few even passed by the car where Chu Jing was seated. As one of the zombies ambled past Chu Jing, it suddenly halted, stiffly twisting its head, and began to stagger around the vehicle in a disoriented circle. The occupants of the car grew tense, with the exception of Chu Jing. The zombie pressed its decayed and grotesque face against the passenger window. The moment Chu Jing turned her head, she was confronted by that enlarged visage, its grayish-white eyeballs rolling erratically in their sockets. One eyeball even fell out entirely, leaving behind a dark, hollow cavity. Bai Ning attempted to pull Chu Jing closer to her, fearing that even the slightest sound from inside the car might provoke the zombie. Qin Shixiao was poised and ready, prepared to spring into action to eliminate the creature. Chu Jing pressed her lips tightly together. Observing the zombie up close, she realized just how hideous it truly was. Remaining calm in the face of adversity, she retrieved her phone and snapped a couple of photos of the zombie's face. In a hushed tone, Chu Jing reassured her companions, "You need not be alarmed. It hasn't he noticed us. But why doesn't he leave?" Bai Ning still felt uneasy. They have only recently transformed into zombies and retained some of their previous habits. For instance, a zombie that enjoyed running in life may continue to do so with greater speed than others. This one might have had an affinity for cars, given the patterns on its clothing. The group followed her gaze to examine the zombie's attire. Although stained with blood, faint patterns of a car model could still be discerned. It had yet to discover the presence of the car's occupants, which was fortunate. However, allowing it to circle endlessly was not a viable solution. Even if they drove away now, it might pursue them relentlessly. Moreover, The noise of the vehicle would likely attract more zombies. Miss, I can go out and distract it, Qin Shishao offered. Chu Jing cast a deep glance at him, disapproving of such reckless behavior. There are safer alternatives. She rummaged through her pocket, producing a talisman, which she waved in front of her companions. Hand me your talismans. Though puzzled, they complied, offering their talismans to Chu Jing. She compared the designs on the talismans. Each bore different patterns, suggesting varied functions, yet one would surely be applicable to their current predicament. While the others speculated on the purpose of the talismans, Chu Jing began spraying water on the back of one, affixing it to the car window. When the first talisman yielded no response, she simply switched to another. Will this even work? Bai Ning questioned, her apprehension evident. Watching Chu Jing place her hand on the zombie's face sent a shiver down her spine that it will be effective. Finally, as one talisman adhered to the window, the zombie outside recoiled as though scalded, stumbling backward. Chapter 28. Is he also a character from a book? Chu Jing's eyes sparkled with realization. The Xinyu Daoist truly possessed genuine skills. Even without supernatural abilities, he could navigate the apocalypse with remarkable adeptness. No wonder he was the man who had been forcibly erased from the original text. Is it really effective? The bodyguard in the back seat was taken aback by the zombie's reaction. After being repelled, the zombie spun in place a couple of times before daring not to approach the vehicle again, instead staggering toward the source of the noise ahead. Let us reward the Daoist with a chicken leg when we return. These talismans are surprisingly useful. Keep the remaining ones safe. They might just save your lives. Chu Jing redistributed the leftover talismans among them. Upon receiving their talismans again, they treated them with newfound caution, carefully tucking them away, concerned about crumpling them and losing their efficacy. The number of zombies in the vicinity diminished, leaving behind a grim tableau of defeated corpses scattered across the ground. Zhang Yi remained focused, dispatching one zombie after another with unerring precision. Lin Duan observed closely, ultimately concluding that Zhang Yi had awakened an extraordinary ability. With a superhuman at the helm, he felt free to relax. Officer Zhang. One on the left. Zhang Yi adjusted his aim and took it down 0.3 on the right. Zhang Yi pivoted again, maintaining his steady performance. 0.5 more are coming straight at us. After dispatching the 5. Zhang Yi took advantage of a brief moment to reload and glanced over at Lin Duan. Is the gun in your hand merely for show? Just a moment ago, Lin Duan had been intensely focused. So why was he now merely chatting? Lin Duan shrugged. I'm merely upholding the traditional virtue of frugality. The bullets I have aren't just falling from the sky. Each shot counts, you see? While I take down one, you manage to take down 5. Just think of how many bullets we can save. 1 shot saves 4 bullets. 10 shots save 40. You just took down 58, and with 4 double kills, UVE saved a total of 236 bullets. If I were shooting, not only would we save over 200, we might even end up losing 200 more. Lin Duan spoke rapidly, leaving the bodyguard driver. He Quan, utterly astonished. Although Lin Duan appeared unreliable, his calculations were surprisingly astute. Reflecting on it, it made sense. The Lin family had once been wealthy, and it was Lin Duan who had managed their affairs. Zhang Yi was also taken aback by his words, and only after clearing the remaining zombies did he voice his curiosity. How can you keep such precise count? Even Zhang Yi himself was unaware of how many zombies he had felled. He only knew that he was enjoying the process, and his weapon was responding with newfound accuracy. The bullets seemed to synchronize with his thoughts, allowing him to hit his targets with unprecedented ease. Akin to possessing superhuman abilities, I have my methods. Lin Duan didn't rely on his eyes alone. Each time he defeated a zombie, his inexplicable system automatically kept a tally. Once he confirmed that all the nearby zombies had been eliminated, Lin Duan stepped out of the vehicle. This action appeared undeniably bold to onlookers, prompting even Chu Jing to raise an eyebrow. Surrounded by fallen corpses, if an undetected zombie were to spring up, Lin Duan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. He strolled through the sea of zombies as if on a casual outing, occasionally kicking at the corpses. They're all thoroughly dead. It seems safe now. Let us move forward. Chu Jing relaxed against her seat. With so many zombies, it was certain that some would yield crystal cores. These cores were essential for the enhancement of supernatural abilities and served as the only true currency in the apocalypse. Thus, they must not be overlooked. Remember to wear masks. Chu Jing handed Bai Ning a mask, slinging her backpack over her shoulder while reminding those in the back seat. The air outside is bound to be foul. While it may not necessarily be toxic, breathing it in excessively could harm your health. Miss, if we need to clear the area outside, we can handle it for you. Qin Shishao was reluctant to let Chu Jing come into close contact with the zombies. Considering the potential for viruses, after all, who wouldn't he have nightmares after witnessing such a scene? We don't need to clear it. There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. We can't possibly clean up every time. We're not garbage collectors. Even if we leave them be, they will eventually decay, Chu Jing replied, stepping out of the car. She wasn't merely leisurely. She intended to assist in clearing the street. At most, she might set fire to the area and burn everything down. In the future, encounters with zombies would be inevitable, and certain knowledge was crucial beforehand. Not everything on a zombie was entirely worthless. There was one item that could significantly enhance their future safety. From now on, whenever they encountered a fallen zombie, they should search its body whenever feasible. Chu Jing refrained from explicitly naming the item, believing that the tangible object would illustrate its significance more effectively. She retrieved a small scanner from her backpack. The scanner was roughly 11 inches in size. Akin to a tablet, designed based on the principles of security machines. The X-ray it projected could directly scan zombies. If a crystal core resided in a zombie's brain, it could be easily detected through the scan. They had dozens of such scanners in storage at home, and in the future, they could each take one with them to primarily observe the zombies' brain areas. The group followed Chu Jing at a measured pace, while the bodyguards, donned in gloves, removed the defeated zombies to clear a path. Finally, as Chu Jing scanned one of the bodies, her eyes gleamed with excitement. Found it! She hastily approached, eager to show the others the screen of the scanner, only to find Lin Duan had already beaten her to it. He came from the opposite direction and swiftly struck down the zombie at his feet, with the ease of slicing through vegetables. He extracted the crystal core from its skull. The dark red blood enveloped an irregularly shaped core, which he vigorously rubbed against the zombie's clothing, revealing its somewhat murky interior. He then proudly raised it high for everyone to see. This is the crystal core. Chu Jing was momentarily taken aback. How could he possibly be aware of the existence of the crystal cores? In an instant, his thoughts spiraled. He shouldn't have any knowledge of this. At this juncture, no one should. The earliest discovery of the crystal cores would occur 6 months hence, by which time humanity would have ceased their frantic fleeing from zombies, allowing them the capacity to recognize such phenomena. Could it be that he, like Chu Jing, was also a transmigrator? Chu Jing, here is a crystal core for you. Do not be put off by its dirtiness. It will prove invaluable in the future. Consider it a token of gratitude for your hospitality. Lin Duan said, extending the core to Chu Jing. Qin Shishao promptly pulled Chu Jing aside, visibly disdainful of the rock unearthed from a brain. Lin Duan, you don't have a criminal record, do you? Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Such fluidity of action made it hard not to suspect him of being a serial killer. Chapter 29. The emergence of the crystal core. What on earth? Do I appear to be that sort of person? Lin Duan retorted, kicking aside the lifeless body at his feet, its already battered head rolling a few times before coming to rest against an obstacle. His expression remained unperturbed, his attire stained with blood. Resembling a fearsome specter from the depths of hell, Zhang Yi replied emphatically, You do. Not just that, but you seem like the type deserving of a death sentence. Lin Duan shot him a scornful glance, convinced that he had no eye for character. Even if misunderstood, Lin Duan had no desire to engage in a futile exchange with Zhang Yi and directly thrust the crystal core into Chu Jing's hands. Take this, it's a valuable item. Chu Jing examined the crystal core in his grasp, contemplating whether to probe Lin Duan further. If he truly shared the same origins, possessing foreknowledge of future events, he would likely seek to align himself with Bai Ning. After all, the protagonist's halo is universally applicable. The mere existence of Lin Duan might even complicate Bai Ning's life with unwelcome entanglements. At worst, he might usurp opportunities that rightfully belong to Bai Ning. As this thought crossed his mind, Chu Jing's countenance darkened. No one shall covet anything belonging to Bai Ning. Young Master Lin, what is this? Qin Shishao queried, noticing Chu Jing's sudden pallor. The murky stone appeared unremarkable. Was this truly not a calcified brain fragment? It could very well harbor unknown viruses. Had it not been for Chu Jing's persistent use of protective gloves, Qin Shishao would have never allowed such an ambiguous object to come near her. It's merely a stone, but upon my first glance, the term crystal core sprang to mind. So let us call it that, Lin Duan remarked, though his understanding of crystal cores was limited. However, a minor side quest in that wretched system required him to introduce the concept of crystal cores to the world. Thus, he felt compelled to stage this encounter. Casting a glance toward Bai Ning, he acknowledged that he was not particularly familiar with her, yet this approach could suffice to fulfill his task. Chu Jing frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai Ning and shot Lin Duan a glare. "Where are your eyes wandering, you rascal?" Lin Duan appeared bewildered, unaware of how he had incurred the ire of this young lady. Receiving nothing but a frosty glare in return, Chu Jing, visibly displeased, inquired, "You claim this is a valuable item. Pray tell, what makes it so? How is it utilized? To be honest, I cannot specify. I simply sense its utility." Lin Duan replied with a shrug, speaking candidly. "Recently, some information circulating online may have escaped your notice. Simultaneously with the emergence of zombies infected by an unknown virus, there have also appeared individuals with supernatural abilities. However, due to their rarity, such information has been suppressed. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that these abilities undeniably exist." Lin Duan continued, "The emergence of zombies and supernatural abilities must be interconnected. To defeat a zombie, one must strike the brain, and coincidentally, the crystal core resides at its very center. Thus, the crystal core is undoubtedly key in combating zombies. I personally suspect that this crystal core is related to those supernatural abilities. Chu Jing, once you awaken your powers, you might find it useful, so keep it for now." Lin Duan surveyed the group, declaring, "This is for Chu Jing. Do any of you have objections?" The initial emergence of the crystal core indeed made ownership difficult to ascertain. Presently, it appeared that the core would benefit Zhang Yi the most. However, entrusting it to Chu Jing was undoubtedly a sound choice. Chu Jing scrutinized the small crystal core, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Duan. Finding it hard to gauge him, lacking supernatural abilities and uncertain whether she could awaken any, she nonetheless possessed a strong financial capability. After Lin Duan concluded his statement, the surrounding individuals fell into silence. No one countered, questioned, or echoed his claims. They were all rendered speechless by him. "Why is everyone so quiet? Are you all startled?" Chu Jing remained silent, deliberating on whether Lin Duan was indeed a transmigrator. Bai Ning stayed quiet, recalling her previous encounter with mysteriously appearing food bags. Zhang Yi was silent, as he could genuinely perceive changes within his body. Qin Shishao held his tongue, having come across information regarding certain peculiar mutations online, and was assisting Chu Jing in gathering these individuals. Everyone present tacitly accepted the veracity of Lin Duan's assertions. The truth of his words prompted deep reflection. Chu Jing finally spoke, "Let us collect any nearby crystal cores and store them with me. If anyone can utilize them in the future, I will retrieve them." No one suspected that Chu Jing had ulterior motives for hoarding the cores. Rather, they felt most at ease in trusting them to her. With a plan in place, Chu Jing wielded a scanner, designating one person to handle each discovered crystal core. After completing the scanning process, they uncovered a total of 9 cores. The probability was akin to purchasing 50 scratch-off tickets. With 10 yielding prizes, regardless of the number, a win was a win. This was a rather satisfactory haul. Having secured all 9 crystal cores, they set the location ablaze before Xie Chongqing nodded obediently, unaware that his response was anything but appropriate. In truth, after venturing outside, he had not contracted any virus. However, neglecting to tidy himself up left Chu Jing feeling quite uncomfortable. If one could not maintain oneself in the early days of the apocalypse, how dire would the situation be in the later stages? At the dining table, the gruesome scenes witnessed earlier that day had sapped everyone's appetite. Uncle Xiong even suspected that his culinary skills had deteriorated, pondering deeply in the kitchen for quite some time. When Chu Jing rose in the evening, the kitchen light still shone brightly, with Uncle Xiong contemplating the flavors of the day's dishes. "Uncle Xiong, are you still awake?" Chu Jing asked, extracting a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, balancing 2 elegant wine glasses in one hand. Uncle Xiong jumped in fright, relaxing only when he turned to see it was Chu Jing. "I was just wondering if today's dishes had an off taste. Could it be due to the ingredients being stored for too long? Indeed, prolonged freezing could affect taste, but it shouldn't have resulted in such leftovers." He found himself deeply doubting his culinary skills. "You needn't overthink it. The taste is quite good. It's merely that after witnessing so much bloodshed outside, they are unable to eat. They'll adjust in time." Chu Jing reassured him. "One must gradually acclimatize to everything. She gestured towards the leftover food on the table. Food is exceedingly precious now. We mustn't waste any of it, of course. I won't let anything go to waste. Leave it to me, Uncle Xiong declared, confident in his ability to transform the remnants into something extraordinary. Even leftover rice and dishes can be reimagined into a new creation. As for the concern about fresh ingredients, there's no need to worry. I have plans in place. The farms and pastures established before the apocalypse are ready to be put to use. After leaving the kitchen, Chu Jing approached a door. Balancing the wine bottle and glasses made knocking quite inconvenient, so she gently nudged the door with her elbow. This subtle sound startled the person inside, waking them instantly. Who is it? It's me. Upon hearing Chu Jing's voice, the occupant relaxed and swiftly opened the door. What brings you here? Zheng Yi, sporting a messy hairstyle and dark circles under his eyes, greeted her. His eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared utterly exhausted. Such beautiful eyes should not be wasted, Chu Jing remarked, lifting her wineglass in salute. I knew you were awake. Do you mind if we chat for a while? The rooms were furnished according to Chu Jing's preferences, each equipped with essential amenities, including a small private bathroom for convenience. However, the arrangement varied from person to person. Diane Zhang Yi's room, a cardboard board filled with notes he had collected, bore strategies for various phenomena. Seated in front of the coffee table, Chu Jing poured red wine into both glasses. After taking a sip, she glanced at the somewhat chaotic handwriting on the board. Would you like me to find you a whiteboard? No need. I can't trouble you any further, and besides, these things may soon be irrelevant, Zheng Yi replied, somewhat overwhelmed. He had previously relied on various clues to tackle challenges, but now they felt futile. He raised his glass and drank it down in one go, seeking solace for his troubled spirit. Chu Jing remarked, You truly embody a bold spirit akin to that of beer. However, having consumed a bit of wine, Zhang Yi felt slightly tipsy, his previously taut nerves relaxing considerably. He soon found the situation somewhat amusing. Outside, zombies surrounded the city, yet here he was, drinking red wine. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Chu Jing retrieved a prepared crystal core from her pocket. Here, take this. What do you want me to do with this? He recoiled at the thought of something extracted from a zombie's head. After all the explanations from Lin Duan today, you should have some special feelings about it. Don't you sense any changes in your body? Perhaps in your vision? Zhang Yi's gaze flickered as he focused on Chu Jing. In that moment, her movements seemed to slow down considerably. From her eyes, he could even see a clear reflection of his current self. Had he truly awakened an extraordinary ability? Due to acid rain and high temperatures, coupled with the rampant zombies outside, information online had dwindled. Most individuals began sharing only crucial messages, dismissing trivial chatter. The internet became a vital source of information for survivors, where it was safe, where supplies were, and where to find water and electricity. Chu Jing was not concerned about electricity or supplies. The network here remained stable. She was currently engaged in a video conversation with workers at the farms and pastures. I understand you must feel anxious about the outside world. But I assure you, as long as you focus on your tasks, you need not worry about your daily lives. Should any special circumstances arise, feel free to contact me, and I will provide you with the utmost assistance. After an hour of reassuring discourse with the workers, she had successfully calmed their fears. With the matters concerning the farms and pastures settled, there was no need to worry about the food chain for the time being. Subsequently, Chu Jing logged into her alternate account. She reached out to all potential individuals who might possess extraordinary abilities, though not everyone responded to her messages. Some may have unfortunately perished, while others remained skeptical of her. After some time, she identified one person who seemed most trustworthy, Han Jin. Chapter 31. Codename C. Chu Jing conducted a thorough search on him and discovered he was a young chemistry professor. Information about him was scarce, but there was a photo of him wearing glasses, holding an unknown chemical reagent, surrounded by various bottles and jars, indicating his expertise in chemistry. His extraordinary ability was somewhat aligned with his chemical knowledge. He had discovered he could alter and reorganize elements. Upon receiving Chu Jing's message, he promptly reached out to her, driven by a thirst for knowledge and concern for his own condition, constantly inquiring about her insights regarding extraordinary abilities. Chu Jing patiently explained to him, providing common knowledge and strategies. Chu Jing had never revealed her name to Han Jin, who referred to her simply as C based on her online alias. C. In your current area, an earthquake will occur shortly. You must evacuate in advance. I have sent you a location where I have stored supplies. Han Jin. I have already contacted nearby surviving extraordinary individuals. We will set off immediately. Soon after, Han Jin sent a document containing a list of extraordinary individuals, detailing their basic information: names, ages, prior professions, and the abilities they had awakened. This was precisely why Chu Jing trusted Han Jin. He had successfully united the extraordinary individuals, forming a team with a common goal. This was invaluable in the early days of the apocalypse, making their efforts remarkably efficient. 2 months later, everyone had adapted to the current reality. In just 2 months, the civilization built over millennia had been largely destroyed. Experts marked the first day of the acid rain as the beginning of a new apocalypse era. The armed forces conducted direct bombings on areas densely populated by zombies, while survivors banded together, fleeing for their lives. During this time, the existence of extraordinary individuals became recognized by the public. Various extraordinary abilities were filmed and shared online, leading to the emergence of numerous small groups. Some sought the assistance of extraordinary individuals, offering all their savings just to join a faction. In a flash, groups like the Tyrant Gang, Black Snake Gang, and Fire Blaze Gang became prominent. Simultaneously, an inconspicuous organization of extraordinary individuals emerged, operating under the brief code name. Chu Jing turned on the television, which only broadcasted the official channel. A somewhat disheveled host was relaying surveillance from various locations, warning of areas overrun by zombies and advising survivors on evacuation routes. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, Chu Jing's villa resembled a peaceful sanctuary. Bai Ning and Zheng Yi were engaged in a serious discussion at the coffee table, their demeanor far from casual. Bai Ning: we cannot remain idle. We must venture outside. If we fail to keep pace with the outside world, we will be left behind. Zheng Yi: I agree. Like extraordinary abilities, although both Xiaomi and I have awakened our powers, we can never enhance them without practical experience. Bai Ning: perhaps only by going out can we have a chance to awaken our abilities. Chu Jing joined the conversation. You need not rush. What is meant to be will come in due time. Extraordinary abilities will arrive eventually. She smiled at Bai Ning, envisioning the moment Bai Ning awakened her powers. She would show others what true strength meant. With just her alone, she could freeze an entire city. Bai Ning's tone softened, her gaze filled with affection. Babe, it's not that I'm anxious. We simply know too little about extraordinary abilities. Look at Xiaomi. Even though she has awakened her powers, we are unable to assist her. Xiaomi donned a brand new dress. Her fair, delicate face flushed a vibrant crimson as she diligently practiced organizing items in the corner. While everyone was aware of the existence of supernatural abilities, it was only then that Bai Ning revealed to Chu Jing the events that had transpired in the shop involving Xiaomi. Chu Jing immediately discerned that she had awakened her powers. Since learning about her abilities, Xiaomi felt she might be able to assist Chu Jing significantly and worked tirelessly every day, though her progress remained slow. Chu Jing pondered carefully. Indeed, in the original narrative, Bai Ning possessed a profound awareness of her powers upon awakening, and her experiences could accelerate the evolution of abilities when shared with others. Currently, without her own awakening, others could only fumble about like headless flies. Zheng Yi remarked, I also believe it would be prudent to venture out and ascertain the situation. Although the news may report it, accuracy is not guaranteed. Chu Jing made a decisive statement. Let us go out and take the opportunity to replenish our supplies. The mention of resupplying, both Bai Ning and Zheng Yi grew solemn. Given Chu Jing's assertion, it was likely that supplies were running low. Thus, the sooner they left, the better, lest their provisions be depleted. The urgency to depart intensified. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Jing had never disclosed her possession of several large warehouses. Only Qin Shixiao was privy to that information. Moreover, they had not yet reached a point where it was necessary to replenish supplies from the warehouse. Xie Chongqing sat silently on the nearby sofa, his lips tightly pressed, his gaze fixated on a question-and-answer forum on his phone. The question read, how can one swiftly awaken their abilities? Numerous answers suggested that it depended on the type of emergency that triggered the awakening. Yet one response lurked in the shadows. If bitten by a zombie, one would either awaken their powers or become a zombie. Upon reading this response, his fist clenched tightly. Xiao Xie, you should come with us. Chu Jing suggested, considering that Xie Chongqing also possessed spatial abilities, albeit unawakened, and she intended to stimulate his powers by bringing him along. Xie Chongqing glanced once more at the reply, then looked up at Chu Jing with a bright smile. All right. On the highway, two vehicles sped along in the distance. The occasional sound of gunfire echoed. a phenomenon that elicited little surprise from the group. Firearms were now commonplace for self-defense, many procured from the corpses of zombies, obtained at the cost of one's life. What was initially a simple outing unexpectedly turned into a gathering of 7 in the front vehicle. Qin Shishao drove, while Chu Jing and Bai Ning occupied the middle seats. With Lin Duan, Xie Chongqing, and Xiaomai squeezed in the back, Yun Qi and Zheng Yi, accompanied by other bodyguards, led the way in the front. Their destination was a large supermarket, and Chu Jing intended to follow Yun Qi's instincts. As the sixth sense of the Taoist priest was not to be taken lightly, in the front vehicle, Yun Qi yawned from the passenger seat, then donned an eye mask over his face. "I'm going to sleep for a bit. Wake me when we arrive." Zheng Yi questioned, "Taoist priest, isn't it your responsibility to lead the way?" Yun Qi crossed his arms, leaning back in his seat, already drifting into slumber. "I've lived in seclusion for 20 years. Do you expect me to guide you along the right path? You'll have to navigate yourself." Chapter 32. The survivors after the apocalypse. Why have we stopped? Chu Jing inquired, puzzled. They had reached a remote stretch of mountainous highway adjacent to the city, a place where no supermarkets could possibly exist, let alone a location for resource gathering. However, from here, one could gaze upon the desolation of the city below. Zheng Yi exited the vehicle, and upon its steady halt, Chu Jing prepared to follow suit to discern their intentions. Even from 10 kilometers away, the stench of blood and gunpowder wafted through the air. This area had already experienced extensive bombardment, a far cry from its former vibrancy. Zheng Yi leaned against the highway's safety railing, staring blankly into the distance, his gaze fixated on the police station. Chu Jing remarked coolly, "Stop staring. There are no survivors left in the city. Those still alive have long since escaped." Zheng Yi instinctively retorted, "That's not true. The morning news reported that survivors in the city are being evacuated under official protection." Chu Jing lifted the corners of her lips into a faint smile. "Such fabricated news is merely a means to placate the populace. After so many years in your position, surely you are not unaware of this?" Zheng Yi pressed his lips together. He had attempted to contact his master, but alas, there had been no response. In such circumstances, the outlook was grim. Nevertheless, he preferred to believe that his master was preoccupied with ensuring the evacuation of survivors. "I wish to see for myself," he declared. Chu Jing clicked her tongue in disapproval. "I think you're insane. If you wish to see, then go ahead." Zheng Yi was taken aback by her lack of resistance. His confusion mounting when Qin Shishao retrieved a set of equipment from the trunk of the vehicle. An unmanned aerial vehicle, meticulously prepared in advance, was set down securely on the ground. This drone could fly 100 kilometers with a 10-hour battery life, allowing them to see whatever they desired. Chu Jing nodded in understanding as Qin Shishao activated the drone, guiding it into the distance. The drone's footage was transmitted directly to the computer screen. Zheng Yi's eyes remained glued to the display, and as they approached the buildings in the city, a palpable sense of oppression enveloped him. The drone soared 10 meters above ground level, capturing clear images of the surrounding bombed-out structures, while also revealing the zombies meandering through the streets. Some were missing arms, others legs, and some had half their heads blown off. Despite this, they continued to wander aimlessly, devoid of thought or purpose. When the drone passed overhead, the noise drew their attention. "Over there are people," Zheng Yi exclaimed suddenly. His keen eyesight had spotted survivors amid the ruins. Chu Jing regarded Zheng Yi with significant intent. "You would do well to pretend you didn't see anything." "Why?" "He is clearly a living survivor," Zheng Yi protested. But Chu Jing remained silent, merely signaling Qin Shishao, who then maneuvered the drone closer. As they drew near, the image became clearer. The survivor appeared gaunt and frail, with sunken eyes, as though he had gone days without food, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The mere existence of this survivor represented a flicker of hope. Zheng Yi's heart swelled with a glimmer of optimism. Perhaps his master was still alive. Just as this hope ignited, the survivor's eyes lit up upon spotting the drone, and he hurriedly stood, waving frantically, his dry lips moving in desperate silence, as if to plead. "I'm here. Please save me." However, the motion of his waving arm attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. In less than 10 seconds, he was overwhelmed, his long exhausted body too weak to escape. Zheng Yi stood frozen, watching as the man was transformed into a zombie, prompting Qin Shishao to redirect the drone toward another area. This was a familiar path, so well known that Zheng Yi could traverse it with his eyes closed. Nearby, he spotted a horde of zombies clad in identical uniforms, many of whom bore faces he recognized. After a suffocating silence, Zhang Yi finally succumbed to his anguish, emitting a pained scream as he crouched down. Clutching his head, his neck flushed with emotion. They're all dead, all of them. Upon realizing this grim truth, Chu Jing signaled for the drone to return and began to pack up the equipment. I don't understand, Zhang Yi said, his eyes bloodshot and glistening with tears. He looked at the composed Chu Jing, the calm Bai Ning, the methodical Qin Shishao, the carefree Lin Duan, the indifferent Xie Chongqing, and the unconcerned Yun Qi. Even the youngest, Xiao Mai, only exhibited mild tension, showing no other extraordinary reaction. The world had undergone such a catastrophic transformation, and yet he was the only one displaying a normal response. In that moment, he felt as though he had become the most abnormal one among them. Why can you all face the current situation with such equanimity, as if devoid of humanity? He was on the verge of collapse. Indeed, Chu Jing blinked. One cannot say they lack humanity. Rather, they simply adapt to reality swiftly. She had initially believed Zhang Yi had adjusted to the current circumstances, only to discover he had not fully acclimated. Perhaps this was the difference between cannon fodder and protagonists. The former could not readily conform to the unfolding narrative, while the latter perpetually led the way. Zhang Yi belonged to the former category, while Bai Ning was in the latter. Perhaps you should observe how others respond to the apocalypse, to witness true humanity. Various regions had succumbed to the onslaught of zombies, and the relatively safe locations were those typically devoid of crowds. In Chu Jing's memory, there was a highway service station that had served as a gathering place for early survivors. As they approached the highway, Chu Jing insisted on stopping the vehicle for a moment. Before the eyes of the group, she tousled her smooth, straight hair into disarray, loosely tying it with a rubber band, then retrieved some contour powder to create a dusty makeup look. After finishing her preparations, she turned to Bai Ning and asked, Ning Ning, how do I look? Do I resemble someone who has been fleeing for their life? Bai Ning nodded in agreement. Yes, you look like a princess on the run. Upon a bright smile from Chu Jing, she rolled up her sleeves and applied a makeshift escape disguise on Bai Ning, followed by Xia Xiaomi. When Xie Chongqing approached with eager eyes, Chu Jing waved her hand dismissively. You all sorted out yourselves. If you appear too pristine, you might easily be regarded as an anomaly. To her words, Qin Shishao swiftly leapt into a dirt pit, rolling twice before rising. The others promptly followed suit. Chu Jing even smeared some mud onto the wheels, and only after they were adequately prepared did they continue onward. The entrance to the service station was encircled by vehicles, their fronts and backs connected to form a barrier, while a ring of various cabinets and tables created a second line of defense. As their vehicle came to a halt nearby, two figures emerged from a high shelf within point. One of them brandished a gun, aiming it directly at the window. Get out of the vehicle. Zhang Yi discerned clearly that it was a police firearm. Chapter 33, Wang Air. There were approximately 30 to 50 individuals inside, as Bai Ning observed the surroundings and made her assessment. Lin Duan was astonished. How do you know that? The system had just accurately detected that there were 39 people inside. Bai Ning, disinterested in replying, turned to see Chu Jing gazing at her with starry eyes. She cleared her throat. Look around. This place is remote, and those who come here all arrive by vehicle. Given the limited capacity, it's highly probable there are that many. Chu Jing silently gave her a thumbs up. As expected of you, let's disembark. This place seems to be a gathering spot for survivors. Chu Jing tousled her hair a couple of times, allowing some disheveled strands to fall. They have guns. Are we really just going to waltz in? Lin Duan emphasized, his disbelief palpable. Chu Jing, undeterred, replied, What is there to fear? We have Zhang Yi. Lin Duan frowned, attempting to ponder the implications. You expect him to take a bullet for us? Chu Jing shot him an incredulous glance. Xie Chongqing interjected, reminding him, Officer Zhang possesses abilities. He can manipulate the trajectory of bullets. Lin Duan's eyes widened in realization, feeling a touch embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. Before they disembarked, Chu Jing instructed Xia Xiaomi to stow all supplies from the vehicle into her space. Where do you hail from? Chu Jing replied fluidly, We are all from Gujiang District. But Gujiang District has just undergone bombings. How did you manage to escape? Qin Shishao cleverly picked up where Chu Jing left off. We happened to be on an outing in the outskirts and narrowly missed the bombing. Since we couldn't return, we sought an alternate route. Are there any injuries? Chu Jing led the group around. assuring them absolutely none. Without injuries, there is no risk of becoming zombies. After a brief discussion, noticing the number of people with Chu Jing, they inquired, "Who among you holds authority?" As everyone unconsciously looked towards Chu Jing, she took a step back and extended her arm to its him. "He is a police officer." Zheng Ai, somewhat bemused, remarked, "I've never seen you treat me like a police officer before." At this point, Zheng Yi had no choice but to step forward and introduce himself. "I am Zheng Yi, an officer from the Huaqing Public Security Bureau." "Police? Are you part of the rescue team?" The expressions of the two men noticeably shifted, their eyes gleaming with hope. Zhang Yi pursed his lips before ultimately shaking his head. "No, I am separated from the police force. I am just an ordinary person now." Such a response cast a shadow of disappointment over them. Yet after deliberation, they decided to let Chu Jing and her group enter. "I am Wang Yi. You can call me Wang Er. This is Old Zhao. Park your vehicle over there, then slip in through here." Wang Er pointed out a narrow gap to Zheng Yi. One by one, Chu Jing and her companions made their way inside, arriving at the service area S hall. There were a total of 37 individuals present, each bearing the marks of exhaustion, their clothing tattered, and their appearances disheveled. Some had laid down small blankets on the ground to use as beds, while others sat on the floor leaning against their belongings. The youngest among them was an 8-year-old child, while the oldest was a man in his 60s. Compared to this group, Chu Jing and her companions appeared remarkably well kept, their previous disguises now subdued. Upon noticing the arrival of strangers, the others exhibited clear hostility, their gazes sharp and predatory, fixated on Chu Jing and her group. "Why are more people being let in? Wasn't it agreed upon that no one else would be allowed?" A man suddenly erupted, his eyes wide with rage. Wang Er gestured towards Zheng Yi. "He is a police officer." "Police! Police!" In an instant, every eye sparkled with renewed hope. "Are you part of the rescue team? Are you here to save us?" Cheers erupted, with some already beginning to pack their meager belongings, eager to escape to safety. Old Zhao scoffed, "They're not a rescue team. They're just here to escape too." This single statement swiftly silenced the previously raucous atmosphere. The subsequent disappointment weighed even heavier. "Bah, police? With so many in distress, you've made no effort whatsoever. All talk about mobilizing resources for our rescue. Where did that go? IVE waited 2 months without seeing a single soul. Damn it, just a bunch of freeloaders." The harsh words reached Zheng Yi's ears clearly, reminding him of the scenes he had witnessed through the drone, where each of his colleagues had remained behind, having sacrificed their lives. Their contributions deserved respect, not scorn. "What are you saying?" Zheng Yi stepped forward, his anger palpable, feeling as if he might lash out at any moment. Lin Duan intervened, placing a hand on him to restrain him. "Enough, don't pay them any mind." Initially intimidated by Zheng Yi's fury, the man grew emboldened when he saw that Zheng Yi was held back. His words became increasingly reckless. "You think you can intimidate us? What, do you want to hit me? You're all useless. You want to fight zombies, but want to take it out on me. Don't think I'm afraid of you. We're many, and we're not scared of you, I'll tell you. Hitting you now wouldn't be considered assaulting an officer. It's self-defense." He directed his final insult towards Lin Duan. Lin Duan's lips twitched, lowering his arm that had been restraining Zheng Yi. "You can tolerate this, but I cannot." Zheng Yi, already seething with anger over the thought of his colleagues, who had fought tirelessly until their last moments, felt a surge of indignation. Protecting others had been their mission, yet this was the response they received. He strode directly toward the foul-mouthed individual, easily shaking off several adult men who attempted to intervene. In the end, Zhang Yi effortlessly seized that man, pressing his head against the nearby wall. His physical advantage allowed him to stand his ground against multiple adversaries. "Apologize," the man, still defiant, replied. "I want to apologize. Did I say anything wrong? If you could do something, we wouldn't be stuck here, with no food or drink, and living in fear every day." Zheng Yi's grip tightened, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air, yet he refrained from actually striking. "Are you alive here now, speaking so boldly, not because they fought to save you?" Did Chu Jing waved her hand. Merely observing the various postures of this group of individuals could provide Zheng Yi with a profound lesson on the apocalypse. She resolved to escape the fate of being cannon fodder, starting from this moment. Chu Jing spotted a relatively clean tile and promptly seated herself upon it. Upon noticing this, Qin Shishao hurriedly removed his coat. folding it into a tofu block shape to serve as a cushion beside her. "Miss, the floor is cold. Please sit on this," he urged. Chu Jing looked up at Qin Shishao, offering him a grateful smile. Xia Chongqing tugged at his pullover hoodie, curling his lips in disdain. To onlookers, this scene seemed trivial. In any case, he found Chu Jing utterly irksome. What princess syndrome? Here they were in a post-apocalyptic world, still indulging in such frivolities. Some even cursed her in their hearts, convinced she would soon become a zombie. Wang Er and old Zhao chose not to continue their watch outside, but instead stepped forward to discuss their future course of action. "We have very few usable supplies left. We must find another safe point before we run out," he stated. "Old Zhao and I plan to leave tomorrow. I've heard there's a large estate to the north with some unpicked fruits and vegetables. There should be food available. Would anyone like to accompany us?" "I will. I'll go with you. We will follow you." The presence of a firearm in his possession provided a sense of security, prompting many to express their desire to accompany him. Wang Er glanced at those willing to join him. "My vehicle can only accommodate 3 more people. The rest will need to drive themselves. I can drive. But we need gas. There should be some fuel available at the nearby gas station." Their fervent discussion bore no relevance to Chu Jing and the others, as newcomers. No one would extend an invitation to Chu Jing and her companions to join them. Chu Jing observed Lin Duan, who was scanning the surroundings anxiously. "What are you looking for?" she inquired. "I'm looking for someone. We're missing 2. This discrepancy from the system's headcount unsettled Lin Duan, leaving him feeling vulnerable. He had no desire to lose his life here. Just as Chu Jing pondered the meaning of his words, a man suddenly emerged from the dimly lit corridor. "Do you have any medicine? Does anyone have painkillers or anti-inflammatory drugs? My wife has a severe headache and can hardly hold on." He dropped to his knees, tears mingling with sweat. "Please, just give me the medicine. I'll do anything." The foul-mouthed man nearby snickered quietly. Wang Er quickly inquired among those around him, but regrettably, no one responded. In fact, they recoiled, retreating into the shadows. In times like these, even if they had medicine, they were reluctant to share. Just as vital as sustenance was medication. Zhang Yi approached Wang Er to ask, "What is going on?" Wang Er sighed in resignation. "They arrived just yesterday. His wife had a miscarriage and hasn't recovered properly. We let them stay in a small room nearby. It's a bit dark, but it's quiet. Now it seems she might not last much longer." Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. He lacked medication, but he knew someone who might have it. "Why are you looking at me?" Chu Jing raised an eyebrow. She had medicine, but she would not readily share it under such circumstances. She was not the Buddha of Les Han. Her supplies were meant for Bai Ning. "That it's fine." Zhang Yi averted his gaze. As long as there was nothing wrong. He would not be able to save anyone in the future if he encountered trouble. Assessing the man, Chu Jing prudently posed another question. She narrowed her eyes. "How long has your wife been experiencing these headaches? Are there any other symptoms? Fever, cough, fatigue, loss of speech, rashes, localized swelling?" Hearing her description, the man nodded vigorously, as if clinging to a lifeline. "Yes, she has some of those symptoms. Are you a doctor? Please, help my wife." "Some of those symptoms? That's not a good sign. The zombie virus is not solely transmitted through wounds. Individuals with weakened immune systems can become infected for various reasons, much like the first zombies. Conversely, those with robust immunity may not transform into zombies even if injured. Instead, they might gain abilities. The man's wife was in a weakened state, with a 90% probability of belonging to the former category. "Let me ask you one more thing. Did you and your wife escape from a horde of zombies? Have you had any close contact with them?" The man was puzzled by the question but answered truthfully. "Yes, we barely escaped from the city during the most perilous encounter. One was only a meter away from us. But I managed to repel it. We were definitely not injured." He emphasized loudly it was precisely because they bore no wounds that they could enter this survivor's enclave. Chu Jing's expression turned grave. "I suggest isolating your wife for observation." Upon hearing this, the man immediately felt discriminated against. "No, my wife is fine. She has no wounds. We are normal people," Chu Jing replied. "But can your wife still respond to you? Can you confirm that she is truly fine?" Her words not only unsettled the man but also caused panic among others, who turned their anxious gazes towards Chu Jing. "What do you mean by that? Explain yourself," they demanded. There's something wrong with his wife?" The man, with reddened eyes, scanned the crowd and realized their glances had shifted. Without receiving any medicine, he could only return to his wife's side. A figure emerged faintly from the depths of the corridor, and the man was taken aback, stepping forward. "Wife, why are you out?" Before he could finish his sentence, his throat was viciously bitten by his wife. She had truly transformed into a zombie. Chapter 35. Trust in science. The speed of mutation is related to one's constitution. Some complete the transformation in the blink of an eye, like this man. The individuals closest to them were the first to suffer. The foul-mouthed man was among them, becoming the initial target of the zombies' attack. "Zombies, take precautions," Chu Jing urgently warned the crowd. As she stood, she did not forget to grab Qin Shixiao's clothing. "Stand behind me." Chu Jing was simultaneously encircled by several individuals, firmly obstructed. "Xiaomi, get the gun." Xiaomi swiftly retrieved firearms from her space, distributing them to several people. Unlike their orderly response, the others were in a state of chaotic flight. "Get off, don't pull me. Wang Er, help." Everyone scrambled desperately towards Wang Er, with some men grabbing their prepared weapons while women wielded long sticks. Even an 8-year-old boy clutched a rod. Zombies do not discriminate based on age or gender. The speed of viral transmission escalated, and once knocked down, there was no hope of survival, even if some individuals did not immediately become zombies. If they were scratched, others would shove them directly into the mouths of the undead. Qin Shixiao shielded Chu Jing, while Bai Ning, Lin Duan, and Zheng Yi fired their weapons with increasing fervor. Xie Chongqing wished to join but was restrained by Chu Jing. He was still young and not suited for combat. As for Yun Qi, he extracted several sheets of yellow paper from his pocket and began drawing on the ground. Then, he distanced himself from the crowd, waiting for the opportune moment to place a talisman directly on the zombie's head. Instantly, the zombie froze, obediently turning to restrain another's arm at Yun Qi's command. Yun Qi continued applying talismans. Wang Er's marksmanship was poor, and his gun held only 3 bullets, one of which was spent. He couldn't hit the vital points. Without bullets, he would have to resort to using a stick like everyone else to create barriers against the approaching zombies. A minute felt like an eternity. With Bai Ning maintaining order, this minor crisis was swiftly resolved. The survivors turned their grateful gazes towards Bai Ning, who, in their eyes, had replaced Wang Er as their new guardian deity. The bodyguards effectively managed the scene, leaving everyone in awe of their actions. Their proficiency was startlingly familiar, exhibiting an unflappable demeanor and methodical techniques indicative of someone seasoned in the face of adversity. Chu Jing employed her equipment to scan each head. Given the brief duration of the mutation, no crystal cores had formed here. What a pity! Otherwise, these survivors would have witnessed a gruesome spectacle of skulls being opened. "I'll go take a look over there," Bai Ning said, sensing something was amiss, as she pointed in a direction to inform Chu Jing of her whereabouts. Chu Jing intended to follow but was dissuaded by Bai Ning before she could speak. "I'll be back shortly. Wait for me here." Fearing potential hidden dangers, Bai Ning was reluctant to allow Chu Jing to accompany her. Considering Bai Ning's formidable aura, Chu Jing acquiesced, recognizing that her presence might inadvertently affect Bai Ning's fortune. Not following Bai Ning, Lin Duan immediately trailed after her. Witnessing this, Chu Jing seized him. "What are you doing?" Lin Duan smiled innocently. "It's dark over there. It's unsafe for Bai Ning to go alone. I'll accompany her." Chu Jing scrutinized him suspiciously. "Are you genuinely concerned for Ning Ning's safety, or do you have other intentions?" Fortunately, he called her by Ning. Had he used any other appellation, Chu Jing would have deemed him one of those troublesome romantic entanglements and would have swiftly eliminated him. "What nonsense are you spouting? After all, we share over a decade of camaraderie. Could you not extend me a modicum of trust?" Chu Jing shot him a sidelong glance, for amongst the individuals present, Lin Duan was the one she trusted the least. After all, she was oblivious to Lin Duan's future intentions. "To earn my trust is not as simple as mere words. You must demonstrate sincerity." Upon hearing this, Lin Duan's typically sharp tongue fell silent, which only solidified Chu Jing's conviction that he was certainly concealing something. Originally, there were 39 individuals, but now only 16 remained alive. A survival rate exceeding 1/3 is commendable in this apocalyptic world. Regardless of the location, after temporarily securing safety, the group felt a slight sense of relief. "Master, I beseech you, grant me a talisman. I am willing to pay. I possess food and drink, if you desire money. I have a piece of gold." A middle-aged man suddenly knelt before Yun Qi, tearing out his gold-capped tooth. Although he was unfamiliar with firearms and uninterested in them, He had clearly observed how this master had subdued a zombie with merely a piece of yellow paper. Surely, that was more effective than those iron contraptions? Yun-Chi shook his head. I do not sell. He scrutinized the middle-aged man. Even if you acquire it, it will be of no use. Just that single glance nearly brought the middle-aged man to tears. Master, does your statement imply that I do not have long to live? Yun-Chi tidied his belongings and regarded him coolly. You must believe in science. The middle-aged man was taken aback. You wield talismans to intimidate zombies and expect me to trust in science? Wang Er was equally astonished. In the earlier chaos, he was the only one with the presence of mind to assess the situation, ensuring he could assist a few others. This led him to question his own existence. The disparity between individuals was startlingly vast. While it was understandable that the police had superior marksmanship, what of the others? Were they not ordinary people? Most astonishing was the unity displayed by this group, likely fostered by the individual who had been encircled by them all along. Wang Er approached Chu Jing. Thank you all. Had you not assisted us, we would have perished here today. Chu Jing replied. We are not helping you. We are merely aiding ourselves. If we do not deal with these zombies, our safety will also be jeopardized. We must extinguish the spark of danger before it spreads. Wang Er felt a twinge of embarrassment. Merely 3 minutes prior, he had thought them to be a burden, never imagining they would save his life. May I inquire where you intend to go next? Wang Er adjusted his clothing nervously as he approached Chu Jing. She shrugged. I do not know. Have you heard of any other gathering locations for survivors? We cannot remain here. We must find a cleaner place to live. I do not know. Well, do you have any idea where we might gather some supplies? I do not know. Chu Jing repeated her lack of knowledge 3 times. She countered, if you wish to know something, you should inquire elsewhere. You will not glean anything from me. Why do you ask so many questions? Do you have an ulterior motive? Chu Jing sealed her lips. Even if she knew the unfolding narrative and the trajectory of the future world, she would not easily divulge it at this moment. Chapter 36. The canned goods in the secret room. Wang Er hastily clarified, you misunderstand. I absolutely did not mean it that way. You are from Gujiang District, while I come from Liaohu District. Due to our differing directions, we can share resources. In such a disastrous environment, mutual aid is essential for survival. Moreover, I have heard of a manor that serves as a refuge. If you have no plans for the future, we could journey together and look out for each other. He awaited Chu Jing's response. Such a team could significantly enhance his chances of survival in this apocalypse. I have nothing to share with you, nor do I seek anything from you, and I certainly do not require your assistance. With that, Chu Jing turned her gaze away from him and moved aside to await Bai Ning. Her purpose for coming here was to showcase the malevolence of human nature to Jing Yi. Judging by his earlier demeanor, he should have perceived that truth. Henceforth, he must navigate the path ahead on his own. Wang Er wished to convey more to Chu Jing, hoping to change her mind, but he was swiftly intercepted by Qin Shishao, preventing him from advancing further. With a sigh, he turned to reassure the other survivors. Bai Ning did not return empty-handed. She was pulling a large cart, her seemingly frail form concealing immense strength, effortlessly dragging it with one hand. The cart was laden with 10 substantial cardboard boxes. The weight made a loud clattering noise on the ground, and at such a tense moment, any sound could easily attract the attention of those nearby. I discovered a secret room that contains some well-preserved canned goods. Chu Jing could only exclaim, Look, look, this is the chosen one. She truly lives up to her title. Upon hearing that there was food within, the others lunged forward like ravenous wolves, their earlier caution in evading zombies seemingly forgotten. Bai Ning fired a shot in the direction of the oncoming crowd, causing everyone to immediately duck and cover their heads. Do not shoot. Do not shoot. Wang Er raised both hands above his head, cautiously approaching. They bore no ill intent. They were all comrades. Bai Ning lowered her weapon, her expression still icy, and she did not regard Wang Er as one of her own. I am unaware of how you handled supplies before. But what I have found belongs to us. I have left behind 2 boxes in that secret room for you to distribute as you see fit. However, these cannot be touched. Some in the group felt discontent. Why should she claim so much? Yet, any retort was swallowed down. There was no point in challenging someone stronger. No one was foolish enough to risk getting shot. One timid individual inquired, Where is that secret room? At the end of the passage, turn left. There is a hidden room with the door ajar. Wang Er immediately organized a group to transport the supplies from the secret room. Although there were only 2 boxes, They would suffice for several days, with each person potentially receiving 5 or 6 cans. This little amount won't last us even a few days, someone muttered under their breath. Soon, they discovered that among those who had turned into zombies, there were hidden supplies as well. There seemed to be a few packs of biscuits over there. But those are dead bodies, so what if they are dead? If you do not eat, you will end up dead yourself. I do not want them, you can have it. Now that they had perished, it was entirely reasonable to seize their possessions. Once the first individual took action, a second followed suit, stripping the corpses of their belongings. Reasoning that it was better than starving to death, as the crowd descended into a frenzied scramble for supplies, Bai Ning maneuvered the cart to a concealed corner and had Xia Xiaomi gather the items. She provided a brief report on their haul. .1 box contains 24 cans, totaling 240. It sounds substantial, but with our numbers, the need is great. In the past, Zhang Yi would have likely suggested dividing the goods equally among all survivors here. However, from this point on, he would no longer harbor such thoughts and would even find Bai Ning's approach admirable. Let us depart. After transferring several boxes of canned goods, they could no longer remain in this place. As the air was thick with the stench of decay, Chu Jing promptly decided to get into the vehicle and relocate. Once they set off, other vehicles followed suit, anxious not to be left behind. Lin Duan scoffed, "What a bunch of tailgaters." Chu Jing replied nonchalantly, "Do not concern yourself with them. If they are unafraid of running out of fuel, let them follow. Fuel has become a rare commodity. While it may not yet be exceedingly scarce in 2 years, it could be completely absent, turning travel into a considerable inconvenience. It won't be until another year or two that those with extraordinary abilities will showcase their talents. And only then will some energy sources begin to be utilized again, albeit at exorbitant prices." Xia Chongqing glanced back at the few vehicles trailing behind, his expression inscrutable. That evening, Chu Jing halted the vehicle in a relatively open area and replenished the fuel. There would be no returning tonight. They would have to spend the night outdoors. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, pulling out 2 camping tents. She, along with Bai Ning and Xiaomi, occupied the larger tent, while the others squeezed into the smaller one. Inside the tents were cozy sleeping bags. A long table was set up outside the tents, adorned with a hanging lamp and a few small stools. And on the table lay the canned goods they had acquired that day. These boxes contained not only meat but also fruit, providing a rich nutritional value, as if they were specially designed for Bai Ning's sustenance. Though small, the sparrow is complete in its 5 organs. The aroma wafted far and wide as the cans heated up. The group that had accompanied Chu Jing sat not far away, the enticing scent making their mouths water. However, they did not enjoy the same favorable conditions as Chu Jing and were hesitant to sleep outside, opting instead for dry bread or biscuits to stave off hunger. The cans that Bai Ning had found were distributed among them, each receiving 4 or 5. Yet, contemplating how long these provisions might last, they hesitated to consume them. Witnessing Chu Jing and her companions indulging in such lavish meals, some could not help but swallow hard. One even approaching with half a bottle of water. Even if they could not partake in the feast, having a place to sleep at night was a blessing. "Young man, allow me to toast you. At my age, I would appreciate squeezing in with you all," the older man implored. Qin Shixiao ignored him entirely, while Zheng Yi remained morose and silent, and Yun Qi had already laid down asleep, leaving the man to confront Lin Duan. Lin Duan replied curtly, "Old man, I have always preferred sleeping in spacious quarters. What's the matter? Is your face wider than my bed?" The old man's ears turned red with indignation. "How can you speak so harshly? Alas, I cannot be blamed for my looks. You should consider your own ears." The old man huffed away in frustration. Lin Duan felt a surge of irritation. He realized that the storyline provided by the system diverged significantly from his current predicament. This was not a favorable sign. He needed to devise a complete plan to fulfill his mission. He had no desire to meet an untimely demise. Chapter 37. Panic. The following day, when Chu Jing awoke, everyone else was already up. Qin Shixiao handed her a set of prepared toiletries and led her to a side for washing up. It was worth noting that upon their rising, the group had been subjected to 10 minutes of whispered reprimands from a nearby cluster of individuals for using mouthwash, only quieting down after a warning. After a simple breakfast, the camping gear from the previous night was packed away, and Chu Jing noticed Wang Er's group had gathered once more. Wang Er suggested they head to the manor again. But this time, no one echoed his sentiment. Instead, they quietly deliberated their options. His gun is without bullets. Not only does he lack ammunition, but his own strength is also questionable. I believe he cannot ensure his own safety. We should stick with them. They are armed and formidable. After some discussion, it was revealed that aside from old Zhao, no one wished to accompany Wang Er. Chu Jing found this turn of events unsurprising. As they set off again, only Wang Er and old Zhao separated from the group, while the others continued to trail closely behind Chu Jing's vehicle. It seems they intend to follow us. Bai Ning remarked, if this continues, they may even follow us to their home. Just shake them off. I have a plan. Chu Jing picked up the walkie-talkie to contact Yunqi ahead. Shenyu Daoist, you're in charge of leading the way. Yunqi, now fully awake, replied, please spare me. I am unfamiliar with this route. Chu Jing was aware that Yunqi did not know the way, yet that did not hinder his ability to find the correct destination. Don't stress, just follow your instincts. All right then. Yunqi clicked his tongue, straightened up, and pointed in a direction for the driver. Let us go this way. In the original narrative, Shenyu Daoist was a free-spirited individual, going wherever he pleased without a specific destination in mind, his only goal being to find Bai Ning. During his tenure, he had never been particularly concerned about essential supplies, as he always stumbled upon resource points along his travels. Thus, Chu Jing had faith in his abilities. Once they reached the next supply point, they could easily lose this group. Along the way, they skillfully avoided numerous zombie hotspots, traversing the route unscathed. The most bothersome aspect was the increasing number of followers behind them, primarily desperate survivors unsure of where to go, unfamiliar with the area, and thus choosing to follow others. In the process, they heard more about Bai Ning's heroic deeds, growing increasingly trusting of her and less inclined to part ways. Eventually, Yunqi led the group to a small supermarket. Just as Chu Jing's vehicle came to a stop, the others began to arrive one by one. Before them stood a somewhat dilapidated supermarket. Eerily quiet. The others hesitated to make a move. Having survived in the apocalypse for so long, they were wary of becoming the first to attract danger. If there were threats inside, the first person to enter would surely not escape. I'll go in first and take a look, Zhang Yi quietly reported to Chu Jing. He was the most safety-conscious among them, holding a gun and cautiously observing their surroundings before stepping into the dark supermarket to ensure no zombies lurked within. Everyone awaited news from inside. Once it was confirmed that the interior posed no danger, Chu Jing and the others entered. This supermarket appears to be seldom visited. It doesn't seem hazardous. The items are crammed together, and the space is tight, but there's plenty of supplies, Zhang Yi assessed. Chu Jing stepped inside, glancing around. As long as there are ample supplies, that's sufficient. Let us split up and see what we can find. We should prioritize food with a long shelf life, preferably over 2 years. Bai Ning made her judgment and swiftly communicated her thoughts. There are backpacks over there. We can each carry one for convenience. Before anyone could respond, Chu Jing eagerly exclaimed, no problem. Initially, she had little interest in these items, as she already possessed what the supermarket offered and more. However, this was the first task assigned to her by Bai Ning, and she was determined to fulfill it enthusiastically. What captivated Chu Jing most about Bai Ning was the clarity of her every decision. Seizing a nearby backpack, Chu Jing began weaving through the aisles. Observing her enthusiasm, the others followed suit. Even while gathering supplies, Qin Shixiao's gaze remained fixed on Chu Jing. Seeing her so joyful, he couldn't bear to interrupt her, merely staying alert to her movements. Outside, those who had initially hesitated began to pour in as soon as they realized it was safe. IDS secure inside. They've all gone in to grab supplies. Hurry, let us get in, they urged, eager for the abundance of water and food. The already cramped space quickly filled with people. Unlike Bai Ning's group, these newcomers lacked a clear objective, grabbing anything they could find, intent on stuffing their pockets to the brim. I saw that first. I got this. You think you can take it from me? They clamored, especially over the last bottle of beverage, which 3 individuals fought over. 2 tugged at either end, while the third brandished an item, striking at each of them in an attempt to pry the drink from their grasp. Ultimately, someone shouted, "There's liquor over there." The frantic water grabbers halted mid-pull. Liquor? That's far more enticing than the water. Immediately, 2 of them abandoned the scuffle, racing toward the alcohol section. Chu Jing, inspecting a bottle of white liquor, was astonished to discover that such beverages still existed in this place, something she had never anticipated. Before she could even read the vintage on the bottle, a tremendous commotion erupted behind her. 7 or 8 people surged toward her. and the already narrow aisle became impassable as Qin Shishao watched them push through. Their strength was such that they toppled a shelf. The 2-meter-high shelf leaned dangerously, sending bottles and jars cascading down. Chu Jing's eyes widened, and she instinctively crouched down to shield her head. Even if she were to be struck, she had to protect her vital areas, miss. More alarming than the initial scene was the sight of the shelves toppling over, helplessly watching as Qin Shishao was unable to rush over to protect them. Chapter 38. The crying child receives candy. Chu Jing could already foresee that even if she did not sustain severe injuries, she would still suffer some superficial wounds. In such perilous moments, injury is a treacherous presence. With a decline in one's immunity, even a moment's carelessness could lead to viral infection. It would be fortuitous if she could awaken her powers. If not, she would inevitably succumb to becoming a zombie. It seemed she was destined to return home for a period of recuperation until her wounds were thoroughly healed before she could venture out again. However, the anticipated events did not transpire. Was it possible that her hiding spot was a safe dead zone? Chu Jing slowly lifted her gaze to the shelves that were about to collapse. Everything on those shelves seemed to freeze before her eyes. Shifting her focus, Chu Jing spotted the person responsible for this phenomenon behind the shelves. It was Qin Shishao. Miss, hurry and leave. He appeared to have awakened his powers, causing the objects before him to hover in midair due to the obstruction of his hands. This sudden burst of strength left him feeling somewhat unwell, his complexion not looking particularly good. In that fleeting moment, Chu Jing's mind raced with thoughts. The predominant feeling was one of shocked in the original story. Qin Shishao died while trying to protect himself, never having awakened his powers before his demise. Why had he suddenly awakened them now? What were his powers? Stasis. What are you dawdling for? Quickly retreat. Lin Duan swiftly pulled the somewhat dazed Chu Jing to safety, shielding her as they moved toward a secure area. Meanwhile, the freshly awakened Qin Shishao, lacking proficiency, caused all the toppled shelves to crash down. Lin Duan, guarding Chu Jing from behind, had not yet completely escaped when a steel shelf crashed down upon his back with a resounding thud. He let out a muffled groan. Chu Jing, perceptive as ever, immediately turned to support him. Are you all right? Lin Duan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he shook his head. I'm fine, as long as you're okay. I'll go check on Qin Shi. With that, she hurried off to assess Qin Shi's condition. Lin Duan was taken aback. Are we really just leaving like this? Shouldn't you be saying, how could you be fine? Let me see your wounds and then offer a special kind of concern? To his surprise, she simply walked away. Lin Duan inhaled sharply, bracing himself as he slowly distanced himself from the dangerous area. Observing the cared-for Qin Shi, he sighed silently. Indeed, the crying child receives candy. How are you feeling now? Chu Jing inquired. Qin Shi lowered his gaze slightly, a bit fatigued. Awakening his powers for the first time had drained his stamina. It was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Chu Jing felt anxious. Qin Shi must not come to harm. Without a moment's hesitation, she promptly assisted him outside, intending to return home for him to recuperate properly. Others, having gathered some supplies, quickly retreated, leaving behind a group still frantically scrambling for resources inside. Xie Chongqing was the last to board the vehicle. Only after he settled in did the car speed away. The frenzied individuals in the supermarket were so engrossed in their looting that it took them a while to realize something was amiss. Where are they? They've run away. Even the car is gone. What are we waiting for? Chase after them. Some chose to remain behind, determined to take everything, while others opted to pursue the departing vehicle. As they finally boarded and prepared to drive off, a chorus of furious shouts erupted. What the hell? Who took off my wheels? Why are my tires flat? It was not until evening that Chu Jing returned to her original residence. Throughout the journey, she incessantly reminded Qin Shi of various precautions, emphasizing that he should not rush to master his newly awakened powers and how to train them. This unexpected turn of events compelled her to speak at length. Even after settling Qin Shi in his room, Chu Jing felt she had not conveyed everything. Many individuals with powers had faced stagnation or even loss of life due to reckless usage in the early stages. You mustn't be impatient. My understanding of your powers is limited, so you'll have to explore them on your own. And your ability, could it be stasis? If so, it seems to be an auxiliary type, not particularly suited for frontline combat. Qin Shi, forced to lie on the bed, would be urged to remain prone whenever he attempted to rise. Not stasis. I believe it is. Qinshi Shao directed his gaze toward the teapot and teacup on the distant table. Under his control, the teapot poured a cup of water, which then floated, along with its saucer, directly into his hand. Control. Miss, have a sip of water. Chu Jing bit her lip, realizing she was somewhat parched, acknowledging that she had perhaps spoken too much. She left a crystal core for Qinshi Shao before stepping out. The impact of Qinshi Zhao's awakened powers had been profoundly overwhelming for her, far beyond her expectations. Not only had both she and Qinshi Shao survived, but he had also awakened his abilities. Might she, too, awaken her powers? Chu Jing felt a flicker of anticipation. In the original story, Bai Ning had numerous companions, all able to synergize their powers for combined techniques, yielding results greater than the sum of their parts. If her powers could also merge with Bai Ning's, their established rapport would surely elevate them to new heights. Rather than simply being Bai Ning's supportive partner, she yearned to fight alongside her. Chu Jing began to envision a promising future. Clearly, she needed to strive diligently. Perhaps she too would awaken her powers. As she returned home, she happened to pass by Lin Duan's door. Remembering his assistance earlier, she decided to knock. Lin Duan must have sustained a significant injury. The door isn't closed. Come in yourself. Upon entering, Chu Jing found Lin Duan sprawled on his bed, shirtless, with a large area of red, swollen marks extending from his shoulder to his waist. On his bedside table lay a tray containing a jar of freshly retrieved ice cubes and a towel. He was struggling to wrap the ice in the towel to apply it to the bruised area on his back. Didn't you say you were fine? Let me help you. Chu Jing stepped forward, taking the towel from him and placing it on the swollen bruise. It was far worse than she had anticipated. In some respects, Lin Duan had quite the tolerance for pain. The icy sensation met the fiery sting of his injury, causing Lin Duan to clench his fists, every nerve in his body trembling. I truly am fine. It's just a minor injury, nothing broken. Seeing him so stubborn, Chu Jing pressed down slightly harder, teasing, Really? Ouch, Lin Duan yelped in pain. Observing his reaction, Chu Jing smirked, It appears you do no pain. If you don't rest properly, you'll be left with lingering issues, and there will be no place for you to complain. Lin Duan, still on the bed, murmured softly, If you know I'm in pain, then ease up. Why is your grip so strong? Initially smiling, Chu Jing suddenly paused, a sense of familiarity washing over her from the scene. Chapter 39. Coexistence. She recalled that shortly after Bai Ning and the male lead had met, they had once embarked on a mission together. The male lead had also been injured, requiring ice to treat his wounds, and it was Bai Ning, possessing ice powers, who had used her last bit of energy to create ice for his injury. At that time, she had scoffed at the male lead, questioning how he could need a woman to use her powers to help him. Look at how spoiled he has become, Chu Jing sighed. This was also due to the significant place the male lead held in Bai Ning's heart. If he were to appear, would she then lose Bai Ning? Her mood grew increasingly vexed. Glancing at Lin Duan, her thoughts swirled. His identity was unclear, and what were his intentions? Why was he here? One question after another flooded her mind. Ultimately, Chu Jing's gaze steeled as she resolved to test him. Let me give you a massage for your head and shoulders, as a form of apology. You can do that. Lin Duan raised his head slightly. The pampered Chu Jing should only know how to indulge herself. How could she possibly massage someone else? Without responding, Chu Jing demonstrated with her actions, the head, the shoulders. After a wave of soreness came a profound sense of relaxation. Lin Duan genuinely marveled at her technique, almost forgetting his current environment. 10 minutes later, Lin Duan was so comfortable he was nearly dozing off. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Jing spoke casually, I wonder when the female lead will awaken her powers. It should be soon, right? Though his head was buried in the pillow, his words were somewhat muffled, yet Chu Jing clearly heard Lin Duan's reply. Simultaneously, she felt him stiffen, his entire body tensing, instinctively revealing his anxious state. He indeed knew something. Chu Jing's expression turned serious. Lin Duan, perhaps it's time for us to have a proper discussion. In the quiet room, Chu Jing and Lin Duan sat facing each other, neither speaking first. Chu Jing was uncertain of Lin Duan's identity. A book traveler? Reborn? Or is there something else? Lin Duan was unsure of how much Chu Jing knew. Was she also chosen by the system? What could her mission be? If their objectives were diametrically opposed, then from this moment on, they would be adversaries. perhaps even to the death in this pressing situation. Lin Duan's mind suddenly cleared, and her thoughts became coherent. Chu Jing, you must have known that the apocalypse was coming long ago. Chu Jing cautiously fixed her gaze on Lin Duan in her own home. Lin Duan had no advantage. If any discrepancies were detected, Chu Jing would not hesitate to eliminate her. When you called me to buy a house, was it just to prepare for the apocalypse? You need not be wary of me now, for our goals align. We both seek to survive. I do not wish to become your enemy. But the prerequisite for coexisting peacefully is mutual understanding, a sentiment I believe you would also endorse. After a moment of silence, Chu Jing acknowledged her words. Indeed, Lin Duan, I too dislike playing games. Let us do this. You ask me a question, and I shall ask you one in return, treating each other with honesty, in hopes that we may both attain the answers we desire. You may begin. Chu Jing directly inquired about her primary concern. Will you influence the protagonist's development? The protagonist you refer to must be Bai Ning, right? Lin Duan took a sip of water to clear her throat. I will not interfere with her development. Rather, I aim to ensure that her future remains untainted. Understood, Chu Jing nodded. It seemed he was not an adversary. Their goals aligned, both striving to ensure Bai Ning could function normally. Lin Duan, how did you come to know the apocalypse was imminent? I saw it. Chu Jing refrained from revealing that she had traversed into this world through a novel, merely providing Lin Duan with a vague answer. Saw it? Are you a prophet? Chu Jing retorted with a question of her own. You mentioned ensuring her future remains unaffected. What threats did her future originally face? Lin Duan shrugged. Various circumstances. Anything that deviates from the designated outcome constitutes an influence. Do you possess prophetic abilities? I do not. Chu Jing remained contemplative regarding his earlier statement. There are numerous instances where outcomes did not align with the intended conclusion, such as Zhang Yi's survival, Qin Shixiao's continued existence, and her own survival. Did Lin Duan intend to rectify each of these, sending every individual to the guillotine? If I, who was meant to perish, am now alive, would you wish to kill me? Lin Duan paused, then burst into incredulous laughter. What are you thinking? How could I commit such a heinous act? As long as I can ensure Bai Ning develops normally and reaches her pinnacle, the fates of others are of little consequence to me. Lin Duan had always despised being controlled, thus he approached the tasks assigned by the system with unorthodox methods. Fortunately, his intuition proved correct. The process mattered little, as long as the outcome was favorable. And you? How much do you know about future events? Chu Jing. I am aware of all significant matters concerning Bai Ning. In just one night, Bai Ning sensed the shift in the relationship between Chu Jing and Lin Duan. Previously, she had maintained a certain distance from Lin Duan, yet now the atmosphere had significantly softened. Bai Ning attributed this change to Lin Duan's rescue of Chu Jing, which had fostered a sense of gratitude within her. After returning from an outing, Zhang Yi no longer mentioned the desire to explore. More often, he trained alone, honing his abilities. During their time at home, the only occasion Chu Jing ventured out was to escort Xiaomi directly to her supply warehouse. Sensing that everyone had adapted to the apocalyptic lifestyle and exhibited no signs of emotional instability, Chu Jing relayed her stockpiling of resources to them. Of course, she retained some supplies for herself, not depleting her entire reserve. Chu Jing merely outlined several nearby warehouse locations and her various plots of land. The purpose of sharing this information was to alleviate their concerns regarding sustenance. For now, they only needed to focus on self-improvement. Outside, the military relentlessly bombarded to eradicate the zombies, yet each attack flawlessly avoided Chu Jing's location. This situation persisted for 6 months until a piece of news erupted, igniting hope among all survivors. Chapter 40. Oasis. The Oasis safe base has been established. Prior to this, various small teams of ability users were sweeping through resources, and some were willing to sacrifice their own friends and family to join these teams, completely forsaking their humanity. Many regions face threats not only from zombies, but also from these rogue ability user groups. They pillaged indiscriminately, taking everything they could, akin to bandits. Understanding the truth, Chu Jing knew that these groups would ultimately be unified under a single leader, the antagonist of the narrative. Xie Chongqing was the second in command of the villains. But it appeared he would no longer stray from the right path. To prevent the situation from deteriorating further, and to ensure humanity's survival, the first officially organized safe base was born. Named Oasis, it represented the apparent righteous faction. It housed not only ability users, but also provided stable living conditions. Upon entering the safe base, individuals would be assigned tasks according to their abilities. Completing the assigned tasks daily would earn them food. All survivors were fleeing toward the safe base oasis, their beacon of hope. This is the news I recently received, and I believe it will soon spread. Drawing survivors to this location, Chu Jing opened an electronic map. This map encompassed all surrounding provinces and cities. Any areas beyond reach were omitted. The red sections indicated high-risk zones that had been bombarded, containing zombies that had not been completely eradicated and devoid of resources, marking them as places to be avoided at all costs. The yellow areas represented unknown territories that had yet to be explored, potentially harboring zombies and dangers, as well as uncollected resources. Lastly, the small green section marked the location of the safe base. The Oasis safe base lay to the east, with numerous transit stations along the way, designated for survivors to rest. Although these bases were not fully developed, they provided a commendable refuge during the early days of the apocalypse. Chu Jing's knowledge of this information was relayed to her by Han Ji. Although it seemed that Chu Jing was isolated from the world, she was more informed than anyone else regarding external events. What are your thoughts on this safe base? Do you intend to set out for it, or remain here in comfort? Our resources are sufficient, so either choice is viable. Chu Jing inquired about the opinions of others. I am indifferent. Lin Duan reclined lazily on the sofa. Qin Shixiao. I will follow the lady's instructions. Xie Changqing. As long as I am with my sister, I am content. Me too, Xiaomi quickly chimed in. Yun Qi. You may do as you please. Finally, only Bai Ning and Zheng Yi remained. Bai Ning appeared composed. Her tone relaxed. I share the same opinion as them. As long as Chu Jing is here, I am agreeable to anything. With everyone expressing such casual sentiments, Chu Jing turned her gaze toward Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi studied the map, his tone resolute. I will go. What about you? He countered Chu Jing's question. Chu Jing hesitated for a long while between going and staying. Ultimately, she decided to embark on the journey, not for herself, but for Bai Ning. Bai Ning's protagonist team consisted of more than just Xiaomi. She had other trusted allies as well. There were those who could charge into battle alongside her and others who provided support from the rear, as well as individuals who could assist in gathering various information. It was the existence of these individuals that rendered Bai Ning's character so vivid and three-dimensional. They collectively forged the legendary protagonist. Bai Ning. Within this oasis base, Bai Ning would encounter her first comrade in arms. I plan to go. Chu Jing marked it on the map. This represents our current location. Reaching the oasis will require at least 2 months of travel. There are several bombardment zones we must avoid, as traversing through them could pose hidden threats, so we must circumvent them. Chu Jing drew a route. Here is a warehouse I have prepared. We can first head there to gather some supplies, then proceed to this location. Chu Jing drew another small house. This is my second villa, similar to our current residence. Given the long journey ahead, it would serve as a place to rest. Continuing onward, we will arrive at the transit station for the oasis base, where we can make contact with the people within. This transit station has been specifically established for survivors. At that time, we could follow the personnel from the base, who are led by those endowed with abilities. It should not be too difficult to reach the oasis safety base. What are your thoughts? Zheng Yi indicated towards the small house. Even if we do not go to the transit station, we can still make our way to the oasis on our own. Following others might even waste our time. Zheng Yi had already understood this clearly. Trusting others is not as reliable as trusting oneself. He believed that traveling independently would undoubtedly be swifter than accompanying a group of strangers, and it would also spare them from numerous unnecessary troubles. This was indeed the case. Chu Jing pondered for a moment while gazing at the verdant landscape. However, to reach the oasis, we must pass through the transit station. This is how it was described in the original text. The oasis appears to be open to all, yet this is merely a deceptive facade. The oasis will not accept those deemed useless. All individuals heading to the oasis have been meticulously screened in secret. Those who awaken their powers, the erudite, the resilient, and those with appealing appearances have all undergone this selection process. The transit station serves as that very filtering mechanism. Bai Ning, having recognized this truth and participated in the selection herself, chose to withdraw from the oasis. What you perceive as light is, in fact, another form of darkness. This is not the place she wished to inhabit. Chu Jing succinctly conveyed the information she possessed, and Zheng Yi ceased further discussion. With so many of us, it is not guaranteed that everyone will pass. If someone is filtered out, they can return to their home at this location. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. The path back has been well secured. Having made the decision, they set forth. Chu Jing dispatched bodyguards to retrieve the vehicles from the garage, totaling 3 RVs and 2 off-road vehicles. They took what they could from the villa, leaving behind items with longer shelf lives. As they might return in the future, the off-road vehicles proceeded in front and behind, sandwiching the 3 RVs in between. Chu Jing's requirement was for the journey to be slow yet comfortable. Otherwise, her preparations for the RVs would be in vain. Chapter 41. The police dog Xiaomo. The warehouse was vast. In truth, Chu Jing had never visited this warehouse before. All the prepared items were arranged by Qin Shishao. Everything was systematically categorized, with one cardboard box stacked upon another, each labeled with various tags. The boxes labeled with food were the most numerous. After counting dozens, she filled the vehicle to capacity, while the rest were placed into Xiaomi's ability space. She seemed to realize the weight of her responsibility, exerting herself while using her powers, hoping to fit in as much as possible. Unfortunately, in the end, she could not even store a third of the warehouse's supplies. Nevertheless, the amount of food gathered was sufficient to sustain them for several months. According to their original plan, they were to head to another villa for a respite. This route conveniently skirted the area marked in red by Chu Jing. The alternative safe routes were dwindling. There were people ahead. Zhang Yi's voice crackled through the wireless earpiece. Given the larger number of vehicles and people, Chu Jing opted for a more convenient method. Utilizing frequency-matched wireless earpieces, everyone could communicate simultaneously by wearing them. Now, even the slightest rustle would prompt Zhang Yi to inform the others. It was not that he was overly sensitive. Rather, in such circumstances, caution was the best policy. Chu Jing peered out of the RV's window, unable to see the distant scenery. It was Zhang Yi's unparalleled vision that allowed him to be the first to notice the presence of others. Bai Ning, how many people? Currently, I see 7 or 8 vehicles, so there must be quite a few individuals. Up ahead is a gas station. They seem to be refueling. Should we take a detour? Chu Jing glanced at the vehicle's navigation system. The surrounding paths were all minor roads. After such a long time, the road conditions were uncertain. If there were any collapses or sudden appearances of zombies, their vehicles would likely become trapped and no need to detour. We can go straight through. The vehicles continued onward, and as they passed the gas station, Chu Jing observed the individuals there. They did not seem ready to leave. Some were sitting in their vehicles, while others occupied nearby chairs, and the atmosphere appeared rather amicable. Though there were no loud laughs or chatter, they did not seem overly tense as the vehicles passed by. The individuals even attempted to greet them, exuding friendliness, but due to the vehicles not stopping, they were left wanting. Zhang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had been overly cautious, even after several vehicles disappeared from view. The people at the gas station lingered, their gazes still fixed. Those are RVs, 3 of them. Initially surprised expressions gradually transformed into fervent anticipation as they collectively turned their attention to one person, Lei Gu. The individual in the off-road vehicle leaned out, resting an arm on the window, revealing an exceedingly conspicuous koi tattoo that adorned his entire forearm. If Chu Jing were present, she would instantly recognize his identity as Lei Qishu, the scheming strategist of the antagonistic free ability group in the original text. Lei Qishu scoffed, reporting into his walkie-talkie, Xianggu, 5 vehicles are approaching from the west, 3 of which are RVs. The condition of the vehicles is quite good. They must have abilities users with them. The recipient of his report was Jin Xiang, the leader of the free ability group. Jin Xiang. Understood. Jin Xiang set down the walkie-talkie and began assigning tasks to those nearby. A big catch had entered the net. Abilities users, prepare yourselves, woof woof. Suddenly, the little Mo in the vehicle began barking furiously. Yun Qi, seated inside, abruptly opened his eyes, staring intently ahead. Stop the car. Zhang Yi, though puzzled internally, he instructed the bodyguards to halt the vehicle. After all, there was a reason Chu Jing had placed Yun Qi in the first vehicle. Any situation warranted observing Yun Qi's response first. What's wrong? Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Upon stopping, all the following vehicles came to a halt as well. Yun Qi. Something feels off. The voice was clearly transmitted through the wireless earpiece to the others. Lin Duan rubbed his temples. Zhang Yi, what's wrong with Xiaomo? It seems so agitated. It's about to speak. Xiaomo, larger than an ordinary puppy, had been taken over by Zhang Yi when it was just 5 months old. Initially, it followed Yun Qi, spending its days eating and sleeping, occasionally circling around people. Since Zhang Yi took over, it had begun to exhibit the demeanor of a police dog, now highly alert. Lin Duan's remark suddenly made Zhang Yi realize that Xiao Mo was not barking without cause. It must have sensed something. Yun Qi contemplated for a moment before making a judgment. Let us take a detour. A detour? Indeed, let's south use that small road over there. Chu Jing and Bai Ning disembarked to inspect the road conditions nearby. There was only one small path, obstructed by various barriers, making it exceedingly difficult to traverse. Under ordinary circumstances, seeing this road would deter anyone from taking it. Chu Jing. A detour is feasible, but the primary concern is the obstacles ahead. Clearing them might take some effort. These barriers appeared as if they had been deliberately placed by someone, consisting of 2 meters worth of debris, cement bags, bricks, and steel, completely blocking the passage. A single electric bike could not pass through. Moreover, this was not a paved road, but a narrow dirt path. Due to recent heavy rains, the road was riddled with potholes. Bai Ning. We can only move them slowly, Chu Jing sighed, placing her hands on her hips. Thankfully, they had a large group. If they mobilized, it shouldn't take too long. Just as she prepared to roll up her sleeves and get to work, Qin Shixiao quickly stopped her. Miss, leave it to me. Qin Shixiao possessed the ability to control objects. Through his recent practice and exploration, he had developed a deeper perception of the objects he could manipulate. The key to his control ability lay not in weight, but in quantity. He could easily move a single steel plate, but hundreds of steel balls would require more effort. Although there were many obstacles before them, as long as he moved them one by one, he could clear even the heaviest of items. Qin Shixiao skillfully cleared the roadblocks, tossing them aside, and the entire process took less than 10 minutes. Indeed, abilities are remarkably convenient. This thought ignited in the minds of various individuals. With the obstacles removed, Chu Jing and her group swiftly passed through the narrow path. Xiao Mo remained calmly inside the vehicle. Ahead on the main road, the group waited for an hour, yet no vehicles appeared. Ultimately, they had to consult their leader, Jin Xiang. Boss, no vehicles are coming. No vehicles? Jin Xiang activated the walkie-talkie to confirm with Lei Qishu. Where's the catch? Lei Qishu hurriedly inspected, only to discover that his fishing net had a significant hole. After spending 2 days erecting barricades, a path has been cleared by others. Chapter 42. The Torch. The path leading to the villa is overgrown with weeds. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is not only humans that have undergone mutations. Animals and plants have also experienced varying degrees of transformation. Take Xiaoma, for instance. His size has doubled compared to the dogs of the same month. If this growth rate continues, he may soon reach the height of an adult's thigh by next year. With his future size being incalculable, due to the secluded location of the villa, surrounded by dense foliage meant for concealment, the branches of trees occasionally scrape against the vehicles as they pass. Such minor scratches on the exterior pose no significant concern for Chu Jing. In fact, older vehicles appear safer, provided their performance remains intact. It is only when they encounter a dense thicket of trees that completely obstructs their path that they are compelled to disembark and address the situation. Zhang Yi, is there really a road here? It looks just like a wild forest. Qin Shixiao, there is. As long as we clear these branches, we can pass. Yunqi, Qin Shixiao, why not try using your abilities to clear the way? Qin Shixiao attempts to utilize his powers. However, as he reaches out to manipulate the branches, he finds he can only nudge them slightly. They remain steadfast and immovable. This won't do. It seems we must resort to tools, he declares, prompting Qin Shixiao to retrieve a toolbox. The toolbox does not contain a plethora of redundant tools. Instead, it offers a diverse assortment, as only a limited number of scenarios necessitate their use. Some wield machetes, others hold axes, and a few brandish garden shears. Zhang Yi is the first to test the axe, striking a tree with fervor. The axe becomes lodged within the branches, failing to sever even a single limb. He stands there, momentarily stunned. Once, while volunteering to chop wood for elderly villagers, he could split logs with precision. Now, he finds himself unable to cleave through wood. This is clearly not his fault. Shaking the axe, he exerts effort to withdraw it and strikes the same spot repeatedly. After several attempts, he finally manages to sever a branch as thick as his arm. Zhang Yi, bewildered, senses something amiss. Perhaps your strength has diminished. Allow me to try. Lin Duan pulls out a chainsaw. In this day and age, using an axe to fell trees is quite antiquated. The chainsaw buzzes as it approaches the branch, effortlessly slicing through it. Lin Duan raises an eyebrow at the others and gives a thumbs up. You should all switch to chainsaws. Those axes and shears seem rather ineffective. Indeed, the efficiency of the chainsaw is markedly superior. Observing this, Qin Shishao voices, "Then let us switch to chainsaws. Xia, I appreciate your efforts in bringing out the toolbox." Xiaomai, "Certainly." All tools are promptly packed away, and the toolbox is laid out neatly on the ground. Qin Shishao retrieves the chainsaws from each toolbox and redistributes them. Just as the distribution is completed, Lin Duan encounters another malfunction. Why is this chainsaw also ineffective? After cutting through 4 or 5 branches, it noticeably lacks the speed it had previously displayed. Now, the chainsaw is stuck in the branches, unable to move, until smoke begins to rise from its handle. Lin Duan hastily releases it, and the chainsaw begins to malfunction internally, ultimately becoming immobile while emitting black smoke. Lin Duan pauses for a moment, then turns to those who had just received the chainsaws. Qin Shishao waves his hand. "Let us return them." In an instant, all chainsaws are returned to their respective places. Zheng Yi glances at Lin Duan. "It seems your chainsaw is also lacking." Bai Ning assesses the height of the surrounding trees and peers through the portions that have already been cut. "At this rate, we won't be able to get through. If even the chainsaws cannot cut, it is unlikely that any other tools will be effective. Given the current predicament, they must opt for an alternate route that is unobstructed." Qin Shishao looks to Chu Jing, awaiting her next directive. Chu Jing approaches the branches, contemplating her observations for a moment before extending her hand towards Xiaomai. "Oil, cloth, lighter." Xiaomai swiftly retrieves the items and hands them to Chu Jing. Chu Jing wraps the cloth around a branch, soaks it in oil, and finally ignites it, creating a small torch. Though no one speaks, a palpable tension fills the air as the torch is lit. Everyone fears that Chu Jing intends to set the trees ablaze. Given the density of the trees here, a fire could spread uncontrollably, leading to a catastrophic chain reaction. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, such a disaster hardly seems daunting. Chu Jing brings the torch close to the branches. Allowing the flames to lick the bark, the group watches anxiously. Just as it is challenging to sever branches with tools, igniting them with fire proves equally difficult. It is not until the bark begins to char and emit smoke that the branches suddenly tremble. The leaves rustling, before they all lift upward, miraculously clearing a path. The group gazes in astonishment at the spectacle before them. "Is this tree sentient?" Zheng Yi exclaims in terror, stealthily moving closer to Yun Qi and signaling him with urgency. "Are you not going to deal with this tree spirit? You need not be alarmed. This is merely a consequence of the apocalypse. Trees have mutated to grow taller and stronger, perhaps even developing rudimentary consciousness. Yet they remain fearful of fire," Chu Jing explains. She hands the torch to a nearby bodyguard. "With this torch lighting our way, we should be fine. Let us return to the vehicle and proceed." The bodyguard steps forward, holding the torch aloft, while the vehicles follow closely behind. Bai Ning, seated in the vehicle, expresses curiosity. "Bayer, how did you know this would work?" She has never heard of mutated trees before. Although she shares the same experiences as Chu Jing, the latter seems to possess an abundance of knowledge, leaving Bai Ning feeling a sense of inadequacy. She is proud of Chu Jing yet feels disheartened by her own inability to contribute. "This information was something I came across online." Chu Jing responds, providing a plausible explanation. "It is mentioned in literature that often, those with abilities venture into areas filled with mutated trees, and torches are their sole means of entry. I merely applied the concepts from the book." Bai Ning appears convinced, smiling without pressing further. Upon safely reaching the villa, the trees become a natural barrier, ensuring no outsiders will discover their presence. Even if someone were to notice, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to gain entry, as the trees revert to a state of concealment after their arrival. While en route to the Oasis-based transit station, Chu Jing has no intention of allowing everyone to proceed. She understands that this is not a safe haven, nor a place suitable for long-term residents. Is there anyone here who does not wish to go? Chapter 43. Like a netizen, as these words are spoken, the atmosphere shifts uncomfortably. The bodyguards and housekeepers exchange glances. Those unaware may perceive the oasis as a beacon of hope, yet Chu Jing's statement seems to extinguish that hope. No one dares to voice their thoughts first. "I don't want to go. After these days of travel, I am utterly exhausted and can hardly move," Yun Qi admits, surrendering to fatigue. Chu Jing double-checks. "You truly do not wish to go." She is unaware of Yun Qi's potential future, as he appears to be a transparent character. Yet his singular appearance leaves a lasting impression. If someone capable of controlling zombies were to arrive at the base, it is uncertain what treatment they would receive. Chu Jing surmises they would likely be afforded the privileges of a high-ranking ability user. I won't go, Yunqi responds flatly. I am just an ordinary person. Ordinary people are not suited for that place. Zheng Yi swallows the latter part of his sentence, fearing that acknowledging Yunqi's uniqueness would validate the existence of the supernatural. We must believe in science. It is precisely Yunqi's nonchalant demeanor that imbues his words with an inexplicable mystique, prompting deeper contemplation among the group, and upon reflection, it is indeed chilling. What defines ordinary? If someone like Xinyu Daozhong is considered ordinary, what does that make them, who have yet to awaken any abilities? Miss, aside from cooking, I am of no assistance. Perhaps I should just wait for you at home. Uncle Xiong says somewhat awkwardly. Having ventured outside in recent days, he has gained a clearer understanding of the external environment. If he were to expose himself, he doubts he would survive more than 2 weeks. Very well. What about the rest of you? Chu Jing inquires, directing her gaze towards the housekeepers and bodyguards. Uncertain of the transit station's conditions, she believes it best to travel light. Ultimately, she decides to take only a few bodyguards with her. While they prepare to rest, Uncle Xiong rallies the housekeepers to prepare nutritious boxed meals overnight, storing them in the refrigerator for preservation. When Chu Jing departs, she can take them along, which will be preferable to instant noodles or canned food. Upon arriving at the villa, Chu Jing receives a message from Han Jin. After reading Han Jin's description, she quickly replies, "Those who wish to leave cannot be retained. It is better to let them depart sooner." Simultaneously, Chu Jing also struck several names from the previously compiled list of ability users. The news from Oasis incited discord within Han Jin's team of ability users. Half of the members expressed a desire to relocate to Oasis, while the other half wished to remain with Han Jin, seeking solace and camaraderie. Han Jin, I share the same sentiment, Han Jin. After those individuals depart, we will have to identify a new relocation point. This outlines the route we have traversed recently. Heeding your suggestion, we opted for the waterway, which allowed us to circumvent numerous troubles. Han Jin sent Chu Jing an image, a map adorned with various markers. The red lines indicated his traveled paths, while the black dots signified the presence of zombies. Upon examining the map, Chu Jing noticed something peculiar. Chu Jing, the northern area is unexplored by your team, yet there are zombie markers above. How did you deduce their presence there? Han Jin, ever since I became aware of the existence of crystal cores, I conducted a bit of research. I discovered that regardless of whether zombies possess crystal cores in their brains, a particular trace element can still be detected within their bodies. I constructed a rudimentary device to search for it. Although it cannot pinpoint exact locations yet, it generally yields reliable results. Chu Jing was astonished. Such exploratory machinery was only utilized by a small faction a year after Oasis was established. This was classified information, reserved for renowned researchers, and typically inaccessible to the general populace. It was surprising that Han Jin had managed to create one so swiftly. Perhaps his abilities were related to elements, granting him heightened sensitivity to such phenomena. Chu Jing felt a pang of envy. Chu Jing, how many of these machines have you managed to create? Han Jin, currently, there are only 2. Chu Jing promptly replied. I can provide you with a supply point, and I desire the other detector. Han Jin, agreed. Han Jin, see, let us arrange a meeting. Chu Jing had been conversing with Han Jin for quite some time, yet their exchanges were limited to messages. Han Jin did not even know whether Chu Jing was male or female. Thus, Han Jin was curious about the individual who had been so helpful to him, wishing to discover what manner of person they were. Upon receiving this message, Chu Jing suddenly felt a sense of anticipation akin to meeting an online acquaintance. Excitement mingled with a hint of nervousness. Chu Jing, very well, I will inform you of the meeting location in advance. 2 off-road vehicles made their way towards the transfer station. Chu Jing found Lin Duan overly chatty and directed him into the vehicle where Zheng Yi was seated. Even sending Xie Chongqing along with him, Tio maintained constant communication. Both vehicles were equipped with specialized communicators, allowing for immediate updates. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Duan had not muted his microphone, and his voice echoed throughout the entire journey. Lin Duan, Zheng Yi, do you think Oasis was created by your police force? Zheng Yi, I have no idea. Lin Duan, don't you have any information at all? It's been a while since you lost contact with your colleagues. Why has no one reached out to you? Zheng Yi was at a loss for words. He too was eager to understand why no one had contacted him. Perhaps he had already been classified as a casualty on someone else's list. Lin Duan, don't be too disheartened. Not being contacted is actually quite fortunate, At least you won't have to work for others anymore. Zheng Yi. Chu Jing could no longer tolerate it. Wasn't he that akin to poking at a wound? She spoke into the communicator. Chu Jing. Lin Duan, do you see that river ahead? Lin Duan, what about it? The river flows as incessantly as your words. Lin Duan finally fell silent for a brief moment. After crossing the river, they would soon reach the transfer station. For safety reasons, the station was situated near the water's edge. Currently, zombies could not swim, so there was no risk of them emerging from the water, allowing the group to focus their defenses on one side. Before reaching the transfer station, Chu Jing spotted a large sign with words painted in red spray paint. Oasis Base Transfer Station, turn right ahead in 1,000 meters. After walking 300 meters, they encountered a roadblock where individuals were stopping vehicles. They were armed, donned in matching camouflage uniforms, and their sun-kissed faces suggested a military background. After halting the vehicle, two individuals approached for inspection. Zheng Yi rolled down the car window, and the wave of heat outside rushed in, surprising the inspectors with the cool air emanating from within. I am a member of the Oasis Guard. How many survivors do you have? Zheng Yi. A total of 9 individuals, 3 females and 6 males, including 1 boy and 1 girl. In Zheng Yi's eyes, Xie Chongqing still seemed like a child. Upon hearing this, Xie Chongqing's expression soured, and he pouted. I'll be an adult in 5 days. I'm not a child. The guards exchanged glances and signaled to one another. Arrange 3 rooms for them. Follow me, and we will park the vehicles first. Chapter 44. Transfer Station. In this current situation, those who manage to escape are typically drifters traveling by car. The transfer station had a designated parking area. Vehicles of all types were present, and a glance was enough to discern that most had weathered numerous trials. There were hardly any new vehicles like Chu Jing's, originally a sports arena. The soccer field had been transformed into a parking lot. The accommodations provided for survivors were makeshift rooms constructed within the basketball arena. Each foam board room contained 2 bunk beds and a rickety table, with nothing else to be found. Initially, when it was mentioned that 3 individuals would share a room, Chu Jing was taken aback. However, upon witnessing the stark simplicity of the conditions, the arrangement suddenly seemed reasonable. The original text offered little description of the transfer stations. There were dozens of them, each managed by different commanding officers, each with their own set of rules. The most detailed account was of the station where Bai Ning resided. There, over 100 individuals were crammed into a single hall, sleeping on the floor, never knowing if someone might roll over beside them upon waking. Men, women, and children cohabiting without any semblance of privacy. It was a chaotic environment, filled with noise and frequent altercations. However, after Bai Ning's arrival, a significant overhaul commenced. Brawls and disturbances? The original narrative depicted Chu Jing being caught in a zombie tide due to the chaos caused by others fighting, leading to a grim fate. Subsequently, Bai Ning embarked on her journey to become stronger. This situation was akin to reopening Bai Ning's wounds and pouring salt upon them, colliding directly with her weapon. She swiftly subdued the unruly crowd, thereby securing her place within the Oasis base and eventually encountering one of her fellow companions, Xiao Xinran. And of course, the transfer station Xiao Xinran entered seemed far more complex. The book described a harrowing experience he endured at the station. As for the specifics of that ordeal, Chu Jing was not particularly clear and had no desire to personally experience it. This transfer station was evidently not the same one Bai Ning had visited, as there were indeed rooms available for accommodation. After you settle your belongings, please come over to register your personal information and receive essential supplies. Since you traveled together, the rooms will be allocated accordingly. A guard led them to the vicinity of the rooms. The 3 rooms were adjacent to one another. Just as Chu Jing arrived at the door of her room, a burly man emerged from the adjacent room, casting a scrutinizing glance in Bai Ning's direction. Chu Jing was taken aback and swiftly positioned herself in front of Bai Ning. The inevitable had finally arrived. Ever since they had arrived at the transfer station, Bai Ning's unfortunate romantic entanglements seemed to appear one after another, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Within a 10-mile radius, even a stray mosquito would warrant her cautious attention. She quietly warned Bai Ning. His gaze carries ill intentions. Ning, be careful. Bai Ning looked at the man, exuding a sense of helplessness as she pulled Chu Jing back to her side. If he were truly focused on her, it would be somewhat reassuring. This man was clearly fixated on Chu Jing with ulterior motives. Brother, you must be new here. There is still room in my quarters. Would you like to come over? Before he could finish his sentence, a brick plummeted from above, striking his head directly. He rubbed the back of his skull and turned around, cursing angrily. Damn it, who threw that at me? There was no one behind him, and the ceiling of the foam board room could not possibly have bricks falling from it. Xie Chongqing curled his lips, being forcibly taken away by Lin Duan. In this matter, Qin Shixiao felt quite grateful to Lin Duan. Upon entering the room, Chu Jing immediately began to tidy up. The environment here was far inferior to what she was accustomed to. But fortunately, Xiaomai had brought along a plethora of daily necessities. 2 sets of bunk beds were pushed aside, leaving just enough space for a large double mattress, accommodating 3 people comfortably. Pillows and blankets were entirely self-provided. The only inconvenience was the lack of a shower. However, Chu Jing was not one to be overly finicky. If a shower was not an option, she could make do with a basin or a bucket for a sponge bath. Once she had organized her belongings, the others were already waiting outside. Zhang Yi had even familiarized himself with the surrounding environment, now quite acquainted with it. He led the group to the registration desk. I just took a round and noticed that although there are guardrails, their positioning is not particularly secure. If there were zombies nearby, they could easily breach through some inconspicuous paths, he remarked. Bai Ning's expression turned serious. Are you certain? Absolutely, I would never joke about such matters, Zhang Yi replied. Chu Jing trusted Zhang Yi's judgment. Let us also provide feedback to the guards here. The registration area for the guards was sparsely populated. When Chu Jing arrived, there was just one person ahead of her finishing their registration, after which they received a small package of food. This indicated that the transit station was surprisingly humane, offering complimentary food, name, age, occupation, ID number, how you arrived, and whether you have awakened any abilities. Please fill out this form neatly, 1 per person, the guard instructed. Zhang Yi took the paper and distributed it for others to complete. Once finished, he gathered them neatly and briefly scanned the information of the others, leaving him momentarily stunned. He cast a questioning glance at Xiaomai and Qin Shixiao. They had all marked no in the column regarding awakened abilities, while he was the only one who marked yes. Qin Shixiao averted his gaze. In situations like this, those with awakened abilities would certainly receive special treatment, until the young lady awakened her powers. He would never partake in such privileges. Xiaomai lowered her head. Her sister had mentioned that her ability was exceedingly rare, 1 in 1,000 among awakened individuals, and she had to be cautious in concealing it to ensure her safety. Zhang Yi queried, so you all conspired to exclude me, did you? He sulkily submitted the forms to the guard. Chapter 45. My bullets can curve. Hello. I just observed that the guardrails around here are not absolutely secure, which could potentially pose a danger to the transit station. The guard did not even look up. Please trust us. We are the professional guards of the Oasis base. It's not that I distrust you. It's just that there is indeed a safety hazard over there, which concerns the lives of hundreds of people. Please conduct a thorough inspection, Zhang Yi insisted. The guard replied sternly, his eyes revealing some impatience. The layout of the transit station was arranged by the higher-ups. They must have their reasons for doing so. If you have any objections, you can directly relay them to the commanding officer. Zhang Yi pressed on, where can I find the commanding officer? How do I reach him? The commanding officer is very busy. He is not someone you can just meet at will, since you just arrived. It's best to follow the arrangements and wait for your transfer to the Oasis base. The guards dismissed him, turning their attention to the forms they had filled out. Students, bodyguards, housekeepers, unemployed drifters, swimming instructors, and police officers. He lingered particularly on the profession of police officer. There had been a directive from above prioritizing those with significant contributions for arrangements, such as veterans, police officers, and researchers. Upon seeing the column about awakened abilities, his eyes lit up and his earlier impatience vanished. Who is Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi found the sudden change in the guard's demeanor unsatisfactory. What is the matter? The guard stood up excitedly. Awakened abilities can go directly to meet the commanding officer. Initially indifferent, Zhang Yi's interest was piqued at the prospect of meeting the commanding officer. That's me, so. Can I address the issues now? The guard hesitated, slightly embarrassed, of course. Zhang Yi was promptly taken to meet the commanding officer, while another guard continued with the arrangements. Bai Ning approached to inquire, could you tell me how many awakened individuals are currently present here? Perhaps due to their association with awakened individuals, the guard's demeanor became more respectful. Currently, there are very few awakened individuals. Our transit station has fewer than 10. The guard confirmed their information, noting they were all from the same direction. Indeed. The guard added, strangely, since you are from Ninghua, how come you are unscathed? Chu Jing's eyes flickered as she pressed for clarification. What do you mean by that? I mean, should we have encountered danger? Lin Duan interjected. No, the guard explained. Yesterday, there were others who came from the same direction as you. The route is treacherous, and under normal circumstances, you should have traversed the same path. According to him, those on that route had encountered a rogue group of awakened individuals who had robbed them. And many suffered misfortunes. Due to insufficient information, the survivors' accounts were inconsistent, preventing them from dispatching personnel to investigate. Did you encounter any awakened groups on your journey? Or was it only because Zheng Yi, an awakened individual, was with you that you managed to avoid them? The guard pondered. Xiaomai shook her head. We didn't encounter anything unusual. No, that's not true. Xie Changqing countered. We did come across a group of people. Sister, do you remember the gas station we passed by before taking the detour? Chu Jing certainly recalled. It seemed they had narrowly escaped robbery. Indeed, there was such a group. The guard inquired, do you remember their numbers or any other details? I am not sure about specifics, but I can recall their location. Chu Jing responded as she queued to receive the food supplies provided here, 2 compressed biscuits and 2 bottles of water. Since their group had provided crucial information, the supply personnel generously allotted them an extra portion. Each individual was assigned a number. Chu Jing was number 134, representing the 134th survivor recorded here. The guard reiterated the transit station's precautions before allowing them to return. Lin Duan instructed, gather at 6 in the morning, breakfast at 6:30, morning run at 7, and defensive knowledge training at 8. They truly treat us like special forces, someone remarked. From 6 in the morning until 10 at night. They would either be engaged in knowledge training or physical exercises. This transit station was not a place for them to relax under protection, but rather a facility to teach them self-defense. Chu Jing noted, it's not mandatory for everyone. It's just that if you don't show up when called, you won't receive food. They decided to assess the situation tomorrow before deciding whether to participate in the training. The extensive physical training was not something just anyone could endure, not to mention the various theoretical knowledge, such as medical first aid and survival skills. For some, it might as well have been a foreign language. Different fields are like different mountains. Chu Jing admitted that it would be challenging for her to keep up in the commanding officer's office, a standalone foam board room. The lack of soundproofing meant even the guards patrolling outside had to keep their distance. When Zheng Yi entered, he found that he was not the only one present. However, he was the only one seated. Officer Zheng, I am Wu Huaiji, the commanding officer of the Oasis-based transit station. Zheng Yi, former officer of the Huaqing Public Security Bureau, he replied. Wu Huaiji stood, shook his hand, and expressed his regret. I've heard that all the comrades from the Huaqing Public Security Bureau have perished. Yes, during the outbreak of the zombies, I was suspended, which is why I survived. After enduring the topic for a considerable time, Zheng Yi had grown accustomed to addressing it calmly. Wu Huaiji did not press further, stating, the past is the past. Mr. Zheng, in these extraordinary times, I will be straightforward. The existence of awakened individuals is vital for combating zombies. Our future relies on them. You and these few individuals are all awakened. I would like to inquire about your abilities so that we can make prior arrangements when you enter the Oasis base. Zheng Yi observed the others. Some appeared arrogant, others looked ashen, and a few were trying to shrink into corners to avoid any attention. Qin Shishao possessed the ability of mind control. Xiaomai had the ability of spatial theft. As for his own ability, how could he describe it? 100% accuracy. That sounded rather unimpressive. After careful consideration, he finally articulated his ability. The eye of the gun god. Wu Huaiji raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? Zheng Yi clarified. The bullets I fire can hit the target 100% of the time. Wu Huaiji frowned. So, in simpler terms, that means you hit your target every time. Zheng Yi. To speak frankly, your previous profession as a police officer deemed marksmanship merely a fundamental skill. Precision shooting is hardly an extraordinary ability. Wu Huaiji felt a tinge of disappointment, for in comparison to others, this was nothing of significance. Yet, my bullets possess the ability to curve. Chapter 46. Once I strike him, he shall not be able to strike back. This singular statement captivated everyone's attention. The curve. It was the first time Wu Huaiji had heard of such an extraordinary power. To verify, he escorted Zheng Yi to the shooting range typically used by the guards and handed him a firearm. He was eager to witness what it meant for bullets to curve. Let us begin. Before Zheng Yi stood 5 practice targets, it was time to showcase true skill. He casually fired a shot at the target before him. And upon the gunshot resounding, all 5 targets fell in unison. Wu Huaiji was taken aback and rushed to inspect the targets. The force must be substantial to topple them, and indeed, each target bore a bullet hole at its center. Despite Zhang Yi having fired but a single shot, the trajectory of the bullet was imperceptible to the naked eye, yet the outcome revealed the sheer shock of its path. This was not merely a curve. The bullet traversed an S-shaped trajectory. As long as the resistance was minimal, the bullet could continue its flight. Zhang Yi nonchalantly set down the gun. Do not be mistaken. Even 10 targets could fall before me. However, when it comes to zombies, I can manage only a 2-for-1 deal. This limitation was due to the firearm itself. With a weapon of sufficient power, I could pierce through all the zombies with a single shot. So, there exist such extraordinary abilities. What are your powers? Zhang Yi inquired of the other ability users. Generally, when ability users convene, a sense of camaraderie arises, as if they are all chosen ones. Stating one's name and abilities seemed to have become an unwritten rule among them. I am He Xing, a water-type ability user, awakened 2 months after the apocalypse began. I am also a water-type user, having awakened a month ago. You may call me Oldly. I possess wood-type abilities. Xiao Xinran, fire-type. As Zhang Yi approached the door, he caught a whiff of a familiar yet unfamiliar aroma of food. Upon pushing the door open, the fragrance intensified, filling his nostrils and awakening his taste buds. The already cramped space was now overflowing with people. Except for him, everyone was gathered in this room, indulging in delectable cuisine. Chu Jing was busily feeding peeled crayfish into her mouth. Just in time for your return. That plate was reserved for you. Zhang Yi glanced at the table. Indeed, they were feasting on spicy crayfish. 2 large platters of crayfish were piled high on the table, accompanied by 2 garbage bins, as there were too many people to fit around the table. Thus, the bodyguards sat on the edge of the bed to eat. Even Qin Shixiao, usually calm and composed, was methodically peeling shrimp shells, placing the cleaned ones into another plate before passing it to Chu Jing. What are you all doing? Though the answer was glaringly obvious, Zhang Yi found it hard to believe his eyes. Lin Duan, as you can see, we are dining. Hurry and take a seat. If you delay any longer, I shall be blinded by the gluttony. Lin Duan shifted aside. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, initially intending to awaken them to the current situation. But instead, he inhaled the enticing aroma of spicy crayfish, and his stomach audibly protested. It smells divine. Where did these crayfish come from? Uncle Xiong prepared them. In the new house, there were plenty of preserved ingredients. Uncle Xiong packed a multitude of prepared meals for me. Wise sister mentioned that although these meals are stored in the space, they cannot be kept too long, or they will spoil, so we simply reheated them. Xiaomi I handed Zhang Yi a pair of gloves. Zhang Yi felt a rush of nostalgia, as if he were back at a night market enjoying a late-night snack. These delicacies were undoubtedly procured by Chu Jing, who resembled a hoarder of food. I could smell it even from outside. If others discovered it, not a chance. Chu Jing shook her head. We have scouted the area. At this time, everyone is engaged in training, and no one remains in the rooms. As long as we finish eating before they return from training, there will be no issue. Zhang Yi paused. So if I had returned a bit later, would there have been no aroma left? Chu Jing raised an eyebrow, and everything was left unspoken. Zhang Yi felt a hint of frustration. If I were any more fragile, I might think you all were excluding me. Qin Shixiao, we thought, as an ability user, you would receive special privileges and might not reside with us any longer. You are correct. Zhang Yi finally took a bite of shrimp meat. The commanding officer indeed suggested that I reside in a separate room from the other ability users. But I declined. Those users appear to be novices, merely igniting flames, manipulating water, or growing plants, hardly of any real value against zombies. Spending time with them would be somewhat of a waste of time and energy. Bai Ning was still preoccupied with earlier matters. Did you provide feedback to them regarding the security issues here? I did mention it, but they have no intention of making repairs. Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened. He claimed that zombies lack cognitive awareness and would not discover that flaw, and that area was designated as an emergency exit. Bai Ning. One must not take a single account as gospel. We should remain vigilant, preferably always moving in groups, keeping walkie-talkies on hand for immediate communication if anything arises. Even at the transit station, we must not let our guard down. Having eaten their fill, the room was tidied, leaving only the faint scent of air freshener. It was unimaginable that just half an hour prior, someone had consumed over 10 pounds of crayfish, due to the early start required the next day. Chu Jing turned in early, yet was awakened in the middle of the night. Upon opening her eyes, she found Bai Ning covering her with a blanket, and upon noticing Chu Jing's awakening, she expressed concern. "Did I disturb you?" "It's fine. I hadn't been sleeping well. Did you hear the sounds earlier?" Bai Ning replied softly. Yes, she was perpetually vigilant. Even in slumber, the slightest rustle could rouse her. Earlier, Chu Jing had heard a scream. Seemingly emanating from the direction of Qin Shixiao's room, Chu Jing reached up to touch the walkie-talkie above her head. "Qin, is everything all right on your end?" Upon receiving the message, Qin Shixiao immediately raised a hand to halt the movements of the two bodyguards. "Miss, everything is normal here." He stood in the darkened room, which was somewhat chaotic. A man cowered in the corner, trembling, with a black burlap sack over his head, hands bound, and mouth taped shut. Another man lay sprawled on the floor, subjected to the same treatment, albeit in a worse state. The two bodyguards held him down, maintaining their previous stance of punching and kicking, unable to voice their pain due to their mouths being stuffed. From the already bruised face, it was discernible that he was the burly man from next door to Qin Shixiao. "As long as everything is all right, rest quickly." Chu Jing set down the walkie-talkie and turned over, intending to resume her slumber. "Miss, good night." After placing the walkie-talkie down, Qin Shixiao approached the man on the ground, lowering his voice deliberately to issue a warning. "Speak out of turn again, and your tongue may not remain intact next time." If it weren't for the need to let Chu Jing rest, I would ensure he couldn't rise tomorrow. Qin Shixiao then moved to the other individual, removing the cloth from his mouth. The man shook his head vigorously. "Brother, I saw nothing, heard nothing, and will say nothing. I have no relation to him whatsoever. Once I strike him, he shall not be able to strike back." Chapter 47. Pure evil. The following day, during assembly, the male and female trainees were required to separate for training. The roll call was conducted directly by registration number, which left Chu Jing with an odd sensation, a persistent itch all over. 134. Your breakfast. Finish it and assemble to the north. Water is to be rationed for the day. Do not discard your bottles, as they will be needed to collect water tomorrow. A bun, a piece of ham, and a 900 milliliter bottle of water. Chu Jing squeezed the bun in her hand. It was hard as a rock and bore a small patch of mold. The ham appeared intact, but upon closer inspection, it was expired. As for the bottle of water, the cap had been previously opened by Ning. This bottle, Chu Jing's bottle, was also open, starkly different from the fresh mineral water she had collected the day before. It seemed this was the standard supply at the transit station. "Chu Jing, the mineral water will eventually run out. This water was likely recreated by ability users." She struggled to articulate the reality. The bottles must have been previously used by others and are now being recycled. In a state of extreme dehydration, no one would concern themselves with who had previously used the bottle. Chu Jing, not suffering from a lack of water, found herself unable to betray her own conscience by utilizing it. She set aside the old bottle, while Xiaomai retrieved a brand new mineral water. After receiving breakfast, they were to follow different guard units to various locations, with the ability users being taken aside separately. It was said that they were given special treatment. After Jingyi was taken away, he lost the chance to savor the heartfelt toast prepared by Uncle Xiong. Xiaomai distributed breakfast bento boxes to everyone, filled with an array of toast flavors: bacon and eggs, cheese and ham, corn and cheese, and even salad with tomato sauce for personal customization. Although the toast, heated in a small pot, lacked its initial delightful texture, it was still far tastier than the hard as stone steamed buns. In the end, Xie Changqing also assisted Qin Shixiao by preparing several cups of milk oatmeal with hot milk. Chu Jing took a sip of milk and said, "Xiaomai, let's save these buns and ham sausages. Don't throw them away. They might still be of use in the future. Though they had no need for them, they might represent a glimmer of hope for others." Xiaomai didn't question the reasoning and immediately stored the items away. Meanwhile, Jingyi was seated in an exclusive dining area, partaking in what others perceived as a sumptuous meal: 3 pieces of moldy steamed buns and 2 expired ham sausages. Witnessing this scene brought a sting to his nose and moisture to his eyes. Wu Huaiji patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't be too moved. You ability users bear heavy responsibilities, and this is to be expected." This was the most disheartening meal Jingyi had experienced in months. Half an hour later, Chu Jing, along with Bai Ning and Xiaomai, arrived at the assembly point in the north. Female survivors were scarce, easily counted at a glance. Among 140 survivors, there were fewer than 30 women. The training was conducted by a female guard unit, and the program was tailored to suit the needs of female participants. Surviving to this point and reaching the transit station proved they possessed the strength to protect themselves. Even if they could not engage directly at the front lines, they could still provide assistance from the rear. After delivering an inspiring speech, the guard unit began dividing into training groups, ensuring no one was left behind. Based on individual physical assessments, each participant was assigned a specific role. Bai Ning, due to her exceptional abilities, stood out on the first day, excelling in both physical stamina and support roles. The guard unit even inquired about her name, expressing confidence in her future performance at the Oasis base. Her decisive and efficient rescue techniques, including wound dressing and intravenous administration, earned the professional approval of Chu Jing. Truly, she was an unparalleled hexagonal warrior. Ultimately, the guard unit, unsure of what to focus her training on, allowed her to choose her own direction. Bai Ning opted for a frontline attack team, while Chu Jing and Xiaomai were naturally assigned to the support team. Chu Jing was responsible for learning medical first aid knowledge to care for the injured, while Xiaomai focused on quickly organizing supplies and efficiently utilizing space, aligning with their respective specialties. Compared to Chu Jing's group, Qin Shixiao's unit faced a more challenging situation, as they were all assigned to the frontline team. After their meal, Chu Jing discussed the day's events with them. Xiaoxia hasn't even reached adulthood yet, and he was assigned to the frontline team. Although he is not short and quite sturdy, he is still young. Did you not inform the guard unit? During her evening discussions, Chu Jing learned about the situation concerning Xie Chongqing. He was not suited for combat. Sending a warehouse manager to the battlefield was tantamount to a death sentence. The guard unit was supposed to take care of minors. How could they allow him to participate in frontline training? Lin Duan shrugged. You can ask him. He insisted on going at such a young age. He was filled with rebellious spirit. Xie Chongqing pressed his lips together, explaining, Sister, I will be an adult after tomorrow. I just want to train more. Otherwise, I feel like a burden, unable to contribute. The term rebellious spirit struck a chord with Chu Jing. Xie Chongqing was originally the second in command of the antagonists, embodying rebellion in every facet. However, it seemed he would not stray down the wrong path now. With a hint of suppressed grievance, Xie Chongqing continued, Sister, after tomorrow, I will be an adult. I want to train more, and I can handle those training tasks. I can complete all missions. Chu Jing sighed. If you find it too difficult, please report back to the guard unit promptly. No one will force you. Your ability awakening is only a matter of time. There's no need to rush. By the way, as Chu Jing glanced around, she noted the absence of Jingyi, asking, Has Jingyi not returned yet? Qin Shixiao shook his head. I haven't received any news from him. They hadn't seen Jingyi all day. His message arrived unexpectedly. Due to his status as an ability user, he received preferential treatment and attention. When there were missions, he was the first to be informed. In case of unexpected events, he was also the first to be taken away. Just before the walkie-talkie lost signal due to distance, Jingyi sent his final message. I am accompanying the guard unit on a mission, return date uncertain. Do not worry. In summary, Jingyi had been taken away as a laborer. The presence of free ability groups around the transit station led many survivors to be robbed, with the powerful force to remain within these groups. Very few survivors could safely reach the transit station. As an official organization, it was crucial to curb the private recruitment actions of these ability groups. In the original narrative, the free ability groups consistently played the role of antagonists throughout the story. It was only when Bai Ning, with unstoppable momentum, unified various disparate bases that genuine harmony between people was achieved. In the eyes of most, the free ability groups were simply synonymous with pure evil. Chapter 48. Surprise and shock. On September 13, Chu Jing skipped the morning training. After all, it was Xie Chongqing's 18th birthday. He had a tragic childhood and had never celebrated his birthday, let alone had anyone remember it. This day of adulthood deserved proper celebration. While a cake was impossible, they could at least arrange the venue to create a sense of ceremony during lunch. Everything was prepared by Chu Jing and Xiaomai, and the location was limited to the foam board dormitory of the transit station, as there was no other place available. Regrettably, it couldn't be held at home. Simplicity was key. Just as everything was ready, and they awaited Xie Chongqing to receive this surprise, an unexpected event occurred. The previously closed door was suddenly flung open. Quick, come with me. Bai Ning rushed into the room, swiftly grabbing Chu Jing's hand. Xiaomai, gather your things. Chu Jing felt perplexed. Bai Ning was usually composed, and she had never seen her in such a flustered state. What is happening? Bai Ning succinctly explained. Zombies are coming. Xiaomai received urgent information and quickly packed all the items she could into her space. Chu Jing was pulled by Bai Ning, hastily making their way outside. This was completely unforeseen. As soon as they stepped out of the foam-board house, they could see chaos erupting in the distance. Bai Ning had managed to leave relatively quickly, thus avoiding the fray. After realizing something was amiss, she did not rush to attack the zombies, but instead returned to find Chu Jing, at that moment. She was immensely grateful that Chu Jing was not in a crowded area. Some who attempted to return to collect their belongings were overtaken by zombies on the way. The commands from the guard unit were utterly ineffective. If someone was knocked down by a zombie, they could often shake it off and rise again due to the protection of their heavy military gear. However, if they were knocked down and unable to get up in time, more zombies would swarm, leading to a singular outcome. Bai Ning glanced around, ensuring there were no zombies approaching them for the time being, and swiftly led Chu Jing out. Xiaomai closely followed, drawing her gun for their protection. In an effort not to slow Bai Ning down, Chu Jing remained silent until they could no longer see or hear the zombies in the distance. Finally, she spoke. Ning Ning, what about the others? On the way, I encountered Qin Shixiao. We split up. He went to the parking lot to figure out a way to drive, and Lin Duan and Xie Chongqing followed to cover him. Chu Jing asked, drive? Is that feasible? At this moment, driving was not the most prudent choice. When faced with zombies, the immediate instinct was to flee. Survivors were not the guard unit and would not adhere to their plans. Everyone would be scrambling to escape by car. The parking lot would be no less chaotic. Bai Ning replied, if even Qin Shixiao cannot get a car out, then no one can. Without a means of transportation, our chances of survival are slim. He has controlling abilities, which may prove useful. Chu Jing never doubted Bai Ning's judgment. Where do we gather now? Bai Ning replied, I'll first take you out of the transit station to find a nearby safe building to hide. This place is unsafe. On the first day they arrived, Jingyi had discovered a flaw in the transit station. The guard unit had mentioned it as an emergency escape route. Bai Ning had passed by that location and had seen zombies attempting to squeeze in. We can only escape from the rooftop here. Bai Ning skillfully maneuvered several boxes, rising onto her toes. She instructed Chu Jing and Xia Xiaomi to climb up first, while she supported them from below. Once the two had ascended, she executed a graceful somersault, swiftly reaching the rooftop. Following her lead, Bai Ning leaped over the fence of the transit station and continued to catch the descending duo with unwavering steadiness. A profound sense of security enveloped them. Chu Jing recalled that when she first read the original text, Bai Ning had led her friend Bai Yueguang on a daring escape, evading wave after wave of attacks, just like this very scene. At that time, Chu Jing's character was viewed in stark duality. Half the readers deemed her a mere decoration, a hindrance to the protagonist, while the other half insisted she was an indispensable presence. Capable of providing emotional support at any moment, it was only after her friend's demise, becoming an irreplaceable memory for Bai Ning, that these conflicting opinions began to wane. When Chu Jing witnessed Bai Ning's meticulous care for her friend in the original narrative, she felt an intense pang of envy. Bai Ning possessed an acute sense of danger. In situations with fewer people, her targets were diminished, allowing her to shine. Hence, she chose to seek out Chu Jing alone, as others would merely be a liability. Thus, dispatching the surrounding zombies with ease, Bai Ning led the way to a nearby low-rise building, finally allowing them a momentary respite. Chu Jing handed her a bottle of soda. Why did so many zombies suddenly appear in the transit station? This seems rather abrupt. There were no signs at all. The guards patrol daily and Haven Tea spotted a single one. Yet, today, an entire horde has emerged. Bai Ning took a sip of water and peered outside through the window. These zombies don't seem to have come on their own. I suspect they were lured here. Lured? Xia Xiaomi's innocent heart was struck by the enormity of such wickedness. How could someone bring zombies to a gathering of survivors? Bai Ning replied. In times like these, one should not assume the best of humanity. She requested a flare gun from Xia Xiaomi, signaling into the sky, where red smoke billowed gently. Chu Jing furrowed her brow. Drawing the zombies to the transit station seemed like a tactic only those rogue ability groups would employ. In the transit station parking lot, Xie Chongqing swung a wooden stick fiercely at an approaching zombie. The decayed creature's head shattered upon impact. Good lad. Looks like you've picked up some real skills here, Lin Duan remarked, slightly tilting his head in praise before producing a long knife. Here, take this, but be cautious. Xie Chongqing grasped the pristine blade tightly. Where did you get this knife? Lin Duan smirked. Little ones shouldn't ask too many questions. Focus on what's in front of you. These zombies are not here for a game. This long knife was, of course, redeemed from the system. Less effective than a gun, yet far superior to a wooden stick. As for why he didn't opt for a gun, it was simply a matter of expense. The parking lot was a chaotic scene, with vehicles strewn haphazardly, corpses sprawled across the ground, and zombies running amok. Chu Jing's car was heavily obstructed by these creatures, while Lin Duan, Xie Chongqing, and the bodyguard shielded Qin Shishao. Finally, Qin Shishao, seated in the vehicle, called out to the people outside, "Get in." Lin Duan quickly pulled Xie Chongqing into the car. Not only is it due to the failure to achieve the purpose of this journey, aside from finding Bai Ning her compatible companion, two more pressing issues lay before us. Zheng Yi has yet to establish contact with us. If he goes missing at this critical moment, who knows when we might meet again? Perhaps it could be a lifetime of separation. Moreover, Xiao Xie's injury renders him unfit for relocation at present. Lin Duan furrowed his brow. Is his condition that serious? I recall a time when I fell from a horse, and it was quite similar. It didn't leave any lasting effects. Chu Jing replied, that was in the past. You had a full medical team assisting your recovery. How could you possibly have lingering repercussions? The situation now is markedly different. The damage inflicted by the virus is not to be underestimated. Even a minor injury could result in severe long-term consequences. He is still young and must not allow this incident to leave a lasting mark, even if Zheng Yi were to meet us now. For Xiao Xie's sake, we cannot afford to be in constant upheaval at that moment. Bai Ning perceived a slight commotion and instinctively glanced toward the door, yet no figure was visible. Lin Duan, you ought to refrain from teasing him. His heart is quite sensitive. Control your tongue. He is undoubtedly feeling guilty due to his injury, so do not fan the flames of his distress, Chu Jing reminded him with exasperation. He is a good person. But alas, that incessant chatter of his, Lin Duan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. What do you take me for? Surely, I am aware of this. Chu Jing cast him a sidelong glance, silently implying, you had better be. Chapter 50, Happy Birthday. In this post-apocalyptic world, invisible viruses are pervasive and conditions are harsh. Those whose bodies cannot adapt, even if they are not infected by zombies and face no food shortages, may still succumb to death due to minor ailments. While the abilities of those with special powers vary, among all of them, only two types are in high demand: spatial ability users and healing ability users. Spatial ability users are indeed a rare breed. There is not one in 10,000, but rather one spatial user among 10,000 abilities. Healing ability users are even scarcer. In the original work, only two significant figures appeared. One was the exclusive healer of the official base, a highly esteemed medical expert before the apocalypse. The other is the male lead. The male lead is not purely a healing ability user. His powers are wood-based. His understanding of the vitality of nature allowed his abilities to evolve to incorporate healing functions. As Bai Ning's personal healer, he indeed plays a significant role later on. However, Chu Jing felt this might be somewhat of a forced addition to his character. Even without the male lead, Bai Ning could certainly hold her own. Chu Jing turned to Bai Ning, seeking her opinion. Ning, given the current situation, what do you think we should do? According to the development in the original narrative, Bai Ning should currently be en route to the Oasis base, becoming a shining star within, thanks to her exceptional physical condition and formidable abilities. Bai Ning pulled out an old, yellowed piece of paper and a small bamboo segment from a nearby toppled broom. The bamboo segment traced marks on the paper, sketching out a few circles. This indicates our current position, and the next transfer station is located here, not very close. Driving straight, considering the unknown road conditions, will take at least 2 days. I have observed the movements of the guard troops over the past few days. The supplies they distribute to survivors here are transported from another location. I boldly speculate that there is a storage facility near each transfer station. Chu Jing silently commended her. To ensure the survivors' livelihoods, transfer stations have set up many supply storage locations. Although the stored items consist of mere biscuits, instant noodles, steamed buns, and potatoes, some of which are expired, sprouted, or moldy, it is still preferable to having nothing to eat. These places are absolutely confidential. No survivors are informed, and only high-ranking personnel in the guard troops are aware. After Bai Ning rose to prominence in the Oasis, she once delivered supplies to a storage point, rescuing hundreds of people trapped there due to food shortages. Bai Ning stated, the guard troops will likely retreat to the nearby storage facility. If we proceed blindly, We are unlikely to locate it. It would be better to wait for the returning guard troops and follow them. This way, we can also regroup with Zheng Yi. She perfectly addressed Chu Jing's concerns. Avoiding the regret of losing a companion, Lin Duan remarked, "It seems we must first establish contact with Zheng Yi. The phone has no signal, and we are too far from him. The walkie-talkie cannot pick up his messages either." "How do you plan to contact him?" Chu Jing responded. "If he returns, he will surely pass through the transfer station. To avoid missing him, we will leave our current information near the station. With his keen observational skills, he should find us here quickly." Lin Duan paused for a moment, asking, "Who will leave the information?" "Just the three of us." Xia Xiaomi eagerly raised her hand. "I can go too." Lin Duan fell silent. Both Bai Ning and Chu Jing were ordinary individuals without special abilities, and no matter how strong their personal capabilities, they could safely extricate themselves from a zombie den. Having just emerged from there, Lin Duan was acutely aware of the dangers within. Even Qin Shixiao had been forced to drive recklessly out. There was no safe place to land. Though Xia Xiaomi possessed powers, her spatial abilities were ineffective against zombies. And as a child, how could she be allowed to venture into such perilous territory? Lin Duan, having lived over 20 years, had never engaged in the practice of pushing others into danger. He stood up to stretch his shoulders. "I will go myself. Hand me the car keys. At least he would have some tools for self-preservation, ensuring a certain degree of safety." "You?" Chu Jing thought he was joking. Lin Duan was confident. "It's not entirely solo." "Xiaomi, pass me my backpack." Taking a small backpack, Lin Duan unzipped it and pulled out a yellow talisman. "I have the protection of the salty fish Taoist." Chu Jing was speechless. "Are you trying to learn to control zombies like him?" Yun Qi said that's not something just anyone can master. "Of course not," Lin Duan replied, stuffing the talisman into his sleeves and pant legs, covering himself entirely, while returning the excess to the bag. "I'm merely testing it out. Who knows, one might actually work." Such items cannot be dismissed as useless, yet cannot be deemed entirely effective either. It's a pity that in that room at the transfer station, I had far more talismans in my bag. Alas, I fear I cannot retrieve them, he shrugged. Xia Xiaomi blinked and tried again to raise her hand. "Lin Gu, if you're within 50 meters of your room, I can help you retrieve your belongings." "Really?" "Of course." Her abilities allow her to collect items within a 50-meter radius into her space. In her haste, she had only gathered the food meticulously prepared by Chu Jing, forgetting to assist others with their luggage. By the way, sister, I didn't have time to handle these food items properly." Xia Xiaomi carefully brought out the food she had hastily collected. Having been stored for a while, the previously prepared lunch had cooled, especially the bowl of longevity noodles meant for Xia Chongqing, which had now clumped together. The group gazed at the bowl of longevity noodles adorned with an egg and simultaneously recalled the significant event that should have been paramount today. "Xiaomi, you have done splendidly." Bai Ning assisted Chu Jing in reheating the lunch. While it did not appear as appealing as before, the flavor remained intact. Qin Shixiao and the bodyguards were summoned to eat, and Chu Jing briefly explained the post-lunch plans. It was important that Lin Duan did not undertake this alone. Someone must assist him. Chu Jing planned to drive out with Xia Xiaomi to attempt to recover the forgotten luggage, while Bai Ning would stand guard with a gun, and Lin Duan would be responsible for leaving a message. The others would remain behind to conserve their energy. After issuing her instructions, Chu Jing brought the longevity noodles, along with specially set-aside meals, to the adjacent room for Xia Chongqing. After replacing the ice pack on his knee, she helped him sit up to eat. "Xiao Xia, happy birthday." Chapter 51. This bowl of noodles was prepared by me this morning. I didn't have time to rinse it, and when I left, I couldn't process it, so it went straight into Xiaomi's space. It looks a bit clumpy now, and the texture may not be great, but all these dishes were prepared by Uncle Xiong. Once we return home, I will ensure you receive a proper one. Uncle Xiong's pastries are delightful. He will surely prepare a special cake for you. Concerned that her visit might disturb Xia Chongqing's rest, Bai Ning was concurrently formulating plans with Lin Duan for their impending departure, leaving Chu Jing to make the trip alone. Xia Chongqing appeared somewhat dazed. This was the first time he had heard birthday wishes on his special day. Gazing at the bowl of longevity noodles, he suddenly felt a lump in his throat, his eyes fixated on it in fear of blinking lest he awaken from a dream. Or worse, shed tears. Noticing his prolonged silence, Chu Jing awkwardly attempted to reclaim the bowl of noodles. "If you truly cannot eat, there is no need to force yourself. You can have the vegetables. There are shredded bamboo shoots in here that you like." Xie Chongqing grasped the bowl tightly and, seizing the chopsticks, began to eat voraciously. It was uncertain whether it was due to the excessive food in his mouth, or if he naturally had a somewhat whimpering voice. But his eyes sparkled with laughter as he exclaimed, "Thank you, sister." Upon witnessing his hurried consumption, Chu Jing promptly stepped outside to fetch a bottle of water for him. By the time she returned, the bowl of noodles was almost empty. Xie Chongqing generously offered his compliments. "Delicious. This is the best noodle I've ever had," he added with enthusiasm. "The egg is great too." Chu Jing chuckled, relieved to see him in such good spirits, and intended to leave with the bowl and chopsticks when she noticed a brand new long knife leaning against the wall. She had no recollection of this knife and, upon reflection, it seemed that Xie Chongqing had brought it back today. She hadn't paid attention at the time, but now she realized that this knife appeared to be extraordinary. "Did you bring this knife back?" Chu Jing inquired as she picked it up. Unlike ordinary kitchen knives, this one had a protective sheath, and although its design was quite plain, pulling it out slightly revealed an exceptionally sharp blade within. "Not something one could easily come by. It was given to me by Lin Duan today." Xie Chongqing casually revealed its origin. After admiring it briefly, she returned the knife to its original position, pondering that despite Lin Duan's seemingly unreliable nature, he did possess a certain reliability when it came to handling matters. "I didn't expect him to prepare a birthday gift for you." Xie Chongqing did not refute this. Although it may not have been a birthday gift, it was indeed a present. He shifted the topic and asked, "Sister, are you going out later?" Chu Jing nodded, not concealing the truth from him. "Yes, we need to find a way to contact Zheng Yi, so we must leave some information nearby." Chu Jing had thought that Xie Chongqing would want to accompany them, and she had already prepared a reason for him to stay at home, but he merely replied with utmost obedience, "Please be careful." Chu Jing felt an unusual sensation, sensing something was amiss but unable to articulate what it was. Perhaps it was simply a sign of his sudden maturation. "All right." As Chu Jing reached the door to leave, Xie Chongqing finally mustered the courage to speak after a moment of hesitation. "Sister, may I make a birthday wish?" Chu Jing was pleasantly surprised. This was undoubtedly his first birthday wish. "Of course, as long as it's within my ability, I will help you fulfill it." "What do you desire?" "Well, I'll tell you when you return." Chu Jing took the driver's seat, and Lin Duan, having never seen her drive before, felt a pang of anxiety. He was familiar with the route, and this time, if they drove too slowly, they could easily become surrounded by zombies, landing them in trouble. "Humph." Chu Jing scoffed dismissively. Lin Duan queried, "What?" She skillfully maneuvered the vehicle out of the initially cramped pigpen. When she had to drive the ambulance in an emergency, Lin Duan had not yet been created. If zombies dared to obstruct their path, she would simply reduce them to a mangled mess. According to Bai Ning's plan, Chu Jing only needed to act as a reliable driver. She remained quietly poised, ready to make a hasty escape at a moment's notice. It was fortunate there were no zombies in pursuit. Should they appear, a thrilling chase would ensue. Bai Ning, along with Lin Duan and Xia Xiaomi, gradually approached the transfer station area. They would first retrieve items near the rooms while leaving markers along the way. Bai Ning gestured to Lin Duan, who kept watch behind while Bai Ning observed ahead. After receiving Bai Ning's signal, the three cautiously advanced towards the room. Zombies, having dulled senses, posed less danger as long as they remained silent. They proceeded with utmost caution, reaching the vicinity of the foam board house without causing a stir. "How is it, Xiaomi? Is this distance acceptable?" Bai Ning inquired. "It's fine," Xia Xiaomi replied, eyes closed, her small hand pressed against the board house. Images of the room's interior flooded her mind, and everything she had touched vanished into thin air. Looking further, she saw the storage area where the guards once kept provisions. Xia Xiaomi gritted her teeth and extended her reach further. The remnants of luggage had been retrieved. Lin Duan marked the spots he had passed. On the way back, Lin Duan cautiously peeked around the last corner. Just as he turned, he spotted a zombie with foul drool staggering nearby. The zombie growled a low, guttural sound at Lin Duan. "Ah!" Lin Duan stumbled back, nearly falling, and quickly raised his hand to stop Xia Xiaomi and Bai Ning, who were about to move forward. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was distracted, he swiftly tore a talisman from his clothing and slapped it onto the zombie. The talisman adhered firmly to the zombie, mixed with its putrid blood, effectively immobilizing it. "Quick, let's go," Lin Duan whispered urgently to Bai Ning and Xia Xiaomi. Chu Jing, peering out the window with her gun, slowly retracted it. She had been watching the scene involving Lin Duan. Due to the distance, she could not shout a warning and had to observe potential dangers from afar, ready to provide cover fire at any moment. Lin Duan's quick thinking transformed what could have been a perilous situation into a moment of safety. Chu Jing was skeptical that it was solely the Talisman S effect. She doubted that Yun Qi's eating habits could be so easily mastered by Lin Duan. Once the trio left their message and entered the vehicle, Chu Jing immediately started the engine to return to their temporary shelter. Upon exiting the vehicle, she instructed Xia Xiaomi to retrieve a fuel canister, asking Lin Duan to assist in refueling the car. After a considerable effort, Lin Duan finally managed to insert the fuel hose when he heard Chu Jing suddenly ask, "What ability did you awaken?" The hose nearly slipped from his grasp as Lin Duan's mouth twitched. "I haven't awakened any ability." Chu Jing decided to press him further. "Stop pretending. I saw it firsthand. You placed the talisman on the zombie at the transfer station upside down. If it worked, that would truly be a stroke of luck. Unless you dare to claim that you're more adept than a seasoned practitioner." Lin Duan fell silent, beginning to doubt whether he had indeed placed the talisman incorrectly. What was meant to be a cover-up had inadvertently become evidenced in that situation. He had no choice but to utilize the ability card provided by the system. The static ability card temporarily immobilized zombies in the vicinity, but its effect was fleeting, lasting only 10 seconds. However, that was sufficient for their safe escape. It's not an ability. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Whether I believe it or not, I can only know if you tell me. Chu Jing responded, having encountered numerous bizarre situations, and now finding it hard to believe there could be anything more absurd. Chapter 52. Keeping it for self-defense. Do you believe that one's fate is predetermined? Lin Duan asked. Chu Jing remained silent, prompting him to continue. When the apocalypse first arrived, a strange system appeared and informed me that I would die in 100 days, if I wished to survive. I had to complete various tasks for it and help the chosen one fulfill their destined path. Initially, I didn't believe it. The notion of an apocalypse seemed absurd. Yet, the apocalypse undeniably came to pass. Without this system, I might have perished in some unknown place long ago. The powers you witness today are merely tools bestowed upon me by the system to assist the chosen one. Chu Jing gasped in astonishment. A system? As someone who enjoyed reading novels, she recognized the significance of such a presence. Indeed, the more I interact with this system, the more I feel as though I am being manipulated. Lin Duan confessed. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Chu Jing was still taken aback by the peculiar circumstances surrounding Lin Duan. Compared to her own journey into this narrative, the emergence of the system was equally preposterous. Based on Lin Duan's previous descriptions and her own experiences, it seemed that this system was a maintenance mechanism designed to ensure the narrative progressed smoothly without unforeseen complications. This was a remarkable safeguard for Bai Ning. Understanding the system's purpose, Chu Jing now felt a profound sense of trust in Lin Duan. He was undoubtedly the first person, aside from herself, to wholeheartedly support Bai Ning, an ally. Yet, Chu Jing still found it hard to believe. "How could you so readily share such vital information with me?" Lin Duan shrugged nonchalantly. "Weren't you the one who asked?" Although she was uncertain how to respond, this was indeed a substantial revelation, akin to a golden opportunity in a world filled with extraordinary phenomena. "All right, given your reaction, one might think I was putting you in a difficult position," Lin Duan sighed in relief. "When others inquire about such matters, I certainly wouldn't divulge everything, but you are different. We've communicated before, and I believe that as long as our interests align, cooperation leads to mutual benefit. Sharing this with you can also enhance our trust in one another. Besides, I don't pay much heed to that troublesome system. I just thought I'd clarify things for you to avoid any misunderstandings." Lin Duan put away the fuel hose and tightened the cap. "The tank is full. Do you have any other questions?" Chu Jing pondered his words for quite some time before a faint smile graced her lips. "You've thought this through quite well, but there was something you missed earlier." Lin Duan inquired. "What was it?" Initial scene. In the apocalyptic world, possessing an additional skill equates to an increased chance of survival. Such a valuable system would be regrettable to disregard. It ought to be utilized with agility. Supernatural abilities are merely a unique form of power in this desolate era. Does this system not count as your own extraordinary gift? Essentially, a system is nothing but a tool. Do not perceive it as a means to diminish you. You are its master. Having never encountered a pig does not preclude one from witnessing a pig's gallop. Chu Jing had read countless tales, where 8 out of 10 featured such systems. The functions are invariably fixed. And she is well versed in them. Lin Duan raised an eyebrow, experiencing a novel perspective for the first time. Indeed, how could an intangible intelligence be so easily manipulated? Lin Duan's previous frustrations dissipated in that moment. Thank you. Your words are more enlightening than a decade of study. Lin Duan jestingly bowed to Chu Jing, then retrieved several card-like objects resembling playing cards. Verbal gratitude is forever less immediate than tangible gifts. These cards are the supernatural ability props provided by the system. Although they are one-time use, they are better than nothing. Keep them for self-defense. Supernatural ability props? I shan't refuse. Chu Jing accepted the 3 ability cards, which resembled tarot cards, each depicting the effect of the ability, while the reverse detailed various restrictions. 1 card grants elemental abilities, allowing the user to harness powers such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, and thunder. Another card allows the user to create a perfect replica of themselves, indistinguishable from the original. The last grants the power of instantaneous movement, a veritable tool for escape. What excellent items! No wonder a saying circulates in literary circles. Products of the system are always of the highest quality. Chu Jing tucked the ability cards away, recognizing their value as life-saving tools, particularly the elemental card, which she instinctively thought to gift to Bai Ning. Not for any other reason, but amidst the myriad of flamboyant abilities, her pure elemental power is the strongest. As Chu Jing ascended the stairs, Qin Shixiao appeared considerably rejuvenated. He had already prepared the resting space for the night. The room's clutter had been consolidated into one area, and now it offered ample space. Having been tidied up, though not as pristine as one's home, it was free of excessive dust. The room was furnished not only with a table but also with a mattress. Lacking electricity? He had placed numerous small night lights to prevent tripping in the dark. Chu Jing inquired, "How is your stamina recovering?" "Much better now. Perhaps due to the crystal core, my body is healing rapidly." Qin Shixiao distinctly sensed that the crystal core in his possession felt different from before. This is a positive sign. A swift recovery indicates that your abilities are gradually adapting to the energy of the crystal core, a hallmark of enhanced powers. In the future, when your abilities are formidable, you will be able to absorb the energy contained within the core. Qin Shixiao had an inkling that he might have discovered a method to elevate his powers. Chu Jing sat beside Bai Ning, presenting her newly acquired ability cards to her. Lin Duan wore an expression akin to that of an elderly man engrossed in his phone. Without needing any explanation, Bai Ning comprehended the card's purpose. She did not question Chu Jing about its origin but simply declined to accept it. Such an important item. Keep it for yourself. Chu Jing, with a playful smile, patted her pocket. "I have more. This one suits you perfectly, and you were the first person I thought of. Just take it." Bai Ning, charmed by her insistence, reluctantly accepted. Noticing that Chu Jing had no other tasks at hand, Qin Shixiao handed her a note he had been holding. "Miss, this is a letter from Xiao Xie for you." "A letter?" Chu Jing received it with curiosity. Wasn't he just in the adjacent room? What could be so urgent that he could not convey it in person? Qin Shixiao explained, "He asked me to give it to you when you had some leisure." Chu Jing, puzzled, unfolded the paper, which barely qualified as a letter. It bore the elegantly neat handwriting of Xie Chongqing. The previously cheerful light in her eyes dimmed as she immediately rose to approach the room where Xie Chongqing was. The door was locked from the inside, prompting her to knock in irritation. "Xie Chongqing, open up." Chapter 53. No one sleeps. Seeing the letter is like meeting you in person. Sister, perhaps my fate began to change the moment we met. You rescued me from the abyss, yet I have never been able to repay you. Now, all I can choose is to take this next step in this manner. The letter concluded with a few painfully striking sentences. "If I am to become a zombie, my wish is for you to burn me to ashes. As if I never existed, if I awaken my abilities, my wish is for you to forgive me for making such an extreme and willful decision. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you." Signed, Xie Chongqing. Chu Jing pounded on the door, the iron security door clanging loudly. Decades-old dust fell from the crevice, coating Chu Jing entirely. "Xie Chongqing, are you still lucid? Open the door and let me see. The awakening of supernatural powers depends on timing." "Xie Chongqing, what you are doing might endanger you." Chu Jing's reaction was more intense than ever before, leaving the others somewhat bewildered. Lin Duan exchanged glances with Qin Shixiao, raising her chin towards Chu Jing, silently inquiring, "What is her deal?" Qin Shixiao pursed his lips, equally uncertain. and could only continue to seek answers from Bai Ning through his gaze. The four exchanged glances, failing to glean any answers from one another's expressions. Ultimately, Bai Ning pointed at the note in Chu Jing's hand. It is because of this letter. Qin Shishao merely served as a messenger and had not opened the letter himself, thus unaware of its contents. This was precisely why Xie Chongqing felt secure in entrusting the letter to him before retreating alone into his room. Qin Shishao had assumed that Xie Chongqing remained silent because he was resting inside. Miss, Qin Shishao interrupted Chu Jing's attempts to knock again. What happened? The iron door was rusted, and a cut could lead to tetanus, causing further suffering. Bai Ning sensed that Xie Chongqing was the one who had provoked Chu Jing's anger. What happened? What did he do? Chu Jing took a moment to compose herself before handing the tightly clenched letter to Bai Ning. He locked himself inside the room, deliberately exposing himself to the virus from zombies, hoping to awaken his abilities. This letter is essentially a farewell note. Bai Ning and Qin Shishao froze simultaneously. Lin Duan exclaimed, Huh? Is that really a method to awaken abilities? It is not entirely so. Awakening powers is not as simple as that. Chu Jing focused intently on the door, as if she could see Xie Chongqing's current condition through it. In the original narrative, the official base sought numerous methods to encourage ordinary individuals to awaken their abilities, ultimately concluding that awakening is triggered by certain stimuli. It often arises from emotional outbursts or life-threatening situations. Consequently, the official base recruited many volunteers, creating various scenarios to stimulate human potential, yet the success rate of awakening abilities was less than 1%. Voluntarily infecting oneself bypasses this triggering process. No one could guarantee the outcome. No one had ever attempted to voluntarily infect themselves with the virus, even if he could potentially become one of the top space ability users. Chu Jing could not confidently assert that Xie Chongqing would succeed this time. This guy is truly harsh on himself. If he fails, Lin Duan trailed off. He had isolated himself in the house, perhaps out of concern for not causing them trouble. If it resulted in the worst outcome, he would be unable to harm those outside. How could he get infected? Xia Xiaomi, who had been listening nearby, interjected. He clearly hasn't even bitten by a zombie. Even without visible wounds, there are numerous ways to contract the virus. For the first time, Chu Jing found Xie Chongqing's intelligence to be a double-edged sword. If he were a bit more innocent, he would never resort to such measures. Blood-stained clothing and weapons used to slay zombies. Any contact with those contaminated items could lead to gradual infection if they later touch an open wound. If he genuinely harbored such intentions, no one could stop him, even if not today. It could be tomorrow or the day after. A mere door apart. Xie Chongqing leaned against the wall beside the iron door, his knee swollen and his arms bloodied. Is this the sensation of being infected with the zombie virus? He watched his wound darken to a purplish hue, tiny black lines crawling across his skin, as if they were alive, seemingly burrowing into his brain. So this is the process one undergoes after infection. His vision became obscured. His consciousness felt muddled. Yet his hearing sharpened amidst the persistent knocking. Xie Chongqing, can you hear me? His name was called repeatedly, as though someone was striving to pull him back from that dark road of no return. Xie Chongqing, if you cannot emerge from there, I will never forgive you. His consciousness suddenly sharpened, and his vision regained clarity. Xie Chongqing opened his mouth, feeling a slight hoarseness in his throat, making it somewhat difficult for him to speak. Sister, I can hear you. Outside the door, Chu Jing, having heard his response, felt a bit more at ease. Her previous anxiety somewhat alleviated. If she didn't receive a reply soon, she would resort to forcibly breaking down the door. Open the door, let me come in and take a look. Xie Chongqing glanced at his arm. Even without a mirror, he knew he could hardly be considered presentable at that moment. His tone grew resolute. I will open the door, but not now as the sun set and the moon rose. The quiet iron door emitted a crisp sound as it clicked open. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Chu Jing's reddened eyes. Last night, no one had slept. Xie Chongqing opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Chu Jing fixed her gaze on his arm, retrieving a prepared medical kit from the side. With deft and gentle movements, she disinfected, treated, and bandaged the wounds on his arm. Xiaomai's eyes were also red-rimmed and unable to hold back. She shed a few tear-sized droplets before quickly turning away, not wanting others to witness her tears. Lin Duan exhaled heavily. I almost thought today I'd have to rush in with a gun and fire a few shots. Bai Ning cast a glance at him before advising Chu Jing. He is fine. You can go rest now. Chu Jing had endured a long night, her eyes bloodshot, and despite Qin Shixiao's numerous attempts to persuade her, she stubbornly remained at the door all night without moving an inch. Xie Chongqing lowered his head, feeling a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, sister, for worrying you. The myriad words Chu Jing had intended to convey caught in her throat. He had just returned from the brink of suffering, a mere step away from death. There was no need to scold him harshly. As long as you're all right, that's what matters. Let this be a lesson. She surveyed the area with a sigh. I don't want any of you risking your lives. Chapter 54. The Oasis Pass at the temporary garrison of the Guard Army. Ranjia. Why are we left behind again to guard the home today? If we're not allowed to carry out missions, how can we earn military merit to exchange for supplies? Lu Rani, stop complaining. Following orders is what we should focus on now. Ranjia. I haven't disobeyed any orders. Can't I just voice a few words? You haven't seen that newly arrived ability user. If he truly goes to the Oasis base, he is bound to be given a rank of at least major. Lu Rani, such jokes shouldn't be made lightly. The recent ability users at the transit station haven't shown anything particularly special. They've only brought them here because the base requires it. We must strive to cultivate ability users. You think that person can just be appointed a major? Lu Ranjia, don't say I'm deceiving you. The one who just arrived, Captain Wu has directly incorporated him into the Vanguard team. He is currently at the front lines. Just him coming out this time guarantees 100 points of military merit. Rani, 100 points? I've only recorded 20 points so far. That's impossible. The Captain wouldn't casually assign an ability user with an unclear identity to the Vanguard team. Before the apocalypse, the army suffered severe casualties, and personnel losses were immense. Within just a month, the number of personnel had dwindled to less than 1,000th of what it once was. The current Guard Army mainly consists of teams formed by the convergence of various armies after the apocalypse, which were then re-recruited. The primary condition for joining the Guard Army is a thorough investigation of one's identity, ensuring no criminal records. Ranjia. How can it be impossible? I've heard that he was a legitimate police officer before. All his records can be verified, which is clearer than either of our identities, and why joining the Guard Army was merely a stroke of luck. I'm the only one from the Lu family. Lu Rani, a police officer. Lu Ranjia. Exactly. I believe his surname is Zhang. Zhang Yi. Can you see the people in the building? Zhang Yi, clad in the same combat uniform as the Guard Army, stood tall, possessing a combat foundation. Even without military training, he blended seamlessly into the ranks of the Guard Army. Coupled with Wu Huaiji's trust in him, everyone believed that once he reached the Oasis, he would undoubtedly become part of the Oasis Guard Army, currently regarded as a teammate. Zhang Yi held binoculars, listening to Wu Huaiji's descriptions. This ability group is called Gold Rush, one of the more powerful teams among all ability groups. Their leader is Jin Xiang, with Lei Qishua as the second in command. Due to repeated reports, a bounty has already been placed on him by the Oasis base. When you see him later, you can shoot him on the spot. The reason for sending Zhang Yi to the front lines is that in the comparison of abilities, the Guard Army is evidently inferior to free ability groups. Zhang Yi's marksmanship is well known, and with him in action, Wu Huaiji believed that Jin Xiang would definitely not escape. Zhang Yi, directly kill him? Wu Huaiji. Indeed, don't feel burdened. He has repeatedly targeted survivors, plundering resources and committing heinous acts. These free ability groups in the past would be considered large criminal gangs, far more dangerous than zombies. From Wu Huaiji's words, Zhang Yi discerned an essential point. What is the bounty from the base? How much has he been offered? Wu Huaiji was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to pose such a shrewd question. Typically, one would first inquire about who Jin Xiang is and the atrocious deeds he has committed to warrant being shot on sight. Who directly asks about the bounty? You'll naturally find out once you arrive at the base. It's a reward system for the Guard Army. If you can successfully sanction him, you'll earn 100 military merit points, which can be exchanged for housing, food, and various supplies. If you want a good life at the base, military merit is indispensable. Zhang Yi pondered for a moment and asked, but I'm not part of the Guard Army. So what use is military merit to me? Wu Huaiji was momentarily at a loss. He had indeed hit the nail on the head, so far. Only the Guard Army had such rights. If Zhang Yi successfully killed Jin Xiang, the military merit would be credited to Wu Huaiji devised a plan for the assault. Confident in its assured success due to Zhang Yi's presence, he believed that as long as they could drive the individuals inside the building out, Zhang Yi would be able to execute a precise shot from a vantage point, and everything thereafter would unfold seamlessly. Every action was meticulously accounted for within Wu Huaiji's strategy. He directly utilized explosives to force the supernatural entity group out, and Zhang Yi took his shot as Jin Xiang boarded the vehicle. A bullet penetrated the vehicle with deadly accuracy. Shortly after the operation, Wu Huaiji urgently summoned everyone back upon receiving news of a significant zombie invasion at the transit station. There was simply no time to concern themselves with the gold prospecting ability group. The transit station housed supplies and survivors, and should it fall into the hands of the undead, the losses would be catastrophic. Wu Huaiji led everyone in a swift retreat. Zhang Yi, did you hit him? He inquired, still preoccupied with that question in the vehicle. They couldn't afford to have their home plundered while their greatest adversary remained unpunished. In the past, Zhang Yi would have been utterly confident in his aim, but this time, he felt an unusual disquiet. Although the bullet had pierced the vehicle's exterior, he had not witnessed who it struck. And at the last moment, it seemed as if the bullet had deviated from its intended trajectory, perhaps influenced by some supernatural force. He could not guarantee that he had indeed hit Jin Xiang. Noticing Zhang Yi's serious demeanor, Wu Huaiji attempted to lighten the mood. I misspoke. I've seen your abilities. How could you possibly miss? I was merely voicing a concern. Don't take it to heart. I still place my faith in you. Zhang Yi chose to bypass the topic, asking instead, Captain Wu, has the transit station been attacked by zombies? Is that true? It is indeed true. The casualties are severe. We must hurry back to assess the situation, Wu Huaiji replied. Zhang Yi immediately produced his walkie-talkie, but the distance was too great for communication. Chu Jing and the others were still inside the transit station. They must not encounter any misfortune. Chapter 55. Successful reunion. The news of the zombie invasion did not come from the surviving guard forces, but was instead relayed to Wu Huaiji by Lei Qishua. As Zhang Yi fired that shot, chaos erupted within the gold prospecting ability group. Wu Huaiji had initially intended to capitalize on their momentum and capture them all, but he was taken aback by this sudden revelation. With time to pursue us, it would be wiser to return to the transit station and assess the situation. They needed to move quickly. Perhaps they could still encounter a few living souls. If they arrived too late, they might not even find any corpses. Upon hearing Wu Huaiji's account, Zhang Yi deduced the cause of the zombie outbreak. Did we inadvertently draw the zombies to them? He pondered. Absolutely. It could not have been anyone else, Wu Huaiji affirmed. Without pausing for rest, they made their way back to the transit station. From a distance, Zhang Yi could see that it had succumbed entirely to the onslaught. With wandering zombies beginning to spill out, if they were ordinary survivors, they would undoubtedly flee upon witnessing such a scene. However, as members of the Oasis base's guard, their only option upon encountering zombies was to charge forward. In a state of heightened alert, the guards readied themselves, donning full protective gear and strapping on ammunition, awaiting Wu Huaiji's command. All present, 5-person teams, eliminate the zombies and search for survivors. The guards were organized into fixed groups, and it was clear that Zhang Yi had become the superfluous member. Yet this did not deter him. He ventured in alone, dispatching 10 zombies with each step. As he progressed, he felt as though the zombies were deliberately avoiding his path. Gravitating instead towards the other guards, among the zombies, he recognized some faces. Survivors who had arrived just days prior, now grotesquely transformed. He pressed on, drawing closer to the makeshift shelters. The ground was slick with blood. A harrowing sight. After clearing the surrounding zombies, he hurried towards a familiar room. He flung open the door, only to find the interior utterly empty, leaving him momentarily stunned. The other 2 rooms were similarly vacant. A sense of relief washed over him. The fact that the rooms were left so meticulously tidy indicated that Chu Jing and the others had at least managed to gather their belongings. Given this, their current circumstances appeared to be relatively secure. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, they must have left me a message. They wouldn't just abandon me. The guards nearby inquired, what did you just say? I couldn't hear. They assumed Zhang Yi had discovered some crucial clue. No, Zhang Yi replied, scanning the area for any obvious signs. Finding none, he turned to rejoin the fray. Although he had faced challenges, he ultimately cleared the area of zombies, leaving a multitude of fallen corpses behind. The transit station was resealed, transforming it into a temporary resting point. Report, Captain. No survivors found. Report, Captain. All our supplies are gone. Wu Huaiji was taken aback. What? He hurriedly led his team to the storage area. where he found the door intact, the lock freshly unfastened, yet the contents had mysteriously vanished. Even in an emergency evacuation, if the supplies had been secured, they would remain available for future use when others arrived. Yet now, the situation left Wu Huaiji utterly perplexed. Could it be that the gold prospecting group had raided them? Zheng Yi followed suit, and upon seeing the identical scene, he understood immediately. Wu Huaiji quickly contacted his teammates. Meanwhile, the other guards focused on clearing the zombies. The task was monumental, and they could only begin by recovering the bodies of their fallen comrades. This was already a small mercy, as some individuals were missing even their remains. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Yi scoured the transit station, finally uncovering a message left by Lin Duan. It was evident that he had written in haste, but the information was comprehensive. The place they were temporarily sheltering was not far from there. Zheng Yi approached Wu Huaiji to express his intent to leave. "Captain Wu, I must first go look for my friends," Wu Huaiji replied. "We plan to relocate shortly. If your friends survived, they should have joined the other guards. It would be wise for you to accompany us. Upon reaching the next location, you will naturally reunite with them." "They likely did not go with the guards. I must find them," Zheng Yi insisted. Shaking his head, seeing his determination, despite several attempts to persuade him, Wu Huaiji relented, providing him with their intended destination. He did not wish to lose such a valuable ally. "This is the place we aim to reach. If you find your friends, they can join us." Wu Huaiji marked a simple map and even handed Zheng Yi a firearm for protection, along with a vehicle, nearly escorting him personally. Zheng Yi felt no hesitation, packing himself with ammunition and driving towards the direction Lin Duan had indicated. He successfully located the group, but the door was locked. He climbed over the wall and knocked on the small door. The one who opened it was Qin Shishao. Seeing everyone inside safe and sound, Zheng Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relief, almost believing he might never see them again. In just a few days. It felt as though years had passed. Zheng Yi waited for a moment, but no one rose to greet him. "Why is no one reacting? Shouldn't you all be surprised to see me back?" The commotion at the transit station drew all the zombies from miles around. It was only natural to expect the returning guards. Lin Duan quipped, "If you didn't return, that would have been strange." He added. Though Lin Duan's explanation was lighthearted, Zheng Yi sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Feeling that it was not as carefree as before, he cautiously asked, "Has something happened over the past few days?" The group exchanged knowing glances directed at Chu Jing and the obediently seated Xie Chongqing. Chu Jing inquired, "Let us hear your side first. What is the situation with the guards? You seem well equipped, indicating you must have been getting along quite well with them." Zheng Yi took a seat and gulped down a large mouthful of water before recounting the events that had transpired, from Wu Huaiji taking him out, to the pursuit of the gold prospecting ability group, and finally, to the news of the transit station's fall and the ensuing battle with the zombies. He then presented the map Wu Huaiji had given him. Bai Ning remarked, "This should be the location the guards had retreated to. Given the distance, it should take only a few hours to reach." However, Chu Jing's attention was not focused on the location. "You mentioned that the group is called Gold Prospecting?" Zheng Yi responded. "Captain Wu informed me that their leader is named Jinxiang, and this recent zombie incident at the transit station is likely the work of this ability group." Chu Jing's expression turned grave. It was undoubtedly the group she was aware of, the most formidable antagonist ability group without comparison. She then asked, "Did you shoot at Jinxiang?" "I did fire, but I feel as though I might not have hit him. Which is why I didn't ask Captain Wu for the pass we had agreed upon," Zheng Yi admitted. After pondering for a moment, the causes and consequences of this incident began to crystallize. It was due to the guards pursuing the gold prospecting group that the latter had deliberately lured the zombies into the transit station as an act of malicious retaliation. Jinxiang is a quintessential embodiment of pettiness and vindictiveness. Should you confront him, he will undoubtedly seek retribution without hesitation. Fortunately, your guise as a member of the guard prevents him from discerning your identity, thus sparing you from immediate repercussions, yet one must remain vigilant. Zheng Yi gasped in astonishment. He truly has not perished? A scourge that lingers for a millennium cannot possibly meet his end now. Bai Ning, who has yet to awaken her powers, cannot fathom how this formidable antagonist could have met an untimely demise. As a gold elemental ability user, ordinary physical assaults are of little consequence to him. By the later stages, he has transformed into a being of unyielding fortitude, impervious to bullets, this nascent phase of the apocalypse, where various abilities are just beginning to manifest. Although he has survived this encounter, he is certainly not without considerable injury. Chapter 56. The primary target of caution by Ning pondered. Has this individual's capacity truly reached such strength? Initially, she believed Zhang Yi's abilities to be formidable. While not invincible, he would rarely face defeat in striking his targets. The ability to evade a barrage of bullets stirred a sense of urgency within her. In unseen corners, there exist individuals with powers that have evolved to such an extent. It is no wonder that Xie Chongqing resorted to such extreme measures, using death as a catalyst to force his own awakening. Even she felt a tinge of anxiety that in time, lacking abilities would render survival in this world exceedingly challenging. However, following the incident involving Xie Chongqing, Bai Ning vowed never to tread the same path. She had witnessed Chu Jing's state firsthand. The sleepless nights of worry had taken a toll on her mental and physical well-being. Regardless of the circumstances, Bai Ning would not allow her to endure such trials a second time. Upon hearing Bai Ning's inquiry, Chu Jing seized the opportunity to elucidate Jin Xiang's character. Given the trajectory of future events, Bai Ning would inevitably cross paths with him frequently. It was merely due to the elemental counterbalance that he could withstand bullets. Had he possessed other elemental abilities, such as ice or fire, he would have been vulnerable to harm in their next encounter. Employing a flamethrower would be prudent, as blades and firearms would prove ineffective. This aligns with a minor detail from the original narrative. Jin Xiang is impervious to conventional weaponry, akin to a wall of steel. Bullets might not penetrate him, and even a zombie's bite could potentially shatter its teeth. Ordinary elemental users, lacking the potency for ranged assaults, find it nearly impossible to strike Jin Xiang, who often hides behind others. The first time Jin Xiang sustained injury was due to Bai Ning's ice blade, which struck him directly. His immediate reaction was, "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention." Indeed, upon their first fleeting encounter, Jin Xiang was captivated by Bai Ning's beauty, a fascination that only deepened thereafter. Allowing his narrow-minded traits to flourish, every male ally of Bai Ning was relentlessly targeted by him. Those who ventured outside faced dire consequences. At that time, Bai Ning held significant responsibilities at the Oasis base. Yet this situation led to her frequent ostracism, with no one willing to team up with her. Consequently, she was compelled to lead a dwindling team on missions, a group that remained steadfastly by her side. In that moment, Jin Xiang coerced an individual possessing the ability to alter their visage to disguise himself, successfully infiltrating Bai Ning's ranks and ardently seeking her company. Chu Jing clenched her teeth, detailing Jin Xiang's persona. He is avaricious, lecherous, malevolent, arrogant, unscrupulous, insidious, cold-hearted, and frivolous. "Stop," Zhang Yi interjected, recognizing the disdain he elicited. "But how do you know he is so detestable?" "The guard possesses scant knowledge about him." Chu Jing inhaled deeply. Striving to compose herself. It is precisely due to his notorious reputation. What incensed Chu Jing was not solely Jin Xiang's existence. Someone must assume the role of the antagonist, as the principal villain. He has not performed a single virtuous deed throughout the narrative. Yet, distinctions exist among villains. Some stray onto the dark path due to corruption, while others are innately wicked. Jin Xiang falls into the latter category. However, owing to his handsome visage, many have allowed their perceptions to be swayed by appearances, romanticizing him as a charming antagonist. In the storyline, when Jin Xiang first removed his disguise, someone remarked, "Beneath the mask lies an even more exquisite facade." Xiang, you are deserving." When he first delivered food to Bai Ning, others exclaimed, "I could weep. These hands, stained with blood, are solely devoted to you." During the massacre among survivors, the sentiment echoed. What fault lies with Xiang? He merely follows the directives of Lei Laogo. All of Jin Xiang's transgressions and malevolence were unjustly attributed to Lei Qixua, his cunning strategist. In truth, Jin Xiang revels in the chaos of the apocalypse. His cowardice and timidity merely project an illusion of dependency on Lei Qixua's strategies. Absent Lei Qixua, he remains as brutal as ever. Chu Jing vividly recalled that upon first laying eyes on Bai Ning, although he was enraptured, his inner thoughts were described in stark contrast. Such pristine, ivory skin bespeaks the beauty of crimson petals cascading from within. Due to the need for narrative decorum, blood was poetically substituted with flower petals. This led some to perceive Jin Xiang as an unwavering romantic, smitten at first sight with Bai Ning. However, Chu Jing discerned the truth. This was not love at first sight. It was a murderous intent manifesting from the very first glance. Yet how did they lure the zombies to the transit station? The horde assaulting the transit station surely numbered in the hundreds, Bai Ning mused. Controlling zombies is no simple feat. The first person she had encountered capable of such was Daoist Yanqi. If others could achieve similar feats, the world's disparities were unfathomably vast. For someone like him, it is rather straightforward. Chu Jing's gaze darkened. He utilized living beings to attract zombies. Should one unfortunate soul perish, another would continue the task. With threats to their surviving family members and illusory promises, those he ensnared willingly sacrificed themselves to lure the undead. The thrill of the chase is Jin Xiang's favored spectacle. Hence he often engages in leading zombies to survivor camps. Lin Duan clicked his tongue. Zheng Yi, has this man truly never been incarcerated? How was he released? Zheng Yi responded, exasperated. Not every individual inside is known to me. However, this Jin Xiang is now firmly lodged in my memory. Chu Jing cast a worried glance at Bai Ning. Jin Xiang's persistent harassment, though Bai Ning had narrowly escaped each time, had been harrowing. Ning, you must exercise caution around this individual. Do not be deceived by his exterior. He may also assume aliases, transforming into names like Li Xiang or Zhang Xiang. We must remain vigilant against such perilous elements. Bai Ning committed to memory. Understood. Chu Jing glanced uneasily at Xie Chongqing, who had previously been Jin Xiang's second-in-command within the power-hungry faction, responsible for managing ill-gotten gains and serving as a cold, impassive mobile repository. You should maintain your distance from him. Do you understand? Of course, sister, Xie Chongqing exclaimed, elated. The earlier incident had incited Chu Jing's ire. Although she had not vocalized her displeasure, Xie Chongqing was concerned about the impact on their relationship. Now, suddenly receiving her care, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could finally be of use. He vowed to dedicate every remaining day of his life to express gratitude to Chu Jing. Jin Xiang had swiftly ascended to the status of the primary target of caution. Miss, should we commence packing and prepare for departure? Qin Shishao posed the most pressing question. The environment here is far from ideal. The structure appears precarious, posing a constant risk of collapse, and he is particularly concerned about Chu Jing's comfort. The faint shadows beneath her eyes betrayed her recent sleeplessness. If we are to leave, let it be to this location. Zhang Yi indicated the spot marked by Wu Huaiji. Regrettably, we did not acquire those 20 passes. Otherwise, we could have proceeded directly to the oasis. Chu Jing pressed her lips together. Weighing her options, trading the lost supplies for passes could be worthwhile. The collective attention of everyone present was piqued by her statement, with many casting puzzled glances at Chu Jing, questioning her meaning. Zheng Yi alone surveyed the surroundings, even beginning to doubt himself. Could the missing supplies from the transit station not have been taken by them? Chu Jing smiled brightly at Xia Xiaomi. This is all thanks to Xiaomi. Xia Xiaomi, uncertain whether her actions were commendable, recalled that among those supplies were merely stale buns. She remembered Chu Jing mentioning that these moldy buns might prove useful. Thus she exerted herself beyond her limits to retrieve everything contained within. This was a secret she had only confided to Chu Jing. Xiaomi, feeling a touch embarrassed, fidgeted with her fingers and spoke. When I went to fetch our belongings, I also took out those items belonging to the guard. Lin Duan gave her a thumbs up. Bravo! Zhang Yi crossed his arms, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With these supplies at hand, securing those 20 passes is a certainty. It is indeed theirs, as expected. However, at this juncture, it would be prudent not to leave directly. Chu Jing gazed through the binoculars towards the transit station. There remains one crucial task to accomplish. Chapter 57. Minor ailments heal, major illnesses result in death, although the guards have departed. They have left behind numerous corpses that have yet to be fully dealt with. Even the vehicles that others drove past have been abandoned, becoming ownerless possessions. During this period, while the survivors have discovered that some zombies contain crystal cores within their bodies, the specific function of these cores remains elusive. Consequently, when confronted with the corpses, no one contemplates examining them. Those who prioritize protection merely incinerate the bodies, disregarding the crystals within, since the crystal cores are not destroyed by fire. Once their potential is realized, a fervent craze for collecting them ensued. Following this trend, the currency used for trade gradually shifted to crystal cores and various precious metals, all of which are recyclable resources. Chu Jing's intention in coming here is to collect all the crystal cores from the zombies. Zhang Yi and the numerous guards exerted significant effort in eliminating the zombies, and it would be a pity not to seize the crystals. The reason for not incinerating all the bodies first before collecting the cores is due to the unbearable stench of burning, decayed corpses, which renders proximity without a gas mask impossible. Chu Jing instructed, Xiao Xie, please gather all the vehicles in the parking lot into the space. These metal vehicles can be recycled in the future. Zhang Yi was astonished. Has he awakened spatial abilities as well? Xie Changqing's abilities align with Chu Jing's understanding. In the bank, interest compounds. Items stored in the space can replicate an identical copy after a certain period. Upon grasping the situation, Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise, You can create identical items. If we store supplies there, wouldn't that mean we can double them? No longer needing to worry about starvation, this ability is truly eye-opening. Xie Changqing explained. Theoretically, that is correct. However, my space requires a considerable amount of time to replicate an item. The larger the item, the longer the wait. Therefore, mass replication of supplies remains quite challenging, and it currently serves merely as a warehouse. What about the crystal cores? Zhang Yi inquired, picking up a recently collected crystal core. This item is small. It should replicate quickly, right? Xie Changqing nodded. Indeed, it is quick, but the replicated crystal core is merely an ordinary stone, devoid of the energy contained within the original, rendering it useless. Upon discovering his abilities, he had conducted experiments with nearby objects, and after consulting Chu Jing, he realized he could replicate various items, but not the crystal cores. Zhang Yi felt an inexplicable sense of regret. The crystal cores were valuable, and as the first to awaken abilities, he had already deeply felt their significance. There were a total of 42 vehicles parked here, and 26 crystal cores found within the zombies. Chu Jing distributed one crystal core each to Qin Shixiao, Zhang Yi, Xia Xiaomi, and Xie Changqing, storing the remainder with Xie Changqing. Chu Jing said, Xiaomi, please transfer all the supplies from your space to Xiao Xie. I wish to conduct a small experiment. All right. Although Xia Xiaomi was unaware of Chu Jing's intentions, she obediently retrieved all the stored items. A myriad of assorted objects piled together demonstrated the extent of her belongings. However, being adept at organization, she arranged everything neatly, whether placing items into the space or retrieving them, with similar items grouped together, creating a visually pleasing arrangement. Xie Changqing collected all the items, appearing somewhat strained for the first time in such an extensive collection, akin to carrying an invisible, large backpack. The strain was due to the operation of his space, actively duplicating the items. Calm down, do not focus on the replication process, Chu Jing guided Xie Changqing. Although his abilities awakened later than Xia Xiaomi's, his space was significantly larger. Their spatial characteristics differed. Xiaomi, now try to extract the supplies from his space. Xia Xiaomi hesitated, glancing at her hands, uncertain how to proceed. Just rely on your usual instincts. Though perplexed, Xia Xiaomi followed Chu Jing's instructions, slowly closing her eyes to sense her surroundings. With no rooms nearby, she felt utterly lost, wandering aimlessly for a considerable time, which heightened her anxiety. Do not be tense. Search carefully and trust your perception of the space. Chu Jing's words helped her regain composure. Gradually, as she sensed the changes around her, she finally detected distinct spatial fluctuations. Reaching into a concealed space, she found it filled to the brim with supplies. Xie Changqing felt an overwhelming lightness. Sister, I truly retrieved them, Xia Xiaomi exclaimed, as if discovering an incredible direction. Half of the supplies from Xie Changqing's space had transitioned into hers. Well done, Xiao Xie. How do you feel? Xie Changqing, belatedly checking his space, realized that many items had vanished. He shook his head. Nothing. I didn't notice at all. Was I too careless? Do not dwell on it. It is not your carelessness. This is a characteristic of Xiaomi's abilities and is unavoidable, Chu Jing reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Xie Changqing had previously suffered numerous setbacks in this regard, without any means to prevent it. Such situations should not arise now, yet their abilities could be cleverly utilized. You both may practice more, perhaps it will prove useful in the future. Simultaneously, Xie Changqing and Xia Xiaomi turned to Chu Jing, questioning what other uses their abilities could have besides storage. You can leverage the transmission capability of this space to convey information or important items in a manner that remains undetected by others. Xie Changqing can place items in his space, and even if Xia Xiaomi is far away, she can silently retrieve them. Chu Jing had opened the door to a new realm for them. After thoroughly searching the area, the group embarked on their journey to the next destination. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived. Due to their ambiguous identities, they nearly faced capture. Fortunately, a member of the guard recognized Zheng Yi, allowing them entry and temporarily arranging accommodations among the survivors. This location was not meant for outsiders. It was only due to unforeseen circumstances that they could accommodate others. A room of fewer than 200 square meters housed 50 to 60 individuals, including injured patients and some unfortunate survivors, separated only by a fabric curtain from others, creating a cramped environment. Upon entering, the strong smell of disinfectant was overwhelming. Lin Duan remarked. Although the conditions are subpar, the medical care seems commendable. With such a potent disinfectant odor, they must have utilized considerable medical supplies. In 6 months, they will likely see such extensive use of medical resources. Chu Jing surveyed the surroundings. At that time, they would adhere to a philosophy. Minor ailments heal naturally, while serious illnesses lead to death. Bai Ning glanced around, spotting a still available space to sit. Let us rest over there for a moment. After such a long journey, we must recuperate. Zheng Yi replied. You all sit tight. I will contact Captain Wu regarding the passage permits. Qin, accompany Zheng Yi, Chu Jing instructed, feeling uneasy about Zheng Yi going alone. She worried that Wu Huaiji might lead Zheng Yi in circles, while Qin Shixiao was quite adept at negotiating, ensuring the passage permit would be secured. Understood. Mississippi as Chu Jing watched Qin Shixiao and Zheng Yi depart. A man approached Zheng Yi, and they exchanged a few brief words. Chu Jing scrutinized him intently, as if trying to discern his true nature, for he bore the unmistakable aura of an important character. Chapter 58. Go. Hurry. Let us leave immediately. Qin Shixiao adeptly navigated this transaction. The supplies had been preemptively stored away, and during the trade, the spatial abilities of Xia Xiaomi and Xia Chongqing remained concealed. It was unclear how Qin Shixiao had communicated this to him, but when Wu Huaiji sent someone to collect the supplies, his eyes were narrowed in a smile. Originally, due to the loss of these provisions, he would have faced punishment, and while a reduction in military merit was minor, it could likely result in demotion. Now, with the supplies recovered, coupled with his significant blow to the gold-digging abilities team, he was assuredly in the clear. Upon returning to the Oasis base, he might even achieve a promotion. 20 passage permits, all signed by Wu Huaiji and stamped with an official seal, allowed Zheng Yi to fill in the names of those who would be residing there. Writing anyone's name he desired, Wu Huaiji even jokingly revealed a significant truth to Zheng Yi. This one passage permit, if taken outside, would be worth its weight in gold. Please take good care of this. I don't mind whom you give it to, but do not lose it under any circumstances, as each one is numbered, and the absence of even one would cause trouble. The implication in these words seems to suggest that Zheng Yi is certain that Zheng Yi intends to sell it. However, Zheng Yi has no such plans. Upon receiving the pass, he promptly handed it over to Chu Jing. Chu Jing examined it closely. It bore an anti-counterfeiting mark, presumably to prevent forgery, with the number inscribed in the upper right corner. The anti-counterfeiting mark is acceptable, but alas, had there been no mention of the number, it might have allowed Xia Chongqing to replicate a few more for himself. There are a total of 20 passes, allowing each individual, including the bodyguard, maid, and Uncle Xiong, to access the Oasis base. Even Xiaomo could possess one. Nevertheless, there are still some left over. Zheng Yi remarked, there are too many people here, the space is limited, and the supplies are insufficient. We cannot linger here for long. Captain Wu mentioned that they will leave with the group at the latest by the day after tomorrow to head to the next transfer station. Should we accompany them? He added, if accommodation is needed, there is a separate vacant room nearby where we can temporarily stay. Being offered a separate room is indeed quite generous, far better than being crammed together with dozens of others. Chu Jing instructed Xia Chongqing to stow the pass for the time being and turned to Zheng Yi, saying, this is all quite manageable. Now that we have the pass, there is no immediate rush to head to the Oasis. We will go there eventually. Whether we accompany the main group or not, we will find a place. She continued, by the way, earlier when you went out, I saw someone looking for you. Who was that person? Zheng Yi replied nonchalantly, oh, him? He's an ability user I encountered at the transfer station. There were hardly any ability users there. I spoke with them briefly, and their abilities were not very strong, nor were their physical attributes impressive. In the recent zombie onslaught, the other ability users unfortunately perished, leaving only him. After surviving by a stroke of luck, his abilities have also improved, which can be seen as a blessing in disguise. He added, he probably thought I had perished like the others, and upon seeing me suddenly, He came over to greet me. Chu Jing frowned, clearly recognizing that he too possesses a certain fortune. What is his name? She inquired. Zheng Yi replied, I believe it's Qiao Xinran. Chu Jing's pupils widened in shock as she sprang to her feet. Qiao Xinran? The fire-type ability user? Yes, Zheng Yi responded, confused by her astonishment. How do you know he's a fire-type? There may be many named Qiao Xinran, but there can only be one with fire abilities, she explained. He has endured harrowing experiences at the transfer station, including but not limited to zombie attacks and the tragic deaths of companions. Such a series of calamities forged him into a shining new star upon reaching the oasis, much like Bai Ning. Only someone of such caliber possesses exceptional combat experience to stand shoulder to shoulder with Bai Ning. This recent zombie attack is merely a small beginning. There will be more to come. His journey to the oasis will undoubtedly be fraught with trials and tribulations. We must go. Quickly. We need to leave at once. Chu Jing urgently turned to the others, clearly anxious. Huh? The group was bewildered by her sudden urgency. Chu Jing insisted, we cannot remain here any longer. We must depart immediately without delay. Zheng Yi questioned, now? It was already nearing evening, and darkness would soon descend. Traveling at such a time could be unwise. Indeed, it must be now. Xiaomi, hand me the tablet. Chu Jing feared that delaying even slightly might lead to Qiao Xinran encountering another disaster. She understood that Qiao Xinran must undergo these tribulations to transform, and only after his metamorphosis could he stand alongside Bai Ning. However, should the unprepared Qiao Xinran meet the unawakened Bai Ning now, it would certainly not evoke that feeling of a fateful encounter. The timing is not yet right. They are not suited to meet just yet. Moreover, even though she knows Qiao Xinran will face many challenges, Chu Jing is reluctant to alter the original situation. Qiao Xinran is unlikely to face danger at this time, but anyone else could be at risk. Chu Jing cannot allow others to take that chance. Once she had the tablet, Chu Jing swiftly located the nearest available lodging on the map. We will head here. Let us hurry, and we shall arrive before it gets completely dark. She made this decision resolutely, without consulting anyone else. With her insistence, the group departed barely half an hour after their brief stay at the transfer station. They pressed on without pause and successfully reached their destination before nightfall. Each of Chu Jing's villas has a similar layout, with only slight variations in room arrangements. Thus, upon arrival, the group felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness, yet the sense of security remained unwavering. They checked the doors and windows and aired out the long uninhabited rooms. The electrical systems were intact, there was water and food, and the robotic vacuum had performed a simple cleaning, with clean sheets ready for occupancy. Having not eaten during their cautious journey, they had not felt hungry, but now that they were home, their stomachs rumbled. Xiaomi produced the last of her bento. These are the final few. Uncle Xiong said that food loses its freshness over time, but he gave me an exclusive recipe book, claiming that once I learn it, I can replicate the flavors perfectly. With a bright smile, Xiaomi placed the most appealing bento before Chu Jing. Having memorized the recipe and only needing practice, Chu Jing said, if you genuinely enjoy cooking and wish to learn, let me know if you lack any ingredients. I can procure them for you. The farm chickens, ducks, fish, cattle, sheep, and pigs now have a much safer and complete environment, readily available whenever needed. Bai Ning added, Uncle Xiong's culinary skills remain exceptional. These bento boxes are labeled with our names, and the contents have been tailored to each person's taste. Chu Jing appreciated his meticulousness, which is why she had unhesitatingly brought Uncle Xiong along when the apocalypse struck. Now that we have the passes, we must reunite with Yun Qi and Uncle Xiong as soon as possible, and then proceed to the oasis together. The current issue is how to bring them over. During this outing, they had effectively brought all the combat personnel along in the event of a zombie encounter. Perhaps only Yun Qi and the bodyguard would have the strength to fight back. However, given Yun Qi's languid demeanor, allowing Uncle Xiong and the others to come over on their own might take an indeterminate amount of time. Chapter 59. A meeting tomorrow. I will return to fetch them. You all can wait here, Zheng Yi spoke up, indicating that he was more familiar with the route. During his days with the guard army, he had traversed various locations in search of the traces of the gold-digging ability team, remembering where it was safe, where zombies lurked, and where they could rest temporarily. Chu Jing looked up at him. You can't go alone. Even if you don't stop, it will take at least a day and a night to arrive. Continuous driving for 5 or 6 hours leads to fatigue, given the poor external conditions and the state of the roads. If Zheng Yi travels alone, he could find himself in trouble without anyone knowing. After deliberation, Bai Ning decided to accompany Xia Xiaomi and the bodyguard, along with Lin Duan, to return with Zheng Yi. It was clear they unanimously believed it was safer to stay behind. Thus, all who could fight went out. Initially, Bai Ning had not intended to take Lin Duan, as he was quite talkative and might not stop chattering along the way. He and Zheng Yi often struggled to find common ground, which could lead to conflicts without anyone to mediate. Although Bai Ning and Zheng Yi were sufficiently powerful together, Chu Jing remained uneasy. So she insisted on including Lin Duan in the groupment to retrieve their comrades, confident that the protective system accompanying Bai Ning would ensure their safety. As for Xia Xiaomi, she had initially planned to stay with Chu Jing. However, Bai Ning felt that if danger arose, allowing Qin Shishao to watch over both Chu Jing and Xia Xiaomi alone might be overwhelming, so she requested Xie Chongqing to remain behind. While Bai Ning had no qualms about Xie Chongqing's other responsibilities, she acknowledged his attentiveness towards Chu Jing. Be cautious on the road, eat on time, and rest when tired. Do not overexert yourself. With countless reminders, Chu Jing reluctantly bid farewell to the departing group. Her intention in staying was not merely to wait for Bai Ning's return. Almost simultaneously with Bai Ning's departure, she contacted Han Jin, as it was time to fulfill their prior agreement. What is your approximate location now? Han Jin quickly sent her a location. It appeared to be an abandoned factory in a suburban area, a choice of seclusion that offered greater safety. Let us meet. Bring your detector, Chu Jing suggested. Han Jin replied, Where shall we meet? In the vicinity of the two individuals, Chu Jing located a central position, which fortuitously happened to be near a warehouse site she had previously selected. This location was not particularly far for either of them. Chu Jing, come alone the day after tomorrow at noon. On the other side, Han Jin took his time to respond, only sending a message 3 minutes later. Han Jin, I find it inconvenient to come alone. I need to bring an assistant with me. You may choose anyone from the personnel list I previously sent you to accompany me. Chu Jing's understanding of Han Jin was limited to their online interactions. Given that he was nearly a stranger, she felt compelled to exercise caution. Although the prospect of this offline meeting appeared straightforward, her heart was tinged with apprehension. The only individuals beside her were Qin Shishao and Xie Chongqing, both of whom possessed non-offensive abilities. Han Jin, on the other hand, was surrounded by numerous ability users. If Han Jin were to arrive with a large entourage, Chu Jing would feel a distinct lack of security, which was why she insisted he come alone. His willingness to allow her to select an accompanying individual indicated that he understood her concerns. Finding his request reasonable, Chu Jing chose a simple water-based ability user from the personnel list. Han Jin, very well. I shall see you the day after tomorrow. Although they had agreed to meet in 2 days, Chu Jing decided to arrive at the warehouse a day early. After all, it was her substantial warehouse. The items within could sustain 100 people for several years, and the thought of handing them over to Han Jin so easily stirred a sense of reluctance within her. A zombie detection device, though valuable, was not worth as much as what she was about to relinquish. After tidying up her belongings, they prepared to depart. Sister, where are we going? Chu Jing handed the pre-prepared food to Xie Chongqing. We are going to meet someone. Have you learned to control your abilities? You may return with many items this time. Can your body handle it? Xie Chongqing replied. Before Xiaomi left yesterday, I practiced using my space ability with her. There should be no problems. His assurance suggested that he was indeed ready, as Xie Chongqing was clever and quick to progress in his abilities. Chu Jing, you all seem diligent. How has your practice been? Xie Chongqing responded. We have developed quite a rapport. I hardly need to do anything, as Xiaomi retrieves items from my space. This situation was something Chu Jing had never dared to imagine before. What was originally a strategy to counter enemies had now transformed into a cooperative technique. Very good, Qin. Do you have anything else to pack? Qin Shishao had nothing else to gather but sought to dissuade Chu Jing. Miss, are you truly going to meet him? Qin Shishao was the only one aware that Chu Jing had maintained contact with Han Jin, yet he knew very little about him. The information he could find online consisted solely of Han Jin's published papers, accolades, and experiments. From these details, Qin Shishao gleaned that Han Jin was a reputable figure in the academic realm, with his works often subjected to meticulous study. Despite acknowledging his intellectual prowess, he remained ignorant of Han Jin's character. Such talented individuals often exhibited eccentricities, causing Qin Shishao to hesitate about Chu Jing's impulsive engagement. Of course we are going. I've already arranged the time. We will arrive early to make preparations and will encounter no danger. Chu Jing clarified. The zombie detection device he developed is invaluable. Acquiring it will significantly enhance our future safety. Unable to sway Chu Jing, Qin Shixiao resolved to protect her to the best of his ability. He brought the vehicle around, taking both Chu Jing and Xie Chongqing to the warehouse. Upon their arrival, Chu Jing sifted through the contents of the warehouse. Items she could part with were set aside for Han Jin, while those she could not let go were stored in Xie Chongqing's space. After organizing the warehouse, Chu Jing awaited Han Jin's arrival. She decided to come a day early, not only to retrieve some supplies, but also to ascertain whether Han Jin was a man of his word. If he were not, it would be prudent to remain vigilant. Through the surveillance monitors, Chu Jing observed an old vehicle approaching. It parked near the warehouse, and a man exited the driver's seat, likely the assistant she had chosen. After retrieving a wheelchair from the trunk, he assisted a man into it before wheeling him towards the warehouse. Once the man was settled in the wheelchair, Chu Jing recognized him as Han Jin. Due to his mobility issues, he required assistance to visit. Chu Jing marveled at the sight on the monitor. It was hard to fathom that someone unable to move freely would be among the first to be abandoned in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, he had managed to rally dozens of ability users to act alongside him. He was indeed a capable individual. Chapter 60. The Zombie Detection Device. Xiao Lu, did you remember to bring everything? Han Jin inquired, glancing back at the person behind him. Lu Minglei lightly patted the leather case he held. Rest assured, Professor Han, I have checked thoroughly. There are absolutely no issues. Han Jin adjusted his glasses, and a soft luminescence enveloped them, endowing the glasses with an extraordinary ability. That moment, the glasses he wore transformed into a makeshift zombie detection device. He scanned the surroundings, quickly confirming no signs of zombies were present. Red indicated zombies, while green denoted other living beings. The three small green dots within the warehouse signified the individuals waiting for them. As they approached the warehouse entrance, Han Jin and his companion exchanged astonished glances at Chu Jing's pristine vehicle. After enduring such prolonged hardships, the world had become dilapidated and riddled with decay. It was rare to find anyone who maintained a vehicle in such immaculate condition. Lu Minglei could not help but voice his curiosity. Professor Han? Who exactly is this person? Han Jin calmly reminded him. Did I not instruct you on the way here? No matter what you see or hear, do not pry or speak unnecessarily, I understand. But we know so little about him, is it not a bit hasty to come without bringing anything? Lu Minglei expressed concern, recalling Han Jin's consistent warnings to be cautious with others. Lu Minglei's abilities were rather mundane. He could only provide clean water for others, making it difficult for him to protect Han Jin should they encounter zombies. Han Jin replied, He is different. If he had ill intentions, he would not have continued to assist us until now. I would have perished in that explosion long ago, and your abilities would not have progressed so rapidly. When the apocalypse first began, Han Jin and his students awakened their abilities in succession. A unique advantage. While gathering information online, he discovered C's messages, leading to a new connection with him. Initially, neither he nor his students fully trusted C, but over time, everything C had claimed came to pass. C also provided them with guidelines on using their abilities, cautioning against reckless indulgence. However, during one research session, an explosion occurred due to a student's inexperience with their powers. This incident left Han Jin with a broken leg, but it also taught them how to control their abilities, allowing them to escape. Thanks to C, they learned the weaknesses of zombies and the locations of dangers and safety. Han Jin, he may doubt us, but we must never doubt him. Knock on the door. Before them stood the imposing entrance of the warehouse. Lu Minglei approached and knocked on the heavy iron door, which seemed unwelcoming, a stark contrast to the notion that the omniscient C resided in such a place. It appeared less hospitable than their own territory. The heavy door creaked open, and Han Jin gazed at the three individuals inside. Though it was their first meeting, he quickly recognized C's identity after scanning their features. He greeted Chu Jing, who stood slightly aside, with a friendly gaze. Hello, Miss C. I am Han Jin. Han Jin appeared quite youthful, seated in his wheelchair and wearing thin-framed glasses, presenting as a delicate, scholarly young man. It was difficult to imagine that he was a highly esteemed academic with numerous accolades. How did you know I am C? Chu Jing inquired, intrigued. She had actually hoped to send Qin Shixiao in her stead. After all, Qin Shixiao's stern demeanor exuded a greater sense of authority, and he could fully comprehend her intentions, alleviating her own burdens by substituting her identity. To her surprise, Han Jin discerned her identity immediately. Denying it now would only make her seem insincere. It is a feeling, Han Jin replied casually. After all, The way the other two regarded him was markedly different from her OWNINC's eyes. There was a sense of curious exploration, while the others appeared as if they were ready to strike at any moment. Your intuition is quite accurate. Hanjin, have you brought the zombie detection device? Chu Jing refrained from engaging in idle chatter. Hanjin took the suitcase from Lu Minglei's hands, placing it neatly upon her lap. As she opened the case, she found a meticulously arranged mobile phone inside. The large suitcase housed a diminutive device, surrounded by foam padding designed to secure it. This what you refer to as a zombie detection device. Chu Jing intended to step closer for a clearer view. Xie Chongqing swiftly approached, seizing the suitcase from Han Jin's lap and holding it before Chu Jing. Hey, you, Lu Minglei, in a state of urgency, attempted to reclaim it, only to be restrained by Han Jin. He proceeded to explain the workings of the zombie detection device. It possessed a singular function. Once activated, it could detect nearby zombies. However, being based on a mobile phone, it bore the drawback of requiring timely recharging. Chu Jing activated the detection device and briefly examined it. As there were no zombies in the vicinity, it yielded no substantial findings, merely displaying 5 fixed green dots, representing the 5 of them. Chu Jing remarked, "This warehouse is what I mentioned as the supply point. There's nothing else here, only daily necessities. Would you like to inspect it?" Han Jin followed her gaze, observing the various boxes of all sizes around them. Lu Minglei's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to pry open the boxes. They refrained from pilfering others' belongings, making the acquisition of supplies exceedingly arduous. Otherwise, Teacher Han would not have sought assistance. Yet, Han Jin quickly noticed the marks on the ground. Having been stored for an extended period, the boxes were inevitably coated in dust, and the area beneath where the boxes had been moved left a distinct rectangular impression. It was evident that the warehouse had once housed numerous boxes, some of which had only recently been removed, hence the residual marks. Qin Shixiao, having observed Han Jin intently, discerned his expression and realized he had detected something, yet he remained silent, graciously accepting the supplies. "Thank you. There's no need for inspection," he said. Chu Jing replied, "Very well, but I must first examine this device." Han Jin responded, "The method of inspection is quite simple. Just proceed to an area with zombies." Qin Shixiao drove while Chu Jing activated the detection device, leading a few others forward until the detector reacted, prompting them to halt the vehicle and approach slowly. As Chu Jing extended her hand, Xie Chongqing promptly offered a pair of binoculars. Through the lenses, they could clearly see zombies wandering in the same direction and accurate sightings of zombies in other directions as well. Having confirmed the authenticity of the detection device, Chu Jing returned to the warehouse. Guiding Han Jin and Lu Minglei to the entrance, "I shall not escort you further. All items within, including this warehouse, are yours. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me via mobile." Han Jin still did not know her name, but it mattered little. As long as he knew the identity of the individual who had aided him since the onset of the apocalypse, he was content. Han Jin inquired, "May I ask where Missy intends to go next?" Chu Jing responded swiftly, "Naturally, to the oasis." Han Jin briefly furrowed his brow. "You wish to go to the oasis as well? I believe with Miss C's capabilities, you could easily establish your own oasis." Chu Jing's pupils widened in shock. "You seem to overestimate me. I have no such ambitions." Every endeavor she undertook was solely for her beloved goose, leaving her no time for other pursuits. Han Jin fell silent. He had initially thought that Miss C's numerous efforts to assist abilities and provide resources were aimed at achieving grander goals. Thus, in his understanding, everyone, including himself, was living for Miss C, ever ready to respond to her summons. Yet now, Miss C claimed she had no such intentions. Han Jin felt a sudden emptiness within. If not for the purpose of nurturing them, then it must be that he hoped they would prove useful. So it was. Should Miss C ever require our assistance, she may speak freely. "Very well," Chu Jing smiled gently, "then I shall not be overly formal. Perhaps we shall meet again. Farewell." Chapter 61. Who awakened their abilities? After obtaining the zombie detection device, Chu Jing entrusted it to Xie Chongqing for replication using his spatial abilities. Due to its compact size, creating a duplicate was swift. Recognizing its utility, Xie Chongqing deliberately sought to enhance his spatial replication skills. In less than 2 days, he produced an identical mobile detection device from his space. Chu Jing, brimming with joy, opened it for inspection, only to discover that the replicated device was entirely non-functional. It was merely a phone. It cannot be functional. Upon activation, the device displayed a blank screen, devoid of any applications or information, merely mirroring the appearance of the detection device. Is this an issue stemming from my abilities? Xie Chongqing immediately reflected inwardly. Perhaps his skills were still lacking in proficiency, preventing the desired outcome that Chu Jing sought. Chu Jing shook her head, asserting that there were only two possible reasons. Either Han Jin had utilized a crystal core to create this detection device, or he had employed his own abilities in its construction. If it were the latter, that would indeed be remarkable. Qin Shixiao recalled the information regarding Han Jin's abilities. His powers appear to be chemically inclined. Could he truly fashion a zombie detection device? It was conceivable, yet Chu Jing did not dare to confirm immediately, as each person's abilities possessed unique developmental potentials, and their applications depended entirely on the individual's exploration. For instance, among water element abilities, some could merely conjure water, while others could adeptly manipulate river currents or even induce rainfall through their powers. Qin Shixiao fell into contemplation. If Han Jin's abilities could achieve such feats, he too should consider what further applications his own control abilities might possess. Not just controlling objects, but perhaps even manipulating people or, akin to the Xinyu Daoist, controlling zombies. Chu Jing examined the phone from various angles. We must ascertain the nature of this ability detection device. Do you intend to dismantle it? Indeed. However, it is not the functional detection device that I shall dismantle, but rather the replicated phone, as they are indistinguishable apart from their functionality. Half an hour later, all the components of the phone were neatly arranged on the table. Intact and undamaged, thanks to Qin Shixiao's meticulous efforts, he confirmed. Miss, there are no crystal core fragments or any suspicious items within. I can ascertain that the detection device's operational principle does not rely on crystal cores. Chu Jing could hardly contain her excitement. Then this detection device was indeed crafted using his abilities. Today he fashioned a zombie detection device. Tomorrow, he might very well create other, more effective tools against zombies. Achieving such feats, he would undoubtedly not remain a nameless individual in the future. However, in the original story, Chu Jing had never encountered mention of such a character. Could it be that he perished prematurely at the onset of the apocalypse? It was not impossible, for the apocalypse was rife with cannon fodder. Chu Jing chose not to dwell further. Given that there was only one, she intended to reserve this detection device for Bai Ning. Bai Ning, along with Yun Qi and others, would not return until 10 days later. From the third day following their departure, Chu Jing had eagerly anticipated their return, fretting over whether Bai Ning had encountered any mishaps along the journey. By the time they should have returned, she was overwhelmed with anxiety. Finally, on the 10th day, Chu Jing spotted the silhouette of a vehicle. The car was caked in mud, a testament to the arduous journey they had undertaken. The anxious weight on her heart lifted as she hurried down from the second floor in her slippers, flinging open the gate and waiting at the entrance as the vehicle came to a halt. Its occupants began to disembark in succession. Just as Chu Jing prepared to welcome Bai Ning, a sudden dark, indistinct object darted past her, nearly knocking her off balance. It was only thanks to Qin Shixiao's steadying hand from behind that she avoided an embarrassing tumble. Sit down, Qin Shixiao sternly reprimanded Xiao Mo, the very dark object that had just startled her. Xiao Mo joyfully circled around the two, leaping with exuberance, before obediently settling down in front of Chu Jing. Wagging its tail with delight, Chu Jing gasped in astonishment. Ah? The creature before her was so large it towered above her calves, and when it stood, it reached her thighs. If it were to leap, it would surely surpass her height. Is this Xiao Mo? As if it had heard its name, Xiao Mo leapt up joyfully, barking in response to Chu Jing. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Xiao Mo, but how had it grown so significantly in just a month? When she first rescued it, it was merely the size of her hand. A normal dog could not possibly grow at such a rapid pace, especially since Xiao Mo was not a large breed. What had it been eating to achieve such growth? Chu Jing turned her gaze toward Yun Qi, who had been caring for Xiao Mo. Yun Qi shrugged. It's just been eating normally, rich in nutrients, along with isolation. Its appetite is even larger than mine, consuming better fare than I do. Zhang is suddenly interjected with a serious expression. Its diet is quite varied. Varied? Chu Jing felt an inexplicable sense that this statement was more significant than it appeared. What exactly had it been consuming? Bai Ning, feeling somewhat helpless, crouched down to pat Xiao Mo's head. Suddenly, Xiao Mo tightly shut its mouth, its eyes darting around nervously, even letting out a couple of pitiful whimpers, as if seeking comfort from Chu Jing. While on the road, We encountered zombies, and after a brief pause, Bai Ning remarked it took a few bites. Chu Jing exclaimed, Xiaomo, you're quite bold, aren't you? Can that filthy creature be eaten? Aren't you afraid of getting an upset stomach? Chu Jing was taken aback. An upset stomach was the least of their worries. The real fear was consuming something toxic, which could result in a fatal outcome that no one could remedy. Who would not consider that a harbinger of misfortune? Merely brushing against it would feel like shedding a layer of skin. Yet here Xiaomo was, brazenly biting into it. Xiaomo's head drooped lower, completely devoid of the earlier exuberance, now lying listlessly on the ground. Bai Ning reassured Chu Jing, it's all right. You need not worry too much. I brushed its teeth and monitored it for a few days, and there's been no anomaly. Zheng Yi, maintaining a serious demeanor, interjected, but it has acquired a special talent. Chu Jing was perplexed. Zheng Yi? Why does your speech today feel so peculiar, akin to Lin Duan? If something is amiss, just say it. Lin Duan scoffed. Why am I being singled out? I mentioned it in hopes of preventing you from being too astonished. Don T blamed me for not forewarning you. You must prepare yourselves mentally for this revelation. Just say it, they urged in unison. A silence enveloped them, as if no one dared to voice it. Yet they all seemed to await someone else to break the hush. Ultimately, they coincidentally spoke simultaneously. Xiaomo has awakened its special ability. The same statement echoed in varying tones from 4 different voices. Who? Who has awakened their special ability? Chu Jing could hardly believe her ears. Xiaomai confirmed, fearing Chu Jing might doubt her, repeating emphatically, Sister, it's Xiaomo. It has truly awakened its ability. Chu Jing and Qin Shishao both looked down at the sprawled Xiaomo, while Xie Chongqing approached with an incredulous expression. Xiaomo seemed to sense its newfound prowess. Its previously listless demeanor transformed into one of exuberance, lifting its head, seeking affection. Indeed, it was Xiaomo that had awakened its extraordinary ability. Chapter 62. The evolved Xiaomo. After Bai Ning and the others took a moment to rest and organize themselves indoors, Chu Jing listened as they recounted the various events that had transpired recently. They had indeed encountered some troubles on the road, which explained their late arrival. In Lin Duan's words, this journey was as arduous as a pilgrimage. Even Zheng Yi sensed a significant difference compared to their usual experiences. Although he did not believe in metaphysical phenomena, he could not shake the feeling that moving alongside Chu Jing was considerably easier. Perhaps it was due to Chu Jing's meticulous preparations. Whenever he ventured out alone, he invariably faced unexpected predicaments. On average, every 2 days, he would either confront a horde of zombies blocking the path or stumble upon destroyed buildings. Though the experiences were perilous, they were ultimately free of serious injuries, with only minor scrapes and a bit of chaos, leaving no one hurt. Yunqi remarked, despite Xiaomo's considerable size, I hadn't noticed how quickly it was growing. Xiaomo's growth had not been sudden. It had been steadily increasing in size, a little each day. Chu Jing was merely taken aback due to the length of time since their last encounter. The Taoist priest Xian Yu predicted that at this rate, within a month, Xiaomo would surpass his own height, and it would continue to grow for at least a year. The timing of Xiaomo's awakening remained a mystery. It had likely gone unnoticed due to a lack of opportunity to manifest its abilities. This time, its extraordinary capacity had only emerged during their encounter with the zombies. Bai Ning and the others speculated that Xiaomo's special ability was speed. When zombies appeared in their vicinity, Xiaomo was the first to sense them. Before others could prepare to attack, Xiaomo dashed forward like a cannonball, swiftly biting the zombies' heads into a pulp. Its agility rivaled even Zheng Yi's marksmanship. Zheng Yi dispatched one with each shot, while Xiaomo took down one with each bite. Consequently, Zheng Yi felt a sense of inadequacy, in a certain sense. Xiaomo outperformed him, as it could detect danger before anyone else. Come here, Xiaomo. Chu Jing beckoned. In its younger days, Xiaomo could easily find a spot in the living room to curl up and sleep, but now it required a room of its own. Xiaomo obediently approached, as Chu Jing sat on the sofa and lay beside her feet. Chu Jing affectionately examined Xiaomo's snout, while Xiaomo happily allowed her to squeeze and shape it. Chu Jing concluded, I don't believe this is an awakening of special abilities. Instances of animals awakening their abilities had been mentioned in the original narrative. Bai Ning had once encountered a man who was a zookeeper, having developed a close bond with the animals. Though an ordinary person, under his care, these animals gradually evolved. Initially, their sizes increased, and their abilities, speed, bite force, and perception, were all enhanced. Eventually, Some animals awakened unique abilities, such as fire-breathing bears or thunder-striking birds. Bai Ning had learned of him when one of his injured animals could not heal itself, and the male lead used his powers to save it. Subsequently, these evolved animals had aided Bai Ning significantly. Not an awakening of special abilities? Then what could be the reason for Xiaomo's current state? It doesn't seem like it ate something harmful. Bai Ning began to reminisce. Xiaomo's diet was usually prepared by Uncle Bear, containing no unhealthy items. The only instance that came close to being unhealthy was the incident where it bit off a zombie's head. However, it did not consume anything in the ENDIT, likely meant that its bodily functions had simply strengthened, akin to the plants they had encountered previously. They could ascertain this by taking it out for a run. Chu Jing decided to take Xiaomo outside, and with no other humans around, there was no need for a leash as in the pre-apocalypse days. First, they tested its jumping ability by tying a rope between two trees. Xiaomo easily leaped over it each time. Eventually, Chu Jing replaced the rope with a 2-meter-high wall. With a little push from the side, Xiaomo vaulted over effortlessly. As for its bite force, it easily snapped a regular bone in half, demonstrating such ease that Chu Jing even attempted to bite through the metal of a car. With a loud crack, it lost a tooth, leaving several dents in the metal, prompting Xiaomo to whimper in dismay. "It's all right, it's just a baby tooth. You'll grow more," Chu Jing quickly reassured it. Realizing this, Chu Jing acknowledged that this was still before Xiaomo had fully transitioned its teeth. Once all were replaced, biting through bones would be even more effortless. As for speed, Chu Jing had witnessed it firsthand. Xiaomo dashed out like a cannonball, covering 20 meters in merely a second. Truly a champion in the canine world. At this rate, it could rival a cheetah. No wonder they believe Xiaomo has awakened its speed ability. In summary, Xiaomo's physique had undergone substantial enhancement. Confirming that Xiaomo had not awakened a special ability, Chu Jing concluded that these changes were merely the precursors to its potential awakening. Are you suggesting that it could still awaken its abilities in the future and become even more formidable? Zhang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Chu Jing warmly embraced Xiaomo's transformation. Yes, Xiaomo is still just a little puppy. It will continue to grow, and who knows, it might even breathe fire or summon thunder. A little puppy that stands taller than an adult is quite impressive indeed. Others took a considerable amount of time to accept the situation of Xiaomo. If they do not exert themselves, they will have to rely on Xiaomo's protection even when stepping outside. Its transformation has evidently become the driving force for the progress of others. Among them, Bai Ning is the most diligent. At 4 in the morning, when Chu Jing felt a bit parched and thought of drinking water, she noticed that Bai Ning's door was still ajar, yet the room was unoccupied. The sky outside remained dim and overcast. The sun yet to rise, while Bai Ning was in the courtyard, jogging alongside Xiaomo to strengthen her physique. Lacking any supernatural abilities, she could only strive to enhance her physical fitness through exercises such as resistance bands, dumbbells, sit-ups, and pull-ups. Chu Jing contemplated approaching her to strike up a conversation, but seeing her so earnestly committed to her training, she hesitated to disturb her. This rigorous training routine seemed to have been ongoing for quite some time, as evidenced by the well-defined muscle lines on her arms, which had been sculpted into an impressive form. The pang of sympathy suddenly struck Chu Jing. In the books, Bai Ning was always vigilant. Even in slumber, awakening at the slightest sound, ready to spring into a state of preparedness at any moment. She resembled an indomitable force, capable of enduring round-the-clock exertions without ever appearing fatigued. Chu Jing admired her resolute and formidable character, but was witnessing for the first time the true extent of her efforts behind the scenes. Chu Jing remained silent, quietly observing that it was not just Bai Ning who was striving during this time. At 5 o'clock, Uncle Xiong rose to prepare breakfast for everyone. At 5:30, Zhang Yi got up, had a quick breakfast, and took Xiaomo out for another run, coincidentally encountering the recently awakened Bai Ning, with whom he engaged in close combat training, expending substantial energy. At 6 o'clock, Qin Shishao awoke and discovered that Chu Jing was already up. She encouraged him to attend to his own affairs. Qin Shishao, accompanied by his bodyguard and nanny, busied himself with household chores and physical training. By 6:30, Xia Chongqing and Xiaomai rose, with Xia Chongqing leading a morning reading session with Xiaomai, initiating their academic studies. At 7, Lin Duan got up and took Xiaomai out for a third round of exercise, playing with it in the courtyard. This likely explained why Xiaomai had never torn the house apart. Even in the morning, it had already run 3 times. At 7:30, The Taoist priest Xinyu rose, continuing to meditate with Xiaoma in the courtyard, nurturing both their minds and spirits in his own way. At 8 o'clock, which was typically when Chu Jing would awaken, she quietly entered the living room and found breakfast prepared. Xie Chongqing and Xiaomai were seated at the dining table, patiently waiting for her to join them. Lin Duan and Yun Qi also pulled out chairs to sit down. Bai Ning had already showered and appeared refreshed, greeting Chu Jing with a smile. Zhang Yi and I have already had breakfast. You should eat soon too. Chu Jing pursed her lips, realizing that they had accomplished so much each morning. Chapter 63. Respectful due? I want to help Bai Ning, I must help her. Chu Jing stood at Lin Duan's door. A matter she had contemplated for several days after careful observation. Bai Ning was currently very fatigued, though she did not voice it. Her body and mind had reached their limits. Her training demands far exceeded that of an average individual. Take her sparring sessions with Zhang Yi, for instance. What began as a one-sided domination had now progressed to a stalemate. It is worth noting that Zhang Yi had trained in martial arts for at least 6 years and was an excellent graduate of the police academy, consistently ranking first among his peers. Bai Ning, having started her training only after the apocalypse, had managed to reach a level of parity with him in less than a year. Apart from her extraordinary talent, her rigorous training regimen played a significant role. Chu Jing understood that such excessive training could inflict irreparable harm on the body, affecting joint health, blood circulation, and more. Numerous unseen scars marred her body, and persuading her to cease such intense training through mere words was futile. In recent days, Chu Jing had attempted to divert Bai Ning's attention with various excuses, hoping to coax her into relaxing together. But even when given a moment's respite, Bai Ning would find time to train. Ultimately, it turned into a situation where she exercised while accompanying Chu Jing, inadvertently increasing her burden. Thus, that idea had to be abandoned. Bai Ning felt she was not yet strong enough, largely because she had yet to awaken her supernatural abilities. Lin Duan, looking helpless and barely able to stand due to fatigue, remarked, "So this is why you knocked on my door at 1 in the morning?" Chu Jing sipped her coffee and handed another cup to Lin Duan. "There's no other option. This is the only time everyone is asleep." The last asleep was Xie Chongqing, who had just been studying late into the night. Not only did he enjoy reading, but he also took Xiaomai along, meticulously preparing lessons for the next day's tutoring. Perhaps Chu Jing could never have imagined that Xie Chongqing was not perusing the usual textbooks, but rather compiling a survival guide for the apocalypse. While learning for himself, he also taught Xiaomai, with the possibility of sharing this knowledge with others in the future. "Well," Lin Duan said, "it's harder to get a word in with you than to climb a mountain." Chu Jing raised an eyebrow. "You still have the energy for banter. You seem quite alert now, not at all tired." Lin Duan gestured for her to enter. "Thanks to the coffee you brought. I suppose at this hour, enjoying freshly ground coffee is a rare treat, and probably only because of you. However, I never speak falsely. Lao Qin treats me like a thief. Isn't it just that we had a minor business dispute before the apocalypse? Even now, in this new era, he still holds a grudge. Whenever I try to speak with you, he acts as if I owe you a great debt. I bare my heart to him, and he does the same to me. Next time, please tell him not to keep staring at me. It makes me uneasy." Lin Duan rubbed his arms, feeling as though he was still being watched even now. Chu Jing instinctively retorted, "Don't overthink it. He is not that kind of person." Lin Duan replied, "Respectful due? Of course it's true." Lin Duan scoffed, leaving everything unsaid. "On to serious matters. I want to help Bai Ning awaken her abilities. Do you have any methods on your side?" Chu Jing could only discuss this matter with Lin Duan. Anyone else would likely think she was meddling in affairs that did not concern her, especially since she herself had yet to awaken her powers but was preoccupied with how others might do so. Coincidentally, this was also a dilemma Lin Duan was grappling with. "I've been considering this too. Bai Ning indeed needs to awaken her abilities. In the Oasis, whether or not one possesses abilities determines their status. Bai Ning was able to thrive there precisely because she had powers, forming new friendships. Without them, all of this could vanish. By the original timeline, Bai Ning should have awakened her abilities long ago. But the current pace is far too slow." Lin Duan looked thoughtfully at Chu Jing. "Given your understanding of abilities, you surely know how she should awaken them. Firstly, using the zombie virus to infect oneself is absolutely not an option." Chu Jing replied with trepidation. The previous actions of Xie Chongqing had already left her heart racing, and if it were to be Bai Ning, she truly could not bear it. Secondly, Chu Jing's tone fell, as she realized one guaranteed method for Bai Ning to awaken her powers: to witness her own death, just as described in the original text. However, that would require Chu Jing to sacrifice herself. Lin Duan asked, "What about the second option?" Chu Jing shook her head. "That method is also not feasible for now. Don't you have any items that could aid in her awakening?" "Of course not. If I had such things, I would have used them on myself long ago," Lin Duan lamented, taking a sip of coffee, feeling both bitter and troubled. And no matter how inadequate, this system remained his only means of self-protection. Chu Jing felt a wave of despair, having initially thought Lin Duan's system could solve this significant problem, only to discover it was utterly useless. Hey, Lin Duan waved his hand at Chu Jing. "You wearing your thoughts on your sleeve. My system may be of little help, but I am still useful." Chu Jing inquired, "So you have a plan?" Lin Duan pondered. "I'm not sure if it counts as a plan. Whether it will work remains to be seen. Let me explain." Since their last conversation, Lin Duan had gone back to thoroughly research the system. Based on the task points, he could roughly understand Bai Ning's life trajectory. This involved something that seemed to be a highly sought-after treasure, an ancient jade, purple and fine in texture, which could help one regulate their constitution and assist ability users in evolving their powers. "Are you familiar with this item?" Chu Jing reminisced briefly, recalling that the original text indeed mentioned a piece of ancient purple jade. This jade was initially in the possession of Jinxiang, who delighted in collecting various treasures, often acquiring items without regard for their utility, simply for his own amusement. When the jade was removed from the shop, Jinxiang entrusted it to Xie Changqing, who subsequently stored it in his spatial realm. It was later taken by Xiaomi and changed hands several times before eventually reaching Bai Ning. Jinxiang, lacking an eye for treasures, failed to appreciate the jade's uniqueness, while Bai Ning immediately recognized its exceptional nature. During a certain period, this jade significantly aided in the enhancement of Bai Ning's abilities. It was only after interacting with Bai Ning that Jinxiang discovered the jade's true value, and he repeatedly attempted to reclaim it, though his efforts proved fruitless. Subsequently, the jade was surrounded by rumors, with many attributing Bai Ning's prowess to it, which incited envy among numerous individuals. Some even betrayed Bai Ning for its sake, leading her to shatter the jade, symbolizing a complete severance from that person. The individual, like the jade's fragments, was cast from Chu Jing's mind, rendered momentarily forgettable. Chapter 64. Relying on me to depart, only you can bring us back. Chu Jing felt a sense of possibility. If this object could assist ability users in adjusting their physical constitution, perhaps it could expedite her own awakening. Moreover, with Xie Changqing no longer having the opportunity to ally with Jinxiang, this jade, if left unattended, would likely afford Jinxiang another fortune. He was already a troublesome adversary, and with this artifact to aid him, he would become even more formidable. Lin Duan remarked, "While I am aware of the existence of such an item, I am uncertain of its current whereabouts." "Do you know?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jing replied, "I have a general idea, but locating it might require your assistance." Lin Duan suddenly felt that seeking his help might not lead to favorable outcomes. "What can I possibly assist with?" "You might as well seek help from Zheng Yi and Lao Qin. They possess abilities." Chu Jing fixed him with a steady gaze and silently retrieved a card from her pocket. "This is the ability card you previously gave me, teleportation, which enables one to transport anything within a 1 square meter radius to any location. The destination is rather distant, and I possess only this single card. Relying on me to leave, we must depend on you to return." Lin Duan interjected, "Though I have not mentioned it, I believe you understand that such ability cards are not easily obtained." Chu Jing took a silent sip of her coffee, leaning back against her chair without responding. Lin Duan continued, "If these miraculous cards were at my disposal, I would not be in the current predicament. I would have already showcased my talents, earning your admiration." Chu Jing nodded in agreement, "Although you did not claim that the ability card is easily obtained, you also did not assert that you cannot produce it." Lin Duan was momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Jing added, "I am unaware of your circumstances, but this calculation is one only you can resolve. Is a single ability card more significant than Bai Ning awakening her powers? You must weigh the importance." Noting that Lin Duan had previously produced 3 cards with ease, Chu Jing was confident that the latter option held greater value. After a minute of deliberation, Lin Duan made a decision. "All right, I will help you. This teleportation card requires precise knowledge of the destination. Are you truly capable of this? A slight miscalculation could lead us directly into a horde of zombies." Chu Jing nodded cautiously. "I know the location. Even if we do not arrive right next to it, we will not be far off." During a resource-gathering expedition, I passed by that area, but at the time, I was solely focused on collecting useful supplies and neglected these stones, which I deemed burdensome, thus missing the opportunity. Lin Duan inquired, as long as you know the place, when shall we depart? Following Bai Ning's awakening, he would be able to acquire at least 5 ability cards. Exchanging 5 for 1 seemed quite worthwhile. Let us set off the night after tomorrow, just the 2 of us, quickly in and out, ideally returning before dawn to ensure Bai Ning's successful awakening. Lin Duan pressed his eyes. Another nighttime excursion? I did not realize it was already so late. I will need to adjust my sleep schedule. Do you find this timing unsuitable? Chu Jing had no intention of causing a disturbance. She wished for Bai Ning to believe she was awakening naturally, thereby avoiding any adverse effects. Thus, departing quietly at night was the optimal choice. Very well, however, as we are both novices, I must adequately prepare. Chu Jing confirmed the timing with him and headed towards the door, reminding him once more as she departed. The night after tomorrow, do not forget. Once they are asleep, we will leave, aiming to return before daybreak. Rest assured, I will remember, Lin Duan assured her. With his affirmation, Chu Jing stepped outside, relieved to have settled this significant matter. The success of their endeavor hinged upon this. Upon exiting, she spotted Qin Shishao in the darkness. Poised to knock on the door, Chu Jing blinked. What brings you here? Lin Duan, seemingly anticipating this, turned to Chu Jing and said, Look, I told you so, if it weren't for Qin Shishao keeping a watchful eye on me. Would I be standing at his door at 2 in the morning? His complaint was deliberate. Noticing Qin Shishao's displeasure, he wished to avoid entanglement in any trouble and promptly thrust the cup in his hand towards him. Lao Qin, please take this cup for me. You two can discuss your matters. I am heading to bed now. He executed the actions in a single fluid motion, closing the door, extinguishing the lights. Outside remained an abyss of darkness. Accompanied by the silent exchange between the two, Qin Shishao waved, summoning an electronic nightlight from nearby, illuminating the path ahead. Miss, it is quite late. You ought to return and rest. Chu Jing turned to head back. Qin? Why are you here at Lin Duan's door in the middle of the night? Initially skeptical of Lin Duan's words, she now harbored doubts about whether Qin Shishao was indeed monitoring Lin Duan in secret. I merely happened to notice that his room light was still on, so I came over to ask that so. Qin Shishao accompanied Chu Jing back to her room, and only after she entered did he succumb to his curiosity and pose a question. Miss, are you planning to go out with Lin Duan the night after tomorrow? You heard all that. Qin Shishao replied honestly. I only caught the last 2 sentences. Lin Duan lacks abilities. If you truly need to venture out, please be sure to take me along. We will simply take a brief stroll and return shortly. Qin Shishao was unconvinced. Where would one go for a stroll at such an hour, even if it is merely for a walk? I would appreciate being included. Chu Jing held her ground for a minute before convincing herself that a 1-meter radius could accommodate 3 individuals. Qin Shishao was not just anyone, and having him along seemed entirely plausible. Then prepare yourself quietly, do not alert the others, and await my call the night after tomorrow. Understood, Qin Shishao replied, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Good night. Mississippi. After bidding her good night, Qin Shishao returned to the kitchen to wash the cup. His presence at Lin Duan's door was not born from suspicion but rather concern. He had observed Chu Jing's restless demeanor for several days. He would wait until she had fallen into a deep slumber before allowing himself to sleep. But tonight, he discovered that Chu Jing had sought out Lin Duan instead, prompting his appearance at Lin Duan's door. Xiaomi gazed at the latest message from the oasis, her curiosity piqued. Sister, when shall we venture to the oasis? They had departed from the transit station and had been resting here for quite some time. From Chu Jing's demeanor, it seemed there were no immediate plans to leave. The longer they waited, the more anticipation built regarding the oasis. The oasis had registered all the survivors residing within, with the number of inhabitants being accessible for review. With each passing day, this number was updated. Currently, the population of the oasis had surpassed 40,000. Excluding the oasis's guards. Chapter 65. Whoosh. Teleportation. To attract more inhabitants, the oasis regularly disseminated information online, promoting various benefits available within, alongside real-life photographs, akin to a promotional campaign for the oasis. Dio, you think the oasis is excellent? Chu Jing seated herself beside Xiaomi, joining her in perusing the online images. Surrounding the oasis base was a natural moat, as it had originally been a town, transformed into the oasis only after the zombies were eradicated. Just by observing the environment in the photographs, it appeared as though the apocalypse had never occurred. In fact, the security was even better, with guards patrolling every few steps. I believe wherever you are is the best place. Chu Jing gently ruffled her hair, scrolling the webpage to the very bottom. There are over 40,000 people in the oasis, yet the information available about it is fewer than 400 entries. What do you think is the reason for this? There are many who cannot disseminate information. Xiaomi recalled her own experiences at school. Although there was no threat of zombies, she was similarly unable to share information in that environment. In other words, within the oasis, conditions did not permit for the free exchange of information. Chu Jing elaborated. Although the oasis has electricity, water, signal, food, shelter, and security, these resources are limited. Many individuals cannot utilize these essentials freely. Merely sustaining one's life and ensuring 3 meals a day is already quite a challenge, let alone having the luxury to access the internet and share information. Xia Xiaomi pouted, expressing her thoughts. In that case, it seems rather preferable to remain at home. Chu Jing chuckled. Although these conditions cannot be compared to those at home, there are people in the oasis. Little me is there. Perhaps you'll encounter a friend who becomes very dear to you, just as I have with you, Sister Bai. Xia Xiaomi pondered deeply. If she truly could meet such a friend, it would indeed be something to look forward to. However, in her heart, no one could replace Chu Jing's significance. Although Xia Xiaomi ceased to follow news about the oasis, Bai Ning was engaged in deeper contemplation. These messages were not intended for those who genuinely required assistance. The survivors on the brink of death, in desperate need of rescue, did not even have the opportunity to see these announcements. The oasis sought not those who could hinder their progress, but rather those who could sustain themselves and contribute to its advancement. Chu Jing's meticulously planned operation required a swift and decisive approach, necessitating a minimalist packing of essential gear, defensive firearms, masks, night vision goggles, and most importantly, a zombie detection device. The outing was scheduled to last no more than 3 hours, hence, Chu Jing even left food behind, taking only 2 bottles of water. All these preparations were conducted discreetly, without arousing suspicion. That evening, Lin Duan observed the suddenly appearing Qin Shixiao in silence. Bringing him along will require extra compensation. Chu Jing shot him a glare. The rules are clearly stated on the back of the card. As long as we squeeze together, we can all proceed. Don't think I don't know. Hurry up and come over. Lin Duan could only inch forward with his bag, feeling an inexplicable certainty that he would be squeezed out. Once Chu Jing confirmed that everyone was ready, she gave a final admonition. I don't know what the situation is over there, so prepare yourselves mentally. Once we secure the items, we leave. Qin Shixiao and Lin Duan nodded in agreement. Chu Jing tore open the ability card, activating its teleportation feature, which transformed into shimmering particles, enveloping the 3 of them in a beam of light, causing them to vanish from their original location. Xie Chongqing, who had just prepared to venture out, happened to glimpse the last flicker of the disappearing light. Am I seeing things? He blinked, failing to detect any other signs. Chu Jing's destination was the most renowned jade shop in Huaqing. This 3-story ancient building, situated in a relatively remote street of the old city, had evaded bombings and thus remained intact. However, many zombies lurked within. The surrounding darkness and lack of electricity rendered it nearly impossible for them to perceive hidden dangers. Keep your hands on my shoulders. Don't wander off, Chu Jing whispered to the 2. As long as the 3 of them stayed close together, they could swiftly escape in the face of danger. Qin Shixiao and Lin Duan promptly drew closer, each placing a hand on her shoulder. Chu Jing avoided turning on the flashlight. Instead, she donned the night vision goggles and mask, thoroughly concealing her face before retrieving the zombie detection device from her bag. The blinking red dots indicated the presence of nearby zombies. Without uttering a word, Chu Jing presented the device to Qin Shixiao and Lin Duan. Qin Shixiao understood her intent at a glance. After silently noting the locations of the zombies, he compared them with the surrounding environment to ascertain safe zones. What does your phone display? Lin Duan inquired in a hushed tone. Chu Jing replied. Bai Ning forgot to introduce the zombie detection device when she returned. Red represents zombies, while green indicates us. Why are there so many? Lin Duan exclaimed in shock, lowering his voice even further. The area was teeming with red dots, numbering at least 100. Fortunately, all the zombies in this vicinity are locked outside, while within this jade shop, there are only a handful. Chu Jing gestured with the device. Based on her assessment, when the zombies attacked, a few individuals had taken refuge inside the shop, effectively keeping the outside zombies at bay. However, the occupants inside were not entirely safe. It was possible that someone had been injured unnoticed and transformed into a zombie, subsequently infecting others. Thus, the current situation was that there were a dozen wandering zombies inside the Jade shop, while the streets outside were swarming with them. It looks menacing, but the door is shut. If we reinforce it and clear out the zombies inside, we can safely seek out that piece of jade, Chu Jing suggested as she shifted aside, crouching down. I'll block the door. Ladies, please stay here and don't wander off. Qin Shishao, utilizing his control abilities, easily toppled a nearby cabinet to securely barricade the entrance. All right, we'll provide cover. You focus on your abilities, Qin Shishao nodded, moving cautiously toward the door while also being mindful of the windows. Chu Jing and Lin Duan drew their guns and crawled behind the counter, peeking out to survey their surroundings. Upon spotting the nearest zombie, Chu Jing nudged Lin Duan and pointed towards it. She signaled him. Create a distraction. This zombie will be the first to charge at us, so be cautious. Lin Duan nodded in understanding. As he shifted slightly, he unexpectedly came into contact with something cold, rigid, and exuding a foul odor. Chapter 66. A bit dizzy, Lin Duan froze. The texture was reminiscent of a zombie, but he trusted the detection device Chu Jing had presented. If something were that close, the device would certainly have indicated it. Lin Duan steeled himself before turning to look. Before him lay a corpse with unclosed eyes, perhaps having chosen to end its life to avoid becoming a zombie. Yet the terror in its gaze hinted at the fright it had experienced before death. Lin Duan clasped his hands in prayer toward the body. Rest easy, brother. I will ensure Daoist Xinyu grants you peace. Afterward, he slowly approached Chu Jing, alerting her. There's a corpse in the corner. Don't be afraid. Chu Jing frowned as she glanced over, giving a subtle nod before refocusing on Qin Shishao's actions. To prevent the outside zombies from breaking in, Qin Shishao had to move as quietly as possible. However cautious he might be, the manipulation of such a large cabinet inevitably caused some noise. While the outside zombies might not hear, the faint sounds disturbed the ones inside. Chu Jing noticed a zombie gradually approaching Qin Shishao. If it got any closer, it would sense the presence of living beings. Just as the zombie had identified Qin Shishao, dragging its stiff body toward him, Chu Jing decisively fired her weapon, taking it down. The sound of the gunshot ignited a frenzy among the zombies outside. Lin Duan immediately stood up, gun raised, asking Chu Jing, should we shoot? Yes. Once the gunfire erupted, there would be no turning back. Old Qin, focus on blocking the door. Don't let them in. Lin Duan assumed a defensive stance. The internal situation was manageable, but the priority remained the exterior. The door wasn't reinforced steel and could easily give way under their assault, leading to disaster. Chu Jing and Lin Duan concentrated on dealing with the zombies attracted by the noise inside. However, the inability to see their surroundings, coupled with the clutter of cabinets, made it challenging, and they stumbled several times, with Lin Duan nearly falling flat. Gritting his teeth, he stood up. You provide directions from behind. I'll handle the zombies. All right, Chu Jing agreed to the adjusted strategy. She positioned herself behind Lin Duan, both facing the same direction, her hand gripping his shirt to ensure they could swiftly adjust their positions together. Chu Jing monitored the detection device while Lin Duan kept his gun trained on the dart, delicately translucent, with a refreshing coolness that penetrates to the bone. It emanates a gentle violet radiance under the dim light. A meticulously carved white magnolia blossoms atop it, seemingly harnessing the energy that surrounds it. Lin Duan felt increasingly uneasy. Are you reciting an article? Chu Jing paused. There's a white magnolia on top. It should be easy to find. She quickened her search, focusing intently on the patterns adorning the jade pendant. To her, these stones appeared rather mundane, unlikely to be treasures that could accelerate the progress of an ability user. A minute later, her gaze fixed upon a jade pendant roughly the size of half a palm. The flashlight's beam illuminated the white magnolia on the purple jade, and in that moment, Chu Jing seemed to grasp the meaning of the words. She murmured. It appears to be drawing energy from its surroundings, like a small vortex, fervently absorbing the elements flowing through the air. "I've found it," Chu Jing exclaimed, glancing around for a suitable tool but finding none at hand. Resolutely, she raised the flashlight to smash the glass cabinet. Lin Duan sprinted over, spotting the jade she mentioned and halting her actions. "What are you doing, robbing it? This is security glass. You won't shatter it with a flashlight. Watch me." Lin Duan dove into the counter, retrieving the keychain. He then produced a piece of iron wire from his pocket, inserting it into the keyhole and began to twist it deftly. Chu Jing observed, puzzled. You seem more like a thief than I do. Where did you learn to pick locks? Lin Duan remained focused on his task. Isn't this to ensure our operation goes flawlessly? In the past, after a family dispute, I was forced to rent a place. Within just a week, the lock was picked out. I thought, if it's this easy to break in, I might as well give it a try. And surprisingly, it worked. Ever since then, my home has had password and fingerprint locks. Chu Jing was taken aback by his unexpected skill, her perception of Lin Duan shifting. She found herself regarding him with newfound respect. Don't look at me like that. I voluntarily filed a report. With a click, the cabinet swung open. Lin Duan carefully extracted the purple jade, which appeared no different from the others. Are you sure it's this one? He inquired, cautiously handing it to Chu Jing. She cradled it delicately. It must be this one. Upon contact, it was cool to the touch, gradually radiating warmth as the absorbed energy flowed through her skin, invigorating her body. It's exactly as described. There can be no mistake. Suddenly, Chu Jing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her legs faltering as her body threatened to collapse. Noticing her distress, Lin Duan called out to her repeatedly, his voice rising in urgency. Chu Jing? Hey, Chu Jing, are you all right? When he received no response, he rushed to her side, supporting her as she nearly fainted. He removed her night vision goggles and mask. Checking her temperature, it was alarmingly high. He pinched her skin to rouse her. The pain jolted Chu Jing awake for a fleeting moment. I think I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Chapter 67. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Chu Jing awoke with a start, the dizziness she had just experienced feeling all too real, her consciousness still somewhat clouded. Although she lay in bed, the sensation was both familiar and foreign. This was her room, the very space she had inhabited for years, the one she occupied before entering the story. She opened her phone, finding the screen still displaying the novel's page, where she had just read about Bai Ning's establishment of a base. The subsequent plot was etched in her memory. Just moments ago, she had been devising ways to help Bai Ning awaken her abilities, and now she found herself back in a place she knew intimately, surrounded by individuals who once existed in her reality, now transformed into characters from a book. Could it be that all those experiences were merely a dream? If it were a dream, it was far too vivid. Too authentic. It wasn't until a call came from the hospital inquiring why she hadn't reported for work that Chu Jing belatedly realized she was not in another world. This phone call felt like a jolt back to reality. She was a doctor, with a routine of work and rest, day in and day out. Each day, she immersed herself in various surgeries, each successful operation bringing hope to others. The days spent with Bai Ning felt surreal, lingering in her heart. As time passed, she grew increasingly aware that she could barely recall Bai Ning's face. She flipped through the novel again and again, yet found herself unable to conjure an image of Bai Ning. Eventually, feeling unwell, she requested a sick leave from the hospital. What's wrong, Xiao Jing? Not feeling well? I can arrange a full set of tests for you at the hospital. No need, Director. I believe it's a psychological issue. Chu Jing sensed she was grappling with a significant dilemma. The events had unfolded too abruptly, leaving her perplexed about her condition. Had she truly returned to her original world? Or had everything she experienced been an illusion? Her mind was in turmoil, compelling her to constantly occupy herself, lest she cease moving forward. She visited the swimming pool, where she often caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette. Yet she could not discern who it was. While passing a narrow alley, she faintly heard the sound of a child weeping, a little girl, but as she approached, the child fled. Strolling past a bubble tea shop, the busy figures inside felt oddly familiar, yet upon closer inspection, they appeared strangely foreign. Returning home in a state of agitation, she discovered that her door had been forcibly opened. Though valuable items had been stolen, which should have incited anger, she instead heard echoes of playful banter in her mind. Miss, do you need assistance? Chu Jing stood motionless at her doorstep, turning to find the source of the familiar voice belonged to a neighbor whose face was entirely unfamiliar. I might need to call the police. The police station. The questioning officer was quite young yet adept, personally escorting her to the exit due to concerns about her mental state. On her way home, she encountered a fortune teller who insisted on reading her fortune, compelling Chu Jing to reluctantly allow a reading regarding her career. After a few flattering remarks, the fortune teller began to peddle various items. Although Chu Jing was aware it was all a ruse, she found herself unable to resist purchasing one of the items, a piece of jade with a white magnolia motif. Clutching the jade, Chu Jing felt a wave of unease wash over her as she hurried home, only to receive an urgent call from the hospital. "Dr. Chu, we have numerous severe car accident victims arriving. We need you immediately. Can you come?" Arriving at the hospital, she swiftly prepared for surgery, only to find that the patient on the operating table was none other than the fortune teller from earlier. His body was covered in injuries. Almost no unblemished skin remaining, except for his face, which was pristine and shock. She watched as that face gradually morphed into one she recognized. Yun. Chu Jing shuddered, racing to assess the other patient's injuries. Each was gravely wounded, yet their faces remained intact. Zheng Yi, Qin Shishao, Lin Duan, Xie Chongqing, Xia Xiaomi, and finally, Bai Ning. Chu Jing broke into a cold sweat, bolting upright. She surveyed her surroundings, confirming that she was fully awake now. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Thank goodness this is a dream. Chu Jing placed a hand over her heart, exhaling in relief. She had nearly believed she had truly returned to her previous life. It had been a nightmare, and she dared not revisit the scenes she had witnessed before waking. "You're finally awake." Lin Duan sprang up from the chair at the bedside, visibly relieved. Chu Jing jumped at his sudden movement and, rather than expressing concern over Lin Duan's exaggerated surprise, her immediate worry was for Bai Ning. "How is Bai Ning doing now?" "She's doing well. The one with issues is you." "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Chu Jing's attention was drawn to a dark bruise marring Lin Duan's face. "What happened to your face?" "This?" Lin Duan touched his cheek, deliberately averting his gaze. "I'm not at my best at the moment." "What happened?" "I accidentally bumped into something." Recalling the events before her fainting spell, Chu Jing realized Lin Duan must have indeed hurt himself. "You didn't just bump your leg. How did you end up with a bruise on your face?" "I ran into Qin Shishao fist," Lin Duan admitted reluctantly. Chu Jing was at a loss for words, thinking it would be simpler to say he had been punched, before she could inquire about why Qin Shishao had struck him. Lin Duan's words left her utterly stunned. "Also, about that incident with the jade we took 2 months ago." Chu Jing was left with a myriad of questions. "Just rest for now. There's water at your bedside. I'll go inform the others." Lin Duan exited quietly, closing the door gently before calling out loudly, "Chu Jing is awake." Through the barrier of a door, the sonorous echoes of sounds could be distinctly felt. 2 months had elapsed. She had never anticipated that she would slumber for such an extended period. 2 months prior, upon touching the jade, she had fainted, and it was Lin Duan's frantic calls that summoned Qin Shishao to the second floor, where he discovered Chu Jing in a fainted state. For the sake of safety, the two of them swiftly brought the unconscious Chu Jing, along with the jade she clutched, back home. Throughout the entire night, Qin Shishao remained by her side, enduring lengthy quarrels with Lin Duan due to his emotional turmoil. Small disputes arose every 3 days, and more significant ones every 5, during which it was entirely normal to sustain injuries. The unusual nature of Chu Jing's slumber became evident when she failed to awaken the following day, drawing the attention of Bai Ning and others. After waiting a day without seeing her descend, coupled with Qin Shishao's restless demeanor, Bai Ning quickly discerned her condition. Under Bai Ning's inquiries, Qin Shishao could only provide a brief explanation, stating that her fainting was due to her contact with the jade pendant. They had attempted numerous methods to awaken Chu Jing, yet she remained unresponsive. Chapter 68. The healer here, there were no professional physicians, and no one dared to administer medication to Chu Jing without caution. However, through diagnostic instruments, it was confirmed that all her bodily functions were normal, save for her inability to awaken. The anxious group waited for half a month. Yet Chu Jing displayed no signs of responsiveness, resembling a vegetative state. Nevertheless, unlike a true vegetative state, she exhibited no need for sustenance. Uncle Xiong prepared various liquid diets for her, fearing she might starve in her sleep. Yet no nourishment could be administered, not even water. Bai Ning could only moisten her lips with a cotton swab dipped in water. Despite her inability to consume food, her body maintained its original state daily. Aside from her breathing, nothing had changed. During this time, they attempted to reach out to a medical station for assistance, but upon hearing of her condition, not a single doctor was willing to examine her, even advising them to abandon hope. With the prevalence of such strange ailments leading to unknowing deaths, It had become a twisted form of fortune. Bai Ning, however, refused to concede defeat. A month and a half ago, she had heard news of Oasis, where a healer with the ability to cure had emerged, presenting the sole glimmer of hope. She entrusted Chu Jing to Qin Shixiao and set forth with a few companions to Oasis in search of the healer. Bai Ning was accompanied by Zhang Yi and Xie Changqing, along with 2 bodyguards. Zhang Yi had acquaintances within the guard force, providing a fleeting connection that might facilitate a quicker introduction to the healer in Oasis. Xie Changqing insisted on accompanying her, eager to remain by Chu Jing's side, yet feeling impotent at home. He ultimately decided to join Bai Ning, even secretly resolving to bring the healer back by force if necessary. A few days prior, Miss Bai had already arrived at Oasis, sending word that the situation within was complex, but she would do her utmost to contact the healer and requested that they immediately relay any news. After hearing Qin Shixiao's account, Chu Jing promptly dialed Bai Ning's video call. The healer was not easily accessible. Ordinary individuals had no chance of meeting him. Bai Ning's journey to Oasis on her behalf might cause her to miss numerous opportunities to showcase her talents. As soon as her call connected, Bai Ning picked up without hesitation. Initially, she assumed it was Qin Shixiao calling. Given Chu Jing's condition, she needed daily confirmation. Jingjing, my dear. Upon seeing Chu Jing's face and hearing her voice, Bai Ning's demeanor shifted from seriousness to joy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You're awake? Do you feel any discomfort? Is your head still hurting? Are you hungry? I feel perfectly fine. I can run and jump. Don't you believe me? Just ask Qin. Chu Jing turned the camera towards Qin Shixiao. He nodded in affirmation, but Bai Ning was too preoccupied to notice him, her thoughts solely focused on confirming Chu Jing's condition through the screen. Yearning to return and witness it firsthand, that's wonderful. Bai Ning felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. In terms of daily care, Qin Shixiao would undoubtedly arrange everything for her, so Bai Ning need not worry. Yet, reflecting on the time Chu Jing had spent in slumber, she was engulfed in dread, fearing that Chu Jing might never awaken again. Although you've awakened, your body still requires a checkup. I've already contacted the healer on this end. It is crucial to have an examination. No need, truly. I'm in excellent condition. Chu Jing vehemently refused. Bai Ning spoke lightly of the healer, yet there was but one healer in Oasis, and securing his services would undoubtedly demand considerable sacrifice. Moreover, Chu Jing believed she had become the healer herself. It's imperative to undergo an examination. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. I will discuss the details with Qin Shixiao later. You should rest well, and I'll get back to you shortly. Bai Ning's situation seemed urgent, necessitating the abrupt end of the call, leaving Chu Jing with words unspoken. She gazed at the individuals before her, who, upon learning of her awakening, gathered around her in concern. The once spacious room felt suddenly cramped, as if everyone awaited her to speak first. Xiaomi, I'm a bit hungry. Could you ask Uncle Xiong to prepare something for me? Sister, Uncle Xiong is already cooking your favorites. Chu Jing paused for a moment. Could you pour me a glass of juice? I'm feeling a tad thirsty. Wait for me, I'll get it right away. Xiaomi hurriedly departed. Chu Jing then turned her attention to Yunqi. Xinyu Daozhong, I wonder how Xiaomo is doing. Could you bring him to the hall? I'd like to play with him later. Yunqi stepped closer, gazing intently at Chu Jing's face. I'll be off at once. You needn't find excuses to divert me. Chu Jing was momentarily taken aback, having been seen through. I'm merely curious. You've gone 2 months without food or drink, yet your complexion remains rosy. I've never managed such a level of fasting. Have you attained enlightenment? Not exactly. I believe I've awakened my abilities. Yunqi confirmed. While Qin Shixiao and Lin Duan were still in shock, he strode away. I understand now. You all can continue discussing the rest. Lin Duan, bewildered, exclaimed, What is going on? Qin Shixiao, his expression brightening, added, Miss, you've awakened your abilities? I was just about to tell you, Chu Jing revealed. I indeed have awakened my powers, and the sensation is profoundly different. The moment of her awakening, she sensed a unique energy within her, one that allowed her to recognize that her physical state was improving. Although she had yet to test it, she was certain that her abilities had indeed awakened. It was upon touching this jade pendant that I awakened. We must hurry to Oasis and present this jade to Bai Ning. Chu Jing declared with hope. Qin Shixiao hesitated to dampen her spirits. I fear that may not be possible. In truth, Miss Bai has encountered this jade pendant before. Back then, she held on to it all day in hopes of understanding why she fell into slumber. Yet she did not faint as you did, therefore, Bai Ning will not awaken her powers. Instead, it is you who has awakened. Does that mean I seized her opportunity by touching the pendant first? Chu Jing felt a wave of regret. Had she known, she would have refrained from touching it at all. Oh, not dwell on it. Lin Duan consoled her, noticing her troubled expression. If we're speaking of who encountered it first, it was I who obtained it initially. Why didn't I awaken? This simply indicates that the pendant is useful solely to you. Others gain nothing from it. Bai Ning has other chances to awaken. This is a fortunate occurrence. Now, tell us, what abilities have you awakened? Come here. Chu Jing beckoned, extending her face towards Lin Duan. He stepped closer, puzzled. Chu Jing focused on Lin Duan's bruised face, then placed her hand over it. A warm glow enveloped his features, and when she withdrew her hand, his face had returned to its original state. Healing. My ability allows me to restore the body to its optimal state. It was precisely due to this newfound ability that Chu Jing could maintain her physical condition throughout her slumber. Chapter 69. Remarkable whitening effects. It's no wonder, Lin Duan realized. While you were unconscious, I pondered how your home had everything, yet lacked a doctor. If a serious illness arose, one would have to seek a physician elsewhere. It seems you were confident in your ability, which is why you didn't keep a private doctor at hand. Your abilities surpassed that of any physician. Chu Jing had indeed refrained from seeking a doctor because she could manage common ailments herself. However, in the case of a serious illness, no one could help her. The fact that she had awakened her healing abilities was an extraordinary stroke of luck. With diligence, she could potentially address issues that medicine could not resolve using her powers. Miss, the injury on his face is not severe. It truly doesn't require your abilities for treatment. Qin Shixiao spoke matter-of-factly, convinced that with Lin Duan's constitution, he would heal on his own within a couple of days. Using her abilities was mentally taxing, and treating Lin Duan was an overreaction. Lin Duan clicked his tongue, feeling Qin Shixiao was taking issue with him. Having endured Qin Shixiao's ire due to Chu Jing's fainting incident, he felt he had no grounds to protest. Fortunately, Chu Jing had finally awakened, sparing him further indignation. It's fine. The more superficial the injury, the easier it is to treat, Chu Jing reassured. Lin Duan approached the mirror at the side and gazed at the once injured areas of his face. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, due to the intense ultraviolet rays, he had darkened by at least 2 shades. However, having just undergone a scar revision by Chu Jing, that particular patch of skin now appeared remarkably fair and tender, almost as if it had never been exposed to the sun. Yet, the rest of his complexion remained unchanged. It seems you possess some whitening effects, and why facial tone appears somewhat uneven. Could you assist in evening it out? Chu Jing scrutinized him closely. The areas that had recently been bruised were now significantly lighter, precisely the size of her palm print, showcasing quite an impressive whitening effect. She deftly performed a facial whitening on Lin Duan. Upon inspecting himself in the mirror again, he was thoroughly pleased with the results. Henceforth, the world would have a new archetype of a pretty boy. Chu Jing couldn't help but laugh. Who calls themselves a pretty boy? Isn't that just to amuse you? Lin Duan quipped, casting a provocative glance at Qin Shixiao, affirming their camaraderie to prevent anyone from thinking he always harbored ill intentions toward her. Qin Shixiao disregarded his taunt. Wearing a polite smile, young Master Lin, you are overthinking. This place is different from your previous environment. There are fewer conspiracies here. Lin Duan replied. Indeed, there are no conspiracies, only overt strategies. Qin Shixiao remarked. Young Master Lin enjoys jesting. Chu Jing observed the interplay between the two men, feeling exasperated. They were like 2 actors in a play, engaging in a verbal and psychological duel that could last for ages. Enough of this, she stated solemnly. Please do not disseminate any information regarding the nature of my abilities to anyone, including Bai Ning. Lin Duan inquired, his brow furrowed. Chu Jing pursed her lips and nodded. Yes, but should she require assistance, I will certainly lend a hand in any circumstance. The reason I confided in you both is that I hope you can keep an eye on her, as she may not feel comfortable confiding in me when faced with trouble. Both Qin Shixiao and Lin Duan fell silent for a moment. Miss Qin seemed to hesitate, grappling with her thoughts. Bai Ning was stronger than he had anticipated. More often than not, she wished for Chu Jing to show her more concern. Lin Duan took the opportunity to lighten the mood. Chu Jing, do you know what you resemble? What do I resemble? Like a doting mother. Chu Jing raised an eyebrow. Thank you. I appreciate your acknowledgement of my maternal instincts. Lin Duan responded, puzzled. Does she truly think I am complimenting her? Rest assured, we will keep your secret safe, he assured her. Given the unique nature of her healing abilities, if such information were to leak, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Both Qin Shixiao and Lin Duan understood this well, just like Bai Ning, who, upon hearing of the Oasis's healer, would rush over without hesitation. Once the reputation of these abilities spread, Chu Jing's life would undoubtedly become tumultuous. Some opted for ostentatious actions, while others preferred a more discreet approach. Qin Shixiao said, Miss, if anyone inquires about your abilities, Chu Jing glanced at the pretty boy. Lin Duan, then I shall say I have awakened a beauty enhancement ability, capable of assisting others with their aesthetic needs. Beauty enhancement ability? Who would believe such a thing? Lin Duan scoffed. Listening to others' abilities would. Fire, earth, and even space manipulation were all undeniably useful. With a living testament before them, disbelief was not an option. Chu Jing demonstrated her own abilities on her face. Her already smooth skin now appeared even more delicate, akin to that of a freshly shelled egg, a state that was certainly enviable. It not only established her identity as an ability wielder, but also ensured she remained inconspicuous, to bolster the credibility of her powers. Chu Jing insisted on performing a whitening treatment on Qin Shixiao as well. That evening, she disclosed her ability to others. Bai Ning, watching a video of a group of glowing individuals, struggled to articulate her thoughts. So this ability truly exists? She even worried that Chu Jing might feel disheartened by her powers and had prepared comforting words. This ability is impressive. The oasis is highly inclusive and can indeed be of use. Chu Jing recognized that she was merely trying to reassure herself, but still pondered how her abilities could be applied. Certainly not against zombies, but perhaps they could be beneficial for other survivors. Would anyone be willing to embrace a beauty enhancement? When do you plan to set off? After exchanging pleasantries and updating one another, Bai Ning inquired about Chu Jing's intentions. Immediately, Chu Jing declared. Since Bai Ning had already arrived at the oasis, she needed to catch up without delay. Having gathered her belongings, Chu Jing took Xiaomi to the warehouse for supplies, passing by the previously established farm along the way. The sprawling million-square-meter farm was enclosed by tall fences and housed sturdy greenhouses. Each greenhouse contained a variety of crops. For reasons unknown, the fruits and vegetables here appeared to flourish even better than before the apocalypse, their sizes exceeding their former dimensions by more than double. With ample yields, Xiaomi, having never seen the vegetables cultivated in greenhouses, curiously observed the scenes within, examining each one until she was noticed. This was the first time the farm inhabitants beheld the real Chu Jing beyond the screen. During the early stages of the apocalypse, they had been deeply fearful, completely isolating themselves from the outside world, losing all sources of information. However, as time passed, they discovered that this way of life was not without its merits. They cultivated a diverse array of crops, faced no food shortages, and some even awakened water and wood abilities, enhancing plant growth. The ample space allowed their living conditions to gradually resemble a small village. Chapter 70. Final preparation. Such a village, characterized by its simple folk and absence of psychological barriers, was indeed rare. Despite lacking blood ties, they shared mutual trust, closer than kin. Each individual diligently tended to their plants, readily assisting one another, and whenever hunger struck, they would simply pluck fresh vegetables from the ground, with no currency exchanged. During meals, they would gather together, taking turns showcasing their culinary skills. There was even a newlywed couple, who had just exchanged vows in the presence of all, having collaboratively organized their wedding arrangements, with wedding candies made from their homegrown sugarcane. Upon learning of Chu Jing's arrival, they eagerly offered her a large bag of uneaten wedding candies. Xiaomi was thoroughly enchanted by the atmosphere here. Brother Xia, you once taught me a piece of classical literature called Peach Blossom Spring. I truly felt as though I had stepped into the idyllic village described within. Xiaomi's excitement was palpable. Perhaps it was a genetic yearning coursing through her veins, but she held a deep admiration for agricultural culture. Spotting someone beside the greenhouse, she approached to inquire about the planting timeline, growth processes, harvest timings, and seed acquisition methods. Observing her genuine curiosity, the others patiently provided her with detailed explanations. Xiaomi often expressed her awe, almost eager to try her hand at planting herself, although she had yet to cultivate anything. The villagers gifted her several bags of seeds and taught her sowing techniques, granting her the opportunity to experiment. Whether or not they would thrive was left to fate. The village chief was none other than Taobao, the farm manager appointed by Chu Jing. Upon encountering Chu Jing, he was eager to convene a meeting with all the personnel. Chu Jing promptly declined. "There's no need. I merely came to take a look and have nothing further to discuss. I will gather the ability wielders here this evening to provide them with some instructions." Not wishing to disrupt the pleasant atmosphere, she recognized that few could enjoy such ease in the post-apocalyptic world. "Taobao, allow me to introduce my sister, Xiaomi." Xiaomi stepped forward, politely bowing. "Hello, Uncle Tao. You may call me Xiaomi." Perhaps due to his advanced age, Taobao relished the vitality of youth and felt a sense of joy when gazing at Xiaomi. "Good. Good, you are delightful," Chu Jing added. "Do not be deceived by her youth. She possesses remarkable abilities. She has awakened a spatial power, and henceforth, the mature crops will be entrusted to her care." "Such prowess!" Taobao exclaimed, astonished. His limited experiences led him to believe that only the young and vigorous could awaken powers. Collecting the crops was also the purpose of Chu Jing's visit, considering that the farm had achieved a balance. The mature vegetables and livestock, if left unharvested, would soon spoil and go to waste. The ripe produce was organized for storage in the warehouse, and it would require Xiaomi's diligent efforts to manage the collection. "I haven't come to collect in a while, but I may need to do so more frequently moving forward." "Taobao, how often do you think would be appropriate?" Taobao calculated, noting that the growth cycles of various crops differed. Some took longer, while others matured more swiftly, making it challenging to synchronize everything. "Perhaps every 3 months. It's best to consume these vegetables while they are fresh, as they do not keep well." Chu Jing agreed, entrusting this important task to Xiaomi. "Xiaomi, you must remember the location here. It is crucial that you do not let anyone else discover it." "Rest assured, sister. I won't tell a soul." She patted her chest and made a solemn promise. Chu Jing had left ample vegetables and fruits for the people on the farm, with the remainder all packed up for Xiaomi to take away. All of this was in preparation for their journey to the oasis. Taobao took Xiaomi to familiarize her with the surroundings. Chu Jing also encountered the ability users here. Although few in number, they were all young. Chu Jing first encouraged them to share their experiences of awakening their abilities. After a lively discussion, she managed to forge connections with them. "To prevent any arrogant ability users from attempting to venture out," she inquired beforehand. "There exists an oasis base, the largest survivor base at present. Does anyone wish to leave here to explore it? If anyone desires to depart, I shall not obstruct you today." The group exchanged glances and engaged in conversation about the oasis. Finally, someone spoke up. "Miss Chu? I usually grow watermelons. Are the melons grown in that oasis sweeter? If you wish to taste the melons from there, I can try planting them." Chu Jing was momentarily taken aback, then amused by their simple-mindedness. Throughout it all, they were only concerned with how delicious their own homegrown vegetables were. Even after awakening their abilities, this sentiment remained unchanged. If they went to the oasis, there would hardly be room for them to showcase their skills. That is not the case. "The melons here are the sweetest." In the original text, Bai Ning awakened her abilities before reaching the oasis and shone brilliantly at the transit station, leading her to be selected as a key focus by the station's captain. Therefore, upon arriving at the oasis, she encountered little in the way of setbacks. However, this time was different. They had nothing for their journey to the oasis, save for a single pass. It was a transition from a fully equipped start to a novice beginning, thus allowing Bai Ning to experience the disparity in social hierarchy within the oasis ahead of time. After Chu Jing conveyed the situation regarding the oasis, the others listened with bemusement. Only Qin Shixiao seemed to grasp it well. Xiaomi, however, was utterly bewildered, wanting to ask what this meant and what that implied, yet fearing to disrupt Chu Jing's train of thought. Uncle Xiong intermittently engaged in discussions with others, having devoted decades to cooking while remaining largely oblivious to other matters. The selection rules for the guard army, the mandatory tasks, the available resources, the backup resources, sustainable development, credit limits, and the collection of supplies. All these regulations left listeners feeling overwhelmed. Each point seemed worthy of thorough contemplation. As for Lin Duan and Yun Shi, they were entirely disinterested, one amusing a dog while the other gnawed on a melon. Chu Jing cleared her throat and stated, in simple terms, within the oasis, the guard army operates under a structured system. We ordinary people must rely on ourselves for sustenance and shelter. As for the rest, you needn't carry any psychological burden. Simply wait for my arrangements. With her reassurance, their previously muddled minds suddenly became clear. Indeed, as long as they followed Chu Jing, how could their lives be worse than they currently were? If they fulfilled their duties, should they find life unsatisfactory within, they could simply leave. After solidifying their mental fortitude, Chu Jing led them onward to the oasis. Chapter 71. The officially certified dog. Did you not come with the rescue team? The verification officer looked up and scrutinized them closely. Who issued your passes? He flipped through the passes, confirming their authenticity one by one, noting the sequential numbers and anti-counterfeiting marks. All were brand new and verified as genuine. It was Captain Wu Huaiji. Upon hearing this name, the verification officer's expression subtly shifted. Ah, so you are from Major Wu's team. You've had quite the arduous journey. His tone suddenly took on a strange quality, laced with complex emotions. Major, that's a promotion. Lin Duan keenly sensed something amiss in his words. What happened to Captain Wu? It seems you are unaware. Major Wu's team has faced multiple attacks, with nearly all personnel lost, and Major Wu himself has sacrificed his life. Rest assured, now that you have arrived at the oasis, those rogue ability groups can no longer pose a threat to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Duan and Qin Shixiao looked towards Chu Jing. While even Xiaomi leaned slightly closer to her, Ino-1 had anticipated that their last encounter at the transit station would indeed be their final farewell. If they had not departed at that time, would they also have faced an attack from the rogue ability groups? Chu Jing was now even more certain that this rogue ability group was undoubtedly from Tao Jin. Considering Jin Xiang's grudge-holding nature, having suffered a significant loss, retaliation was inevitable. It became clear that Xiao Xinran's harrowing experience at the transit station was a result of revenge from Tao Jin. The verification officer counted the number of passes and discovered one more than expected. Miss, where is this person named Imo? Our base requires 1 pass per person. No more, no less. Chu Jing hesitated before speaking. Must we see it before passing? Its size is rather imposing. I fear it may frighten you. The verification officer chuckled. You underestimate us. We are professionals. We fear not even zombies, let alone other beings. Moreover, this is merely a preliminary check. Subsequent information registration requires the individual's presence. Since they were so insistent, Chu Jing could not disregard the rules. She approached her vehicle and opened the trunk. Imo, come down. Currently, Imo occupied half the space of the vehicle due to its large size. Upon seeing Chu Jing approach, the half-human height Imo slowly jumped down from the car. Chu Jing attached a specially designed leash to it. While this leash was of little use to Imo, as it could easily break free if it desired, it was primarily for the sake of others' comfort. However, when Chu Jing led Imo before the verification officer, the surrounding staff were still taken aback. Miss, our base does not permit individuals to bring pets. Chu Jing had anticipated this response. Imo is not my pet. It is a future resident of the oasis. Its pass is currently in your possession. The verification officer was rendered speechless as he stared at the name on the pass. Chu Jing pressed on. Possession of a pass grants entry. This is the rule of your oasis. Although Imo is not human, it is an officially certified dog. The verification officer felt this matter was beyond his jurisdiction. Please hold on. I will consult my superiors. While communicating, the verification officer occasionally glanced over at them. Will Imo be allowed in? Xiaomi asked, somewhat anxious. Ever since Imo appeared, the guards maintaining order had been on high alert, ready to draw their weapons at a moment's notice. It will be allowed. Yunqi replied with a firm assurance. Lin Duan asked, is there a scientific explanation for this? Can you read the aura of both humans and dogs? Yunqi replied, the oasis operates according to its own rules. By their regulations, Imo will undoubtedly be permitted entry. Chu Jing was also confident. As long as they had a pass, they could enter. Once inside the oasis, they would be subject to regulations, requiring timely payment of circulating currency, known as credit limits. If any acts of violence occurred within, they would be promptly expelled. They surely believed that Imo lacked the ability to pay. Today, they could bring it in as a resident, but tomorrow, the oasis might use the excuse of rule violations to expel Imo, allowing Imo entry posed no risk to them, yet denying it would contradict their own established rules. With this explanation, Xiaomi felt reassured. The verification officer received instructions, and the outcome aligned with Chu Jing's expectations. He found it utterly astonishing. This is the first non-human resident of our oasis base. Curious, he kindly reminded her. Please ensure it is well supervised. Once it becomes a resident, it must adhere to the oasis's regulations. Here is your oasis resident card. Please note that we do not support replacement services, so please keep it safe. Now, kindly follow the procedures outlined. The resident card resembled an identification card held by every resident of the oasis, displaying only the name, photo, and date of entry. It appeared to be a simple identity card. Yet it contained the most advanced technology with high security levels and a well-maintained system. The circulation of credit limits within the oasis relied entirely on this. The inability to replace cards stemmed from the limited quantity of chips available. After obtaining the resident card, they underwent a round of physical assessments, primarily to check for hidden health risks or severe infectious diseases. Even Imo underwent various tests. Chu Jing instructed it to hold back, and even using merely a third of its strength was enough to leave the others at a loss. Once all tests were passed, only the most crucial step remained: credit recharge. Following the apocalypse, previous forms of currency became obsolete. However, certain items remained interchangeable, such as food, clothing, medicine, and fuel, all of which could be exchanged for credit limits within the oasis. This concept of credit limits differed from the past. You only need to understand that the limit serves as the circulating currency, valid within the oasis but useless outside. In addition to paying for living necessities, some information could also serve as substitutes. If one knew where supplies could be found, verification would allow for direct credit recharge. Thus, today, you all strive to express everything that can be articulated, as this will greatly benefit your future existence within the oasis. Chu Jing gestured towards a nearby sign, particularly emphasizing to Xia Xiaomi and Qin Shixiao. Those with abilities are entitled to an additional quota of 1,000. Do not forget to disclose your identities. Lin Duan inhaled deeply, stating, in that case, I shall endeavor to provide more information to secure my share. Lacking any special abilities or possessions, he felt somewhat disadvantaged. Chu Jing cautioned them, allow me to remind you. Under no circumstances should you misrepresent your information. Verified reports will indeed earn rewards, whereas falsehoods equate to misreporting military intelligence, which will be dealt with severely. Do not feel pressured. It is perfectly acceptable to remain silent. As this is merely a virtual metric, I shall take care of everything. Chapter 72. Quota recharge. Should one place excessive weight on this quota, it signifies that the oasis has gained psychological leverage over them. Qin Shixiao initially accompanied others to process their registrations. Lacking any abilities or other items, each individual commenced with a base quota of 500. Lin Duan, on the other hand, provided a wealth of information. However, as it had yet to be verified, he did not receive any additional recharge. Qin Shixiao and Xia Xiaomi, being endowed with abilities, found their quotas augmented by an initial 1,000, totaling 1,005. The appearance of these endowed individuals elicited considerable excitement among the guards. It was their first encounter with such powers, and they mused over the significant impact it could have on the front lines. Bestowing them a reward of 1,000 seemed rather modest. The staff eagerly engaged Qin Shixiao and Xia Xiaomi, presenting them with a form. You both are eligible to participate in the recruitment of the guard. There are specialized assessments within the oasis, and once you become part of the guard, you need not worry about food anymore. Qin Shixiao politely accepted the pamphlet, folding it and discarding it into the nearby trash. We will consider it, the staff inquired. Is this young lady also endowed with abilities? Chu Jing nodded. And what is your ability? Beauty enhancement. The staff member paused, unable to fathom the nature of such an ability. Struggling to comprehend, he tentatively asked, coal fusion? Does it pertain to coal and mining? The notion of such a pale individual possessing a dark ability was somewhat unfathomable. Chu Jing clarified, no, it is quite literally beauty enhancement. I can lighten skin tone. Have you not noticed? Our complexions are relatively fair, and that is the effect of my ability. Additionally, I can assist with hair styling. Chu Jing's gaze was resolute. The guards, who had initially gathered out of curiosity, now stood dumbfounded. Although the oasis boasted 40,000 ordinary residents, the number of endowed individuals was less than 1% of the population. Ordinary people held a sense of admiration for those with abilities, both envious and curious, perceiving these powers as mysterious and formidable. However, the notion of a beauty enhancement ability seemed to diminish the divine aura surrounding these endowed individuals. While others wielded fire, wind, and thunder, she merely offered beauty and hairstyling. Very well, please demonstrate your ability for verification. Chu Jing surveyed the guards, seeking a volunteer to assist with her demonstration. Perhaps due to skepticism regarding her powers, no one stepped forward initially. Ultimately, a small, slender guard decided to cooperate. Following a brief treatment session that repaired skin damage and tamed frizzy hair, a striking transformation occurred. Chu Jing beamed with satisfaction. Well, what do you think? I did not deceive you, did I? Witnessing the instantaneous change was, in its own right, quite impressive. Indeed, endowed individuals receive an additional quota of 1,000. Do you require any further assessments? Chu Jing inquired. How is the quota for food items calculated? Food is measured by weight. Vegetables and fruits are uniformly assessed at 25 per pound, while meat is 50 per pound. Only edible items are counted, and those not meeting health standards are excluded. Chu Jing found this satisfactory and followed the staff member alongside Xia Xiaomi to the food assessment room, as she deemed it essential to prioritize what they consumed. This room was notably cleaner than others, albeit somewhat cramped and manned by only 2 staff members. Where should we place the items? Chu Jing asked. The staff member gestured to a basket before them. Simply place them here. Xia Xiaomi stepped forward, filling the basket with vegetables. Young lady, your ability is quite remarkable, the staff member remarked in astonishment, noting the freshness of the produce. The basket contained 40 pounds of vegetables, and not a single piece was past its prime. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon reaching the 10th basket, he couldn't help but exclaim, so much. You have brought quite a haul. By the time they reached 20 baskets, his arms began to ache from the labor, prompting him to ask, is there more? 50 baskets later, the guards felt overwhelmed and had to call for reinforcements, summoning several more people to assist with the transport. Please wait a moment. Our room is already overflowing. 100 baskets in. The guards were tirelessly transporting vegetables, having established a makeshift assembly line. Given the superior quality of the produce, they even skipped the inspection process. Xia Xiaomi filled another basket, recording the quantities for verification. Another staff member whisked it away and replaced it with a new one, continuing the cycle. This process persisted for a full hour. Chu Jing found the procedure rather cumbersome and noted that Xia Xiaomi's ability, while effective, seemed exhausting to manage. Excuse me, could you take us directly to the warehouse? This is far too slow. The guards appeared dazed. They had already transported nearly 200 baskets. To enhance efficiency, 2 teams had come to assist. Yet they found the pace lacking. There's still a significant amount remaining. Chu Jing turned to Xia Xiaomi. How much is left to be retrieved? 93%. Xia Xiaomi was exceedingly familiar with her spatial abilities, having presumably devised a management method alongside Xie Chongqing to better gauge her inventory. Upon hearing this figure, the guards, who thought they were nearing the end of transport, abruptly halted. It seemed this was merely the beginning. Chu Jing walked among the scattered baskets. Shall we continue this method, or adopt a more efficient one? Naturally, they opted for the latter. The guards promptly designated a new area for the supplies Xia Xiaomi produced. After several hours of verification and tallying, they finally completed the inventory. Miss Chu, your quota stands at 1,001,000, the staff member announced, his hands trembling slightly as he recorded the figure. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he might have assumed the account had been hacked. In contrast to others whose quotas barely reached a few thousand or tens of thousands, here was someone with a staggering sum in the millions. Once the credit limit was confirmed, it was time to allocate accommodations. With Chu Jing's credit limit, she could choose any residence within the oasis. Of course, these homes were not gifts but rather rentals. After reviewing the oasis's layout, she swiftly selected a charming garden villa. This was the very location featured in the promotional materials and one of the most comfortable houses in the oasis. I'll take this one, Miss Chu. The rent for this property is quite steep. Living alone may not be the most economical choice. The staff member sincerely cautioned her. It seemed unwise to squander her quota on housing. However, Chu Jing had no intention of living alone. She opted for the large villa that could accommodate all. I shall not fall short on the rent. Let us arrange for a year's rental, and you may deduct the utilities directly from my account. She promptly handed over her resident card. Feel free to deduct as needed. Chapter 73. Residing in the oasis after a thorough inspection. Night had fallen. On the bridge outside the oasis, dim streetlights illuminated the path for vehicles. From a distance, the illuminated areas of the oasis base appeared limited. In an effort to conserve energy, few rooms remained lit after 10 o'clock. The night enveloped everything in silence. Bai Ning and Xie Chongqing had been waiting at the entrance of the oasis all day, from dawn until dusk, eagerly anticipating the arrival of their companions. They were aware of their planned arrival but had not anticipated such a late entry. Bai Ning felt a pang of worry, concerned they might have encountered difficulties on their journey. Over here. Xia Chongqing exclaimed joyfully, waving at the procession of vehicles that entered the oasis. Although he could not see the occupants, he recognized the license plates. The bodyguards parked the cars at the side, and Bai Ning approached to greet them. Chu Jing stepped out and enveloped her in a warm embrace. The evening air had grown chilly, and she could feel the cold seeping through her clothing. While Bai Ning was unbothered by the cold, Chu Jing couldn't help but notice her thin attire. As they parted, she caught sight of Xia Chongqing, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he looked at her. His expression, a blend of restraint and grievance, left Chu Jing momentarily at a loss for words. "What's wrong? Why do you look like you're about to cry?" Having not seen him for a few months, he appeared to have grown taller and matured significantly. Chu Jing playfully reached out to ruffle his hair. "Don't cry." However, taking advantage of her gesture, Xia Chongqing bent down and gently hugged Chu Jing before quickly stepping back. Leaving her momentarily stunned, he was simply overwhelmed with joy at seeing his sister again after such a long time. In the fleeting moment of initial confusion, Chu Jing blinked rapidly a few times to regain her composure. It was merely due to the sluggishness of the verification personnel outside. "You must have been waiting for quite a while." Bai Ning expressed her concern. "It hasn't been too long. How are you feeling?" "This journey has been quite extensive. Did you experience any discomfort?" "I'm fine. As you can see, truly not a thing is amiss," replied Chu Jing, spreading her arms to allow Bai Ning to inspect her. Externally, Bai Ning could discern no apparent issues, but further examination would be necessary to ascertain any underlying problems. "I have arranged for an examination with a healer from the oasis. Once you settle in, I will take you there immediately." "All right." Chu Jing pressed her lips together, knowing that Bai Ning must have gone to great lengths to find this healer. Yes, it was too late in the day. The house Chu Jing had chosen could not be thoroughly organized until tomorrow. They would have to temporarily reside at Bai Ning and Xia Chongqing's place for the night. Bai Ning led them home, saying, "The accommodations we selected are adjacent to one another. It may be a bit cramped, but it will suffice. Zheng Yi is not here today. I will assist you in moving tomorrow." Upon seeing Bai Ning's modest living quarters, Chu Jing felt a pang of sadness. She must have endured hardships. That night, Chu Jing snuggled under the covers with Bai Ning, and while she slept, she secretly used her healing abilities to conduct a comprehensive restoration for Bai Ning. All the lingering injuries within her were fully mended overnight. When Bai Ning awoke the next morning, she felt an extraordinary lightness in her body, even managing to run a few extra laps during her morning jog. After a busy morning, Chu Jing and the others finally tidied up their living space in the oasis, and Bai Ning and Xia Chongqing had also moved in. Although Bai Ning's time in the oasis was brief, she worked diligently, hoping to accumulate enough credit to support Chu Jing and ease her life. Little did she anticipate that she would end up being the one cared for. The 3.5-story villa boasted a small front yard, parking at the rear, and all utilities were connected, with various miscellaneous fees settled, making it indistinguishable from living outside. "Sister, may I plant these seeds in the yard?" asked Xiaomi, eagerly awaiting a response with seeds collected from the farm. Chu Jing did not refuse her, of course. "What kind of seeds are these?" "There's a variety. Do you have a favorite?" Xiaomi's space even contained many saplings, ready to be produced at Chu Jing's request. "It depends on your own wishes. The land in the front yard is entirely yours to cultivate. Plan it well, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask Qin and Xiaoxia." Chu Jing was intentionally nurturing Xiaomi's abilities. She was a fast learner with great potential, destined to become a notable ability user in the future. Xiaomi diligently memorized the layout of the yard, beginning her own plans in her mind. After running up and down the stairs, Chu Jing noticed that half the people were missing from the house. Only Qin Shixiao and Xia Chongqing remained. "Where is everyone?" Bai Ning's belongings had all been moved in, the rooms tidied, and even Zheng Yi's room had been preserved. They should all be fine, yet they had seemingly vanished in the blink of an eye. Previously, when they couldn't go out, one could easily see those they wished to see upon descending the stairs. But now that they were in the oasis, where the environment was safe, Chu Jing suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. "Qin Shixiao, Uncle Xiong and the others have gone out for a stroll. They must be eager to relax after not seeing others for so long. And Bai Ning, she wouldn't want to take a walk. She cannot sit still." Chu Jing inquired of Xia Chongqing. "Where has Bai Ning gone?" "Sister Bai has gone to work. The oasis does not sustain idlers. Every resident, upon reaching 18, must find a suitable job. There are numerous types of work available. Some focus on lifestyle tasks, renting a shop from the base, relying on their skills to make a living, or assisting with some basic work for the base, earning meager wages barely enough to survive. Meanwhile, many young and vigorous individuals gravitate towards more lucrative opportunities. During the resident registration, information on supplies collected from residents must be verified by someone. The Oasis is home to several logistics companies, whose owners liaise directly with the Oasis authorities. The employees under them specifically verify information for the guard forces. Once the information is successfully verified, they transport the goods back to earn substantial rewards from the Oasis. Entering and exiting the Oasis is perilous, making work in logistics undeniably dangerous. Xie Chongqing previously worked at the same logistics company as Bai Ning. He took a few days off due to Chu Jing's return. Benefiting from his exceptionally convenient and useful abilities, he could come and go at will, with no urgent tasks to burden him, allowing him to avoid the displeasure of others. Even the company's owner had to accommodate him. However, Bai Ning was different. She was merely a somewhat capable ordinary person. For someone like her, ordinary in the Oasis, the company owner would not allow her to leave easily, granting her only half a day's leave. What a ridiculous situation. Xiao Xia, where is your company located? Take me to see it. Chu Jing prepared to set off, even taking Xiao Mo along. Chapter 74, mentioning the unmentionable Fei Tue Company. Upon glancing at the company sign, the name assaulted her with a wave of memories. The owner of this company had also been mentioned in the text. After all, Fei Tue Company ranks among the top logistics companies in the Oasis, established the earliest, and thus has the largest workforce. The owner is a minor male character, also a suitor of Bai Ning, characterized as a domineering CEO, albeit in a rather greasy manner. Every time she encountered this person, Chu Jing could not help but feel nauseated, resigned. Today, Chu Jing pursed her lips, earnestly advising Xie Chongqing. But Sister Bai and I signed a one-year agreement with him, Xie Chongqing replied with difficulty. Initially, they only intended to sign for 3 months. But the company owner, recognizing Xie Chongqing's spatial abilities, coerced them into committing for a year. No worries. I can cover the penalty for breaching the contract. You cannot remain with this company. Xie Chongqing felt a flicker of happiness, following Chu Jing into the company. Although it was touted as a leading company, it was merely a 2-story small building, lacking dedicated desks, with fewer than 10 computers for the entire company. Inside, there were only 10 clerks responsible for recording and organizing information, while the rest labored tirelessly. When Chu Jing entered, the staff initially mistook her for a client. As they approached to offer assistance, they were halted in their tracks by the imposing presence of Xiao Mo. Such a large dog in the Oasis was a rarity. While they were momentarily flustered, they noticed Xie Chongqing behind her, and their initial apprehension dissipated. Summoning their courage, they ventured toward Xie Chongqing. Xiao Xie? Didn't you take the day off? Why are you here? These two are. She had been at the base for a considerable time, witnessing a steady stream of visitors. Though she could not claim to have met everyone, she had encountered a good number. Among the many beautiful girls she had seen, like Bai Ning who had recently arrived, exuding confidence and coolness, she genuinely admired them. Yet, a girl with such fair, unblemished skin, appearing as if she had never been harmed, was a sight she had never encountered before, neither before nor after the apocalypse. This is my sister, Qin Gu, and Xiao Mo, this is my team leader, Lu Yuan. Xie Chongqing introduced them briefly. Lu Yuan cautiously stole glances at Chu Jing, finding her stunning beyond belief, struggling to fathom that such a person could exist, untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse. Xiao Xie, your sister is truly beautiful, she exclaimed, before quietly asking, does she have a boyfriend? Xie Chongqing's face turned stern. No, then does she have a girlfriend? Lu Yuan, surprised, raised her voice considerably. Xie Chongqing. Chu Jing interrupted her assumptions. I apologize, team leader Lu, but I would like to inquire where Bai Ning is. We are here to find her. Lu Yuan's expression shifted as she pointed them in the right direction. She is organizing items in warehouse No. 3. I will go fetch her. No need to trouble yourself. I will take them, Xie Chongqing interjected. You know we are not allowed to bring outsiders into the warehouse. It's against the rules, Lu Yuan protested. I will only go to the entrance, not inside. Xie Chongqing hurriedly led Chu Jing away, fearing that further conversation might frighten her. Upon reaching the entrance of warehouse number 3, the voices inside were crystal clear to Chu Jing. Ning, you didn't come in this morning. Were you deliberately avoiding me? If you were trying to catch my attention, I must inform you that you have succeeded. Just say the word, and I will immediately promote you to team leader. Ning? Chu Jing released Xiao Mo's hand. Xiao Mo, go. Xiao Mo bolted into the warehouse, pouncing on the speaker, pinning him down, immobilizing his arms. The sudden ferocity of the beast startled him, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth hovering threateningly over his neck as if it would snap his spine in the next moment. In this subdued state, he found himself incapable of retaliating. Help me, Ning, save me. Upon witnessing the appearance of Xiao Mo, Bai Ning immediately turned her gaze towards the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Jing, she hastily set down the box she had been carrying, scarcely glancing at the person sprawled on the ground, and swiftly approached to greet her. How did you all arrive here? Xiao Mo released her grip and followed Bai Ning towards the entrance. The individual on the floor, still trembling with trepidation, sought to scrutinize the peculiar creature before him, wondering who had the audacity to invade his warehouse. Steadying himself, he gradually rose, his expression shifting from panic to astonishment. Qin Shixiao? So, you must be Chu Jing, Miss Chu? Upon hearing him recognize Qin Shixiao and Chu Jing, everyone turned to him with puzzled expressions. Qin, do you know him? In any case, Chu Jing had no recollection of this individual. The owner of Fady Company, Feng Haowen, had not been mentioned in the original text concerning any connection between them. I do not know him, Qin Shixiao replied, clearly reluctant to entangle himself with Feng Haowen. Yet Lin Duan was acquainted with him. Feng Haowen laid out a lavish banquet. Fio him. This was the most extravagant feast in the oasis, featuring not only an array of dishes, meats, rice, and soup, but also beer. Albeit of the light variety, Lin, had I known you were coming, I would have arranged to meet you sooner, Feng Haowen remarked as he poured a glass of beer for Lin Duan. Lin Duan chuckled softly. It has been quite some time since our last encounter. Have you grown distant from me? Not at all. I merely feared you might hold it against me. If you do not mind, I shall continue to call you Lin Gu. Feng Haowen replied as he clinked glasses with Lin Duan, who graciously downed the beer he had poured. Feng Haowen felt a pang of regret, knowing how hard it had been to procure this beer. Lin Gu, all these dishes are freshly sourced from yesterday and the oasis. You will find nothing fresher than this. Even the meat was a stroke of luck, as I had just received it this morning when I happened upon you. Today, we are indeed fortunate. Do not be shy. Please, everyone, dig in, Chu Jing suggested, eyeing the spread before her. While it did not quite measure up to Uncle Xiong's culinary skills, she sampled a piece and found it both fresh and delectable. After all, the ingredients for these dishes had been delivered to the oasis just the night before. Feng Haowen certainly had his connections to acquire them so swiftly.